Song Yuan sensed that this woman was not simple. She might be an undercover agent sent by the enemy. He paused for a moment, then said calmly, "Wait a moment." He went back to the master bedroom, went into the bathroom to check carefully, and found the floor slightly damp, but without any obvious signs of leakage. Since she had come all this way for help, as a neighbor, he had no reason to refuse, so he followed the woman downstairs. Asyong didn't use her fingerprint. Instead, she entered a password to open the door. Her movements were natural, and she didn't deliberately avoid Song Yuan. He consciously turned his head away to avoid intruding on his privacy, and only stepped inside after the door opened, at her invitation. "Mr. Song, please come in. My surname is Huang, and my nickname is Asyong. You can call me by my nickname," she said with a smile, stepping aside to lead the way, her tone somewhat familiar. The room was simply furnished, with almost no men's items, clearly indicating that the person lived alone. Asyong led him straight to the master bedroom, her tone casual. "The bathroom is right here. Your bathroom is upstairs, and it's still dripping water." Song Yuan walked into the master bathroom and looked up. Sure enough, water was dripping from the ceiling, and a small section of the corner tile was wet. He didn't have his phone with him, and he wasn't good at dealing with leaks, so he said, "I'll contact the property management for you and send a professional to fix it. I'll cover all the costs." Asyong stepped forward and pleaded in a sweet voice, "Mr. Song, let me get the toolbox. You can take a look first, just in case you can fix it easily. Call the property management over. I'm a girl alone at home, and I'll be scared." Song Yuan shook his head, his attitude gentle but firm. "I'm sorry, I don't know anything about repairs. It's safer to have a professional handle it, and it will also prevent things from getting worse." Just as he was about to step out of the shower, the lights suddenly went out, plunging the room into darkness. At the same time, on the top floor next door, Zhao Machuan gripped his phone, his voice grim. "Did you see Song Yuan go in with your own eyes?" His assistant cautiously replied, "Mr. Zhou, Song Yuan went in 10 minutes ago and hasn't come out yet. When will we turn the power back on?" Zhou Machuan's fingers trembled slightly as he held the cigarette between his fingers, his gaze fixed on the direction of Song Yuan's house. A sinister smile curled at the corner of his lips. "No rush, give him some more time. Did that woman do as I instructed? Make sure he has something on him." The assistant replied, "Everything is arranged. President Song's wife just gave birth, and he's been holding back for a long time. As long as the woman takes the initiative, she'll definitely take the bait. Taking photos will ruin his reputation." Zhou Machuan sneered, exhaling smoke. "Keep a close eye on her. Once she succeeds, send the message immediately, reminding her that she'll receive her full payment afterward, and if she messes up, she'll bear the consequences." He discovered that Ji Cheng owned property in the neighborhood, where Song Yuan and his wife now lived. Since Song Yuan had intruded on his territory and repeatedly disrupted his plans, he naturally had to give him a good welcome. By seizing on Song Yuan's behavior, he could both strike at him and cause trouble for Ji Cheng. Why not? In the pitch-black bathroom, Song Yuan steadied himself, hearing soft footsteps behind him. Then, a warm, soft body pressed against him, and Asyong said sweetly, "Mr. Song, I'm sorry, I'm night blind and can't see where I'm going. Could you help me?" The strong scent of perfume hit him, and Song Yuan instantly became alert, a strange feeling rising within him. He clearly sensed the woman's deliberate closeness. This wasn't a plea for help about a leak, but a carefully orchestrated trap. Song Yuan abruptly pried her hands away, his tone icy and unyielding. "I'm sorry, I can't help you." The entire action was swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation, and carried a strong warning. In the pitch-black space, his calmness and insight instantly suppressed the sense of danger, but tension still permeated the surroundings. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't linger. Relying on his memory, he groped his way out of the bathroom, quickly crossed the living room, opened the front door, and went straight into the elevator. Only after the elevator doors closed did he breathe a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had fallen into a carefully laid trap, and his whole body felt uncomfortable. Back home, Song Yuan immediately went into the bathroom to take a shower, washing away the perfume scent and suppressing his discomfort. Just then, the lights in his apartment suddenly came on, indicating that power had been restored to the building across the street. He picked up his phone and glanced at it. Gu Xiu still hadn't replied to his messages, probably too tired from taking care of the children and had already fallen asleep. But before he could put his phone down, the doorbell rang again. Thinking of Xiang from earlier, Song Yuan felt a strong sense of resistance. He initially ignored it, but after the phone rang several times, it suddenly rang again. It was Zhou Su calling. President Song, Assistant Wang and I are here to deliver some documents. Are you asleep? Zhou Su's voice came clearly from the other end of the line. No, come in. Song Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and got up to open the door. Zhou Su and Assistant Wang came in carrying file bags and followed Song Yuan upstairs, placing the documents he needed to review that evening on the table. Mr. Song, Luo Jin's case is going to trial tomorrow. Are you going to attend in person? Zhou Su asked. Luo Jin was Song Yuan's distant uncle, and he was being prosecuted for allegedly embezzling funds. As the plaintiff, Song Yuan had already retained a lawyer, so normally he didn't need to attend in person. Song Yuan was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I'll go. After all, they're relatives. My personal presence will be a way of giving both sides an explanation. Yes, Mr. Song. I'll clear your schedule for tomorrow morning and arrange the vehicles and entourage right away. Zhou Su immediately agreed. Song Yuan then asked, what moves has Huadai Financial made recently? President Song, our informant at Huadai has reported that all the employees have been working overtime lately. They say Zhao Machuan passed on a tip to Rin Fei, urging them to quickly rectify the company's internal irregularities to avoid giving us any leverage. Assistant Wang quickly added, when do you think is the best time for us to make our move? Song Yuan smiled knowingly. Good. We should wait until they've cleaned up the mess before we make our move. That way, we can take down Huadai at the lowest possible cost. President Song, Huadai has a shareholders meeting on Thursday. Rin Fei plans to announce a rectification plan at the meeting to stabilize shareholder confidence, Zhou Su said. Song Yuan glanced at the calendar and nodded casually. Then let's go on Thursday and give Rin Fei and Zhao Machuan a big surprise. The following morning, Song Yuan arrived at the Gangqing court precisely on time for the court hearing. Just as he parked his car, he ran into an acquaintance, Luo Quan, Luo Jin's younger brother. Luo Quan had flown in overnight from out of town, partly to encourage his brother Luo Jin, and partly to see if there was any chance to plead with Song Yuan to reduce Luo Jin's sentence. He never expected Song Yuan to come in person. The Song Yuan of today was no longer the junior employee he once was, easily manipulated. He wielded considerable power, possessed a formidable aura, and was far beyond Luo Quan's reach. Filled with apprehension, Luo Quan hesitated for a moment before stepping forward respectfully and greeting him. Good morning, Mr. Song. Song Yuan smiled slightly, his tone relaxed. We're not at the company now, Uncle Quan. There's no need to be so formal. It's too much of a formality. Luo Quan's heart tightened, and he subconsciously adjusted his posture. He knew the gap between superiors and subordinates was obvious. Song Yuan could easily try to build a closer relationship, but he absolutely could not overstep the mark. The gentleness of those in power was never about being easygoing, but rather about subtly maintaining a proper balance. My older brother's court hearing is today, so I came to check on things. What a coincidence, Song Yuan said, walking slowly forward with his eyes looking straight ahead. I'm also here about Uncle Jin's case. I'll wait for the judge's verdict. He sighed softly, his tone calm, yet sharp. Uncle Jin is such a pity. He should have lived a life of quiet contentment, holding a high position and having no worries about food or clothing. Never covet what doesn't belong to you. If you reach too far, you'll inevitably fall sooner or later. The Ji family has always treated those who are hardworking and capable with equality, rewarding everyone based on merit. Those who rely on betrayal, self-interest, or wrongdoing never have a good end. All their ill-gotten gains are confiscated, their freedom is completely lost, and their promising futures are ruined by their own hands, a loss that outweighs the gain. Each word was a sharp rebuke. Luo Quan felt a chill run down his spine, and cold sweat broke out. This wasn't just reminiscing about the past, it was clearly a direct warning. A blatant example, a public wake-up call. President Song is right. In life and in business, Integrity is fundamental. Luo Quan quickly lowered his head in agreement, not daring to utter a single word of dissent. The two walked side by side towards the courthouse. Luo Quan was tense, his hands clenched tightly. After hesitating for a long time, he finally mustered the courage to speak, taking the initiative to bow his head and admit his mistake. President Song, I apologize for what happened before. I lacked my own opinions and was always manipulated by my brother. When you first joined G's group, we targeted you at every turn and deliberately made things difficult for you. We were narrow-minded and acted unethically. Since my brother resigned and left, I've completely severed ties with him and will no longer have any contact with him. From now on, I'll dedicate myself to the G family, work diligently, and follow you to make the group stronger and bigger. Song Yuan glanced at him sideways, his gaze calm, yet extremely imposing. Luo Quan felt a chill run down his spine from that look, and a thin layer of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. After a moment, Song Yuan chuckled softly, his expression composed. Uncle Quan, you're overthinking it. I've seen all the contributions you've made to the company over the years. In your eyes, do you really think I'm so vengeful and heartless? Luo Quan dared not relax for a moment. He hadn't brought up the old grievances of Luo Jin's shifting allegiances and his tacit approval of Song Yuan's actions against Luo Jin. The young man before him was extremely shrewd and unfathomable, even more composed than the older generation of powerful figures. He couldn't fathom whether the other man was truly magnanimous and forgiving, or whether he was temporarily holding back, saving his revenge for later. He gritted his teeth and tentatively asked the question that concerned him most. Mr. Song, will my elder brother ultimately be sentenced to a heavy sentence and spend the rest of his life in prison? Even as brothers, he couldn't be completely cold-blooded. He still hoped for a lenient sentence. Song Yuan's expression calmed, and his tone became objective and fair. The severity of the sentence is not up to me. Everything will be determined by the law, based on the amount involved, the nature of the violation, and the attitude of admitting guilt. In those few words, Luo Quan instantly understood the unspoken meaning. There was no room for sentimentality, no room for private leniency. Song Yuan would not show mercy simply because they were distant relatives. He silently suppressed any thoughts of pleading. His entire family depended on him. To ruin his future for an already broken older brother was not worth it. Brotherly affection, in the face of reality and self-interest, was ultimately insignificant. Song Yuan said no more and led Zhou Su straight into the hall. Their personal lawyer was already waiting there, with all the necessary documents ready. 10 minutes later, the court hearing officially began. In the plaintiff's seat, Song Yuan sat relaxed and composed, listening attentively. Luo Quan hesitated for a few seconds, avoided the area with the defendant's family members, turned and walked to the plaintiff's side, silently taking his seat. Shortly after, Luo Jin, dressed in prison garb, was led into the courtroom by bailiffs. His gaze swept across the room, and he immediately spotted his younger brother's seat. Luo Quan sat beside Song Yuan, his stance crystal clear. In that instant, Luo Jin's eyes filled with piercing hatred and despair. He was filled with immense resentment. If Song Yuan had never appeared, after Ji Chung grew old, the vast Ji family would have been under his control sooner or later. It was Song Yuan's return that shattered all his ambitions and cut off his escape route. He hated himself for being soft-hearted and failing to eliminate this threat sooner. Now, all was lost, and his life was utterly ruined. Song Yuan remained indifferent throughout, only whispering with his lawyer to verify the case details, never once looking up at Luo Jin. He treated Luo Jin like an insignificant stranger, his hatred, resentment, and despair completely unnoticed. The entire trial was conducted with solid evidence and a clear narrative. Luo Jin confessed to multiple illegal acts, showed remorse, and cooperated fully with the investigation. Taking all circumstances into account, the court exercised leniency, avoiding the maximum sentence. However, with multiple charges combined, the sentence remains heavy. The trial concluded, and the verdict was delivered, 11 years imprisonment. As soon as he stepped out of the courthouse, Luo Quan immediately dialed his aunt's number back home, his voice weary and weak. "Aunt, the results are in. My brother was convicted of multiple crimes and sentenced to 11 years. A shocked shout came from the other end of the line, filled with disbelief. 11 years? That long? There was no other way. There were too many charges involved. Luo Quan patiently reassured her. He has already pleaded guilty and is serving his sentence. If he reforms himself well, he'll be out someday. Please don't upset yourself. He walked away and spoke in a low voice, avoiding the people behind him. Song Yuan, along with his lawyer and Zhou Su, walked out slowly. Their car was already waiting at the door. Bending down to sit in the back seat, the group boarded the car one after another. Zhou Su opened his work tablet and reported the upcoming schedule to each person. President Song, there's a multinational overseas video conference this afternoon. The final requirements proposal for the new AI project has been sent to your email by the back-end director and requires your approval and signature. Also, at 7 p.m. tonight, the chairman of Zhilai Technology is hosting a banquet to celebrate his golden wedding anniversary at the Huanyu Hotel. He is an old friend of Chairman Ji, and we need you to attend on his behalf. Song Yuan nodded slightly and noted down all the details. The founder of Zhilai Technology was Ji Cheng's close friend from his early days starting a business in Hong Kong, and they had a deep friendship. Since he was in Hong Kong, it was only right and proper for him to attend. Prepare a top-notch gift and depart on time. With a simple instruction, the evening's itinerary was finalized. The car smoothly drove away from the courthouse, heading towards the next destination. After get-off work that evening, Song Yuan took Zhou Su to the Huanyu Hotel. Along the way, Zhou Su's phone kept ringing, and he looked somewhat embarrassed, as if he had been bothered by strange messages all day. Song Yuan said calmly, "Zhou Su, were you very busy today? If it's urgent, you can go back to Beijing first. I'll have Lu Qiqing provide a temporary assistant." Zhou Su scratched his head and said with a wry smile, "It's not a family matter. My phone was tampered with. I keep receiving flirtatious text messages. I deleted a lot of them today." Song Yuan frowned slightly, the image of the woman in the red dress from yesterday flashing through his mind. The number he had given her was Zhou Su's. "Let me see it," Song Yuan said calmly. Zhou Su handed over his phone, his face as red as a ripe apple. The messages on the screen made his heart race. "Brother, I fell in love with you at first sight. I dreamt you kissed me in bed, and my lips were swollen when I woke up. Brother, what time do you get off work? How about I make you some noodles tonight? I bought new pajamas. How about I try them on for you tonight?" The messages kept refreshing from morning till night, the content both shameful and direct. Song Yuan rubbed his temples. There were still a lot more ahead. He didn't look at them anymore and handed the phone back to Zhou Su. Zhou Su awkwardly explained, "President Song, I didn't provoke anyone this time. It's probably an enemy trying to set me up, or trying to set me up." Song Yuan coughed lightly. "It might be the woman downstairs from me." Zhou Su's brow twitched. He finally realized it was the president's romantic entanglement. He licked his lips, unsure what to say. Song Yuan reminded him, "Don't tell Madam about this." Zhou Su nodded repeatedly. As an assistant, the first rule of professional ethics was to keep one's mouth shut. As they were talking, Zhou Su's phone rang again. He looked at the screen. "President Song, she's texted me again." Song Yuan looked slightly embarrassed. "Block her. She didn't hug me." Zhou Su obediently blocked her, and the car finally quieted down. The car stopped in front of the Huanyu Hotel. Song Yuan got out of the car, and Zhou Su presented the chairman and his wife with a golden wedding anniversary gift. After they registered, a waiter led them into the hall. The banquet was exceptionally luxurious, and every guest was of extraordinary status. Even a random bottle of wine on the bar was an expensive beverage. Song Yuan had come all the way from Beijing, and not many people here recognized him. But the Hong Kong capital circle had taken notice of him, and they all came over to say hello. He planned to focus on developing his business in Hong Kong, building more connections, and exchanging resources within the capital circle. Who knows, someone might need his help someday. After socializing with everyone, he went to greet Su Jiahao. Su Jiahao recognized Song Yuan at a glance. "You look exactly like an old friend of mine. You're Ji Cheng's son, right?" Song Yuan replied with a smile. "Old Su has a good eye. Ji Cheng is my father. He misses you very much and asked me to make sure to send his blessings." Su Jiahao pulled his wife aside and introduced, "This is Ji Cheng's son. He looks exactly like Ji Chung when he was young. The old lady smiled and nodded. Both have the appearance of good fortune. Old Su then pulled Song Yuan aside and introduced his friends from Hong Kong. Everyone raised their glasses to greet him, only to realize that the young man in front of them was the new president of Ji's group. Song Yuan originally wanted to make a brief appearance and leave, but old Su's enthusiasm made it difficult for him to leave, so he could only entertain him for a while. At the bar not far away, Zhao Machuan stared at Song Yuan with dark eyes. His assistant whispered, "Song Yuan is the hardest to handle. Everyone else brings a female companion to these kinds of events, but he only brings his assistant." Zhao Machuan pondered to himself, a man's weaknesses are nothing more than power, money, and women. Song Yuan has the first two, and for now, he only has Gu Shiyu when it comes to women. He instructed the people who had made the arrangements. Today, let Song Yuan taste what it's like to be deceived by a woman. Song Yuan had a good alcohol tolerance, and Zhou Su helped him avoid drinking a lot of alcohol, so he only drank 1 or 2 glasses and replaced the rest with prepared fruit juice. A woman suddenly fell into his arms. She had straight black hair, and her eyes were red and swollen from crying. "Sir, please help me." Song Yuan instinctively took a step back, creating distance between them. In the midst of the bustling banquet, an unexpected plea for help quietly unfolded. Song Yuan was out of town, so his guard was on high alert. The young woman in front of him looked to be in her early 20s, pleading for his help in a panicked state, like a homeless little rabbit caught in the rain. Normally, he would have helped, but now he was cautious. He took out his phone. "I'll call the police for you." Not far away, several men in black came chasing after them. The girl didn't wait for his reply and pushed Song Yuan directly into the men's restroom. Song Yuan's eyelids twitched. This was the men's restroom. If he and the young girl were alone together, it would be impossible to explain if word got out. The girl cried and begged him, her accent not that of a local. "Sir, please help me. My father is in debt and can't pay it back. They want to take me as collateral. I'm scared." She was trembling all over, her face deathly pale, biting her lip in extreme fear. Song Yuan asked her, "How can I help you? There are security guards downstairs, and the police station is just a few blocks away. Should I call someone over?" The girl shook her head. "Don't call the police. If you anger them, they'll kill my whole family." Song Yuan put away his phone. Footsteps sounded outside the door, and the girl immediately hid behind him. Someone banged on the door, asking if anyone was inside. The footsteps faded away, and the girl visibly relaxed. "Sir, I managed to avoid it once, but I don't know if I'll be so lucky next time. Everyone at tonight's banquet is extraordinary. You definitely have the ability to help me." Song Yuan smiled faintly, wanting to hear her plans. "How can I help you?" The girl lowered her head, her face flushed. "I need money. As long as I pay it back, they won't come after me anymore. I have a sick mother and a younger brother taking the college entrance exam. These are all beyond my means." Song Yuan asked, "If I give you money, what can you do for me?" The girl blushed, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Sir, I'm very clean. It's my first time. How much do you think I'm worth?" Song Yuan chuckled. "You've got the wrong person. There are so many men at the banquet. Why don't you ask someone else?" The girl felt ashamed and aggrieved. Song Yuan coldly opened the door. "Get out." The girl didn't linger and turned to leave. He leaned against the sink and stayed there quietly for a few minutes. Zhou Su came over. "President Song, why did it take so long?" Song Yuan lit a cigarette and exhaled lightly. "I've stirred up a woman's den." Zhou Su turned around and saw the girl who had just walked out. He gasped in fright and wondered, "President Song, could someone have arranged this on purpose?" Song Yuan took a couple of puffs of his cigarette and said coldly, "It was arranged." He checked his phone. Ever since the girl pushed him into the bathroom, he had turned on the recording function to prevent the woman from blackmailing him, and a recording had already been saved. The Hong Kong entertainment circle is a mixed bag. His father's ruthless methods during his early entrepreneurial days had offended many business rivals, so Song Yuan couldn't afford to be careless. He stood with Zhou Su in the hallway for a while. He hadn't drunk much, but Zhou Su smelled of alcohol. He found it boring. The social gathering was meaningless to him. Out of courtesy, he went to say goodbye to old Master Su. Back in the banquet hall, Mr. Su was surrounded by well-wishers. Song Yuan took a prepared juice from his subordinate, who was disguised as a waiter, and stepped forward. Grandpa Su, I have some business to attend to at the company, so I'll have to leave now. When you come to Beijing another day, my dad and I will treat you. Old Su helped his wife say goodbye. Take care. Say hello to your father for us. Come visit us sometime and try our home-cooked meals. Song Yuan smiled and said, definitely. After saying hello, he gradually moved away from the crowd. The hotel lobby was spacious and decorated in a grand manner. Zhou Su rubbed his forehead and asked, President Song, where are you going today? Before Song Yuan could answer, a familiar face appeared to the side. Zhao Machuan, dressed in black, raised a wine glass to greet him. President Song, leaving so soon? Let's have a toast. Song Yuan looked at him, a slight smile playing on his lips, thinking to himself, who do you think you are? Why should I clink glasses with you? Another person approached. President Song, President Zhou, the most handsome men in the room today are here. Come on, have a drink. Song Yuan took the juice handed to him by the disguised female subordinate and clinked glasses. Zhou Machuan's aura was gloomy, his eyes fixed on the glass. He picked up the glass, took a sip, and swallowed it, then paused, realizing it was alcohol, not juice. He glanced back at his female subordinate. Her expression was calm, but she shouldn't have been given alcohol according to the agreement, which meant someone had tampered with it. Zhou Su noticed the change in his expression and pretended to be worried. President Song, is your stomach upset? Let me drink it for you. Song Yuan frowned. I feel a little unwell. Zhou Su accepted the drink. I'm so sorry, Mr. Song has been very busy with social engagements lately. He had a stomach hemorrhage last week, and his wife specifically asked me to keep an eye on him and make sure he drinks less. The other boss didn't force him to drink, but Zhou Machuan's aura turned gloomy. After finishing his drink, Song Yuan exchanged pleasantries with others and left after about 10 minutes. Zhou Su clutched his chest. I can't take it anymore, Mr. Song. I feel like throwing up. I need to go throw up. The restroom was just ahead. Song Yuan waited for Zhou Su outside, his guard on high alert. Zhou Machuan walked over alone and teased. When is President Song returning to Beijing? Want to play some ball sometime? Song Yuan glanced at him. Pretty busy. I can't compare to President Zhou. You're rich and have plenty of free time. You're financially and temporally independent. Zhou Machuan chuckled. If we're talking about wealth, there aren't many in Hong Kong that can rival the Ji family. Song Yuan replied calmly. Money is just a number. Mr. Zhou seems quite interested in how much money I have. Zhou Machuan was taken aback. I'm not interested in other people's money. I just want to invite Mr. Song to play ball. Why is Mr. Song so malicious? Song Yuan chuckled. What do you win at ball games? Women. The sarcasm was obvious. He had a premonition that the events of the past 2 days were inextricably linked to Zhou Machuan. Zhou Machuan remained unfazed. It's not impossible. Whatever kind of person President Song likes, supermodels, actresses, beauty pageant contestants, I can arrange it all. Song Yuan glanced at him and said, President Zhou has quite a life. You must have several children by now. I wish you a house full of children and grandchildren. The time on his wristwatch showed that Zhou Su had been inside for more than 10 minutes and hadn't come out yet. He walked towards the bathroom, wanting to see if his assistant was drunk and asleep in the toilet. He entered the restroom, but didn't see Zhou Su. He called out, Zhou Su? Say something. There was no response. The restroom was silent. The dozen or so stall doors were closed. He pushed them open one by one, and the last one was empty. Song Yuan took out his phone and dialed Zhou Su's number. The phone rang nearby. He walked over and saw Zhou Su's phone lying on the ground, but Zhou Su was nowhere to be seen. His eyelids twitched. He had been careless. A cautious person wouldn't just drop their phone like that. It meant Zhou Su was in trouble. It was most likely related to that drink from earlier. Song Yuan clenched his fist and called his subordinate, who was disguised as a waiter. Find me a computer immediately. The female subordinate responded, and Song Yuan patrolled through the crowd, but still couldn't see Zhou Su anywhere. In just over 10 minutes, someone couldn't have gone too far. He had to find Zhou Su. Otherwise, if something happened to his personal assistant, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. On the other side, Zhou Machuan lit a cigarette on the terrace, his aura gloomy and menacing. His assistant whispered, President Song hasn't been interested in 2 women in a row. How about sending a female celebrity next time? Zhao Machuan exhaled smoke. No need. Ever since Asyong, he's been on guard. Sending him even the best woman is out of the question. Song Yuan found a quiet place to wait. 10 minutes later, his female subordinate ran over with a laptop. Mr. Song, the laptop is here. Song Yuan took it, placed it on his lap, and turned it on. The screen displayed the hotel lobby surveillance footage, focusing on the area near the restroom, from about 20 minutes ago. The video showed him and Zhou Su walking out of the crowd. Zhou Su went into the restroom, while he looked at his phone in the hallway. Zhao Machuan came over to chat with him. Time ticked by, and the video showed Zhou Su being helped out of the restroom by a man. They didn't leave, but returned. The image disappeared, and Song Yuan saw Zhou Su again in other surveillance footage, with the man helping him into the elevator. The hotel has over 20 floors. Apart from the first 3 floors which are used for private rooms and reception areas, the rest are all bedrooms. The female subordinate stared intently, holding her breath. President Song, Assistant Zhou's expression is off. It's like he's eaten something unclean. Song Yuan instantly became alert and checked other surveillance footage to confirm the floors. Suddenly, the screen went black. All the previous videos had been deleted. The female subordinate cried out in alarm. President Song, someone deleted the surveillance footage. We can't see it anymore. Should we call the police? Song Yuan remained calm. Calling the police is too late. He had to find Zhou Su as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the other party forced an unknown woman into his room, he, as the boss, would bear the main responsibility. He exited the interface and restarted the computer. 2 minutes later, he retrieved the maliciously deleted video. His female subordinate's eyes lit up. Mr. Song, I saw Assistant Zhou. She pointed to the smaller cubicle. Here, the 22nd floor. Song Yuan zoomed in on the video and saw Zhou Su being helped out of the elevator by the man. After walking a short distance, they turned and entered a blind spot in the surveillance footage. The female subordinate cursed. Damn it. The surveillance cameras in the corridor might have been malfunctioned. They didn't capture any video. She had familiarized herself with the hotel layout beforehand and reminded Song Yuan. Mr. Song, there are more than a dozen rooms beyond that corridor. We're unsure which one Assistant Zhou went into, so we'll have to check them one by one. Song Yuan closed his laptop and immediately headed for the elevator, with his female subordinate jogging close behind. The two pressed the button for the 22nd floor. The elevator numbers changed, and Song Yuan calmly watched the panel. Finally, they arrived at the 22nd floor. The elevator doors slowly opened, and he strode out, following the direction he remembered as he walked down the corridor that had turned towards Zhou Su. Several waiters blocked his way. Sir, these rooms are already occupied. Which room would you like to go to? Song Yuan's eyes were like knives, and his female subordinate shouted, You dare to stop the president of the G Group? You don't want to work here anymore. Get out of the way. The waiter bowed his head and stepped back, but Song Yuan coldly said, Open the door. The waiter turned pale with fright. Sir, this is not in accordance with regulations. You cannot open the door without the guest's permission. You will be reported and sued. Song Yuan narrowed his eyes. If you don't open the door, I'll make sure you can't stay in Hong Kong. The waiter, sensing the danger, took out a master key, which his female subordinate took and followed Song Yuan forward. There were more than a dozen rooms in the corridor. Not knowing where Zhou Su was, they could only check each one by one, fearing they might disturb someone. In the first room, Song Yuan gestured for his female subordinate to swipe her card. The door opened, revealing a middle-aged woman with a child of about 7 or 8 years old. After scanning the room and confirming it wasn't Zhou Su, he immediately moved to the next room. His female subordinate quickly apologized. Sorry to bother you. Our boss is looking for someone. We'll make amends later. The second door opened, revealing a young couple embracing by the window, locked in a passionate embrace, too terrified to move. Staring at Song Yuan's menacing face, neither dared utter a word. Song Yuan confirmed it wasn't Zhou Su and moved on to the next room, his female subordinate repeatedly apologizing. He continued until the 9th room, growing increasingly anxious. He couldn't create a scene on this floor. He'd already alerted the hotel manager. The manager rushed over. Mr. Song, I'll assist you with whoever you're looking for, but if you keep doing this, the hotel business will be ruined. We'll be blacklisted tomorrow. Song Yuan glared at him. If anything happens to my people, I'll make sure you go bankrupt tomorrow. The manager lowered his head in fear and tentatively asked, could you perhaps talk to the guests inside first to give them some time to prepare? Song Yuan said coldly, I'm informing you, not discussing this. The female subordinate swiped her card, a beep sounded, and the door unlocked. The room reeked of alcohol, and the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Several pieces of clothing lay scattered on the floor. The glass door was frosted, and the view inside was hazy. The manager's heart leaped into his throat. Clearly, the guest was taking a shower. This ruthless man from Beijing was about to break down the door. His scalp tingled with fear. Song Yuan turned around, his back to the bathroom door, and ordered his female subordinate, open the door. The female subordinate turned the doorknob. It's locked from the inside. Are you still going to open it? The sound of running water continued. A normal woman would scream if she were broken into, but there was no reaction inside, which was obviously unreasonable. Song Yuan told the manager, get someone to break down the door. The manager hesitated. Mr. Song, this, couldn't we? Song Yuan said coldly, I'm informing you. The manager wiped the sweat from his brow and called over the two male waiters guarding the corridor, break down the door. The two men kicked down the glass door, but it remained undamaged. Song Yuan, his patience exhausted, grabbed a fire extinguisher from the corner and slammed it down, shattering the glass. A steamy scene was revealed. The manager covered his face, unable to look, and the two waiters retreated outside. Inside the restroom, the woman was left with only 3 points of skin, her fair skin covered by water droplets, her bra loose, about to fall off. She panicked, clasping her hands behind her back, and cried out urgently, What are you doing? The female subordinate coughed lightly, her face flushed and her heart pounding, but Song Yuan remained expressionless, his eyes dangerous. The entire scene was extremely tense, as if an unexpected turn of events could occur at any moment. Chapter 4:03 Are you trying to be a scoundrel? Song Yuan's gaze passed over the shower room where the woman was. This restroom seems to be a suite, with a partition in the middle and space at the back. Song Yuan ignored everyone and strode in. The woman was so frightened that she crossed her arms over her chest. What are you doing? Are you trying to be a pervert? Song Yuan walked past her, bringing a gust of cold wind with him. As Song Yuan had expected, there was indeed a large bathtub in the back cubicle. At this moment, Zhou Su was almost losing his will, soaking in a tank of cold water, but his whole face was still burning red. Fortunately, his clothes were intact, and the woman hadn't succeeded yet. They found him just in time. If it had been a few minutes later, Song Yuan couldn't imagine what that woman would have done to Zhou Su. His assistant is very likely to lose her virginity. This is a rather funny word for a man. However, upon closer examination of the scheme, if the woman were to accuse him of rape, sending Zhou Su to work as a sewing machine operator wouldn't be difficult. Such things happen not uncommon in social news. Song Yuan must prepare a comprehensive response plan. Song Yuan called out to him. Zhou Su, can you still hear me? Zhou Su was soaking in the ice water with a dazed look in his eyes, but his body felt like it was burning with fire, making him feel like he was about to explode. He nodded and said, Mr. Song, I can hear you. Song Yuan took out his phone and called Lu Qiqing. Are you here yet? Where's the doctor I asked you to find? If you're not here in 3 minutes, you're finished. Lu Qiqing, along with a doctor and several security guards, had just gotten out of the car and were running breathlessly towards the hotel. We're here, Mr. Song. Let's get on the elevator right away. This ancestor was quite angry. Lu Qiqing was giving instructions to his subordinates in the elevator. When you go up there, you all better be quick-witted. Don't say what you shouldn't say, and don't look at what you shouldn't look at. Do what President Song tells you to do, understand? I heard you. I heard you. The elevator stopped on the 22nd floor with a ding. Lu Qiqing led the way and ran out to find the room number that Song Yuan had given him over the phone. Within 3 minutes, he appeared in Zhou Su's room. The room door closed, and the half-naked woman who had just left tried to run away, but was stopped by security inside the door. The woman picked up the clothes that had been thrown on the ground and put them on one by one. At that time, Zhao Su had been helped back to bed, and the doctor brought by Lu Qiqing had his blood sample tested. Song Yuan sat down on the sofa in the suite, crossing his long legs. He took a cigarette from the box, and the woman who had just finished dressing came over with practiced ease, picked up the lighter on the table, and lit it for him. Song Yuan turned to the side, disgusted by the dirt, and coldly stared at the woman in front of him. "Where did you sell it before?" He spoke very bluntly, and the woman didn't shy away from the word sell. "This is the line of work I do, and I'm not afraid to say that there's no need for me to put on a pure and innocent facade." She mentioned a club. Song Yuan asked her, "What did you just do to my subordinate?" The woman pursed her lips. "We haven't even started yet, and you've already taken the door down. This is my first time doing this kind of business." The man isn't cooperating, acting like a chaste, virtuous man. "You even broke down the door and wouldn't let me leave." Today was a day of bad luck for her. The woman's few words made the security guards laugh. Song Yuan gave orders to his female subordinate and security personnel. "Take her to the hospital for a gynecological exam and get a certificate from the doctor proving she has not had sexual intercourse." The woman became anxious. "What? You want the doctor to stab me?" Song Yuan pinched the bridge of his nose. Where did this reckless woman come from? He had originally planned to continue the hearing later, but now he couldn't hold back any longer. "Who hired you? And how much did they pay you?" The woman felt unlucky today, but the man in front of her seemed very powerful and someone she didn't want to mess with. She had no choice but to obediently answer. "I didn't know a man. He found me at the club, gave me 5,000 yuan, and said he had a business deal here. He told me to wait in the room. Later, he came in. Taking off his clothes was like a death sentence to him. And then, you all know what happened next, what you saw when you broke down the door." Lu Qiqing threatened her. "Tell me everything else the other party said to you, word for word, or I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish." The woman sighed helplessly. "I just took on a job normally, and I haven't even finished it yet. Who are you people, and why are you asking so many strange questions? Anyway, I came as agreed today. It's him who's not cooperating, so I'm not giving him a refund." After all this time of questioning, not a single useful word was uttered. They were completely on different wavelengths. The woman seemed only concerned with whether she had finished her work for the day and whether she would have to take back the 5,000 yuan she had earned. Song Yuan could tell that this woman was probably just out there to take on jobs and didn't know anything else. "Take her for a checkup first." "Okay, Mr. Song." A female subordinate and a security guard went out together with a woman. With only men left in the room, the doctor didn't need to consider anything else when performing the procedure. He simply took off all of Zhao Su's clothes, leaving only his underwear to help him cool down. The blood test results are in, and the doctor comes to report them. President Song, Assistant Zhao, is using a type of aphrodisiac that's popular on the black market. I have the right medicine here. I've used it on Assistant Zhao before, and he'll be fine. Song Yuan waved his hand. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up." The doctor opened the medical kit and took out 2 vials of medicine to inject into Assistant Zhao. However, it would take some time for the medicine to take effect. For the time being, Zhao Su still felt like he was being roasted by fire, and he was so uncomfortable that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Song Yuan was extremely anxious. "Is your medicine effective? When will I be able to see results?" The doctor's forehead was sweating. He had a dreadful fear that if he couldn't cure the patient, he would be dragged down with him to his death. "Song Yuan, I dare not give Assistant Zhao an excessive dose of the drug. This drug is very potent, and I'm afraid that if the dosage is too high, it will affect his male function in the future. Therefore, to be on the safe side, we can only choose medication within the safe range. The downside is that it takes a little longer to take effect. It should start to work gradually after half an hour." Song Yuan glanced at the bed. Zhao Su had almost scratched his stomach raw. So what should he do now? How can we alleviate this? Let's soak it in cold water first. After struggling for a while, Zhao Su returned to the cold water bathtub. Now all we can do is wait and see how the medication takes effect. Not only Zhao Su was suffering, but everyone was suffering. Lu Qiqing had just had his men investigate the woman from earlier. "Mr. Song, we've investigated thoroughly. That woman wasn't lying. She does work in that club, but the person who approached her is unknown. They were very cautious. choosing a location outside of surveillance cameras to conduct the transaction, and the money was in cash. They can't find out who did it, and that dim-witted woman sees so many clients every day, she probably forgot who hired her. Song Yuan hummed in agreement. Since he couldn't find any information about the woman, he thought he could start with the World Hotel. Chapter 404 Let It Go. Song Yuan turned on the computer that his female subordinate had given him earlier and watched the surveillance videos again. The timeline is set back to before he drank that glass of wine. The video showed him and Zhou Su, and he took a drink from a female subordinate at the bar. As he moved the camera back up, he noticed that one of his female subordinates had left the bar a few minutes earlier, presumably to use the restroom. Within those few minutes, a male waiter in the Universe Hotel uniform poured something into a glass. The glass he was handling was the same one that Song Yuan had taken away afterward. The entire process of administering the drug was clearly filmed. Song Yuan saved the video to his computer. He summoned Lu Qiqing and the security guards to come and take a look. Look closely at this face. The chairman of Zhilai Technology's wedding banquet isn't over yet. Find this person. Yes, Mr. Song. Several security guards took a picture of the face on the screen and immediately set off downstairs to find the person. Lu Qiqing started making phone calls to gather people to block all the exits of the hotel. Lu Qiqing patted his chest and guaranteed. President Song, don't worry, this person won't escape today. Anyone who dares to harm the president of the G Group will be caught. Everyone got busy with their own tasks, while Song Yuan sat in his room waiting for news. About half an hour later, Zhou Su's symptoms had indeed eased considerably, and he felt much better, no longer feeling as hot as before. He gradually started sweating, and the heat was being released. Song Yuan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his symptoms had eased. If something were to happen to Zhou Su, he wouldn't know how to explain it to Zhou Su's family. After all, he took the drinks for him and suffered the hardships for him. If it weren't for Zhou Su's ability to get along with everyone, he would be the one soaking in the bathtub today. The doctor also breathed a sigh of relief. He sat around the bathtub, keeping a close eye on Zhou Su's condition. He didn't even dare to imagine how Zhou Su would be treated if he couldn't cure him today. Losing their jobs would be the least of their worries. He was no different from the imperial physicians who treated nobles in the palace in ancient times. He could easily ruin himself. Zhou Su has regained some of his composure and is able to speak properly now. Mr. Song, thank you for saving my life. Song Yuan sighed. You saved my life. Don't say anything yet. If you feel unwell, tell the doctor. After tonight, I'll take you to the hospital for a thorough physical examination tomorrow. Zhou Su leaned back in the bathtub, squinting his eyes, but in his heart he felt incredibly grateful to his boss. He knew his boss's capabilities. If it had been someone else, not Song Yuan, they wouldn't have been able to find him so quickly. Then, it seems that something irreversible has already happened between him and that woman. How will he face his wife and daughter when he goes back? He got dirty, but he was also glad that the drink ended up in his own stomach. If it had ended up in the president's stomach and those dirty things had happened, he would have no face to go back and face President G. Zhou Su felt the heat radiating from his body, and the effects of the alcohol were quickly wearing off. He didn't get out until he felt cold in the cold water, at which point the doctor said he could come out and helped him back to bed. Song Yuan sat on the sofa, constantly checking the surveillance footage. He strongly suspected that Zhao Machuan was behind it, and reviewed all the surveillance footage from the moment Zhao Machuan entered the room until their last conversation. However, no flaws were noticed. Zhao Machuan did not have any contact with the waiter who drugged him, nor did his assistant. The fact that nothing can be found does not absolve the suspects. It only means that the other party was cautious enough to leave no evidence. Meanwhile, Zhao Machuan left the banquet early. He returned home, where the lights were off, and he was too lazy to turn them on. He sat alone on the sofa, smoking silently. His mother went downstairs for a drink of water and was startled when she saw the dark shadow on the sofa. Mo Chuan, why didn't you turn on the lights? What are you doing here in the dark? Zhao Machuan stubbed out his cigarette and threw it into the ashtray. Mom, what do you think the men of the G family are most afraid of? His mother paused, her expression turning sour. Mo Chuan, listen to your mother and let this matter go. We should never mention it again. Since that person is dead, it means he has been punished by heaven. What's the point of us going to find the rest of the Ji family? But Zhao Machuan couldn't let go. Mom, I can't be as magnanimous as you. Have you forgotten the harm the Ji family caused us? Zhao Machuan will not forget. When he was in elementary school, his classmates bullied him, called him a bastard, and said that his mother was a mistress. At that time, his mother took him to the port city, where life was very difficult. She worked 3 jobs a day and also had to take care of him. They rented a room in a coffin-shaped building, and the people around them bullied them, a widow and her child, saying that his mother was immoral and that being someone's mistress would not end well. But it was clearly the man from the Ji family who was immoral. He had a family but still lied to my mother. They are suffering here, while the Ji family is enjoying life. Even though they later lived a good life, he could not let go of the suffering he had endured in those years. Zhou's mother came over and hugged him. Child, don't be so stubborn. People who are too stubborn will only hurt themselves first. Listen to your mother. Let this matter go, and don't provoke the Ji family anymore. That Ji Chung is not someone to be trifled with, and I'm sure his son is no better. Let's not provoke them, okay? Zhou's mother hugged him and cried. Zhao Machuan felt resentment and heartache for his only family member. He hugged his mother, and after a while, the anger he felt for not getting revenge on Song Yuan gradually subsided. Mom, it's so late, you should get some rest. After settling his mother in, he couldn't fall asleep and continued to stand on the balcony, smoking one cigarette after another. On the other side, Song Yuanjing sat quietly in her hotel room. It seems that Zhou Su's situation is no longer a big deal. The men Lu Qiqing brought were quite capable. They quickly apprehended the person who had drugged the person, threw him into a room, and began interrogation. But that guy was a tough nut to crack. He wouldn't say a word. Song Yuan glanced at the time. Lu Qing's banquet was almost over. Although Su Jiahao is old, he still wields considerable influence in Hong Kong, operating in both the legitimate and criminal worlds, and is no ordinary man. The incident happened at his banquet, so it's reasonable for Song Yuan to ask him for help. Song Yuan handed the room to Lu Qiqing and went downstairs. Most of the guests downstairs had already left, and Mr. Su and his wife stood at the door to see them off. When most of the people had left, old Su saw Song Yuan and asked in surprise, Song Yuan, didn't you tell me a long time ago that you had something to do and were leaving? Why didn't you leave? Song Yuan sighed pitifully. Grandpa Su, I didn't dare come to you just now, afraid of spoiling your good mood. Someone drugged me at the banquet today. Su Jiahao's brows furrowed together. Is that so? Who dares to cause trouble at my golden wedding anniversary banquet? I'll definitely find out who it is. Chapter 405 Able to operate in both the legitimate and criminal worlds. Song Yuan recounted the whole story in detail, embellishing it quite a bit. Old Su was panting. He had a good relationship with Ji Chung and knew about Ji Cheng's son from years ago. Now that they've finally found their son, they'll cherish him like the apple of their eye. If something were to happen at his banquet, he wouldn't be able to explain it to his old friend. Old Master Su was furious, and the old lady also said that this matter could not be left unresolved. To cause trouble at their golden wedding anniversary banquet was to disregard them and slap them in the face. This person is incredibly arrogant. Mr. Su immediately summoned the hotel manager to inquire about the matter and instructed the manager to investigate the hotel staff. The manager was already terrified by Song Yuan, and now he was being questioned by old Su, who was pointing his finger at him. He was so scared that he almost lost his soul. Mr. Su, I have already arranged for someone to check the surveillance footage. Please don't worry. Song Yuan snorted. Your hotel's surveillance cameras are just for show. Anyone can manipulate them at will, and they've already been deleted. The manager was on edge. Sure enough, a few minutes later, his man returned to report. Manager, our surveillance video has been deleted. Deleted? What will he have to say to these 2 big shots then? Old Su said calmly. It's okay if they're deleted. Just bring all the waiters here. If we can't find them, we'll blame each and every one of them. Throw them into the sea one by one to feed the fish. Upon hearing what Mr. Su said, the manager was so frightened that he knelt down on the ground with a thud. Although old Su is old and has handed over the company to the younger generation in recent years, retiring behind the scenes, he used to be involved in both the legitimate and criminal worlds when he was young, and his hands were stained with blood. He wasn't just saying that to scare anyone. "Mr. Su, please spare our lives. It's possible that someone has infiltrated our hotel and is impersonating a staff member. We're checking them one by one now." Old Su sat there upright, his face tense. "You dare to touch my men? I think you don't want to stay in this port city anymore. Where's your boss?" Upon receiving the news, the owner of the Huanyu Hotel rushed over. As soon as he entered, he heard Old Su angrily cursing. He was so frightened that he quickly came in to apologize. "Mr. Su, please calm down. It's all because the people below have done a bad job. I will definitely punish them." The boss instructed the manager. "Why aren't you calling all the waiters over here?" The manager scrambled to his feet and ran to grab the walkie-talkie to call for backup. 3 minutes later, all the hotel staff had gathered in the lobby on the first floor. The manager, fearing being implicated, threatened the waiters. "Did any of you notice any unfamiliar faces in the group today? If there's anything unusual, speak up now. If we can't find the person, everyone will have to apologize together." The waiters looked at each other, and someone raised their hand. "Manager, I did spot 2 unfamiliar faces, but they're not among us right now." The manager said angrily. "Why didn't you report it when you spotted the unfamiliar face? Why did you wait until now to say it?" "Manager, we have a lot of guests at the hotel today, and we're a bit overwhelmed. I thought those 2 were temporary workers." The manager scratched his head. Song Yuan watched them interrogate people quietly. None of them seemed like bad people. He knew they wouldn't be able to find out anything through interrogation. If he hadn't been quick-thinking and shrewd, the man would probably have already escaped. The matter had almost escalated when Song Yuan finally spoke. "Grandpa Su, I've actually caught that person, but he's very stubborn and won't say anything." Old Su slammed his fist on the table. "Caught him. Bring him down." Song Yuan called Lu Qiqing and asked him to bring the person down. Lu Qiqing and his team of security personnel had already beaten the man and said all the harsh words, but the man just wouldn't open his mouth. Lu Qiqing called several security guards and led them downstairs to the lobby on the first floor, where they threw the person they had caught who had drugged the person in front of them. "Song Yuan, Grandpa Su, it's him. To be honest, I actually recovered the hotel surveillance video, and it clearly shows this person drugging my drink." Old Su comforted Song Yuan. "I'm sorry, child. I've shown you the ugly side of things. This happened at my banquet, and I will definitely give you an explanation." Song Yuan said, "I'm sorry to have troubled you." The person who drugged the drugs was brought out, and the hotel owner and manager breathed a sigh of relief. Old Su had someone slap the man who had taken the medicine across the face several times. The man glared fiercely at everyone present, but his mouth remained tightly shut, and he didn't utter a word. Old Su snorted. "He's not talking, so someone must have something on him. Take him back and interrogate him slowly until he talks. Today is his golden wedding anniversary with his wife, and he will not let his hands get stained with blood." Song Yuan was adept at reading people's expressions, so he didn't pressure Su Laofei to make a move today. He simply said, "Grandpa Su, I'm really causing you trouble." Old Su felt guilty towards Song Yuan and sighed. "Thank goodness you're all right. It's getting late, so let's call it a day. You go home now. I'll let you know when the interrogation is over. If you run into any trouble in this port city in the future, come find me. Consider it a favor Grandpa Su owes you today." That's exactly what Song Yuan wanted to hear from Old Su. As the saying goes, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. Since he came all the way from Beijing, he naturally needed to make many friends in the port city who would benefit him so that his business could go smoothly. Now that Mr. Su has said this, Song Yuan feels even more confident. "Grandpa Su, you're too kind. You must bring Grandma to Beijing for a visit when you have time. I'll be your driver." Old Su's expression softened, and a smile appeared on his face. "Okay, then it's settled." Mr. Su left with his wife, and the hotel owner and manager bowed and scraped as they saw him off until he got into the car. Song Yuan led his men back to the 22nd floor. Zhou Su has recovered to the point where he only has mild symptoms left, but he is fast asleep. After this ordeal, Song Yuan was still worried about leaving him alone in the hotel. He arranged for several security guards to watch over Zhou Su, and the doctor also stayed here permanently so that he could take Zhou Su to the hospital immediately if anything happened. After arranging everything, Song Yuan went downstairs to return to his home. Gu Shiyu sent him 2 short videos on WeChat, showing Yuan and Man nursing. In the video, the father and mother are each holding a baby, with a bottle in their hands. Yuan has a slightly larger appetite and drinks quickly, finishing her milk in just a few gulps. She is very quiet when she is nursing, clearly a little girl. The 2 babies have changed quite a bit since they were born. It's already noticeable that I've gained quite a bit of weight these past few days. Song Yuan sat on the sofa, repeatedly clicking to watch, feeling a little nostalgic for them. Chapter 406, Boasting for a Lifetime. The next day, the security guard who remained at the hotel called. Mr. Song, we took Assistant Zhou for a full physical examination this morning, but he was a little reluctant to go. What do you think? Before Song Yuan could speak, Zhou Su snatched the security guard's phone. Mr. Song, I'm fine, full of energy. There's no need to waste a whole morning on a medical checkup. Song Yuan said angrily. You won't be attending the meeting this morning. Lu Qiqing will provide me with an assistant. Your job is to go for the medical checkup. Don't come back to see me if you don't finish it. Zhou Su went silent for a while, then said in a muffled voice. I understand, Mr. Song. Song Yuan had meetings all morning. First, he finished the meeting at the Beijing headquarters, and then he had a meeting with Credit Suisse. Around noon, Zhou Su returned, his face beaming with the excitement of surviving a close call. President Song, I've checked, there's no problem, everything's fine. He patted his chest. Look, Song Yuan was so angry he laughed. Zhou Su, who is usually composed, seemed like a completely different person today. Were you upset by what happened yesterday? Mentioning this, Zhou Su couldn't help but laugh. President Song, I'm not bragging, but what happened to me yesterday is something I could brag about for the rest of my life when I get back to Beijing. Just ask any of the special assistants in our Beijing circle, which one has had an experience like mine. Song Yuan sighed. Did they forget to check your brain during the physical exam? Zhou Su scratched his head and began to work. In the afternoon, Song Yuan took stock of the shares he held in Huatai Financial, which, together with the scattered shares, exceeded 50%. The recent surge in Huatai Financial stock price has been so dramatic that few would suspect that Song Yuan's massive purchases were driving retail investors to increase their holdings. The legal team that Song Yuan brought from Beijing has prepared all the necessary documents. Tomorrow is Huatai Financial's shareholders meeting, and it's time to present Song Yuan's generous gift. In the evening, Zhou Su brought Song Yuan dinner from downstairs. Although yesterday's events were exciting, he didn't want to experience them again. Their main objective this time is to acquire Huatai. Until that goal is achieved, stability is the priority. Zhou Su accompanied Song Yuan to dinner. Mr. Song, let's go home after dinner today and not go anywhere else. If you need anything when you get home, just call me and I'll bring it to you. Please don't go out. To avoid running into Ah Xiang, Ah Hong, or Ah Mei again. They can return to Beijing after tomorrow. Song Yuan laughed and said, You were pretty cocky at noon. Are you scared now? Zhou Su had to admit that he still felt a bit scared when he thought about it now. If it weren't for the boss's cunning, he would definitely have lost his chastity and probably would have already slept with that woman. If I catch some other serious disease, my whole life will be ruined. Mr. Song, if everything goes smoothly tomorrow, we can return to Beijing the day after tomorrow. Don't you miss your wife and our 2 babies? I'm starting to miss my wife too. When Gu Shiyu was mentioned, Song Yuan paused for a moment. During mealtimes, she would send him a message asking if he had eaten on time. My phone is unusually quiet today. Of course, Song Yuan also missed his wife and children. If things outside ended sooner, who would want to stay in this godforsaken place, where female demons were eyeing him everywhere? After the 2 had dinner, Zhou Su took Song Yuan home and arranged for 2 security guards to be present. Song Yuan sent Gu Shiyu a message, telling her that she could go back the day after tomorrow. I didn't receive a reply from her for a long time. I made a video call to her, but no one answered. At that moment, Gu Shiyu sat on the sofa in the living room, looking at the 2 photos sent to her by an unknown number. Song Yuan and a girl who looked very young, like a college student, were standing close together. It was still at the bathroom door. He trusted Song Yuan and believed he wouldn't get involved with that kind of shady woman. However, the photo in front of her made her feel uncomfortable. Gu Shiuan sat beside her and tried to persuade her. Sister, don't be upset. I asked a friend in Hong Kong to look into that woman. He told me that this girl has been associating with shady people lately, and she's not a decent person. My brother-in-law wouldn't get involved with that kind of person, don't worry. Ji Qingxue also said. Sister-in-law, I swear on my character, my brother isn't that kind of person. When he gets back, I support you in interrogating him. He must have been set up by his business rivals over there. Gu Xiwan. Yes, that must be it. You don't know those scumbags outside. They love to use this kind of trick to harm people. They just want to sow discord between you and your husband. When your brother-in-law gets back, we'll interrogate him together. Gu Xiu was not only jealous of the photo, but also angry at the person who sent it to her, who clearly had ill intentions. It's just a shame that she's still in her postpartum period and can't do anything. If she catches that person, she will not let him off easily. But right now, she wasn't in the mood to answer Song Yuan's video call. She needed to process things. Song Yuan couldn't contact Gu Xiu all night. He didn't know what had happened in Beijing and assumed she was sleeping and hadn't checked her phone. That night, Song Yuan didn't bring work home. He drank some of the wine his father had stored there and looked at the dazzling lights of Victoria Harbor across the harbor. He thought to himself that he would definitely bring her here sometime in the future to enjoy wine and scenery. Inside a certain club, the nightlife was just beginning. This place is a playground for the rich second generation and various capital groups in the port city. It is a legendary den of iniquity. Ren Fei and Zhao Machuan clinked glasses here. There were only the two of them in the private room. During the few days since Song Yuanlai arrived, Huatai Financial has remained calm. Ren Fei realized that he had been too nervous and had taken Song Yuan too seriously. Doesn't this mean nothing happened? Mr. Zhou, aren't you being a bit too timid after your few encounters with Song Yuan in Beijing? He's just Song Yuan. He's not going to eat people, is he? I don't believe he can do anything to my Huatai Financial. Zhou Machuan chuckled. He probably hadn't even fully grasped Song Yuan's abilities yet. In all the times he had fought Song Yuan, he had never gained the upper hand. He laughed at Ren Fei's arrogance. However, people only learn to feel pain after being hit. He had already warned this fool to be wary of Song Yuan. It remained to be seen whether the fool could defend himself properly. He asked, "Do you think Song Yuan is not as good as you?" Ren Fei was speechless for a moment. At least for now, I don't think he's anything special. He's all bark and no bite. Even the staff at Huatai Financial can't find any fault with him. I don't believe Song Yuan can do anything. Zhou Machuan laughed sarcastically and didn't reply. The next day was Huatai Financial's shareholders meeting. Ren Fei arrived at the company early in the morning. As the year draws to a close, today's meeting will review next year's annual budget and discuss new investment plans. At the start of the meeting, Ren Fei, as chairman, sat at the very front of the long conference table. He noticed that two of the largest shareholders were missing from the meeting. He asked, "Where are Wang Yang and Li Zhongping?" Chapter 407 Taking Down Huatai. He had barely finished speaking when he noticed that everyone in the conference room was looking towards the door. Song Yuan, dressed in a well-tailored, handmade custom-made suit, walked in with a group of people behind him. In the blink of an eye, we had arrived at the door. Ren Fei was momentarily stunned. At first, he thought he had misread it. How did Song Yuan end up at Huatai Financial? It's out of the question. But upon closer inspection, he realized that the person walking in front was indeed Song Yuan. He was a little confused. He had heard that Song Yuan had come to Hong Kong and had been waiting for several days for Song Yuan to take action against Huatai, but Song Yuan had not yet made a move. What does it mean that he brought people to Huatai now? Huatai is his territory. Ren Fei frowned. What brings President Song to Huatai? This is our senior management conference room. Not just anyone can come in. Song Yuan curled his lips slightly and told him in a light tone, "I'll be in the meeting." Ren Fei scoffed, feeling a bit like cursing. "Mr. Song, are you still half asleep? Did you wander onto the wrong set? Credit Suisse Financial and Huatai Financial are just 2 streets apart. You shouldn't be holding your meeting in our conference room. We need to work now, please leave." Zhou Su, who was standing next to Song Yuan, told him, "Our CEO, Mr. Song, is here at Huatai Financial for a meeting. Please be quiet. I have something important to announce." Ren Fei was speechless with anger, so he picked up his phone and called the security guard at the entrance. "Are you just for show? Why didn't you stop people from coming in?" After hearing something said on the other end, Rin Fei yelled into the phone, "Get up here and take him away." The security guard behind Song Yuan stepped forward and told him, "Please be quiet. Our CEO Song is going to hold a shareholders meeting." The people sitting in the meeting room were all too afraid to speak, not knowing what had happened. In the financial world, everyone knows Song Yuan. In the power struggle between bosses, they dare not speak and can only sit there quietly and wait to see how things develop. Rin Fei stared wide-eyed, not understanding what Song Yuan meant. On what grounds does Song Yuan have the authority to hold a shareholders meeting for Huatai's employees? Song Yuan, don't think that just because you're the president of the G Group, I'll be afraid of you. I'm the chairman of Huatai Financial. The board of directors has no right to cause trouble like this. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. Song Yuan chuckled softly, walked to the conference table, and announced, word by word, "As the largest shareholder of Huatai Financial Holdings, I hereby formally remove Rin Fei from his positions as chairman and CEO. Please be aware of this. Let's vote on who should take this position." Rin Fei felt as if someone had suddenly stabbed him in the heart. He holds more than 40% of the shares, the most among all shareholders, and has the most say in the company. He didn't know why Song Yuan would say such a thing. How could Song Yuan possibly be the largest shareholder of Huatai Financial? Song Yuan, you can't just claim to be the largest shareholder of Huatai Financial without any proof. With so many shareholders in our company, where did you get the shares? Song Yuan said, "Oh," and then asked him, "Are you sure you're all here?" Rin Fei looked at the group of people sitting around the conference table. Two of the major shareholders were missing, Wang Yang and Li Zhongping, whom he had just asked his assistant about. It then dawned on him that the absence of these two was not accidental, but rather a betrayal. Recently, Wang Yang and Li Zhongping have been frequently taking leave, disappearing together. It turns out it wasn't because of family matters, but because Song Yuan had turned them against him. Rin Fei was trembling uncontrollably. He took out his phone and called Wang Yang and Li Zhongping, wanting to question them about why they had betrayed him and sided with Song Yuan. But neither of them answered his call. He tried a few more times before the other side blocked him. Rin Fei was completely flustered and had no idea what to do in the current situation. Song Yuan had his legal team produce relevant documents for everyone present, confirming that he was indeed the largest shareholder in the company, surpassing Rin Fei. The shareholders looked at each other, none of them daring to speak. Huatai Financial is about to undergo a major transformation. It's obvious that the person in front of me is more assertive and ruthless. In their opinion, it wasn't a bad thing that Huatai came into Song Yuan's hands. At least they became relatives of the Ji family and would no longer be in competition with each other. There will no longer be a situation where we are overwhelmed by Credit Suisse. This is a good thing for the company's development, as well as for all shareholders and employees. Except for Rin Fei. He lost absolute control of the company, and from then on, the company's decisions were no longer made solely by him. Rin Fei stood there dumbfounded, as if his soul had been ripped out. He has been busy reorganizing the company these past few days, fixing all the loopholes and messes, and he believes that Song Yuan will have no way to find fault with him. But to his utter surprise, Song Yuan pulled a fast one on him. So what was the purpose of his work during this period? Was it to help Song Yuan clear away the trash and prepare for him before he stepped down? Rin Fei nearly lost his footing, but his assistant, who had been with him for many years, caught him. Song Yuan continued, "For the position of chairman, I recommend myself. For the position of CEO, I recommend Yulin, who holds a PhD in finance. Please feel free to vote." After Song Yuan finished speaking, the conference room was silent for a few seconds. Yulin is the vice president of Credit Suisse Financial Services, and he was promoted by Ji Cheng. For such an important position as CEO, Song Yuan must entrust his own people with the responsibilities he desires. Someone raised their hand. "President Song, I agree that you should serve as the chairman of Huatai Financial, and Mr. Yulin should serve as the CEO of Huatai." Rin Fei was so angry that he was panting heavily. The person speaking in front of him was his most trusted subordinate and also his classmate and friend. They worked together in their early years, moving from Beijing to the port city. They were close friends who could talk about anything, both at work and in life. Now, he was the first to stand up and support Song Yuan, and Rin Fei couldn't believe his eyes. Following suit, others also spoke out. I agree that Mr. Song should serve as the chairman of Huatai Financial, and I agree that Mr. Yulin should serve as the CEO of Huatai Financial. I agree. I agree. Those sitting in the conference room raised their hands one after another to vote. 80% of the people in the meeting agreed with Song Yuan's proposal. As for Rin Fei's opinion, whether he mentioned it or not would not change anything. Song Yuan naturally sat in the seat that Rin Fei had just occupied, exuding the air of a superior. Thank you for your trust. With our concerted efforts, we believe Huatai Financial will develop very well. After Song Yuan finished speaking, applause rang out in the conference room, and everyone had a smile on their face. Only Rin Fei stood there, stunned, like a pitiful wretch abandoned by the whole world. Chapter 408 A New Emperor, A New Court. Rin Fei was still standing there, his legs feeling like they were made of lead, and he couldn't move. Song Yuan glanced at him sideways and asked, Mr. Rin, are you going to attend the meeting? If so, please sit down and we'll talk. At this moment, Rin Fei had completely lost the ability to think. His mind was filled with thoughts of when Song Yuan had started secretly maneuvering to take over Huatai. He probably already had this idea when he first flew to Hong Kong to deal with the crisis at Credit Suisse Financial. That incident enraged him, causing him to leave himself no room for maneuver. Rin Fei is now filled with regret. Why did he have to provoke Song Yuan for no reason? They were all fooled by that good-for-nothing old man Luo Jin, who caused him to lose his power as the top leader at Huatai. Damn it! He was once defeated by Ji Chung and forced out of the Beijing Circle, and now he has been thoroughly defeated by Song Yuan. The world is so big. Why did he have to provoke that father and son? Rin Fei sat down in the nearest chair, staring blankly at the conference table, his heart trembling with regret. This was the first time Song Yuan convened a shareholders meeting for Huatai. From that moment on, he officially took over Huatai. At the meeting, he appointed 3 of his own people to important positions. They were all long-time employees he had brought from Credit Suisse Financial. It's true that he's taken over, but it's uncertain whether these people will rebel and cause trouble later on. Key positions must be filled by your own people. The saying, one emperor, one bed, is inevitable. Some of the attendees felt sidelined and dared not voice any opinions. They, being in the same financial circle, had heard about Song Yuan's methods to some extent. He could even kick his own uncle out of the group and recently send him to prison, let alone them, who were just minor executives at Huatai with no background and no connection with this big shot. Anyone who dares to suggest anything is courting death. After adjusting the company's upper management structure, Song Yuan also changed some of the company's unreasonable regulations. After that, all internal management issues were handed over to the newly appointed CEO. When there are changes in the company's senior leadership, certain procedures are required. Song Yuan delegates these matters to his subordinates so that he doesn't need to put in any more effort. A shareholders meeting lasted all morning. When the meeting ended and everyone left, Rin Fei was still sitting blankly in his chair, his eyes unfocused. Someone reminded him, President Ren, you should go and tidy up your office now. I saw the new President Yu, walk over and direct people to redesign and renovate. Don't let your things be thrown away as trash later. Rin Fei felt that the biggest piece of trash right now was himself. He ruined himself. When he returned to his office, he indeed saw the newly appointed Yulin directing his subordinates in planning the office. Yulin is the vice president of Credit Suisse Financial Services. They both live in Hong Kong and are in the same social circle. He knew him before. Those who were once inferior to him are now riding on his head and swaggering around. When Yulin saw him come in, he kindly reminded him, Mr. Ren, should I have my assistant pack your things for you, or would you like to pack them yourself? Rin Fei spoke in a soft, weak voice. Throw them all away. Although he still holds more than 40% of the shares, Song Yuan's arrangements at today's shareholders meeting have completely sidelined him. Of his most trusted subordinates, one switched sides to support Song Yuan, and the other 2 sold all their shares to Song Yuan, betraying him completely. Rin Fei walked out of the company building like a zombie, his eyes blank. He called Zhao Machuan. Mr. Zhao, could you come out for a bit tonight? Inside the club, Rin Fei was drunk and had several empty bottles in front of him. When Zhao Machuan entered, Rin Feigong poured himself another glass of wine, feeling increasingly suffocated with each sip. Zhao Machuan snatched the glass of wine from his hand. Stop drinking. I'll have someone take you home. Calm down first, and then we'll think of a way to turn things around later. Rin Fei, perhaps due to excessive drinking, lost control of his emotions and burst into tears. Turn over? Do I still have a chance to turn things around? Now, I have no say in any small project of Huatai Financial. Song Yuan has poached all my people. I'm finished, my life is over. Rin Fei kept repeating the same phrase, saying that he was finished. Zhao Machuan felt that Rin Fei deserved it. He had kindly reminded him a few days ago, and he knew that the calm these past few days was not right. Song Yuan would not let go of the person who had tricked him so easily. Really, he was really ruthless. Both he and Rin Fei believed that Song Yuan would target Huatai Financial and destroy the company. No one expected that Song Yuan would directly change the ownership of Huatai. He couldn't help but think of himself. If he were Rin Fei, sitting in the position of president of Huatai Financial, he would also find it difficult to break the deadlock in this situation. He helped Rin Fei up and led him downstairs. Don't think about it anymore. What's done is done. Go home and get some sleep first. Rin Fei cried and howled all the way. He had never encountered such a terrible thing in his life. Meanwhile, Song Yuan went straight back to Credit Suisse Financial to wrap up his work there, and he could return to Beijing tomorrow. He can't wait to go back and see his two darlings and his wife. Song Yuan was processing the documents submitted by his subordinates when Zhou Su knocked on the door and entered. President Song, something's happened. Zhou Su's expression was solemn. Song Yuan looked at him. What happened? Tell me. Zhou Su handed the phone to Song Yuan. Mr. Song, see for yourself. You were photographed at Mr. Su's banquet that day, and someone leaked the photos with this kind of headline. Even though it's fake, it'll be hard to explain if your wife sees it. Song Yuan's gaze fell on Zhou Su's phone. A set of pictures had already gone viral, showing the scene of that woman rushing into his arms when he came out of the bathroom that day. The angle of the photo taken from the other side was very tricky, making it look like he was dragging a little girl into the bathroom. G Corporation CEO caught on camera flirting with college student in men's restroom. The newly appointed president of the G Group cheated on his wife with a female college student while she was in postpartum confinement. G Corporation President Song Yuan traveled a long distance to Hong Kong to meet his mistress, leaving his wife, who was in postpartum confinement, alone at home taking care of their twins. The headlines were increasingly sensational, suggesting they weren't written by ordinary people, but rather by hired online trolls deliberately smearing them. The comments below were all negative, calling Song Yuan a scumbag, criticizing him for disrespecting women and breaking the rules of marriage, and predicting he would go bankrupt sooner or later. Song Yuan rubbed his temples. He hadn't had time to go online all morning and didn't know that these photos had gone viral online. Without a doubt, they had already reached Gu Xiu. He recalled that yesterday, she didn't answer his video call or send him any messages. Perhaps the person who was up to something had already informed her of this. Song Yuan picked up his phone and sent a message to Gu Xiu to explain the misunderstanding from that day. Zhou Su was even more anxious than Song Yuan. Mr. Song, please delete the post immediately. How can this scumbag who cheated on his wife lead the company if his reputation gets out? Lu Qiqing ran in with his phone in his hand. President Song, something terrible has happened. All the stocks under our G Group have plummeted this afternoon, possibly related to that false news. Chapter 409 confirmed. Lu Qiqing was so anxious that sweat beaded on his forehead. Mr. Song, should we contact public relations now and hire online trolls to suppress public opinion? Song Yuan was unusually calm. What made him uneasy was not the fake news, but that Gu Xiu had not yet replied to his message. Buying online trolls for emergency public relations now will take some time to process. Song Yuan turned on his computer, hacked into the account that had initially posted the photos, and deleted the original post. However, there are still many reposts online, and it's not something that can be completely deleted manually one by one. Doing that would ruin your hands. Song Yuan opened the code editor and began writing a script, his keyboard clattering loudly. not even bothering to reply to Liu Qiqing and Zhou Su. The two of them stood on the ground, not knowing what to do. Zhou Su remained relatively calm, knowing that the president's lack of anxiety meant he was confident in controlling the situation. Song Yuan quickly wrote a script and embedded it into several large forums and websites. Once the program runs, any post that forwards those images, or any reply that is identified by the program, will have its file shredded and deleted. In less than half an hour, the network had been cleaned up by Song Yuan. Only then did he pick up the cup beside him, take a sip of water, and ask Liu Qiqing again. "What did you just say?" Liu Qiqing wiped his sweat. Finally, the boss was paying attention to him. "Mr. Song, I just asked you if you want to activate emergency public relations?" Song Yuan answered casually. "Unnecessary." Liu Qiqing thought of the chart showing the company's stock plummeting, and his throat tightened with anxiety. "But if we don't care and let public opinion run its course, our stock will continue to fall. You have no idea how awful those netizens are saying. They're saying you." Liu Qiqing opened his phone again, wanting to show it to Song Yuan. He refreshed the page a few times, and all the trending posts he had seen in the office earlier were gone. He refreshed his phone in shock, only to find that it was indeed gone. That photo cannot be found anywhere on the internet. Liu Qiqing looked at Song Yuan. "Mr. Song, have you already contacted the public relations department?" Song Yuan neither confirmed nor denied it, leaving it to him to guess. "Don't worry about the stock market crash. Since the news is fake, it will rebound in the next few days after today's drop. You all go ahead and get busy." After seeing these people off, Song Yuan calmed down and recalled everything that had happened in the port city. He felt that Zhao Machuan was definitely involved. He had previously searched for information about Zhao Machuan online, but the information he found was incomplete, as if it had been hidden in the room. Song Yuan stared blankly at the computer for a while, then hacked into Zhao Machuan's computer. He rarely hacks into private computers. As a hacker, Song Yuan has almost never done anything immoral. The biggest heist he ever committed was hacking into the internal system of a small company a few years ago. It was a large corporation that had insulted China. Song Yuan attacked and destroyed their servers, deleted all their customer information, and exposed their confidential documents. That incident caused a tsunami-like sensation in the hacker community. The other side searched online for several years but couldn't find any trace of the person who was slandering them. Song Yuan snapped out of his reverie and focused his attention on the computer. He has already accessed Zhao Machuan's computer. Now, Song Yuan can freely open all the files, information, and save data on Zhao Machuan's computer. Song Yuan suspected that Zhao Machuan had released the photos, but he couldn't find them on Zhou's computer. But this doesn't mean Zhao Machuan was wronged. He could have had his subordinates do it without getting involved himself. Song Yuan looked through the other person's computer and found a folder on a certain drive. The folder had a rather unusual name, a single character, G. This attracted Song Yuan. Why did Zhao Machuan name this folder G? Without hesitation, he opened the folder, which contained a lot of photos. Song Yuan was startled. All those photos were of the Ji family. There were his grandfathers, the old ladies, Ji Cheng, Ji Ming, Ji Feng, and then Ji Sheng and him. Song Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of fear as if he were being targeted by a villain. Then open another table in the folder, which clearly marks the relationships within the Ji family. There are also several documents that provide detailed information about all the companies under the Ji family's control. Zhao Machuan's research on the Ji family exceeded Song Yuan's expectations. Song Yuan clicked on the last photo. It was of a strange woman, not anyone from the Ji family. Song Yuan saved the unfamiliar photo to his own computer and then withdrew from control of Zhao Machuan's computer. Song Yuan called Zhou Su in and showed him the photo of the strange woman. Does this person look familiar? Zhou Su has an excellent memory. With just a glance, he recalled the information the private investigator had given him some time ago, which included a photo of this woman. Zhou Su's brow twitched violently. "President Song, this is the woman your third uncle is keeping on the side. I can't be mistaken." Zhou Su took out his phone, found the chat history with the private investigator, and compared the photo with the woman on Song Yuan's computer. Although the photos were taken at different ages, it's clear they are of the same person. It's confirmed. Song Yuan narrowed his eyes. Zhao Machuan was the child his third uncle had left outside. The other party has been causing trouble for the Ji family for some time now, and everything has been explained. Song Yuan didn't understand what Zhao Machuan was trying to do. Are you going to do something heinous to the Ji family? Song Yuan dared not think any further. If that were the case, Zhao Machuan, with nothing to lose, would be fearless. If he were to fight back and hurt any member of the Ji family, it would be an irreparable wound. Song Yuan felt it was necessary to talk to Zhao Machuan to see what he really wanted. He instructed Zhou Su, contact Zhao Machuan and ask if he's free to have dinner together tonight. Zhou Su didn't quite understand the president's behavior, but he did as he was told. Zhao Machuan quickly replied, and Zhou Su reported back on his phone. President Song, Zhao Machuan said he's not available today and will reschedule when he returns to Beijing. Judging from his attitude, he doesn't seem to want to accept the invitation. Song Yuan hummed in agreement and told Zhou Su, send him that woman's picture and don't say anything. Zhou Su immediately took a screenshot of Zhao Machuan's mother's photo and sent it to Zhao Machuan's WeChat. Following Song Yuan's instructions, he didn't send a single word. At that moment, Zhao Machuan was having dinner with his mother when he received the message from Zhou Su, and his face fell. Chapter 4, 10 Personal Feud. Zhao Machuan is returning to Beijing tomorrow. He promised his mother he wouldn't go out tonight and would spend the evening chatting with her. He replied to the other end of the line, and the dinner with Song Yuan was arranged for the evening of the next day. Upon receiving Zhao Machuan's reply, Zhou Su immediately reported it to Song Yuan. President Song, I've arranged dinner with Zhao Machuan for tomorrow. I'll secretly arrange extra security to prevent that bastard from using underhanded tactics. Song Yuan hummed in agreement. The next day, before boarding the plane, Song Yuan received a phone call from Old Su. Song Yuan. That servant was interrogated for 2 days straight until he was practically skinned alive before he finally confessed that it was the adopted son of the Zhou family who bribed him to do this. What do you think is the best way to resolve this situation? If you're still angry, I'll chop off one of that Zhou family brat's hands as an apology. Song Yuan had already guessed this outcome. Grandpa Su, thank you for standing up for me. I have a personal grudge with Zhao Machuan. I'll settle it with him alone. I won't trouble you to take action. Mr. Su responded on the phone. All right, you can handle it yourselves. If you can't, feel free to come to me. Since this happened at my banquet, I promise I won't let you suffer any injustice. I understand. Thank you, Grandpa Su. After hanging up the phone, Song Yuan boarded his private jet. Before the plane took off, he opened his phone and scrolled through the news. This morning, he released a series of videos taken at the bathroom entrance on the day he attended Mr. Su's banquet, along with a recording he made in the bathroom. Yesterday, he was being criticized as a scumbag across the internet. But today the situation has taken a turn for the better. Everyone exclaimed that the world of business tycoons is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, and that business warfare is indeed so real. Netizens expressed their sympathy for him, who had been subjected to a day of online harassment for no reason. Song Yuan was glad that he had been careful enough to record the audio. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to explain himself. After finishing the meeting, he sent Gu Shiyu a message. Taking off soon, missing you all. Gu Shiyu quickly replied to him. Safe takeoff and landing. More than 3 hours later, Song Yuan's plane landed in Beijing. The moment he stepped out of the cabin, he felt even the wind on his face was pleasant. Zhou Su had already arranged for a car to pick him up at the airport, so Song Yuan didn't go back to the company and went straight home. During his short few days away from home, he missed his family terribly. He wanted to go back and hug his 2 babies. The car drove into the villa's garage, and Song Yuan took the elevator upstairs. At that moment, Gu Shiyu was walking around on the ground with a postpartum belly band around her waist. The 2 babies had just woken up, and Song Leah and the nanny were changing their diapers. After getting off the elevator, Song Yuan hugged Gu Shiyu first, then changed his clothes, washed his hands, and went to the nursery. When Song Leah saw her son return, she gave him a complicated look. Come with me for a moment. Song Leah was so angry after seeing the attacks against him online yesterday that she couldn't sleep. At the same time, she was also worried that the incident would affect the young couple's relationship. After all, the photos were taken very clearly. As a woman herself, If she put herself in the daughter-in-law's shoes, she would definitely make a scene in this situation. Song Lia asked him, "What's the deal with those photos online? Are you involved with that woman?" Song Yuan sighed. "Mom, I don't know her." Song Lia was so upset yesterday that she couldn't even eat after seeing all the insults. So today she simply didn't open her phone to look at them. They had no idea that Song Yuan later released evidence to clarify the situation. Song Lia said angrily, "You don't know her, so how did you get photographed with her? Let me tell you, this is a matter of principle. Don't mess around, and apologize to Sure You properly." Song Yuan scratched his head. "Mom, did you disconnect from the internet today?" Song Lia snorted. "Do I even dare to go online? I'm about to get depressed from all the online abuse. Your dad told me to stay out of it, that I can handle it. But those people are insulting my son. How can I not be angry?" Song Yuan took out his phone and handed it to his mother. "Mom, I've issued a clarification. It was all a misunderstanding. Shiyu has seen it too, and the misunderstanding between us has been cleared up." Song Lia looked at him suspiciously. Real? After watching the surveillance footage and recording that Song Yuan had sent, she was so frightened that she gasped for breath. "So, you were almost framed? Don't go to Hong Kong anymore. Let your dad go instead." Song Yuan. "Mom, aren't you afraid that something like this might happen to Dad?" Song Lia said indifferently. "Your dad's an old man. What can he do if you force women on him?" Just as Song Lia said this, Ji Chun came up from downstairs to check on the baby and ran into Gu Shiyu at the door of the children's room. Song Lia's words left the entire family of four speechless with embarrassment. Gu Shiyu reacted quickly, pretending not to hear anything, and shouted into the house. "Song Yuan, the bathwater is ready. Go take a bath now." Song Yuan responded, and then took Gu Shiyu and made a hasty escape, leaving the battlefield to the elderly couple. The two went back inside and closed the door. Gu Shiyu couldn't help but laugh a few times, and Song Yuan asked her what she was laughing at. Gu Shiyu remained silent, while Song Yuan tickled her. Gu Shiyu nestled against his chest, begging for mercy, but her words were not pleasant to hear. "I think that even in 30 years, I won't have to worry about you going to Hong Kong on business trips anymore." Song Yuan was both angry and amused. "I insist on exercising and taking good care of myself to try to live longer than 30 years. Gu Shiyu asked him, "How many beauties did I meet on this business trip? Were they pretty? Did they have better figures than me?" Song Yuan chuckled. "I don't know. I didn't dare to look." Gu Shiyu glared at him. "Who taught you the standard answers? Did you search for them online?" Song Yuan lowered his head and kissed her. "I'm telling the truth." Gu Shiyu leaned back to hide. "No, not yet." Song Yuan missed her so much and just wanted to kiss her for a while. He wasn't the kind of person who didn't know his place. Her body hadn't recovered yet, so that kind of thing wasn't possible. He lured her back. "If you don't want to do it, just kiss for a little while to satisfy your craving." They ended up in the bathroom while they were kissing. He only promised not to do anything else, but he couldn't promise anything else. Song Yuan followed her chin down, his nostrils filled with a sweet scent. He never expected it to taste like this. Gu Shiyu punched him. "Let go, there wasn't much to begin with." Song Yuan calmed down, a smile playing on his lips, looking quite satisfied. After Gu Shiyu washed her hands, he kissed her palm and couldn't help but praise her. "The baby's hands are nice too." Gu Shiyu continued to punch him, but the force was so weak that it didn't hurt at all, and Song Yuan endured it all. In the afternoon, Song Yuan stayed home to soothe the children and spend time with the three of them. It was almost dinner time when Zhou Su arrived with his driver to pick him up. "Mr. Song, we can set off now." He was going to have dinner with Zhao Machuan that evening. Song Yuan said something to Gu Shiyu, and then walked out of the house with Zhou Su. Zhou Shooting's restaurant wasn't too far from the Peninsula Villa. He knew the boss had just returned home from a business trip and wouldn't go out unless there was something really important to do. Choosing a restaurant that's close by can save a lot of travel time. Chapter 4:11 Onset of Illness. When Song Yuan's car arrived at the restaurant, he got out and saw Zhao Machuan's car parked in the parking lot. Zhao Machuan was leaning against the car door with a cigarette in his mouth. Seeing Song Yuan get out of the car, Zhao Machuan put the cigarette between his fingers and chuckled wickedly. "You're here, Brother Qian?" He stopped calling Song Yuan President Song and started calling him Brother Qian. When Zhao Machuan saw the photo of his mother sent to him by Song Yuan's assistant, he knew that Song Yuan had investigated him thoroughly. Zhao Machuan knew this day would come, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Song Yuan always managed to do things that were beyond his comprehension. For example, he could easily obtain confidential internal documents of Huadai Financial, and even after he had erased all traces of his background, he was still able to find him. He could also easily crack the computer virus that Xiaonan Network had spent more than a month developing. He seemed to have a third eye, as if the world held no secrets for him. Zhao Machuan's use of the term brother Qian was highly ironic, unlike the way Ji Xing addressed it. Song Yuan could also hear the resentment in his voice. But it doesn't matter. He didn't come here to hear Zhao Machuan call him brother. Who would want a brother like that? Now that everything is out in the open, no one is going to maintain a facade of politeness anymore. Song Yuan asked him, "Aren't you going in? There's no aphrodisiac in my drink." Zhao Machuan chuckled. "What's the meaning of bringing so many security guards? Are you not going to kill me after dinner?" Song Yuan's lips curled slightly. "Kill you? You're dreaming. Even if I were to kill you, it wouldn't be my people doing it. I'd use someone else. Only a fool would get their hands dirty." Zhao Machuan believed that Song Yuan was telling the truth. He had the ability to kill him silently, or even make him wish he were dead. But he wasn't afraid of Song Yuan. The barefoot aren't afraid of the ones wearing shoes. When he decided to return to Beijing, he left himself no way out. He was determined to take revenge on the Ji family. He had to avenge himself and his mother. Since that person is dead, let the rest of the Ji family take the fall. Zhao Machuan threw the half-smoked cigarette on the ground and stomped on it, his expression somewhat resentful. If the monsoon were that cigarette, but it would use every ounce of its strength to grind it into ashes. It's a pity he's dead, which makes his revenge less satisfying. The two entered the private room one after the other. Song Yuan brought Zhou Su with him, while Zhao Machuan came alone. After serving the dishes, Zhou Su also left the private room and stood guard outside the door. Zhao Machuan was particularly curious. "How did you find out about me?" He used his connections to erase all information about his mother in Beijing and Hong Kong, as if she had vanished into thin air. Despite this, Song Yuan still managed to trace it back to his mother. He seemed to have superpowers, something Zhao Machuan had to admire immensely. Song Yuan wouldn't tell him how he had thoroughly investigated him. He could easily hack into other people's computers, but he disdained such unethical behavior. This time, Zhao Machuan pushed him to the limit. Song Yuan asked him, "Zhao Machuan, what's wrong with you? What are you trying to do?" Zhao Machuan's eyes were bloodshot. He hadn't slept a wink last night and had been smoking all night. He flew back to Beijing early this morning. He gritted his teeth and asked Song Yuan, "You asked me what I want to do? Your Ji family still has the nerve to ask me what I want to do? You should ask the dead Ji Feng what he wanted to do first." He tried to calm his anger, but it seemed he couldn't calm it down at all. "Ji Feng, he has a wife at home, but he lied to my mother that he was single. My mother gave birth to me in Gangcheng. What kind of life did we live during those years? We lived with people talking behind our backs. During the most difficult times, my mother would go to the market to pick up rotten vegetable leaves that others had torn off and eat. Now that I'm able to do it, what do you think I should do?" Song Yuan felt sorry for his background, but also felt angry. "Your and your mother's misfortune was caused by Ji Feng, and has nothing to do with the rest of the Ji family. What era are we living in that you still believe in collective punishment?" Zhao Machuan is now almost insane. He can't even think about eating. He even wants to eat people. It has nothing to do with the Ji family? Go back and ask the old lady if it has anything to do with her. While Ji Feng was dating my mother, the old lady arranged for Ji Feng to get married. She looked down on my mother because she was an orphan with no background and didn't deserve to enter the Ji family. Do you think it has anything to do with her? Song Yuan. The one with connections is Ji Feng, the old lady. What business is it of anyone else? Zhao Machuan, are you out of your mind? Zhao Machuan clenched his fists on the table and pounded them hard. I'm sick, of course I'm sick. In 2023, I had depression and attempted suicide 3 times but failed. Guess how I survived? It's the belief in revenge that has kept me alive until now. Why should my mother and I live in the gutter while you all enjoy such a peaceful life? On what grounds? I'm going to take revenge on the rest of the Ji family. You think your business is doing so well? Doesn't the old lady look down on everyone because of that? I'll ruin your business, bankrupt you, and make that old hag kneel before my mother and beg for forgiveness. Song Yuan was shocked. This was something he hadn't expected. Zhao Machuan actually had severe depression, so severe that he was suicidal. His thinking had become rigid, and he was emotionally agitated. Song Yuan realized that it was impossible to communicate with him properly at this time. He even felt that Zhao Machuan might be provoked into going crazy by someone's unintentional remark. Zhao Machuan, calm down first. Zhao Machuan couldn't calm down at all. He hadn't vented his anger for a long time, and the resentment in his heart had been fermenting. Now that he had broken ties with Song Yuan, he could no longer suppress the fire. He kept pounding the table with his fists, breaking the cup next to him and smashing it on the ground, and knocking over 2 plates of food on the table. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Su, who was waiting outside the door, quickly opened it and came in. Mr. Song, are you all right? Zhao Machuan was panting heavily, as if the energy from that experience hadn't worn off yet. Seeing that something was wrong, Song Yuan told Zhou Su. He might be having a seizure. Call 120 immediately. Zhou Su took out his phone and dialed a number. Security guards who had been waiting in the shadows filed in to protect Song Yuan's safety and also to restrain Zhao Machuan to prevent him from hurting anyone or committing suicide. The restaurant owner was also terrified and evacuated all the customers on this floor, cooperating with Song Yuan's men to keep an eye on Zhao Machuan. Zhao Machuan's mind went completely out of control, and he smashed things to vent his anger. He even smashed several pieces of glass in the private room with his fists, and blood dripped from his fists, but he seemed to feel no pain at all. About half an hour later, the ambulance arrived. Song Yuan watched as he was taken to the car and given a sedative, which finally calmed him down. This person is both hateful and pitiful. Song Yuan arranged for Zhou Su to go to the hospital to handle Zhao Machuan's paperwork and pay the fees, but he didn't go with him. These were matters of grudge between the old lady and Zhao Machuan and his mother, and Song Yuan felt that they should be allowed to resolve them themselves. Chapter 412. The real Ji Li has been found. Song Yuan returned to his parents' place. Ji Chung was in his study when Song Yuan knocked on the door and entered. Dad, there's something urgent I need to tell you. Ji Chung assumed it was a company matter and looked up to ask him. Is there some difficulty in the work being done in the port city? Song Yuan said calmly. No, it's my third uncle's son. I did find him. Ji Ching's expression turned serious. Is this the person you asked me for photos to compare with before? Song Yuan. Yes, his name is Zhao Machuan, and he's the current president of Xianan Networks. I met with him today to discuss some business, and that's when I discovered he has severe depression, so severe that he's suicidal. During the meal, he fell ill, so I called 120 and took him to the hospital. He harbored great resentment towards his third uncle and the old lady, which even affected the Ji family. I'm afraid he might do something hurtful. Dad, do you think we should talk to Grandma about this? Ji Chung remained silent for a long time. The old lady has become obsessed with finding him. Now that we know who he is, we definitely have to tell her. I'll talk to her about this. You take care of your own family and don't need to worry about anything else. Song Yuan said, I understand. Ji Chung put on his coat and went downstairs. Song Lia asked him where he was, but Ji Chung left with a gloomy expression, seemingly not even hearing his wife talking behind him. Song Yuan told his mother, my dad probably went to the old lady's place, but Ji Li has been found. Song Lia paused for a moment. Don't worry about him. Don't get involved in the messy affairs of the Ji family. You've already done them a huge favor by helping them find the person. You can't handle the grudges of the previous generation, and I don't want my children to get involved anymore. Song Yuan thought so too. Mom, I know, I'm going back now. Song Yuan returned to his bridal chamber. The 2 babies were fast asleep, while Gu Xiyu wandered aimlessly around the floor. This postpartum period was driving her crazy. Fortunately, there are still a few days until Xiao Bao's 1-month celebration. At that time, she could also go out and do what she wanted. Zhao Machuan's matter shocked Gu Xiyu. Does he have such a serious illness? Song Yuan was also helpless. He went to settle accounts with Zhao Machuan, but he didn't expect to run into Zhao Machuan's illness. In the end, he even took Zhao Machuan to the hospital and did a good deed. Judging from his tone, He has had depression for many years and has been living in a very repressed mood. Gu Shiyu sighed. Well, he's kind of pitiful too. Even the most hateful person has a pitiable side. Stay away from this kind of lunatic in the future and avoid provoking him if you can. I don't want to get involved with people like that. Song Yuan Xiao. You told me to stay away, just like Mom did. My dad went to see the old lady and told them to handle it themselves. The old lady's right eyelid has been twitching non-stop since yesterday. There's an old saying, a twitching left eye means good fortune, while a twitching right eye means bad luck. The old lady is quite superstitious about this, and she hasn't left the villa since yesterday, staying in her room to pass the time. But today, my eyelids are twitching even more. She tidied herself up and prepared to go to sleep, but she still felt uneasy. I had just turned off the bedroom light when I heard Ji Ching knocking on the door. Mom, are you asleep? The old lady turned on the light and sat up again. Come in, you're still awake. Ji Ching pushed open the door and came in and told her, Mom, we found Ji Li. He grew up in Hong Kong and came to Beijing today. His current name is Zhao Machuan, and he's the president of Xiaonan Networks. The old lady's mind immediately cleared up, her headache and blurred vision disappeared, and she even found Ji Ching more agreeable. She thought her precious grandson was suffering somewhere, but she didn't expect him to be doing so well. He was actually the president of Xiaonan Network. She had heard of that company. It couldn't compare to the size of the Ji family, but it wasn't a small company either, and it had its own unique business. The only thing that upset her was that her grandson's name was Zhao Machuan, not Ji. How could the descendants of the Ji family have a different surname? Her grandson must change his surname back. If he's not called Ji Li, he must be called Ji Machuan. The old lady put on her coat and excitedly spun around on the ground. My grandson has been found. You old geezer, did you hear that? My grandson has been found. The old lady was so excited that she didn't know what to do. She even forgot that Ji Ching was still standing on the ground and took out the empire she had accumulated over the years from the cabinet. A whole box of gleaming gold bars, he muttered to himself. My grandson, all of it for my grandson. Ji Ching looked at the old lady with a cold eye. In his eyes, this gold was nothing, but everything the old lady owned was subsidized by him, her son. He never knew where the old lady had spent all her money. It turned out she had exchanged it all for gold. She wants to give all that gold to her grandson. Before the real Ji Li was found, Ji Sheng was her beloved. After the real Ji Li was found, Ji Li became the person she cherished most. She showed favoritism to his face, and now she doesn't even bother to hide it. The old lady's behavior is heartbreaking. After counting the gold bars and wrapping them up, the old lady asked Ji Cheng, Where is he? Shall we go find Ah Feng's child now? I want to make it up to him. Ji Cheng told her. Zhao Machuan has severe depression. When Song Yuan found him, he took him to the hospital. It's getting late now, so you should get some sleep. If you want to go find someone, you can do it tomorrow. The old lady couldn't sleep at all. After hearing the news, she lay in bed with her eyes open, waiting for dawn. When she heard that her beloved grandson was in the hospital and suffered from depression, she was heartbroken and immediately had to go to the hospital to stay with him. She went with him to the dressing room to get her clothes. Ji Cheng, wait for me. We're going to find Ji Li now. She was an elderly woman who wasn't very agile, but she dressed in just a few minutes and came out of the room. She then woke up Ji Ming and his wife, as well as Ji Sheng. She wanted to get the whole family together to pick up her beloved grandson, take him to recognize his ancestors, and return him to his clan. The entire building was lit up, and no one had a moment's peace. Ji Sheng was getting annoyed. He rubbed his eyes and went downstairs, but he dared not disobey the old lady's orders. After changing his clothes, Ji Sheng hid in the bathroom and called Song Yuan. Brother, Grandma went crazy last night. She insisted that Uncle San's son had been found, and she dragged our whole family away, saying she was going to pick up Uncle San's son and take him home that very night. I just fell asleep, but I don't think this house will ever have peace. Song Yuan told him. If you want to go, then go. If you don't want to go, then make up an excuse. He's your third uncle's son, not your son. Ji Sheng was jolted awake by a single sentence. What did it have to do with him that his third uncle's son had been found? I'm not going. After hanging up the phone, Ji Sheng emerged from the bathroom, clutching his stomach and hunched over. Mom, Grandma, my stomach hurts so much. Do you have any medicine for stomach upset? I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts so much. Chapter 4:13 Something happened at your ancestral grave. The second son's wife didn't want to go out in the middle of the night, but when she saw her son calling for help, she rushed back to ask, Ji Sheng, what's wrong? Do you have acute gastroenteritis? Mom will get you some medicine right away. The mother and son helped each other upstairs. Once they reached a blind spot, Ji Sheng straightened up. Mom, I'm going to bed. His mother slapped him. You unlucky kid, you're acting so realistically. I thought you really had gastroenteritis. Go back home now and don't come out again. If your grandma sees you, she'll start nagging again. The old lady was pacing anxiously in the lobby. Why isn't Ji Ming's wife coming down yet? Ji Ming's wife. The second son's wife held onto the stairs and called out. Mom, you go ahead. Ji Sheng has gastroenteritis. I'm worried about leaving him home alone. I'll stay and watch over him. The old lady glared fiercely at the upstairs neighbor, then said to Ji Cheng and Ji Ming, Let's go. The car drove directly to the hospital where Zhao Machuan was. After Zhao Machuan was given a sedative, the doctor prescribed him a lot of medication to control his mental illness. Zhou Su helped him find a caregiver, and after settling everything in, he went home. The old lady arrived in the middle of the night with her two sons, but the hospital building was already locked. The hospital's director had a connection with Ji Cheng, and they were able to enter the inpatient building without any problems. The old lady went straight to Zhao Machuan's ward. As she walked there, tears streamed down her face. She was thinking about her son who had died young. Ji Feng's death nearly killed her. Now that she has found Ji Feng's only remaining child in this world, she will cherish him and give him all her love. The old lady thought a lot on the way about what to say to her beloved grandson when they met, how to greet him, and how to take him home. She even imagined herself hugging her beloved grandson and crying. The old lady stopped nervously as she approached the ward door. After calming herself down, she knocked on the door of the ward. But no one inside responded. She thought the child might be asleep, so she knocked a few more times, but there was still no response. She couldn't wait any longer and gently pushed open the door in front of her. She went in full of joy, only to find the bed empty. There was no one there at all. The old lady panicked immediately. Where's my grandson? Where did he go? Did we get to the wrong room? Nurse. At this time, the nurses on duty are also taking turns to rest, and there are only 2 nurses on duty at the nurses' station. 2 nurses rushed over, thinking the patient had some kind of emergency, but were immediately scolded by the old lady as soon as they entered. Is this Zhao Machuan's ward? Where is he? The nurses were terrified and immediately started looking for the person, but they searched the entire ward building and couldn't find a single person. Finally, they checked the surveillance footage of that floor together, but they didn't find Zhao Machuan leaving from there. But this ward does belong to Zhao Machuan. When the doctors and nurses went to check on him at night, he was still lying in bed sleeping. Now the patient has mysteriously disappeared. The nurses were too scared to speak. If the patient was lost, the 2 nurses on duty would not only be criticized, but also given demerits and fined. This matter can be considered either minor or major. If the patient were young and jumped off a building, their careers would be severely affected, and they might even be fired. The 2 little girls were so anxious they were about to cry. A living person can't just disappear into thin air, can they? Ji Cheng returned to the ward to check, and found that the window had been opened. This was on the 4th floor, and there was a pipe outside the window. The safety net that was originally covering the window had also been removed. The answer is self-evident. Zhao Machuan jumped out of the window. The old lady wiped away her tears, her heart trembling. No wonder her eyelids kept twitching. Falling from a height of 4 stories would kill someone, and if her precious grandson were in any danger, it would be her life. Quick, go down and look for them. Ji Cheng and Ji Ming followed the hospital security guards and a group of nurses to the building directly opposite the window. They searched the area thoroughly with large flashlights, but couldn't find Zhao Machuan. The old lady breathed a sigh of relief. If they had found the person, they would have been either dead or crippled. If they weren't found, it means the person is safe. But the old lady is too old to be frightened, and now she is so weak that she can't even stand up and needs to be supported. Ji Cheng and Ji Ming supported her from both sides. Ji Ming was also annoyed. Why was he out causing trouble in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Mom, let's go back first. We can talk about it tomorrow. It's too late to find anyone. Old lady. No, I won't go home until I find my grandson. You too, don't worry about me, go find him. The old lady suddenly remembered something. Call Song Yuan. Yes, Song Yuan has people under his command. We'll definitely be able to find him. She urged Ji Chung. Hurry up and call Song Yuan. Ji Chung had no intention of looking for Song Yuan. Mom, it's one thing for you to torment your son, but Song Yuan has no obligation to you to put up with your midnight tantrums. He manages such a large corporation, and he still has to take care of the kids when he gets home at night. You can't just do whatever you want. The old woman was breathing heavily, and after a long while she said, If you won't hit me, I will. She took her phone out of her pocket and discovered that she didn't have Song Yuan's number saved in her phone. Before Song Yuan was recognized, she and Song Yuan got along quite well and exchanged contact information. Later, when Song Yuan was recognized by Ji Chung and even took over the company, she angrily deleted all those contact details. Now, when she tried to use it, she discovered that she could no longer contact Song Yuan. The old woman was so anxious that she cried at night. My grandson, where have you been? Come home with Grandma. Ji Ming and Ji Chung were helpless against her and could only stay by her side. The old lady refused to go home and made a scene in the hospital courtyard until dawn. When she was too tired to continue, she finally got into the car, but she kept her eyes open and refused to sleep, nor did she want to go home. She even refused to drink water. The old lady muttered something under her breath. I'd rather be dead. I'm an old man who has to bury his son, and now I can't even find my grandson. I'd rather die and be done with it. Ji Ming was worried. Big brother, you have to think of something quickly. If this keeps dragging on, not only will Mom end up in the hospital, but we'll both be in there too. Ji Ching's patience was almost gone. Let's die with her. She just doesn't want everyone around her to have a good time. Ji Ming sighed. Brother, after living with Mom for so long, I finally understand what kind of life you've been living all these years. Brother, you've suffered so much. Ji Chung stood leaning against the car door, his face also looking unwell. He had undergone heart stent surgery and was getting on in years, so his doctor advised him not to stay up late. After such a long night, he wasn't feeling well either, with thick dark circles under his eyes. Ji Chung said, I'll wait here. You go in, register, and give her a sedative to help her sleep. Ji Ming jumped out of the car. Brother, why didn't you say so sooner? We should have hit you last night. He strode towards the outpatient building. Ji Ching's phone rang. Excuse me, is this Ji Chung? Something happened at your ancestral graves. Chapter 414, The Sky Has Collapsed. Ji Chung asked. I am Ji Chung. What happened at the cemetery? The other party was a security guard at the cemetery. He discovered the problem during his morning patrol, quickly found the family's phone number in the form, and called. Your family's ancestral graves have been destroyed. Ji Ching's heart was pounding. He felt very uncomfortable and had no energy left to care about anything. Ji Chung dialed Song Yuan's number, his voice weak and listless. Son, go and take a look at our family ancestral graves. I received a call saying that our family ancestral graves have been destroyed. Song Yuan sensed something was wrong with his father's voice, so he quickly went downstairs while still on the phone. Dad, are you all right? Where are you? Ji Chung told him. I'm at the hospital where Zhao Machuan is hospitalized. Zhao Machuan ran away last night, and your second uncle and I stayed here with the old lady all night. Song Yuan had already imagined that scene. Dad, you can't stay up late. You can wait for me there. Song Yuan went out and picked up Ji Chung along the way, so they could go to the hospital to see how his father was doing. The ancestral graves were vandalized. No matter what, they belonged to the dead. In his eyes, nothing was more important than the living. When the brother and sister arrived at the hospital, the old lady had already been taken to a ward and given a sedative, and the world became quiet. The brothers Ji Chung and Ji Ming sat listlessly on the sofa in the hospital room. Ji Chung's face was deathly pale. It was frightening to look at. Song Yuan immediately contacted the attending physician who had performed the heart surgery on Ji Chung, who told him to bring someone over to investigate immediately. Song Yuan and Ji Chung took people to see a doctor and had an electrocardiogram done. Fortunately, there was nothing serious. However, The doctor said that for safety reasons, it was recommended to stay in the hospital for 3 days to cooperate with the treatment and observe the condition. Song Yuan got his father hospitalized. Ji Chung was admitted, and Ji Qingxue stayed by his bedside. Song Yuan had other things to do. On the other side, in the old lady's hospital room, Ji Mingxing looked at his mother lying on the bed with a blank expression. The old lady is currently in a coma and cannot hear anything we say. Ji Ming vented his resentment. Why are other people's old ladies so worry-free? Can't you stop causing so much trouble? Look at your 2 sons. How old are they? My eldest brother has already been hospitalized due to all the stress, and I'm next. If you ruin my brother and me, who will take care of you then? As the elder of this family, you have no manners whatsoever. You just do whatever comes to mind, and you won't stop until everyone is in the hospital. It is said that there are no filial sons at the bedside of a chronically ill patient. Ji Ming now feels that the old lady is actually easier to take care of now that she's sick. She's less energetic and won't bother people as much. If this continues, not only will the eldest brother not be able to take it, but he won't be able to either. Sometimes, he even had malicious thoughts, thinking that it would be better to replace his father buried in the ancestral grave with an old lady. The old man favored his eldest brother, but at least he was reasonable, didn't cause trouble, and wouldn't make a scene. The old lady indiscriminately plagued the whole family, making it impossible for anyone to have peace. If elders are not loving, how can younger generations respect them? Ji Ming leaned back on the sofa, unable to sleep, afraid to go out, risking his life to stay here. After leaving the hospital, Song Yuan went to the cemetery. He talked to the security guards to find out what was going on, and then headed towards the Ji family's ancestral graves. When he got closer, he realized that the situation was much worse than the security guard had described. Uncle's tombstone was completely splattered with red paint. The grave had been dug up, but it seemed the other party didn't have any good tools and gave up after digging half of it by hand. But a corner of the coffin was sticking out. On the other side is Grandpa Song Yuan's grave, which is less damaged. At least the coffin is not exposed, but the tombstone is also stained with some paint. Song Yuan called Zhou Su and asked him to contact a funeral home, order 2 tombstones, and then come over to repair the grave. The workers wouldn't arrive too quickly, so Song Yuan first scooped up some soil and threw it on Ji Feng's grave to cover the exposed corner of the coffin. He wandered around for a bit, and then his dad called. Ji Qing lay in the hospital, still thinking about the ancestral graves. Song Yuan, how's the ancestral gravesite? Song Yuan didn't dare tell him the truth, afraid of upsetting him. I've already scheduled someone to come and fix it. It's not a big problem. Ji Chung breathed a sigh of relief on the other end. Let me know when it's fixed. Okay, I understand. An hour later, Zhou Su arrived with several workers, who brought tools to repair the damaged tomb. The tombstone is custom-made and will take a few days to be engraved. Song Yuan had someone bring 2 pieces of black cloth to cover the steel that had been splashed with red paint. Song Yuan knew who did it. It was no one but Zhao Machuan. Zhou Xuan. President Song, do you think Zhao Machuan might be thinking of committing suicide? Although he always hurts us and he's a crazy guy, at least it's a life, and I really don't want him to die. Song Yuan's expression was indifferent. Life and death are determined by fate, and we can't control other people's karma. Let's go back to the company first. Song Yuan hadn't been to the company for 2 days, and his work phone kept ringing off the hook. After dealing with the ancestral graves, he had his driver take him directly to his company. There are a bunch of urgent matters that require his decision-making. Song Yuan was so busy that he slept at the company right around midnight. For the next few days, he was very busy and could only find time to visit his father in the hospital. Ji Chung stayed in the hospital for 3 days and recovered well, so the doctor approved his discharge application. The old lady was also taken back to the villa by Ji Ming. For the past 3 days, Zhao Machuan seemed to have vanished into thin air. Song Yuan asked Zhou Su to keep an eye out for the clubs Zhao Machuan frequented, as well as the restaurants and cafes around his house, but Zhao Machuan was nowhere to be found. 3 days later, Zhou Su received a call informing him that the 2 tombstones he had commissioned for his boss's ancestral graves were ready. After arranging things at the company, Song Yuan headed towards the ancestral graves. The car could only be parked at the exit of the cemetery, so Song Yuan got out and walked in on foot. As we approached the Ji family ancestral graves, we faintly heard crying. Song Yuan walked over and saw the old lady hugging Ji Feng's tombstone and crying. The tombstone had been splashed with paint and hadn't been replaced yet. The old lady was devastated and cried terribly. Ji Ming stood behind the old lady, unable to stop her or persuade her, and just kept shaking his head. The workers have already brought over the new tombstone. Mr. Song, when will we get the new ones? They needed to hurry to their next job. Ji Ming hugged the old lady and moved back a little. Mom, don't cry. Song Yuan made new tombstones, and we'll get new ones for Dad and my third brother. The old woman cried until she had no strength left, but when she saw the new tombstone being carried over, her eyes showed some comfort. The workers worked quickly and efficiently, digging out the 2 damaged stone tablets and replacing them with new ones. In the old lady's eyes, her son was finally clean. When she arrived and saw the tombstone that had been splashed with paint, she felt utterly devastated. Chapter 4:15 Dirty. The new tombstone was in good condition, and the old lady took out a silk scarf from her bag and carefully wiped the tombstone of Jifeng. She really loved this son very much, but God just wanted to punish her. If she had a choice, she would have preferred another son to take Jifeng's place in death. The old woman knelt in front of the grave, wiping away her tears, while Ji Ming stood behind her, waiting for her to finish venting. After settling the matter of the ancestral graves, Song Yuan started walking towards the exit when Ji Ming called him back. Song Yuan, did you offend someone in the business world? Otherwise, why would someone target our family's ancestral graves? This shouldn't be happening. Song Yuan shrugged. There are so many people in the Ji family. Why don't you ask others, especially the old lady? When it comes to offending people, no one can compare to her. Ji Ming sighed. Your second uncle was just asking casually. He didn't mean to blame you, so don't take it to heart. Song Yuan didn't linger any longer and strode towards the exit. He had only walked a few minutes and was still more than halfway to the exit when he heard a wailing sound behind him. He turned around and saw Ji Ming wrestling with a tall man. Song Yuan was slightly nearsighted, and he couldn't see the person's face clearly from this distance. Zhou Su reminded him. President Song, it's Zhao Machuan. Zhao Machuan. They didn't see Zhao Machuan at the grave just now, so it seems he's hiding. Song Yuan and Zhou Su went back and ran towards their ancestral graves. At this moment, Song Yuan saw that the old lady was lying on the ground, and he didn't know if she was all right. Ji Ming, a man in his 50s, was no match for a strong young man in his 20s. He quickly lost the upper hand, and Zhao Machuan pinned him to the ground. But after this struggle, Zhao Machuan also exhausted some of his strength. Song Yuan jumped over and kicked him, and Zhao Machuan was caught off guard and fell into the grass. Ji Ming took the opportunity to subdue him. The 2 newly erected monuments were splashed with red paint. Ji Ming, his eyes bloodshot, gripped Zhao Machuan's neck and choked him. Who are you? Why are you destroying our Ji family's ancestral graves? Do you have a death wish? Ji Ming pinched him hard, and Zhao Machuan coughed a few times, his face turning red as he struggled to breathe. Beside her, the old lady woke up, but she had no strength to get up. She lay there helplessly, her voice hoarse from crying. Song Yuan told Ji Ming. Second uncle, his name is Zhao Machuan. He is the posthumous child of third uncle. Upon hearing this, Ji Ming loosened his grip a little, allowing Zhao Machuan to catch his breath. Upon hearing Song Yuan's words, the old lady forced herself to sit up and looked at her eldest grandson lying on the ground. At this moment, she no longer cared about the tombstone. Her beloved grandson appeared. The old lady wiped her eyes and scolded Ji Ming. You bastard, what are you doing? Let go of the child. Ji Ming completely let go, but dared not stand too far away, remaining vigilant at all times. This kid didn't seem like a good person. He even dared to destroy his father's and grandfather's graves. It was simply outrageous. As soon as Ji Ming let go, Zhao Machuan sat up. The old lady mustered her strength and slowly got up, moving towards Zhao Machuan. Good boy. Come here and let Grandma give you a hug. Do you know how long we've been looking for you? Grandma has been wanting to bring you to see your father for a long time. Zhao Machuan spat and dodged to the side. Get away from me. Don't touch me with your disgusting hands. They're filthy. The old lady was stunned. This was not the scene she had imagined. When the grandfather and grandson first met, they must have embraced and wept, feeling as if they had known each other for a long time. Child, what's wrong? Zhao Machuan's illness is intermittent. When he encounters something or someone that bothers him, he initially becomes tense and his muscles tighten. Then, he becomes somatized and loses control of his brain. They might commit suicide or do something crazy to vent their frustrations. Before coming to Beijing, his symptoms had basically subsided, which is why his mother agreed to let him come here to work. But after encountering the Ji family, he didn't even realize that his illness was relapsing. The old lady's approach was already making him uncomfortable. Zhao Machuan clenched his fists tightly at his sides, the veins on his arms bulging clearly. Don't come any closer. I told you not to come any closer. Don't you understand? The old lady couldn't believe that her own grandson would speak to her in such an attitude. Her youngest son, Jifeng, was such a polite and sensible child. Naturally, he wouldn't have given birth to such an unruly grandson. This child probably takes after his mother. But no matter how rude he is still her own grandson. The old lady didn't argue with him. Child, how are you doing out there? Come home with Grandma. Grandma will make dumplings for you. Your father loved my dumplings the most when he was alive. He could eat a whole bowl of them every time. You'll definitely love it too. Zhao Machuan's eyes were bloodshot. When he heard the word father, he couldn't help but vomit, even though he hadn't eaten anything for a day and a night, and had only drunk some water. What came out was just acid from the stomach. Zhao Machuan's head was buzzing. He heard many strange noises that made him feel uncomfortable all over. When the old lady saw Zhao Machuan vomit, she was heartbroken and went over to pat his back. The moment she touched Zhao Machuan, his composure seemed to reach a breaking point. He was about to snap, and he abruptly flung his hand away. Get out. I told you to get out. Get the hell out. The old lady was thrown into the air, but luckily Ji Ming caught her. Otherwise her old bones would have been broken. The old lady still stubbornly approached, wanting only to hug her grandson whom she had been longing for day and night. Song Yuan, standing to the side, couldn't bear to watch any longer. Please don't upset him. He's probably having another attack because of what you've done. When the old lady looked at Song Yuan, her eyes turned sharp. Don't speak. His father is gone, and I am his closest relative now. How could I possibly trigger his illness? If anyone should be triggering him, it should be people like you. You just kicked him. Why did you hit someone as soon as you came out? Song Yuan died speechless. Didn't you hear him tell you to get out? He's about to break down mentally. The old lady wouldn't listen. After leaning against Ji Ming to catch her breath, she continued to hunch over and move closer to Zhao Machuan. Ollie, don't be afraid. Grandma is here. No one can hurt you. Come into Grandma's arms. Zhao Machuan stared blankly at the old woman who was getting closer to him. Her wrinkled face gradually changed before his eyes, like the most sinister witch in the horror movies he had seen as a child. His gaze gradually became unfocused, filled with fear, tension, anger, and grief. A flood of emotions overwhelmed him, making it hard to breathe. He could only gasp for air with his mouth open. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. He jumped up and kicked Ji Feng's tombstone violently, going crazy and kicking it like crazy. But he was still not satisfied, so he squatted down, clenched his fists, and punched the mound where Ji Feng was buried again and again. His knuckles were peeling, but he felt no pain at all. He seemed to have lost all his senses and was completely devoid of pain. Even if someone stabs him in the back now. Chapter 416, One Woman Ruins 3 Generations. Zhao Machuan's outburst finally subdued the old lady. She dared not go any further, but seeing Zhao Machuan destroying her father's grave like a madman, she felt as if someone was tearing her heart out. Her youngest son was her life, but now her grandson is in such a state, and she feels that her life is so bitter. Her beloved grandson has become like this because of that woman's instigation. She was very glad that she had separated the couple and prevented that woman from entering the house. Otherwise, marrying the wrong woman could ruin 3 generations, and the whole family would be destroyed by her. Seeing Zhao Machuan destroying the grave and recklessly harming himself, she was burning with anxiety and anger, crying and screaming. Ollie, stop. Your own father is buried in there. Digging up your own father's grave will bring you divine retribution. Stop it now. Zhao Machuan vented his anger until he was exhausted and collapsed to the ground, his eyes still staring blankly ahead, completely lifeless. Like a walking corpse. This time, the old lady threw herself on him, crying and hugging him, but he didn't respond. He was alive, yet he seemed dead, like someone in a martial arts drama who had their acupoints sealed. Except for blinking once in a while, his body remained motionless. Ji Ming was terrified to see a severely depressed patient go crazy like this for the first time. Song Yuan, what should we do now? Song Yuan just had Zhou Su call 120, emergency services. Zhao Machuan's current mental state is not suitable for him to come out, and he is also an uncertain factor for society. He shouldn't go to a regular hospital for treatment. Half an hour later, the ambulance arrived. Several staff members carried Zhao Machuan on a stretcher to the parking area at the entrance of the cemetery. The elderly woman was worried and insisted on going with the medical staff, but they disagreed, as people her age need a guardian to accompany them at all times. Song Yuan had Zhou Su accompany him in the car to the mental hospital. The old lady later made a scene with Ji Ming, threatening to kill herself. Having no other choice, Ji Ming drove her to chase after the ambulance, all the way to the most famous hospital in Beijing for treating mental illnesses. This time, the old lady couldn't hold back anymore. Why a mental hospital? Why did you bring my precious grandson to a mental hospital? Ji Ming held her in his arms. Mom, please say less. Zhao Machuan needs immediate professional medical treatment. This is for his own good. We, as family members, should cooperate instead of causing trouble for the doctors. The old lady couldn't accept that her grandson had mental problems. Where is Song Yuan? Where is Song Yuan? Was it his idea to send Ollie to a mental hospital? Ji Ming sighed. Mom, Song Yuan did nothing wrong. And Zhao Machuan's condition suddenly worsened so much because you really provoked him. We only met him for the first time. You were too hasty. He had never met us before and didn't even know you were his grandmother. If you suddenly hugged him and said those affectionate things, a normal child needs time to process it, let alone someone with severe depression. The old lady did not agree with Ji Ming's words. I don't care. I can't leave my child alone in there. Please let me in too. I'm begging you to lock me up as well. I have a mental illness too. I can't live without seeing my grandson. The medical staff don't care who she is. They just follow the procedures. Sir, please go home. The patients here all have mental illnesses and family members are not allowed to stay with them. We have professional caregivers, so please don't worry. You just need to leave your contact information. We'll contact you if the patient needs anything. The old woman left her phone number and begged for help, crying. Please let me in. Click. The door was tightly shut. Ji Ming finally managed to carry the old lady into the car, locked the door, and drove home. He's lost a full 4 pounds in the last 2 days. This old lady is driving him crazy. He felt that if things continued like this, he would die before the old lady. Meanwhile, Song Yuan dialed Zhao Machuan's mother's number, thinking he should ask that aunt to find a way to bring Zhao Machuan back to Gangxing for treatment. Firstly, he had received treatment there before and has complete medical records. Secondly, if he stayed in Beijing, Zhao Machuan would eventually be driven to his death by the old lady's provocations. The call connected, and a gentle female voice came from the other end. Song Yuan introduced himself. Hello, Auntie, I'm Ji Qian. Song Yuan gave his other name, and there should be no need to say more. The other party would know which Ji he was. The other end was silent for a few seconds before it was about to hang up. Song Yuan interrupted. Auntie, please let me finish. Zhao Machuan has run into some trouble here. His depression has relapsed, and he's in the hospital now. Could you come to Beijing? The other side suddenly panicked. My son, how is my son now? Song Yuan didn't want to talk about his illness. He has been taken to the hospital for treatment. If it's convenient for you, please come over. His recovery might be faster if you are there. The other side quickly agreed. Okay, I'll fly over tonight. This number is valid for contacting you, right? Can. After hanging up the phone, Song Yuan went back to his parents' place. Ji Cheng had just been discharged from the hospital, and Song Yuan didn't dare to upset him, so he didn't mention what happened at the ancestral graves today. He only said that Zhao Machuan had been found and was now in the hospital receiving treatment. Song Leah breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness we found it so quickly, otherwise I wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. I always feel like there's a pair of eyes watching our family, trying to harm us. Ji-chung felt it was a pity. It seems that the child has had a hard time with his mother all these years and has suffered a lot. Ji-feng is really a sinner. If they can't be together, they should break up, and they shouldn't have let her get pregnant out of wedlock. Song Lia knew best about Ji-feng and that woman's affair. She had witnessed the old lady's power back then. She was ruthless in breaking up couples, and even went so far as to privately attack and verbally abuse the woman. Not every woman can handle it. Song Lia continued. Back then, if the old lady hadn't been so opposed, Ji-feng wouldn't have married Lu Xinmei, and if it weren't for Lu Xinmei, Ji-feng wouldn't have died. All of this was caused by the old lady. Ji-chung remained silent, agreeing with Song Lia's statement. Ji-Qingshu sighed from the side. The old lady dotes on third uncle like her own life. Do you think she'll be so angry that she'll die if she sorts things out? Song Yuan said. I notified Zhao Machuan's mother to come and pick him up. Zhao Machuan's condition is already so serious. I think we should still notify his mother to come, no matter what. After all, Zhao Machuan has lived with his mother since he was a child. I just don't know if the old lady will let him go. I guess there will be trouble again. Ji-chung nodded. You did the right thing. His mother should be informed about this. The Ji family has already wronged them. We can't let them bully us anymore. Chapter 417, It's impossible to contact that person. Around 7 a.m., before Song Yuan's alarm clock went off, the phone rang. Mr. Ji Qian, I'm sorry to bother you. I am Zhao Machuan's mother. I am currently in Beijing. Could you please give me his address so I can come and pick him up? Song Yuan rubbed his eyes, his sleepiness dissipating. Auntie, I'll send you the hospital where Zhao Machuan is. He's not in a good mental state right now, so you should be prepared. The person on the other end sighed and said something. Thank you for your help. Beijing International Airport. The woman walked out of the exit, dragging her suitcase. 26 years after leaving the city, she had sworn at this airport never to set foot on this land again. But now, she has no choice but to come back for her son's sake. In Hong Kong, she had already arranged a hospital for Zhao Machuan. They just needed to complete the transfer procedures here. She came on Zhou Shiji's private plane this time, and brought a medical team and bodyguards with her, which can guarantee that Zhao Machuan can be safely brought back to Hong Kong for treatment. In the future, she also did not want her only son, whom she had protected with her life, to ever set foot on this land again or have any contact with anyone from the Ji family. After receiving the address, the woman and her entourage headed straight for the Heiress Mental Rehabilitation Hospital. She looked at the street scenes on both sides of the road. Beijing had changed a lot in the past 20 years, but the biggest change was in her. 26 years ago, she worked at a restaurant for several days while pregnant, saving up enough money for a plane ticket. After Ji Feng's unexpected death, the card he had left with her was emptied of its contents by Ji Feng's wife. Lu Xinmei found her and demanded the marital property that Ji Feng had spent on her. It was then that she learned that Ji Feng had secretly married the woman arranged by the old lady. She was kicked out of the house by Lu Xinmei, who also took all her belongings. Pregnant and unable to find work, she spent 2 days working at a 24-hour convenience store. Later, she met the owner of a barbecue restaurant and worked there for a month, which allowed her to barely make ends meet. Before leaving the city, she was a pregnant woman with nowhere to turn, afraid that Lu Xinmei would ask her for money, and afraid that the old lady of the Ji family would come to her and call her a shameless vixen. Now, she is the wife of a real estate tycoon in Hong Kong, and she is no longer afraid of anyone. The car stopped at Heiress Mental Rehabilitation Hospital, and Li Jingxian got out. Winter had already arrived in Beijing. She pulled her coat tighter around her as she went to the entrance to register. The staff at the gatehouse made a phone call inside and regretfully informed her that, "Madam, I'm sorry, but only family members can help transfer patients here. Your ID number is not the family member number registered when Zhao Machuan was admitted. The family member registered here is the patient's grandmother. Your family members should go back and discuss this further." Since there are no household registration books in the port city, Li Jingxian took out Zhao Machuan's birth certificate. The mother's column read, Li Jingxian. "Comrade, could you please ask again for me? I am Zhao Machuan's mother. I've come to take him back to Gangsheng for treatment." The staff member checked and confirmed it was indeed the patient's mother. He then called back and quickly reached a conclusion. "I'm sorry, ma'am. Our hospital's policy is that we must notify the registered family members when transferring a patient to another hospital. Even immediate family members cannot be brought in without registration. The family entrusted the patient to us, and we must be responsible for him." Li Jingxian's face tightened. She would never contact that old woman again. Since the Ji family called her and asked her to come pick up her son, it meant they didn't want to take care of him. Li Jingxian was about to take out her phone to contact Song Yuan when she heard an old voice coming from not far away. Grandma Ji had rested enough today, so she forced Ji Ming to bring her to find her grandson. "Doctor, nurse. Open the door. I need to see my grandson." Li Jingxian got goosebumps when she heard that voice. Even after many years, she still couldn't forget that voice. She seemed to have post-traumatic stress disorder related to it. Back then, old Mrs. Ji stormed into her workplace and made a scene. In front of her boss and colleagues, she called her shameless, accused her of being a mistress, slapped her several times, and told her to leave Jifeng. That incident had a significant impact on Li Jingxian. She lost her job because of it, even though she was at the peak of her career. The tragedy of Li Jingxian's life was all caused by this old lady. The old woman's shouting attracted the attention of some people. The medical staff already knew her because, among all the patients' families, this old woman was the most difficult and hardest to get along with. If you said the wrong thing, she would threaten to file a complaint. Two nurses in uniform ran out to greet people. "Sir, you can rest assured that you have entrusted the patient to us. Visits are not allowed here, but we can record a video for you to see. Your grandson is doing well inside. He's been cooperating with treatment since he went in yesterday. Also, he might only react to certain people or things. If possible, could you provide information about his daily life and social circle? Our assistants will then help us doctors create a customized treatment plan." The old lady's face immediately fell when she heard that she wasn't allowed to go in to see the people. "Is this a legitimate hospital? You wouldn't beat my grandson in here, would you? I demand to see 24/7 surveillance footage." The nurse was speechless. "Sir, patients also need privacy." The old lady disagreed. "Why won't you show us the surveillance footage, and why won't you let our family members in? Did you beat my grandson? Do you know who I am? I am the chairwoman of the G Group, and Ji Cheng's biological mother. You're disrespecting me like this, I'll hire a construction team to raise your hospital to the ground." Ji Ming tried to pull her away but couldn't, and wanted to cover the old lady's mouth, but didn't dare. That's so embarrassing. Ji Ming felt sorry for himself and also sympathized with his older brother. The two brothers were doomed to be tormented by this old woman for the rest of their lives. The medical staff came out to apologize repeatedly, bowing and smiling apologetically, but the old lady wouldn't buy it. She just wanted to see her grandson, and no amount of persuasion would work. The staff at the reception desk watched the commotion for a while, and then looked at the wealthy woman who had just come to handle the transfer surgery for Zhao Machuan, and thought that she didn't seem like a family at all. The staff reminded Li Jingxian, "Madam, didn't you want to transfer Zhao Machuan to another hospital? The elderly man in front of you is the family member registered when Zhao Machuan was admitted. You can discuss Zhao Machuan's follow-up treatment in person." After the staff member in the reception room finished speaking, the old lady looked over here. When she arrived here, she saw an elegant woman dressed in jewels, accompanied by a group of people. They had come to pick up her grandson. Who would dare to come and pick up her grandson without notifying her? The old lady stopped arguing with the medical staff and stared at Li Jingxian with her triangular eyes, scrutinizing her from head to toe. "Who are you, and why are you here to take my grandson?" Chapter 4:18 Kneeling on the ground. Li Jingxian paused for a few seconds, smiled faintly, and clearly didn't want to talk to her. If it weren't for her son's situation, she would never want to see this disrespectful old man again in her life. But at this moment, we have no choice but to negotiate with her. Seeing that the woman remained silent for a long time, her smile tinged with disgust, the old woman felt a surge of inexplicable anger rising in her chest. "Why are you laughing?" The people around Li Jingxian were speaking Cantonese, but the old lady couldn't understand a word and thought they were cursing at her. She glared at Li Jingxian. "Don't think you can insult people just because you know a few words of gibberish. My son will make sure you can't leave Beijing." Li Jingxian found her threatening words laughable. Does your son know that you're ruining his reputation like this? People who don't know the situation might think her son is a gangster. The old woman walked a few steps forward, hands on her hips, and stopped about a meter away from Li Jingxian. She looked at the woman in front of her and felt that she looked somewhat familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen her before. What is your relationship with my grandson? Li Jingxian took out Zhao Machuan's birth certificate to show her. I am Zhao Machuan's guardian. He is not your grandson and has nothing to do with you. Please stop using that title to annoy us. The old lady noticed that the mother's name on the birth certificate was Li Jingxian, while the father's name was blank. The old lady stared in shock at the woman before her. She used to think that the woman was soft-hearted and timid, and that she would be too scared to reply to anything she said. The woman in front of me is different from before. She speaks more firmly and dares to talk to me like this. The old lady chuckled. Li Jingxian? You're Li Jingxian. Li Jingxian ignored her and asked the staff member in front of her. The person who registered my son when he was admitted is here now. Can I process his transfer to another hospital? The staff member nodded. Sure, a simple phone call would suffice. I'll contact the people inside now to arrange Zhao Machuan's transfer to another hospital. Li Jingxian said politely. Thank you. You've gone to so much trouble. The old lady was stunned when she heard this. She had just tried to go in to see her grandson, but these people had stopped her from entering. Now, this woman wanted to transfer her precious grandson to another hospital, and they had agreed so easily. I disagree. Zhao Machuan cannot be transferred to another hospital and go with this woman. Li Jingxian scoffed. My son won't come with me, so why would he go with you? You crazy woman. The old lady clenched her hands tightly, walked halfway forward, and then stood in front of Li Jingxian, her eyes filled with anger. Seeing this, Li Jingxian's bodyguard stepped forward, ready to protect his mistress at any moment. Li Jingxian told them to step back. She was no longer the weak woman who could be bullied, but her bodyguard's arrival gave the old lady an opportunity to stage an accident. What? You want to hit me? My son was triggered to have an attack because of you. He had already recovered, but you made his condition revert to what it was 2 years ago. You've already killed your own son, and now you want to kill mine too? The old lady was so provoked by these words that she almost lost her footing. After calming down, she raised one hand, but the slap did not come down because Li Jingxian grabbed her wrist. Old lady, isn't it illegal to hit someone? She pointed to the surveillance camera not far away. Your actions were all filmed. Is this how you make your son look good? The old woman withdrew her hand, panting heavily with anger. I didn't kill my son. It was you. If it weren't for you, you vixen, seducing my son and destroying his family, he wouldn't have encountered that accident. You've brought death to my son, and now you're going to bring death to my grandson. Stay away from my grandson. If you continue to bother him, I'll make sure you can't stay in this capital city. Li Jingxian couldn't help but laugh. It was the exact same line as back then, when she was indeed forced to stay in Beijing. Who do you think wants to stay in this place? As long as you're here, Beijing is disgusting to my son and me. Don't worry, we won't live here. Please stay away from my son and stop bothering us. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you either. The old lady was breathing heavily with anger, and Ji Ming supported her from behind. Mom, Mo Chuan's biological mother is here. Why don't you let her take the child away? We don't know much about the child's condition. It will definitely be better for his recovery if he goes with his biological mother. He'll come to you once he's fully recovered and has thought things through. The old lady refused to accept it. She had finally found her grandson, and she couldn't just stand by and watch him be taken away by this woman. She called out to the staff inside. I am Zhao Machuan's biological grandmother. I do not agree to his transfer to another hospital. Let's see who dares to arrange his transfer. The staff member glanced at Li Jingxian, then at the old lady, and said in a businesslike manner, I'm sorry, if your family members have differing opinions, we will give priority to the opinions of the immediate family members. This is a policy of our hospital. The old lady's legs suddenly went weak, and she was only supported by Ji Ming, who was clinging to her. She muttered something under her breath. You can't take my grandson away, you can't. Li Jingxian ignored her and cooperated with the staff by submitting her documents and signing them. The old lady could no longer stop the situation. The woman in front of her was no longer the innocent little rabbit she had bullied more than 20 years ago. But the thought of her grandson, whom she had just found, being taken away again made her feel like she couldn't go on living. The children of the G family should live properly in the G family. They are her youngest son's bloodline and should not follow this woman, much less take another man's surname or any other nonsense. She had already planned that once Zhao Machuan was discharged from the hospital, she would take him to change his name and surname, and according to the G family genealogy, he would be called Ji Li. She spoiled the wrong people for the past 20 years, and now she'll make it up to this grandson. The old lady, her eyes red, began to speak softly. Li Jingxian, please don't take him away, okay? I was wrong about what happened before. I shouldn't have gone to your workplace to cause trouble, and I shouldn't have embarrassed you in front of your colleagues. But so many years have passed. Is it still necessary for you to remember those things? Li Jingxian was so angry she laughed. Unnecessary. She was driven to the brink of death back then, yet this old woman spoke of it so casually. Of course, it wasn't the old witch who suffered. She wouldn't feel sorry for the misfortunes others endured. Li Jingxian spoke very politely to Ji Ming, who was standing behind the old lady. I'm sorry, Zhao Machuan's illness this time is related to the Ji family. He can't have any contact with the Ji family right now, or he'll be agitated again. Before my son comes out, could you help me take your mother away? Looking at the woman in front of him, Ji Ming thought of his third brother's wife, Lu Xinmei. In terms of both temperament and appearance, the woman in front of him was far superior to Lu Xinmei. I don't know what his mother was thinking back then, forcibly breaking up a couple and marrying Lu Xinmei. He responded and then went to comfort the old lady, but to everyone's surprise, the old lady suddenly knelt down on the ground. Chapter 419 Begging her. Ji Ming was startled. His hand slipped, and the old lady knelt down. He realized what was happening and immediately pulled her away. Mom, what are you doing? Get up quickly, don't let people laugh at you. The old lady's eyes were cloudy from crying. At my age, does my reputation matter? I want my grandson. Li Jingxian, I'm begging you, please don't take my grandson away. He's a member of the Ji family. He has our Ji family blood in his veins. He should be recognized as a member of the family. I beg you. Li Jingxian stared at the old lady in shock. She hadn't expected the old lady to go to such lengths to keep Zhao Machuan. How much did that arrogant, haughty, and self-important old lady of the Ji family despise her family background back then? And how domineering was she? Now I kneel before her and beg her. However, she could never forgive the old woman for what she had done to her, and she could never abandon her son to this terrible family. Her son only saw that the old lady's condition was getting worse. Li Jingxian came to her senses. Instead of kneeling before me, you should go back and burn more paper money for your son so he can forgive you. My son has a father whose surname is Zhou, and he has no relation to your Ji family. Li Jingxian spoke calmly, word by word, but the old lady only heard the ruthlessness in her voice. The old woman began to kneel on the ground and kowtow, making a thumping sound. The bodyguards that Li Jingxian brought protected her behind her, letting the old lady kowtow. The commotion attracted passers-by, but the old lady didn't care about the strange looks. She had only one goal, to take her grandson home. She knew that if she let her grandson go this time, she might never see him again in her lifetime. She will die with her eyes wide open, unable to face her deceased husband and son after death. Ji Ming squatted to the side but couldn't persuade the old lady at all, let alone pull her away. He was on the verge of tears. He had no other choice but to call Ji Chung. Big brother, I really have no other choice. Can you come here? Mom, she. At that moment, Ji Chung and Song Lia were trying to soothe their children, each holding one of them, when this inconsiderate person called. Thankfully, he didn't wake up his little baby. Ji Chung hurriedly handed the child to the nanny and ran downstairs to answer the phone. What's wrong with Mom now? Ji Ming recounted everything that had happened at the hospital entrance. He thought Ji Chung would come over and help him take the old lady away, but Ji Chung said coldly, let her make a scene if she wants. One day she'll realize that not everyone in this world, except her son, will give in to her, and not everyone in the world will have to appease her. We have our pride too. If she keeps acting like this, what will become of my company? Ji Chung hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Ji Chung has just been discharged from the hospital. The doctor advised him to avoid getting angry, avoid emotional excitement, and avoid overexertion. During this season, the flu is rampant, so he decided not to go out unless it was absolutely necessary. As for the old lady, he could spend a lot of money to find her a caregiver and hire a nanny. Nothing is more important than his own health. He also wants to see his grandson go to university, get married, and have children. Ji Ming stared at his phone screen, wishing he could die. Ji Ming simply stopped caring. Let her cry if she wants to. There will come a time when she's too tired to cry anymore. Li Jingxian stood at the front door, looking inside and waiting for her son to come out. As for the old lady, she no longer paid any attention to her. Finally, a doctor in a white coat came out, and Li Jingxian quickly waved to him. Doctor, my son's condition is most sensitive to stimulation. To avoid him encountering anyone who might upset him, could you please drive my car to the hospital building to pick him up? The doctor nodded. Come in. Li Jingxian got into the car and told the driver to drive in. The car stopped downstairs in the hospital building. Li Jingxian got out of the car, and a few minutes later, she saw Zhao Machuan being led out by two nurses, with a caregiver following behind. He was neatly dressed, and apart from being a little gloomy, there was nothing else to tell about his face. It seems he's being taken good care of inside. Her worries have finally subsided. Li Jingxian stepped forward and hugged him. Son, Mom has come to pick you up. Let's go home and leave this place forever. The driver got out of the car and opened the door. Li Jingxian led Zhao Machuan into the car, locked the door, and drove off. The car was very well soundproofed. Even when she heard outside noises, Li Jingxian didn't even glance outside when she passed the old lady. The person had already been picked up. The bodyguards and medical team that Li Jingxian brought got into two other cars, which drove towards the international airport. What happens behind them is no longer their concern. Li Jingxian held her son's hand tightly. My darling, I'm so sorry you've suffered. Zhao Machuan's attacks were intermittent. When he wasn't having an attack, he was very quiet and appeared no different from a normal person to passers-by. However, Li Jingxian could tell from his eyes that her son's eyes were devoid of spirit and light, and his emotions were merely maintained at a calm level. He is at risk of having an attack at any time if he encounters someone or something that triggers him. The crowd at the hospital entrance gradually dispersed, and the medical staff returned to their posts. Only the old woman remained kneeling on the ground, weeping until she was completely silent. In the north, winter is bitterly cold. The old lady already had knee pain and had always taken good care of herself, avoiding getting cold and walking too much. Now she's completely neglecting her health. Ji Ming figured she'd cried enough, so he went over and hugged her. Mom, the person is already gone. There's no use kneeling anymore. Come back with me. Ji Ming had just taken off his down jacket and placed it under the old lady's knees. He was now shivering in a thin sweater. The old lady ignored him completely, as if she had lost her mind. Ji Ming asked again. Mom. He sighed and offered further advice. Didn't you realize that the mother and son harbor resentment towards our Ji family? We really wronged them, and third brother was wrong in what he did. This relationship can't be rushed. If you want to acknowledge this grandson, you have to let go now and find an opportunity to mend things later. If you rush into acknowledging him, he won't accept us. The old lady finally reacted, and two lines of tears squeezed out from the corners of her eyes. Ji Ming's teeth chattered from the cold. Mom, if you don't leave soon, your second son will also die a miserable death on the street. Are you trying to outlive all three of us brothers? Ji Ming tried to pick her up, but before he could hold her, the old lady collapsed to the ground. Mother! Ji Ming shouted, and someone at the gatehouse saw it and immediately ran over to help. Upon hearing someone cry for help, several medical staff rushed out to assist. Although this is a hospital specializing in neurological diseases, the medical staff all possessed first aid knowledge. The old lady was carried into a private ward, and as she wished, she was finally admitted to the hospital's inpatient building. But the person she wanted to see was no longer there. Chapter 421. Let's examine her brain. Ji Ming's nose was running from the cold. He only calmed down after seeing the old lady faint. He breathed a sigh of relief and called his son, Ji Sheng, asking him to bring him a cotton coat and come over to help transfer the old lady to a nearby general hospital. Ji Sheng was on a date with his girlfriend when he received the call, and he looked very reluctant when he arrived. "Dad, what did the doctor say?" "The doctor said it was shock caused by excessive grief. She's out of danger now, but your grandmother is old and needs to have a full checkup at the hospital. This place specializes in mental health, so we need to transfer her to another hospital." Jisheng sighed. "Dad, don't you think my grandma's biggest problem is her brain? What's in her head all day long? Why does she keep causing trouble for people? She should have her brain checked first." Ji Ming remained silent, wanting to light a cigarette to calm himself. But this was a hospital, and that wasn't allowed. At this moment, he finally understood what kind of life his elder brother had lived for the past few decades. The old lady had only lived with him for less than 6 months, and he was already on the verge of going crazy. The older brother had endured this kind of life for decades. He now admires Ji Cheng a little. How could someone who can tolerate even a mother like the old lady not succeed at anything? Ji Ming put on a new cotton coat and accompanied the old lady into the ambulance, which was then transferred to a nearby hospital. Ji Sheng followed in his car. When they arrived at the new hospital, they completed the admission procedures for the old lady. Ji Ming hired 2 caregivers. He needed to rest. As the saying goes, there are no filial sons at the bedside of a chronically ill patient, and he was finding it hard to bear. Now that everyone had been through so much that they were getting sick again, he could only grit his teeth and persevere. Song Yuan continued working as usual. He received a message from Li Jingxian. "We've boarded. Thank you for your help." Song Yuan did not reply to the message. After get off work, Song Yuan went to the mall to check out the rose mist counter. Several salesgirls reported that sales were not very good because the brand of Guiwu focuses on pure plant and no additives, which has a relatively high cost, so the price is also higher than many brands on the market. It's normal for newly emerging brands to be unfamiliar to the public and not yet accepted by the market. Gu Xiyu wants to build up her brand, so Song Yuan has to take some time to help her with that. The market research results that Song Yuan had been asked to do a few days ago have also come out. He took the results and made an appointment with Gu Xiuan to have dinner that evening, intending to discuss with him how to start an advertising campaign. When Song Yuan arrived at the agreed restaurant, Gu Xiuan had already ordered a lot of dishes. Song Yuan went in and glanced at the menu. There were a few dishes that Gu Xiuan didn't eat, so it seemed that they were specially ordered for him. Song Yuan returned the menu to the manager, and the two chatted over tea. "Your sister's product needs some exposure right now. I'm planning to hire a celebrity to shoot an ad and then buy some ad space to run it. Do you have any recommendations?" Gu Xiuan thought about it for a while. "I think we should find celebrity moms who have babies at home to endorse our products, because our main selling point is that they are all natural and can be used even by babies." Song Yuan doesn't follow the entertainment industry and doesn't know anything about those celebrities. "Could you help me think of someone suitable and recommend someone? Someone with a lot of influence, a top-tier celebrity, whose endorsement fee we have plenty of budget for." Gu Xiuan chuckled as he listened to Song Yuan's arrogant and wealthy demeanor. "Why don't you ask me to be your spokesperson? I'm a bit of an internet celebrity now. How much can you offer for an endorsement?" Song Yuan wanted to rip him off, looking like a greedy man. "Seriously, think about it carefully." Gu Xiuan dropped his playful expression. "I know, brother-in-law. I'll look around tonight and send you the best ones. If you have a big enough budget, then it's easy to choose. With you, a big shot, as our backer, I'm sure all the celebrities will be vying to endorse Rose Mist." Song Yuan hummed in agreement. "I don't know much about celebrities, so I'm leaving this to you. Once it's confirmed, I'll have someone go and talk to them." That evening, Song Yuan received a list from Gu Xiuan. It contained 4 or 5 actresses, all of whom were top-tier actresses who had won the Golden Rooster Award, the Golden Eagle Award, and the Magnolia Award. They had many fans, good interpersonal relationships, and no scandals. Song Yuan showed the list to Gu Xiu, and Gu Xiu immediately made her choice. "I chose Manhwa because I'm a fan of her dramas." Song Yuan. "Okay, I'll have someone contact her company." Song Yuan called Zhou Su and explained the matter, asking him to arrange it as quickly as possible. Because the Rose Mist series of shampoos and conditioners are additive-free, their shelf life is relatively short compared to other products on the market, and the inventory in the warehouse needs to be cleared out as soon as possible. Song Yuan wasn't afraid of losing money. He just felt that those products were Gu Xiu's hard work, painstakingly developed bit by bit, and should be used instead of sitting there waiting to expire. A short while later, Zhou Su called to say that everything was arranged and the other party had given up their job offer to prioritize filming the Guiwu advertisement. He said he could bring his team to the Ji family to sign the contract the next day. The next day, Meng Ku, accompanied by her agent, went to the Ji family's office and signed a contract with Song Yuan. The advertisement shoot was arranged on the same day. There are few things in this world that money can't buy, and Song Yuan poured a lot of money into it, just to make his wife happy. In the beginning, he didn't even think about making Guiwu profitable. His first priority was to make the brand known to consumers. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Yuan and Man's full moon gift arrived. Gu Xiu had been eagerly anticipating this, and finally, her confinement period was over. 30 days had passed, and her figure had mostly recovered. Unless she wore tight clothes, no one could tell that she had given birth to twins. Gu Xiu put on makeup and reverted to her domineering female CEO persona. After Song Yuan and she finished getting ready, the two of them went to greet the guests together. Ji Cheng, Song Lia, Song Heng, and Tao Yulian helped to greet the guests. The villa was more lively than ever today, filled with prominent figures from Beijing's elite circles, all of whom were extremely wealthy. The handmade, custom-made Italian Catalana carpets were laid from the villa's main gate all the way to the front door. There weren't enough workers, so Song Yuan transferred all the workers from his parents' side. The gifts from guests at the entrance were piled up like a mountain, and special people were assigned to register them and verify the invitations. Among the prominent figures in Beijing's business circles, everyone knew how much importance the Ji family placed on the 1-month celebration for their 2 babies. No one expected that just 6 months ago, people in the industry were still discussing who would take over the company since Ji Cheng didn't have a son. Now, less than a year later, he has a son and his grandson is a month old. At this moment, no one was happier than Ji Cheng. Ji Cheng was entertaining his old friends when he heard them praising his grandson and granddaughter as adorable. The usually stern man couldn't stop smiling. This banquet was not only a perfect full moon celebration, but also a social gathering for the upper class. After offering their blessings, the guests were free to do as they pleased. Chapter 4, 21 Friendship Across Ages. As the current head of the Ji family, Song Yuan's life is naturally far from peaceful. Everyone wanted to come over and have a drink with him, chat for a bit, and if anyone had the chance to discuss a collaboration with Song Yuan, they were incredibly lucky. Song Yuan was in a good mood today and drank some wine. He found a quiet moment and sneaked onto the terrace to get some fresh air and cool off from the alcohol. Ji Shen called, "Brother, I can't control the old lady anymore. She's really causing trouble. She's recovered these past 2 days, but she started making a fuss again. I heard that when Yuan celebrated her 1-month birthday, Uncle invited all his friends, business partners, and relatives, but he didn't invite her. She cried and shouted that she wanted to confront her uncle. Song Yuan couldn't possibly let the old lady come and spoil the fun on such a wonderful day, or embarrass the whole family in front of so many guests. Keep an eye on her, and don't let her go out." Ji Sheng let out a wail from the other side. "Brother, I also want to attend my nephew's 1-month celebration. I don't want to stay here with the old lady. Can you please let me go? My girlfriend is going, I can't go." Song Yuan didn't answer, but instead opened WeChat, transferred some money to him, and reminded him, "Check WeChat." Ji Sheng took the phone away from his ear, opened WeChat, and his eyes widened when he saw the string of numbers. Song Yuan asked him again, "Can you keep an eye on it?" "Able." Ji Sheng's voice was very firm. "Brother, don't worry. I'll find a rope right now and tie the old lady's legs to mine. We'll stay home today and not leave this house. I won't let her out of my sight for a second." Song Yuan chuckled softly. "I'll treat you to a drink later." "All right, brother, you're busy. After hanging up the phone, Song Yuan received a congratulatory message from Li Jingxian's number. The message was very simple, wishing the 2 little ones a smooth and joyful life. Song Yuan looked at the message. He had never met Li Jingxian, but he felt that this aunt had a good demeanor and was very polite. Song Yuan edited a message asking Zhao Machuan about his recovery over the past few days. In Hong Kong, Li Jingxian sat on the sofa and spoke quietly with the maid, afraid of waking her son who was sleeping inside. The message of blessing was sent by the maid, she reminded her. Madam, they replied to the message, asking about the young master's recovery. Should we reply? Li Jingxian. No need to reply, my blessings are enough. If it weren't for this kind reminder, I wouldn't have known that my son had a relapse over there. I owe him a favor. If Song Yuan hadn't kindly made that call to her, she would never have had any contact with the Ji family in her entire life. Li Jingxian got up from the sofa, tiptoed to the door, and saw that Zhao Machuan had already woken up. Son, aren't you sleepy? Zhao Machuan recently returned to his mother's side, where he is eating well, sleeping well, and in a good mood. He has entrusted all the company's affairs to a trusted subordinate. During the day, he only needs to cooperate with the psychologist for treatment. When Zhao Machuan was not having an attack, he was in good condition and no longer came into contact with the people who triggered his illness. He said with a smile, I'm not sleepy anymore. Let's watch TV together for a while. Li Jingxian didn't mention a word about Beijing. She turned on the TV, found a light-hearted variety show, and the mother and daughter sat on the sofa to watch it together. Beijing City. Song Yuan didn't receive a reply, and he didn't press the matter further. The smell of alcohol had dissipated considerably, and he put away his phone and went downstairs. The commotion downstairs continued, but it was time for the two babies to be fed. Gu Xiu, along with two nannies, carried the babies upstairs. Song Yuan continued to go out to entertain the guests. He saw his father chatting happily with someone. Upon closer inspection, Song Yuan realized it was Su Jiahao. He was quite surprised that Su Jiahao, at his age, would bring his wife to Beijing to attend the full-month celebration of his two babies. He went over to greet him. Grandpa Su, Grandma Su, why didn't you call me before you came? I would have come to pick you up. Old Su was a shrewd man who had made his way in both the legitimate and underworld circles. He knew exactly how busy Song Yuan was, managing a large corporation. He couldn't possibly call someone to come and be his driver. Old Su said with a smile, We've been traveling quite casually this time. You young people walk fast, and we two old folks can't keep up with your pace. This trip to Beijing is partly for sightseeing, but mainly to attend your baby's 1-month celebration. The two little ones are so adorable. Your dad is a lucky man. All his good fortune is yet to come. Ji Chung didn't stand on ceremony. He felt that old Su was right. Even fortune tellers wouldn't dare say that he could find his lost son at this age, and now he even has twin grandsons. Following Su Lao's words, Song Yuan, Yes, my dad is a blessed man, and you and Grandma are blessed men too. Old Su laughed. I still feel indebted to you about what happened last time, and I can't get over it. Your dad and I are close friends despite our age difference. We've even fought together before. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, don't hesitate to come to me, and I'll definitely help you solve them. Song Yuan looked at his father in shock, then at old Su. Did they get into a fight together? It's hard to imagine that my dad was such a troublemaker when he was young, capable of getting into gang fights, even in Hong Kong. Ji Qing coughed. Don't listen to your Grandpa Su's nonsense. It's not true. Old Su gave Ji Qing a disdainful look. Who broke someone's arm? And they still won't admit it. Song Yuan scratched his head. It seemed that these two were indeed close friends despite their age difference, and the fight didn't sound fake. Dad didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't ask any more questions. Song Yuan and the Su couple said goodbye and went to entertain the others. The full moon celebration lasted until the afternoon. After seeing off all the guests, Song Yuan was exhausted. Gu Shuan and Ji Qingxue were in charge of sorting the gifts brought by the guests in the lobby. This whole thing really gave me a fright. The two little ones received so many gifts today, ranging from small longevity locks to antiques worth millions. There are some things that Gu Shuan and Ji Qingxue wouldn't recognize if they weren't listed on the gift list, such as those antiques. They don't collect things and have no idea of their value. Ji Qingxue sighed. My father has finally gotten his money's worth from all the gifts he's given away at other people's banquets over the years. Song Yuan instructed his steward to store all the goods in the storeroom, so that he could use them as gifts when attending other people's banquets in the future. Upstairs, the two little ones are sleeping soundly. Song Yuan glanced into the baby's room and then tiptoed out. Gu Xiu was on the phone in the study when Song Yuan walked in and saw her working. Song Yuan was quite shocked. Whose wife had his papers? She had already returned to work when her baby was only a month old. Song Yuan coughed lightly, and Gu Xiu glanced at him before returning her attention to her work. Song Yuan walked over and hugged her from behind. What are you busy with? Chapter 4:22 Prodigal Father. Gu Xiu is a complete workaholic. The time she spent pregnant and giving birth was the longest period of leisure she had ever experienced. Not being able to work was driving her crazy. Gu Xiu told Song Yuan, I've looked at the sample ads for Rosemary. There are still some things that need to be changed in post-production. Wait for me while I finish sending the email. Song Yuan watched her quietly as Gu Xiu listed out the parts that needed to be modified, one by one, and sent them to the staff on the other side. After she finished her work, Song Yuan asked, You're not planning to start working tomorrow, are you? Gu Xiu looked at him with an innocent expression. Isn't that possible? Song Yuan sighed. Your baby is 1 month old, but you have to wait until 42 days after your postpartum checkup. You can only go back to work if everything is fine. Gu Xiu was about to cry. Why do we have to wait 12 days? Isn't postpartum confinement supposed to last a month? Song Yuan cannot indulge her in this matter. If she doesn't recover properly, it will be too late to regret it later. This is what the doctor said. Go for a checkup 42 days postpartum. For now, stay home and avoid using cold water to prevent your body from getting chilled. It's winter outside now, so you need to take good care of yourself. After this period is over, I'll take you out to have fun. Gu Xiu said sullenly. Okay, but can I handle some work remotely from home now? Song Yuan compromised. A maximum of 2 hours per day, and no more than that. Song Yuan glanced at his watch. You should rest now, otherwise your eyes will suffer. After saying that, he took her out of the study without saying anything else, forcibly dragged her back to the bedroom, and made her sleep. The next day, Song Yuan went to work as usual. As the year draws to a close, all departments are very busy. The HR director came to ask for instructions. President Song, what is the scale of our annual meeting this year, and what is the budget? Song Yuan put down the documents in his hand. What did you do in previous years? In previous years, each department held its own event, which usually involved a meal, a venue for watching a show, and a raffle. This morning, I ran into Chairman G in the lobby. Chairman G said that there are many happy events this year, so we should hold a grand celebration. So, I'd like to ask you, what is the budget for this? Song Yuan was surprised. Did Chairman G come to the company today? Yes, I saw him this morning. Song Yuan had no idea about the annual meeting budget, and he couldn't decide how much to budget for it. I'll go ask Chairman G what he means first. After the HR director left, Song Yuan finished reading the documents in his hand and went to his father's office next door. Sure enough, his father was at the company today. He hadn't seen him at the company for a long time. Dad, what brings you here today? Ji Chung hummed in agreement. It's been a long time since I've been here. I'm back to visit. Under your management, all departments are doing well, and everyone respects you. I feel it's about time. I should transfer all my shares to you. Then I can completely retire behind the scenes and go take care of my grandson. Set a time to gather all the shareholders together and resolve this matter before the Chinese New Year. Song Yuan nodded. Okay, Dad, do you have any suggestions for the company's annual meeting? We're going to have a big annual meeting this year. How about we go to Yunji Island, book a few hotels, and have 3 days of fun at the beach? Song Yuan was shocked. A hotel room? Going abroad? You never know the cost of living until you're in charge of the household. What a spendthrift father. A few days ago, Ji Chung had just instructed Song Yuan that this year's year-end bonus for employees should be generous. On average, each person would receive an extra month and a half compared to previous years, and now the annual meeting is an even bigger expense. These days, annual parties are so big. What's the difference between them and the god of wealth? Song Yuan scratched his head. Dad, with so many people in the company, the hotel and airfare costs a lot of money. It's just an annual meeting. Do you really want to make it this big? Ji Chung had an air of utter wealth about him. This year is a lucky year, and we must celebrate. Half of the money can come from my personal account, and the rest can be paid by the company. I think most people will agree. Song Yuan sighed. All right, this is a publicly funded trip. Who would have a problem with that? I'll have the HR department tally the number of people and make preparations in advance. According to Song Yuan, the The problem would be solved by renting a venue in Beijing to hold an event, such as an annual meeting or a lucky draw. As a result, my dad wanted to throw a big party, probably because of his return to the family this year and the addition of 2 babies, which made him very happy. We'll get on with it. After leaving his father's office, Song Yuan handed the matter over to the HR director, asking her to make arrangements in advance. Just before he was about to leave work, Hua Ziming called and asked him to come to the club for a get-together that evening. That evening, Song Yuan went straight to Yunding Club after work. When he arrived, Hua Ziming, Tang Ming, and Wei Beichen had already finished their first round of drinks. President Song is the busiest, unlike the 3 of us, who can always find time to relax no matter how busy we are. Song Yuan found a seat and sat down. A waiter came over to pour him a drink. Wei Beichen and Tang Ming were shocked when they heard about Zhao Machuan's situation. They knew that Zhao Machuan had done crazy things after coming to Beijing, but they didn't expect that he was really crazy and had such severe depression. Tang Ming sighed deeply. The antivirus software we developed at Dunway Technology has finished testing and is about to enter the software promotion phase. Our competitor suddenly collapsed, making me feel that our victory was a bit unfair. Wei Beichun, who says otherwise? I can understand how Dugu Chobai felt back then. We have no rivals now. Hua Ziming laughed. You two shouldn't be so confident. Our antivirus software hasn't even started selling yet. Be more humble. Tang Ming sighed. We'd love to be humble, but our capabilities won't allow it. The facts speak for themselves. Our antivirus software covers a wider range of viruses and is cheaper. Why wouldn't you choose a better one? Are you out of your mind? What do you think, Mr. Song? I'm starting to feel a little soft-hearted. Song Yuan spoke after a long pause. Now that our competitor is gone, there's no need for us to engage in a price war. Let's set a reasonable price again. Xion Network is currently managed by a senior executive transferred from headquarters by Zhao Machuan. As long as he doesn't provoke trouble and we don't push them to the brink, we can all make money together. Song Yuan ultimately showed mercy. Initially, he didn't intend to destroy Xion Network. It was Zhao Machuan's repeated provocations that angered him. Now that Zhao Machuan has left Beijing and fallen into that predicament, his anger has dissipated. Hua Ziming agreed with Song Yuan's point of view. Yes, our ultimate goal in investing is to make money. We've invested a lot of money up front, and we need to recoup our investment as soon as possible. Setting the price too low wouldn't be worthwhile. Let's reprice it, according to market price, and let users choose. Those who want to use Xion Network can continue using it, and those who want to spend a little more for our Dunway Technologies' wider range of disinfection services can choose Dunway first. The 4 clinked glasses and discussed the price again, deciding not to sell it at 20% below market price, but to set the price at market price. They are confident in their investments and believe that there are many people in the market who pursue high quality and are willing to spend more money to install more advanced software on their devices. Chapter 4:23, Please Show Mercy. The next day, Song Yuan took some time to inspect Dunway. The project leader gave a demonstration, and the result was as Song Yuan expected. It could be said that in terms of functionality, it completely outclassed the one from Xion Network. Wang Yan, the person in charge of Dunway Technology, reported, Mr. Song, tomorrow we will officially announce the launch of our antivirus software on our official Weibo account. Our sales staff have already started promoting and selling it, and we hope it will be a big hit. Song Yuan hummed in agreement. Let's try it for free for half a month first, so users can experience its benefits, and then we'll start charging. Wang Yan's eyelids twitched. Mr. Song, this is a brilliant move. Our antivirus software can not only kill viruses, but also block some unnecessary ads. For ordinary people, there are not many opportunities to get infected, but pop-up ads are a pain point for them. If they experience the convenience, they will definitely pay. Song Yuan. In addition, we're adding a first-time payment discount, and the first 100 customers will receive small perks such as free merchandise. Wang Yan wrote them down one by one. After leaving Dunway, Song Yuan received a call from Lu Qi. Song Yuan, do you have time to meet up tonight? My treat. Song Yuan has no important work scheduled for tonight, nor any business gatherings. Sure, let's grab a drink at our usual spot. Song Yuan had the driver take him directly to the small restaurant where he and Lu Qi often ate together. When he arrived, Lu Qi had already ordered a lot of dishes. They ordered the same few dishes they usually eat, and today they added a lot more. Song Yuan glanced at the order Lu Qi had placed and didn't order any more dishes. Before the food was served, the two sat down and chatted. Song Yuan asked him, "Why did you suddenly decide to treat us today? Did you find some money on the street?" Lu Qi chuckled. "Have you forgotten the million you swindled from Zhao Machuan?" Song Yuan Xiao. "Even if I can't swindle that million from Zhao Machuan, I'll make up for it elsewhere. You're the one who's shouldering all the burden at Fengshui Entertainment. Do you really think your brother won't give you a penny?" Lu Qi cursed. "Damn it. I wouldn't have bought that cheap car if you'd told me earlier. But the reason I called you here today is because of this. You know, Zhao Machuan hasn't contacted me, but someone else has, saying they're one of Zhao Machuan's subordinates." Song Yuan almost choked on his tea. Based on his understanding of Zhao Machuan, he was afraid that Zhao Machuan was too preoccupied to be plotting against him right now. He was curious about who was using Zhao Machuan's name to inquire about him. "How did he contact you?" Lu Qi found that friend's contact on his phone and showed it to Song Yuan. "He added me on WeChat, wanting to find out about the decisions made by the Ji family's top management. It seems he wanted to get insider information to buy stocks in advance. He wasn't trying to harm anyone, but he was quite greedy." Song Yuan couldn't tell anything from the account alone. All moments were blocked. The WeChat name was a single letter, and the profile picture didn't have any special meaning. Song Yuan asked Lu Qi, "Did you bring your laptop?" Lu Qi came directly after get off work and happened to bring his laptop with him. Song Yuan turned on his computer, entered the WeChat ID into the code, and soon the information behind the number was found. Song Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Qi sat opposite him, waiting for the result. "So, did you find him? I feel like this person is one of our company's insiders. He's very familiar with our company's affairs, and he's also a mole planted by Zhao Machuan. We have to catch this person, or I won't be able to sleep peacefully." Song Yuan turned the computer screen towards Lu Qi so he could see for himself. Lu Qi's eyes widened, and he was filled with a torrent of Chinese folk songs. But in the end, he could only utter two words: "Holy crap." "I knew Li Mingqi wasn't a good person, but I never expected him to be Zhao Machuan's mole. I'm afraid the message that I was a hacker was passed on to Zhao Machuan by him. However, this mole wasn't very good. He gave inaccurate reports." Song Yuan closed the laptop and handed it to Lu Qi to put away, while the waiter began serving the dishes. Lu Qi was in a hurry. "Old Song, you tell me how to handle this. Year-end bonuses are coming up soon. We can't let this bastard get away with this, can we?" Song Yuan, "That's definitely not possible. As a boss, Song Yuan cherishes talent the most and gives his employees everything they deserve. However, he is very particular about people like Li Mingqi who have impure intentions and will not let them take advantage of him." Song Yuan raised his glass and gently clinked it against Lu Qi's. "Don't worry, I'll deal with him tomorrow." Lu Qi smiled knowingly at him. He knew this brother wasn't someone to be easily fooled. The next day, Song Yuan called the CFO over as soon as he arrived at the company. It was the CFO who conducted the audit when they acquired Tianyu Technology last time. "I remember when we investigated Tianyu Company last time, you said there were some problems with the accounts." The CFO had almost forgotten about it. She thought that if the boss didn't bring it up, he was turning a blind eye. Little did she know that he was waiting to settle accounts later. She reported the facts truthfully. "Mr. Song, there's a small discrepancy in the accounts, which is suspected to have been misappropriated for personal use." Song Yuan was afraid that he wouldn't embezzle the money. "How much?" "A little over 3 million. Song Yuan's brow twitched. 3 million was nothing to the Ji family, but embezzling 3 million was enough to get Li Mingqi sentenced to 5 years. Save the reports you checked earlier, and then call the police." The CFO paused for a few seconds, then, in front of Song Yuan, dialed 110. The person on the other end replied that they would verify the information. Half an hour later, Song Yuan was in a meeting when Li Mingqi called. He didn't answer and hung up immediately. Then, Li Mingqi made a second and a third call, but Song Yuan ignored them all. His message came through. "Mr. Song, this is Li Mingqi. I have something urgent I'd like to discuss with you. Are you available now?" "President Song, I know we had some unpleasant disagreements in the past, but I hold no grudges against you, and I hope you feel the same way. Can't we just be a peaceful superior-subordinate relationship? Mr. Song, you must have many misunderstandings about me. I hope to have an opportunity to explain them to you in person. Please reply. Song Yuan immediately blocked the number and all his friends. He didn't have the time to listen to those useless words. Let the evidence speak for itself. He brought this whole thing upon himself. Song Yuan silenced his phone and focused on the meeting. After the meeting ended, Song Yuan returned to his office and was startled when he opened the door. He hadn't expected Li Mingqi to be in his office. Upon seeing Song Yuan return, Li Mingqi knelt down with a thud. President Song, please have mercy. Song Yuan walked past him and sat back down in his office chair. A real man only kneels to heaven, earth, and his parents. Don't kneel so easily. You asked me to show mercy, am I wronging you? Li Mingqi turned around while kneeling. President Song, please let me explain. Song Yuan glanced at him indifferently. It seemed the police had already contacted him, and he would probably only have a little free time left. Song Yuan gave Zhou Su a look, and Zhou Su immediately understood and pulled him up. Chapter 4:24 Resignation. Li Mingqi was forcibly pulled up from the ground by Zhou Su, and he had no idea what Song Yuan's attitude would be. But based on his understanding of Song Yuan's style of doing things, he was afraid that he was in grave danger this time. President Song, I did embezzle some public funds, but I encountered some unavoidable circumstances at the time. I can make up for it with double the amount. Please give me another chance. Song Yuan looked at him indifferently. You embezzled public funds a year ago. You haven't made up for it in all that time. Now that the truth has come out, you're thinking of making up for the money. Li Mingqi, if this matter isn't investigated, are you planning to just not pay back that 3 million yuan? Li Mingqi's voice trembled, whether from nervousness or fear. He could hardly utter a complete sentence. Mr. Song, that's not what I meant. I was just about to pay it back when you found out. I admit I was wrong. I only needed this money in a pinch. Please forgive me this time. I'll do anything for you. Just then, Li Mingqi's secretary, Xiao Tang, brought coffee to Song Yuan. Li Mingqi quickly took the coffee from Xiao Tang and respectfully placed it on Song Yuan's desk with both hands. Mr. Song, I was really in trouble that time. My mother needed money urgently for medical treatment, so I misappropriated those 3 million. It wasn't because I was greedy. Song Yuan chuckled. You're a CEO, and you have to take money from the company account to pay for your mother's medical treatment? You don't even have a little bit of savings for your mother's medical treatment? Li Mingqi, listen to your own logic. Does it make sense? Li Mingqi became an overnight sensation, but she couldn't think of a more suitable reason to cover up the controversy, and she was so anxious that her forehead and nose were covered in sweat. Song Yuan was busy and didn't have time to chat with him. Go explain yourselves to the police. I have no obligation to cover up your own mistakes. If there are no consequences for crime, is this society even suitable for human survival? Upon hearing Song Yuan's words, Li Mingqi was eager to kneel again, but Zhou Su grabbed him and forcibly dragged him out. After the door closed, the office finally became quiet. Zhou Su dragged the man away and took him directly to the police station. Li Mingqi had come to Song Yuan's place after receiving a call from the police. Along the way, Li Mingqi went from being disobedient to resigned. He realized that there was no turning back now. Song Yuan is decisive and won't give him a chance. Besides, he had offended Song Yuan in the past. If those things happened to him, he wouldn't forgive someone who had made things difficult for him. The car arrived at the police station, where Li Mingqi begged Zhou Su. Can I make a phone call to my family? Zhou Su did not stop him. Li Mingqi first called his parents, lying that he was going abroad for a few years and would not be able to come back to see them during that time, and told them to take good care of their health. After making arrangements with his wife and children, he obediently got off the bus. He already knew in his heart what the consequences would be, but there were still some things at the company that he couldn't let go of. His brother-in-law, uncle, and Tang brother all work at Tianyu. He couldn't guarantee that Song Yuan wouldn't take his anger out on these people because of him and take action against them. Assistant Zhou, some of the employees at Tianyu Company are my relatives. Could you please put in a good word for them with President Song and prevent them from being implicated? Zhou Su understood his boss's style. He valued talent above all else and wasn't petty enough to fire a whole bunch of people because of Li Mingqi. You don't need to worry about that. If your relatives are capable, the G family will naturally have their place. But if they are just lazy bums, then no one can guarantee anything. Li Mingqi nodded and silently walked into the police station. Zhou Su watched the person go inside, and that was it for the job. Chapter 4:25 Fawning. Today is Tao Yulian's regular checkup day, and Song Yuan will accompany his mother to the hospital this afternoon. At 2 p.m., he finished his urgent work and went downstairs with his driver. He first had the driver take the car back to the Peninsula Villa to pick up Tao Yulian. On the way, Tao Yulian kept repeating, "I'm fine. You're so busy. You don't need to come and keep me company. Your dad can do it too. After you take me to the hospital, you can go back to work. I want to finish work early so I can spend more time with Shiyu and the 2 babies when I get home tonight." Song Yuan Xiao. Mom, you, Shiyu, and the baby are the most important people to me. No matter how busy I am with work, I will make time to accompany you to your checkup. You don't need to worry about anything. Song Hung, sitting in the front passenger seat, found the old lady too talkative and chimed in. My son is right. Don't worry about it. I've arranged everything for you. Just focus on your checkup and stop overthinking all the time. Tao Yulian had very noticeable bruises under her eyes and didn't look well. Song Yuan also noticed it. Mom, have you been feeling unwell lately? Tao Yulian shook her head, and Song Hing spoke for her. Your mom has been urinating a lot lately. She insists it's a side effect of the transplant, but she's just scaring herself. She's been having insomnia night after night. Who can stand going through this? Song Yuan glanced at the few gray hairs at his mother's temples and felt a pang of sadness. He had been too busy with work lately and had neglected to take care of his parents' health. Mom, don't scare yourself. When we go for the checkup later, ask the hospital a lot of questions. Tell them what's on your mind. Otherwise, if you keep worrying about it, you won't be able to eat or sleep well, and you'll ruin your health. Tao Yulian hummed in agreement and nodded. Upon arriving at the hospital, Song Yuan took Tao Yulian directly to the director's office. He had arranged a time with the director in advance, but the appointment had already been booked. Given his status, the hospital would never let him wait in line. The director helped Tao Yulian with her routine checkup, while Song Yuan and his father waited outside. The father and son chatted for a while about Tao Yulian's recent situation. Song Hung then asked Song Yuan about his work, and Song Yuan told him everything in detail. Song Hung responded, but he realized that he knew nothing about his son's work now. When he was a programmer, the two of them could still exchange a few words. He was completely unable to keep up with the conversation. Song Hung stopped asking Song Yuan questions, but Song Yuan still patiently explained some of his daily work routine to him. As they were chatting, the elevator dinged and the doors opened. 2 men and a woman walked over, carrying bouquets and fruit baskets for visiting patients, as well as several boxes of relatively expensive health products. They all had smiles on their faces. Mr. Song, this is for your aunt. I hope she stays healthy. The others also chimed in. Yes, I hope Annie stays healthy and always has a smile on her face. Song Yuan looked up at the 3 people, and it took him a while to realize that they were from Tianyu Company. One of them was Li Mingqi's assistant, and the other 2 were Li Mingqi's relatives. They all held high positions in the company. When Song Yuan worked at Tianyu Company, his position was below these people. Now that Li Mingqi has just had an accident this morning, everyone inside Tianyu Company must be in danger, especially Li Mingqi's confidants. Song Yuan guessed the purpose of these people's visit. Now that Tianyu was under the control of the Ji family, these people could be considered Song Yuan's employees. He glanced at his watch. It wasn't time to leave work yet. Why are you all out now? Li Mingqi's brother-in-law bowed his head and smiled apologetically. Mr. Song, we heard that Annie was coming for a medical checkup this afternoon while we were at work, so we rushed over to see if there was anything we could help her with. Li Mingqi's special assistant, Yang Lei, saw that Song Hung was carrying some of Tao Yulian's belongings and immediately took them from him. Uncle, you've gone to so much trouble. Let me carry your things. Another person asked solicitously. Mr. Song, would you like some water? Uncle, are you thirsty? I'll go buy some. Chapter 426 Bowing and Scraping. Song Yuan glared at them, and they all lowered their heads, not daring to speak again and try to get attention. Just then, the doctor came out of the examination room. Song Yuan didn't have time to deal with them for the moment. Doctor, what were my mother's test results? The director smiled broadly. So far, the recovery is going well. A little rejection reaction is within the normal range, so there's no need to worry too much. As for the discomfort your mother mentioned, she should go to the urology department for a checkup. Song Yuan said, "Thank you." Song Yuan went inside to help Tao Yulian, and Song Hung repeatedly expressed his gratitude to the director. After leaving this area, Song Yuan took Tao Yulian to the urology department and explained the situation to the doctor. The doctor gave me a referral and ordered a urine test. Song Hung comforted Tao Yulian. "See, I told you I didn't have a kidney, but you didn't believe me. The doctor said I'm recovering very well. Now you can't say I don't know anything and just talk nonsense, right? If you have nothing to do, watch some TV dramas. Don't keep overthinking and scaring yourself unnecessarily. You'll make yourself sick even if you're not." Tao Yulian felt much relieved. There's still one more test to complete. At this point, a nurse ran over. "Mr. Song, your mother's test results are in." Song Yuan said thank you, took the prescription, and went inside to find the doctor. The doctor glanced at it and began prescribing the medication. "It's a urinary tract infection. I'll prescribe some medicine for you. Go home, drink plenty of water, and eat a light diet. Everything else is fine." Tao Yulian finally felt completely relieved. "Just a urinary tract infection?" "Doctor, yes, it's a common urinary tract infection." She thought the frequent urination these past few days was due to a kidney problem, and now she felt as if a huge weight had been lifted off her shoulders, and even the air felt fresher. After picking up her medicine and leaving the hospital, Tao Yulian was even humming a song. This was the best mood she had had recently. "Son, go ahead and do your work, don't worry about me. Your dad and I will just take a taxi home. You've been so busy, this afternoon must have taken up a lot of your time, right?" Song Yuan, "I have no plans for this afternoon. I'll have my assistant clear this time. Don't always be afraid to bother me. If I don't bother my own son, who else can I bother?" Song Hung continued, "Your son is right. Just mind your own business." Song Yuan helped the elderly couple close the car door. Just as he was about to get in, he saw that the people he had just seen at the hospital were still following them. If Song Yuan hadn't seen them, he would have almost forgotten that his mother's bag was still in the hands of Li Mingqi's brother-in-law. When the three saw Song Yuan looking at them, they quickly greeted him with smiles. "Mr. Song, are you taking your uncle and aunt home? Do you need any help?" Song Yuan's brow twitched. "Is Tianyu's workload not full lately? If not, then we need to rethink our plans." Li Mingqi's brother-in-law handed over the bag with both hands. "Mr. Song, this is Auntie's bag." Li Mingqi's assistant, fully prepared, tentatively began to speak. "President Song, the reason we came here is to make a statement to you. We were unaware of what Li Mingqi did, and we were not involved. We are just the most down-to-earth employees of Tianyu, the most basic laborers. We hope you won't have any prejudice against us because of Li Mingqi." The other two nodded in agreement. Yes, Mr. Song, you are very generous. Please don't take your anger out on us because of Li Mingqi. We will definitely work diligently and will not do anything that violates company rules. President Song, although I am related to Li Mingqi, I joined Tianyu through a proper interview process. At that time, you may not have been at Tianyu yet. However, we've met before. Song Yuan couldn't recall when he had met this person before. Even if he had, as a lowly director, he wouldn't have been qualified to speak directly with the top executives. "You guys go back first. Don't do these meaningless things in the future. I really want to fire someone, but I won't change my mind just because he bought my mom a bottle of water or carried her bag. If you are exceptionally capable, Tianyu Company will definitely provide you with a place to make your mark. Otherwise, don't even mention that you are Li Mingqi's brother-in-law. Even if you were my own brother-in-law, it wouldn't work." The three couldn't figure out Song Yuan's thoughts. Was he going to fire them or not? In any case, this trip today was a waste of time. Let fate decide. The group dared not say anything more, lest they waste the boss's time and anger him, which would only lead to further trouble. The three men nodded and bowed. "Goodbye, Mr. Song. Goodbye, Mr. Song. Goodbye, uncles and aunts." Chapter 427 Despicable Image. Song Yuan ignored the three men and got into the car. He first took his parents home, and after sitting for a while, he went back to his marital home with Gu Shiyu. At that moment, Gu Shiyuan sneezed violently several times while sitting in the hall. Gu Shiyu shooed them away with disdain. Are you done talking? If you are, get out of here. Don't give me and the baby your cold. Gu Xiuan looked aggrieved. Sis, I don't have a cold. Maybe someone is talking badly about me. I rarely sneeze. Did you even listen to what I told you? Sister, I'm begging you. Please come down from the mountain. Gu Xiu glared at him. You think I didn't want to? Your brother-in-law made me rest for a full 42 days. Gu Xiuan cheated. Then why don't you act cute and use your devilish tricks? Wouldn't your brother-in-law listen to you then? Just then, Song Yuan entered. Gu Xiuan became obedient and lowered his head after seeing Song Yuan. Song Yuan knew what they were talking about. It was nothing more than this kid not wanting to work anymore and wanting to urge Gu Xiu to return to the company so that he could be a carefree playboy and enjoy life. There's still a week left until the 42-day period, and this kid can't even wait a week. Song Yuan glared at him. I think you shouldn't study hacking anymore. I'll teach my son in a few years. You don't seem to have any talent for it. Gu Xiuan jumped up from the sofa in a panic. Brother-in-law, no. I may be slow, but I can work hard. Even a slow bird can fly early. You've already accepted me as your first disciple. How can you expel me from the sect for no reason? Song Yuan ignored him, so Gu Xiuan turned to Gu Xiu for help. Sister, please say something for me. Being told I can't continue learning after only halfway through is worse than death. Gu Xiu said in a nonchalant tone. Serves you right. Gu Xiuan scratched his head in anxiety. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. My sister can rest whenever she wants. You've got my support at the company. Don't worry, sister. Just enjoy your family time at home and take care of your health. Before the Chinese New Year, I'll finish all the company's projects. I promise I won't leave you with any mess to clean up. Gu Xiu seemed quite satisfied with what he said, and Song Yuan's expression softened as well. I'm a bit free on Saturday night. I can give you some guidance, but you need to make sure you understand what you've learned before. If it's too difficult for me to teach you, then... Gu Xiuan raised his finger to assure him. Brother-in-law, I'm working very hard. You have no idea how many porn sites I've hacked in my spare time. There are still a bunch of smaller websites waiting for me to practice on. After he finished speaking, Ji Qingxue, who had been sitting to the side looking at her phone, patted him on the head. Do you watch this when you have nothing else to do? Gu Xiuan's scalp tingled. He suddenly felt that even 8 red lips couldn't explain it clearly. Qingxue, I don't have time to watch those messy things. You know how busy I am with work. Ji Qingxue continued to glare at him. Then how do you know so many small websites? Why don't other people know them? Gu Xiuan was in a real bind. Isn't this a man's instinct? You don't even need to look to know. If you don't believe me, ask your brother. He's definitely kept a lot of these too. Everyone knows this, but nobody says it. I'm the only one who's saying it. Gu Xiuan thought his words would divert attention, but instead, the 3 people in the living room glared at him. Especially Song Yuan, whose eyes seemed to hide knives. Gu Xiuan thought to himself, it's over. He had just appeased his brother-in-law and set a time to teach him hacking techniques. But before he could say 3 words, he offended him again. He should have kept his mouth shut. Now Gu Xiuan was completely speechless. Ji Qingxue continued to glare at him. My brother and sister-in-law are going to rest, and I'm going home too. You can watch your little movie by yourself. She slung her bag over her shoulder, said goodbye to her brother and sister-in-law, and went out. Gu Xiuan followed her, asking with a grin, which home to go back to? Ji Qingxue recently moved out to live in her own apartment, mainly because she is now an adult and in a relationship, and it is no longer convenient for her to live with her parents. Gu Xiuan often went to her place, and sometimes he would stay overnight. What does it matter to you which home you go back to? Ji Qingxue got into her car, and Gu Xiuan shamelessly followed her in. Before she could fasten her seatbelt, he pulled her close and kissed her. Is that the kind of sleazy image you have of me? Ji Qingxue asked him in return. Isn't that so? Gu Xiuan laughed speechlessly. If I really needed to see those things, why would I hack those websites? Wouldn't that be destroying resources? He gently nibbled her ear and kissed her affectionately. I have a girlfriend. Why would I need to watch that kind of stuff? Ji Qingxue was only pretending to be angry with him, but he kept rubbing against her neck, making her blush and feel irritated. Get out of my way, or my brother will punish you if he sees this. Gu Xiuan obediently moved a little distance away and asked her, should we go to your place or mine? Baby, It's been so many days, don't you miss me? Ji Qingxue fastened her seatbelt, stepped on the gas, and drove the car out of the villa area. Meanwhile, Song Yuan and Gu Xiu also went back upstairs. Gu Xiu tentatively asked Song Yuan, "You really don't have any pornographic films?" Song Yuan coughed lightly. "If you want to watch it with me, then yes, it is." Gu Xiu blushed slightly, which was rare for her. "So that means it exists?" Song Yuan looked at her with deep, unfathomable eyes. "I'm a hacker, what can I find? You want to see it?" Song Yuan got up to get his computer from the floor, and Gu Xiu tugged at his clothes from behind. "What are you doing? You're actually looking for someone." Song Yuan chuckled softly, put down his laptop. "Didn't you want to see it?" "I don't want to." Song Yuan pulled her into his arms. "I thought you wanted to." Gu Xiu's face turned red as she remained silent. She hadn't had her postpartum checkup yet, and she dared not provoke him. Gu Xiu was silent for a few seconds before breaking free from him and hiding under the covers. "Sleep." Song Yuan picked up the computer again. "There's a shareholders meeting tomorrow, and Dad wants to transfer the shares to me. I was just checking my email." "Gu Xiu, is everything ready on Dad's end?" Song Yuan hummed in agreement. "We're all ready. There shouldn't be any more mistakes tomorrow." Chapter 428 Chairman Song Yuan. The next day, Song Yuan changed into a newly tailored black suit with a dark blue patterned tie, which Gu Xiu had arranged for him in advance. Today is also a significant day in his life. After the board meeting, his father will transfer all the shares to him, making him the true owner of the Ji family business. The board meeting is scheduled for 10 a.m. Song Yuan went to the company and dealt with some work emails. Then his father sent him a WeChat message. "Son, are you all ready?" Song Yuan replied with a smile. "Ready." He was indeed a little nervous on the day he took office as president of the Ji Group, but after a period of training, he has become very adept at this position. Not to mention that little bit of work, he even dealt with several troublesome individuals in the group one by one, and he believed that none of the remaining shareholders would dare to raise any objections. What's there to be nervous about? At 9:55, Zhou Su came over to remind him. "President Song, all the shareholders have arrived, and Chairman Ji has just gone over there. You can leave now." Song Yuan closed his laptop, buttoned the bottom button of his suit jacket, and led Zhou Su toward the company's largest conference room. Inside the meeting room, all the shareholders were already seated around the long meeting table. Ji Chung sat at the table, while Song Yuan sat down next to his father. Ji Chung glanced at the group and then formally began to speak. "I've called you all here today to say a formal goodbye. Since my son Song Yuan took office, in the last quarter of this year, the group's revenue increased by 5%, the number of customers increased by 8%, many bad practices in the group were rectified, new project investments were established, and some companies were acquired. I believe everyone is already aware of his work abilities. I'd like to hear everyone's evaluation of him." None of the shareholders sitting around dared to make the first move. Who would dare to publicly evaluate the president in front of the person in charge and the chairman? Saying the wrong thing could easily cause trouble for yourself. Those who had been listening with great interest just moments before lowered their heads like students hearing a teacher's question. Ji Chung glanced around and, seeing no one willing to start, began calling out names. "Luo Quan, you go first." Luo Quan sat up abruptly, and a layer of sweat immediately broke out on his back. He couldn't figure out if Ji Cheng's decision to let him speak first had a deeper meaning, whether it was a test of his loyalty or a subtle hint. He found the way this father and son behaved increasingly incomprehensible. Since the last time Luo Jin met Song Yuan in the court hearing in Gangcheng, he hasn't had a good night's sleep. He always felt that one day his fate would be as miserable as his older brother's. Song Yuan would not tolerate him, but he kept quiet about it for the time being, waiting for an opportunity. Luo Quan was frantically searching for words, so anxious that he was even stuttering a little. "Chairman Dong, since President Song took office, Ji Group." Song Yuan's brow twitched as he looked at Luo Quan. "Does Mr. Luo think I didn't do a good job?" Luo Quan wiped the sweat from his forehead. No. After taking office, President Song led the project team to challenge innovation, introduced AI into the project, and also dealt with our rival company in Hong Kong. He made many important decisions. With such a president, the group's development will surely be long-term, and it will go international. President Song is a business genius. He's not only quick-witted and ruthless, but also has a long-term vision. His personal image is also a shining example for our G group. I admire him immensely. Luo Quan couldn't think of any more words of praise. After speaking, he glanced tremblingly at the father and son sitting on the table. Song Yuan was speechless. These exaggerated adjectives even included his appearance as a virtue. They really pushed him to this point. He was just about to say that he could just mention work-related matters when he heard his father give a satisfied What you said is indeed very accurate. Does anyone else have anything to say? Song Yuan. Luo Quan's effusive praise really pleased his father. His fatherly love is truly evident. After Luo Quan started speaking, the others followed suit. We have witnessed Mr. Song's workability, and we believe that the G family will reach new heights in the future. Yes, we approve of President Song's decision. He has a certain plan for the future of the group, and it is feasible. Our G group needs such a daring leader to lead us forward. Our G family has a bright future. We believe that President Song will lead the G family to new heights, and we recognize President Song's abilities. Everyone chimed in with praise. Song Yuan felt numb to these words. Given the circumstances, even if these people were dissatisfied with him, they could only say things against their conscience. He wouldn't take these compliments to heart. Ji Chung smiled broadly, in an excellent mood. Since everyone recognizes Song Yuan so much, I now announce a major decision. I have decided to transfer all of my shares to Song Yuan. I am officially withdrawing from the G Group. From now on, Song Yuan will be the chairman and CEO of the G Group. Anyone who has an opinion can speak up now. After Ji Chung finished speaking, the conference room fell silent for a few seconds. No one knows who started it, but thunderous applause erupted in the conference room. No one raised any objections. Even if some people disagree, they don't dare to stand up at this time. These seasoned veterans in the workplace are well aware of the situation. Ji Chung made a gesture, and the conference room fell silent. He gestured to his assistant to bring out the pre-prepared documents, and the legal department staff assisted in processing the transfer on the spot. After signing, everyone stood up and shook hands with Song Yuan. Congratulations, President Song. I wish the Ji family continued success and even greater achievements. President Song, let's work together, stay true to our original aspirations, and the Ji family will develop into a super international enterprise, expanding our overseas business to every continent. President Song is young and promising. He is a blessing to the Ji family and to all of us. Song Yuan shook hands with each of them, nodding and exchanging pleasantries. At this moment, Ji Chung was completely relieved of his duties. He no longer held any position in the Ji family, nor would he participate in any future decisions of the Ji family. His son has grown up and can stand on his own. His nuclear weapons have come in handy, and he can now retire peacefully and take care of his grandchildren. As Ji Chung watched this scene, his eyes welled up with tears. At the beginning of the year, he never dared to imagine that he would have this fate. She had no idea that her son was still alive. Now his son is not only alive and well, but also so outstanding, surpassing his father's former glory. No wonder he's Ji Cheng's son. After the board meeting ended, Song Yuan returned to his office, and Ji Cheng followed him in. You don't need to keep my office. You can give it to whoever you want. Dad is getting old. From now on, you can make all the decisions. Song Yuan felt that he had taken on a greater responsibility. However, thinking about the hardships his father endured when starting his business, he felt that these were nothing. My father is getting old, so he is naturally the pillar of this family and should support my parents and sister. Dad, you can go travel around the world. Don't worry about things here. Ji Chung was smiling more than ever, but traveling around the world was unrealistic. Why should I be running around at my age? I didn't have time to spend with your mother when she was young. Now we should enjoy our time together. Song Yuan thought to himself, what a load of dog food. Chapter 4:29 Ruthless Capitalists. At Tianyu Company, Li Mingqi was arrested, and the company is now in chaos with no one in charge. Song Yuan took Lu Qi on a trip in the afternoon. On the way, Lu Qi sighed. Bro, we were doing so well with our game. How did it escalate to this point? And now you're suddenly putting me in charge of Tianyu. are you sure I can handle it all by myself? Song Yuan was aware of Lu Qi's abilities. I didn't ask you to manage a finance-related team, and technology isn't your forte. I don't have anyone trustworthy right now, so you're the most suitable. Lu Qi scratched his head. No, Fengshu Entertainment is planning a new game at the end of the year, and the functions of the original game are constantly being added. Look at me, brother. I've been working overtime for a month straight, and I have my wedding in a little over 10 days. Is it appropriate for him to be away from home all the time? His wife is about to run off with someone else. Song Yuan said casually. There are still more than 10 days left. You can work a little harder in these 10 days to finish up your work so you can take your honeymoon with peace of mind. Lu Qi was speechless. What a ruthless capitalist. You won't even spare your good brothers. Are you trying to squeeze everyone dry? Song Yuan Xiao. I'll give you double pay, plus bonuses, and I'll cover your wedding expenses. I can explain things to your wife. It's time to stand up for your brother. Tianyu isn't exactly a small team. I don't trust leaving it to others. For the sake of the money, Lu Qi accepted this job that had been thrown his way at him at the last minute. All right, just don't stab your brother in the back when it really matters. That's impossible. As they were talking, the car stopped downstairs at Tianyu building. Song Yuan led Lu Qi and the other person upstairs. At that time, no one at Tianyu could concentrate on their work. Everyone was distracted and just sat at their workstations chatting. They were all discussing their next plans. With Tianyu's president dismissed and the upper management in turmoil, no one could predict what would happen next. The lower-level employees weren't afraid of anything, but the junior managers were all restless and uneasy. With such a major incident, no one can guarantee that the next fire won't spread to them. Of course, some junior managers are also eyeing Li Mingqi's position with envy. The president's position is vacant, and it's unknown whether someone will be promoted from within the company to that position. Whether it will be an opportunity or a disaster, it's hard to say. Small groups of people were whispering in the office. What are your plans? Are you considering changing jobs? I sent my resume to a former colleague and asked him to refer me. I don't know if it will work out. Jobs are hard to find these days. Unless something unexpected happens, I don't want to make a move. Yes, with the CEO in such a predicament, will our company be dissolved? It's definitely necessary to prepare in advance. When Liang Quan came out of the office and saw everyone's state, he asked with a dark face, Have you all finished your work? Why are you chatting here? The office was silent for a few seconds. Then someone asked him, Director Liang, now that the president is gone, and we don't know what the higher-ups are thinking, we're not even sure if our project can be saved. In this situation, who has the heart to work? That's right, Director Liang. I remember you offended President Song before. It's not certain whether you can stay here. I advise you to make plans as soon as possible, so you don't get caught off guard by being fired. These people no longer listen to what Liang Quan says. He was so angry he was speechless. Just then, the elevator dinged and the doors opened. Song Yuan, dressed in a well-tailored suit, stepped out, with Lu Qi walking beside him. The two entered Tianyu. The receptionist, who was dozing off at the door, quickly perked up and stood up to greet them. Good afternoon, Mr. Song. Song Yuan nodded and strode into the office area. The noisy office area fell completely silent. Those who weren't at their desks immediately ran back to their seats, and everyone pretended to be busy. Liang Quan stood there, saw Song Yuan and Lu Qi, and asked, President Song. Song Yuan hummed in agreement and clapped his hands. Everyone, please pay attention. Let me introduce you to our new president of Tianyu, President Lu Qi. Everyone put down what they were doing, looked up, and a few people who were in the office also came out and looked this way. Song Yuan formally introduced. This is our new president of Tianyu Technology. He will be responsible for all internal decision-making at Tianyu. Please welcome him. After Song Yuan finished speaking, applause erupted in the office area. Now everyone felt reassured. They had just thought the company was going to dissolve. Of course, many people have lost their spark of brilliance, and having a leader parachuted in is not necessarily a good thing. Lu Qi greeted the employees. Hello everyone. My name is Lu Qi. Starting today, I will assume the position of president of Tianyu Technology. From now on, let us work together through thick and thin to make Tianyu even better. After Lu Qi finished his brief introduction, the employees greeted him in unison. Hello, Mr. Lu. Hello, Mr. Liu. Welcome, Mr. Liu, to the company. Liu Qi had been in charge of Tianyu Technology before, but he had been listening to reports from people there. Now he was going to personally lead the team. After exchanging greetings, a young woman from the secretariat led him and Song Yuan to the office. Li Mingqi's office was the largest in the entire company. Song Yuan instructed his men, "Move all the useless stuff out of here and replace it with a new set of furniture. Ask your CEO Liu for his preferences. There's no budget limit." Song Yuan spoke very generously, calling his good brother to carry the load. He couldn't possibly let anyone suffer. Liu Qi was quite casual about these things. He only had one point. "I want to use my own people as my special assistant. I don't like using Li Mingqi's people." Song Yuan laughed and said, "Suit yourself. This place is yours from now on. You can use whoever you want. I won't interfere." Song Yuan sat with him in the office for a while, and they sorted out the ongoing projects. Someone knocked on the door. It was Liang Quan. After Liu Qi said, "Please come in," Liang Quan pushed the door open and entered. The three were old acquaintances. Back in school, they were all top students in their majors. None of them could have imagined that their statuses would be so disparate now. Liang Quan had a long face. Not only in his career, but also in his love life, he was a loser to Song Yuan. The competitive spirit he had when they were classmates was gone, because now, standing in front of Song Yuan, he felt as insignificant as a grain of sand and had no right to compare himself with Song Yuan. "President Song, President Liu, I plan to resign. I'm quitting now." Song Yuan and Liu Qi exchanged glances, their faces showing surprise. Song Yuan said, "I have no intention of targeting you, nor do I intend to fire you. If you resign because I am your boss, there is absolutely no need for it. With me, I only look at workability." Putting everything else aside, Liang Quan is a top student from a prestigious university, so this kind of work is easy for him to handle, and Song Yuan trusts him in this regard. Liu Qi also said, "The current economic climate is not good. If you haven't found a better job, you might as well stay where you are. The salary we're offering here is not low in the industry." Liang Quan remained silent for a moment. "I plan to go to Haiqing to find her." After he said that, Liu Qi stopped trying to persuade him, and Song Yuan had nothing more to say. He was also unaware that Lin Shuiao had gone to Haicheng, and that the two had not yet reconciled. The situation became a little awkward, and Liu Qi chimed in. "In that case, I'll hold the position for you for a month. If you find someone else and want to come back, please contact my secretary one day in advance." Chapter 430, A Tall Tree Catches the Wind. Liang Quan returned to his office and began packing his things. Several employees ran in. "Director Liang, did President Song ask you to leave Tianyu?" Liang Quan smiled and said, "No, I wanted to leave on my own." Several employees looked shocked. "Director Liang, it's not easy to find a job outside these days. Why don't you stay where you are and look for something better? It's not too late to switch jobs when you find a new one. I think it's actually quite comfortable here, and it's not bad for you to stay here." "Yes, Director. President Liu is in charge of Tianyu. He's not a difficult person to deal with. There's no need for you to make a fuss and leave. What's more important than your job?" Liang Quan sighed. "Thank you for thinking of me, but I really don't want to stay here anymore. I'm leaving Beijing for Haiqing. If we happen to meet again, I'll treat you to a meal." After packing his things, Liang Quan took the elevator downstairs. His phone rang in his pocket. He glanced at it and saw it was an old classmate. He put his things in the car and answered the call. "Hello. Liang Quan, I heard you're the technical director at Tianyu. Are you hiring?" Liang Quan got into the car and exhaled a breath of stale air. "I've resigned. Ask Liu Qi." "Liu Qi?" "Yes, Liu Qi is now the president of Tianyu." Liang Quan wasn't in the mood to discuss other people's success, so he gave a few perfunctory replies and hung up the phone. At that time, it was the CEO's office upstairs in Tianyu building. All of Li Mingqi's belongings had been moved out. Liu Qi sat on the sofa and dealt with some work, while Song Yuan sat to the side, still there. Liu Qi saw that the classmates group chat was very lively. He glanced at it briefly and found that several classmates were looking for jobs and asking if anyone had any referrals. Someone tagged Liang Quan, and then someone else noticed that Liang Quan had left the group. The group chat quickly erupted with discussion. Liang Quan was the class's academic representative, and everyone was surprised that a class representative had left the group. Lucci looked at it for a long time and then sighed. Did Liang Quan leave because he was pursuing love, or because our boss left because of us? I don't think we made things difficult for him, did we? If it was really because he was pursuing Lin Shuiyao, then he really is a romantic, and he doesn't care about your past with Lin Shuiyao at all. When the topic turned to Lin Shuiyao, Song Yuan didn't respond and changed the subject. I don't think he'll come back. I don't think we need to keep that position for him. You should hurry up and recruit someone else. Lu Qi. All right, if he wants to come back, I'll just reassign him to a different position. Song Yuan glanced at his watch. I have a meeting this afternoon, so I'll be going now. Lu Qi called him to a stop. There's another problem. A mobile game has appeared on the market, and some people have complained that it copied our Dream Survival. I took a look, and it really is a rip-off. I'm so angry. What are we going to do about this? Song Yuan's brow twitched. Have you checked which company did this? Hand it over to G's legal team and sue them for infringement. Lu Qi looked helpless. That's what's disgusting. The other side copied us very skillfully. The scene and character designs are completely different from ours. The perspective and audio are also completely new. Only the gameplay mechanics are copied from us. However, the gameplay and mechanics are in a gray area, making it difficult to classify as plagiarism, and it would be difficult to succeed in a lawsuit. If you ignore him, it's been quite a hot topic online lately. After all, many of our games are paid, while theirs are free, which has a significant impact on us. Song Yuan hadn't taken it seriously. It was just a little game, and he didn't think it could cause any trouble for the Ji family. But after hearing Lu Qi's words, he asked, "What game?" Lu Qi took out the app installed on his phone and gave it to Song Yuan. Song Yuan opened the knockoff version and played it for a bit. As Lu Qi said, the gameplay and mechanics were exactly the same as the mini-game from Fengshui Entertainment. Looking at the game description, it's impossible to tell where it was developed. The game Dream Survival has been in development for so long to reach its current functionality, while this knockoff game almost encompasses all of Dream Survival's gameplay and mechanics, showing that it wasn't made in a day or two. It's possible that someone was already doing this behind the scenes when Fantasy Survival was first released. The only reason Song Yuan could think of for making such a knockoff game, not for profit, was to annoy Fengshui Entertainment. Who exactly is it that's willing to risk everything just to disgust him? Song Yuan found it a little funny. He hadn't realized that so many people were secretly watching him. He's really attracting attention now that he's become so popular. Song Yuan returned the phone to Lu Qi. I'll check the origins of this game when I get back tonight. Don't worry about it for now. I'll handle this. You'll need to shuttle between Fengshui Entertainment and Tianyu Technology from now on. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Qi responded, and Song Yuan walked away. When Song Yuan returned to headquarters, before the meeting was scheduled, he took care of some work at hand. Dunway Technology sent the sales data of their newly launched antivirus software to Song Yuan's email address. The software has become a sensation online within days of its release. On the day of its launch, for Capital Tycoons, Song Yuan, Hua Ziming, Tang Ming, and Wei Beichun promoted it on the official Weibo account. With their reposts, it would be hard for the company to go unnoticed. Many people have already uninstalled Xiaonan Network software and bought Dunway's software. Many people have shared their experiences, and the feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. This attracted many tech enthusiasts in the internet industry to make a purchase, with many even buying the software before the 1-month free trial period ended. Online users have conducted detailed comparisons between Xiaonan Network's product and Dunway Technology's product, and the results of the trials show that Dunway Technology's product completely outperforms Xiaonan Network's. All of this was within Song Yuan's expectations. This was the result after he had Dunway adjust the price. If the price had been set below Xiaonan Network according to the original plan, there would have been almost no place for Xiaonan Network to survive in the market. The senior executives of Dunway Technology were chatting enthusiastically in their group chat, with red envelopes flooding the screen. Song Yuan glanced at the exit interface. At this time, compared to the bustling activity at Dunway Technology, Xiaonan Networks was utterly lifeless. The person currently in charge of Xiaonan Network is Zhao Linchuan, Zhao Machuan's half-brother. Zhao Linchuan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his face tense, exuding an aura of oppression. The vice president who came to report had his head down. He had just been scolded to the point of losing his voice. Zhao Machuan narrowed his eyes, looking at the senior executives in the office with an annoyed expression. I asked you to come up with a solution, not to mourn. If a small, even unknown, company like Dunway Technology can create such powerful antivirus software, why is it that our XIN Networks, a mature company that has been in the industry for over a decade, is completely powerless to resist? Do I pay you salaries so you can enjoy life? Are your heads full of tofu pudding? Someone answered with their head down. Mr. Zhou, let's go to a meeting now to make improvements to this antivirus software. Chapter 431, Treating Them Like Beggars. Zhou Linchuan threw a tantrum, then his phone rang. He answered it. Mom, why are you calling at this hour? On the other end of the phone, Li Jingxian had just watched Zhao Machuan fall asleep. Don't worry about the company in Beijing anymore. Just find someone to take charge. Go back to Hong Kong now. Start with your father's company, and don't wait until the power of the eldest son's family grows to an uncontrollable level. Zhou Linchuan's brow twitched. Mom, I'll manage the company here for my brother, and I won't let go of the project in Hong Kong either, so you don't need to worry. How's my brother doing lately? Li Jingxian broke out in a cold sweat. Mom isn't trying to make you anxious. We shouldn't let a small thing cause us to lose a big one. It's just a cybersecurity network. If we don't want it, we don't have to. Just listen to Mom and come back first. Your brother's condition is relatively stable right now, but it's definitely not advisable for him to go to the company. Zhou Linchuan smiled, a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Mom, the eldest son's side won't amount to anything. I have arrangements. You just need to take good care of my brother and don't worry about anything else. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Linchuan sat in his leather chair, staring at Song Yuan's profile on the computer screen, his eyes dark. A few seconds later, he called in the head of the technical department. Our antivirus software will be available to the market for free starting today. The CTO was startled. Free? Mr. Zhou, that antivirus software is a fixed source of revenue for our company every year. If we give it away for free now, that would be a huge loss. Are you sure you want to give it away for free? Zhou Linchuan asked him in return. Do you think we can still sell that software from Dunway Technology after it goes live? The CTO remained silent. Zhou Linchuan then said, the software is free, but it comes bundled with ads, and we earn advertising revenue. I imagine some people with limited budgets will choose us. By offering it for free, we can also annoy Shield Vision a bit. We're in an era of vying for users right now, and I refuse to believe anyone wouldn't be tempted by free software. The technical director thought it was worth a try after hearing what the new boss said, but he still found it hard to switch his mindset right away. After all, when charging, every sale was a tangible source of income. He wasn't confident about entering the free market from the paid market and making money from advertising. However, he dared not say anything more under his boss's orders. Understood, Mr. Zhou. I'll make the arrangements now. The assistant knocked and came in to report. Mr. Zhou, there's an old lady causing trouble downstairs. She says she's looking for your brother. The security guards have chased her away several times, but she seems to be staying downstairs, insisting she won't leave until she sees him. Zhou Linchuan's brows furrowed slightly. Treat her like a beggar. If you need to, just kick her out. Don't pay her any more attention. Don't let the security guards give her water. Don't let her into the lobby. If she wants to freeze outside, let her freeze. It's none of our business if she freezes to death. Yes, Mr. Zhou. After Song Yuan finished the meeting and returned to his office, he turned on his computer and began to investigate the pirated game. The other party did not post any information about the company, seemingly intentionally avoiding it to prevent the other party from finding out. But Song Yuan is no ordinary person. He's a hacker. Within minutes, Song Yuan located the other party's server. Based on the IP address, it could be seen that the server was located in Beijing. Song Yuan easily hacked in and put the virus he had previously sent to XIN Network into it. Within seconds, when he tried to open the game icon on his phone again, it was already frozen. He exited the interface with satisfaction and waited to see how the other party would react. This poison is generally impossible for most people to cure in a short period of time. Song Yuan felt that at least until the end of the year, the other side would be powerless to deal with it. and his good brother Lu Qi could sleep soundly. The clock struck 6. It was already past the end of the workday. Song Yuan had an overseas meeting later, and Zhou Su came in to hand over some materials needed for the meeting and to report on other work. Mr. Song, the effect of the advertisement for your wife's hair care products is quite obvious. The sales volume at the counter is steadily increasing and has doubled compared to half a month ago. The other large supermarket chains and well-known shopping malls in Beijing that you asked us to discuss have all been secured, and they can start moving in gradually starting tomorrow. Song Yuan nodded. Arrange it as soon as possible. He invested money in this product line almost without batting an eye. The advertisements on the G building screens play 24/7, and he's also bought advertising space on subway and bus stops. In less than half a month since the advertising campaign began, the brand has already come into the public eye, especially the Goddess series, which sells the best. Zhou Su unpacked the dinner he had bought, one box at a time, and placed them on the table. President Song, the meeting starts in half an hour. You still have plenty of time for dinner. Song Yuan held the documents he would need for the meeting in one hand while eating with his chopsticks in the other. The phone on the table rang, and Zhou Su handed it to him. Song Yuan glanced at the screen. It was Ji Sheng calling. He answered the phone and put it on speakerphone. What's up? Ji Sheng let out a wail on the other end. Brother, the old lady is up to her old tricks again. She went downstairs at XINN Network and stood there freezing all day, insisting on waiting for Zhao Machuan, saying she'd die there if she didn't see him. My dad has had a cold these past few days and hasn't had time to look after her, so she ran away when no one was looking. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan suddenly felt that the braised pork ribs in the lunchbox didn't taste good anymore. It really affected his appetite. Don't try to talk nonsense with her. Just pick her up and take her away. Ji Sheng was so anxious on the other end of the line that he stamped his feet. Brother, this is not so easy. You can tell by how my uncle and dad have both fallen ill from all this trouble. If she were so easy to deal with, she wouldn't have caused her two sons so much worry. Song Yuan took a deep breath, clearly annoyed. It's because she's spoiled. Believe it or not, she's more afraid of death than anyone else. If she wants to freeze or starve to death there, then let her be. You find a coffee shop to sit in, go check on her every hour, and when it gets dark, she'll leave on her own without you having to persuade her. Ji Sheng scratched his head. All right. Ji Sheng didn't think the old lady would let him freeze to death. He just felt ashamed. After all, she's his own grandmother. To be treated like a beggar at someone else's company, what kind of despicable person is he? Doesn't he have any dignity? Ji Sheng felt agonizing to stay by the old lady's side for even a moment longer, especially since XINN Network had a falling out with his own company before, and now every person who came out of there felt like a slap in the face to him. Unable to persuade the old lady, Ji Sheng listened to Song Yuan's words and went into the nearby coffee shop, where he sat and waited for nightfall. The old lady stood at the entrance of the building, staring longingly at the glass door. As employees left one after another, she carefully watched each young man who came out, afraid of missing her grandson. She had already inquired and found out that Zhao Machuan worked here. As long as she came and waited every day, she would eventually see him one day. Chapter 432, Unless You Want Him to Die. Zhou Linchuan finished his work and came downstairs. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he saw the old lady standing at the door holding a cup of hot water, looking inside with longing eyes. Zhou Linchuan frowned and asked his assistant beside him, "Who poured her the hot water?" The assistant replied, "Mr. Zhou." The young lady at the front desk saw that the old lady's nose and face were red and blue from the cold, and she was sneezing, so she poured her a cup of hot water and didn't invite her in to wait. Zhou Linchuan's voice was cold and clear. "It's open." The assistant was taken aback. "Mr. Zhou, is it open?" Zhou Linchuan glared at him with a knife. "Can't you understand Chinese characters?" The assistant didn't dare to reply, thinking to himself, that receptionist is really unlucky. She lost her job just for handing over a cup of hot water. Zhou Linchuan strode out, not intending to pay any attention to the old woman, but she had her eyes on him. The old lady immediately grabbed his arm. "Sir, you look like the owner of this place. You look just like my grandson. You must know where he is, right?" Zhou Linchuan stopped walking, but ignored the old lady's words. The old lady said again, "Tell me my grandson's address, and I'll go find him. I'm the chairwoman of the G Group and Ji Cheng's biological mother. I can give you anything you want, as long as you tell me my grandson's address." Zhou Linchuan chuckled. "Old man, as far as I know, the current chairman of the G Group is named Song Yuan, and your son Ji Cheng has already left the group. You don't acknowledge Song Yuan as your own grandson, so why are you bothering with someone who has nothing to do with you?" The old lady disagreed. "What do you mean it doesn't matter? Zhao Machuan is my son's own flesh and blood. He's my real grandson, not Song Yuan. My grandson doesn't have the surname Song. I'm going to find my real grandson, make him change his surname to Ji, and make him the president of the G Group." Zhou Linchuan's smile carried a hint of ruthlessness. "Old lady, do you know that because of your actions, you have killed your own son? Now you want to harm the only child he left in the world. To tell you the truth, Zhou Machuan can't see you right now. He's had a relapse because of your actions and can only stay at home. He can't even see strangers. He almost ended up in a mental hospital, all because of you." The old woman's face was deathly pale. She had heard about her son's death and her grandson's madness. Her heart was clenched, and she could hardly breathe. "You're talking nonsense. I'm his own grandmother. How could I cause him to go crazy? I love him dearly. How could I possibly harm him?" Zhou Linchuan told the old lady the truth, word by word. Zhou Machuan suffers from severe depression. He attempted suicide multiple times 3 years ago, but was saved. His family found many doctors for him and took good care of him until his condition improved. However, the Ji family's actions triggered a relapse. The problem wasn't serious originally, but when you hugged him at the cemetery, it caused him stress, completely breaking down his emotional barrier and making it impossible for him to interact normally with others. The old woman stared wide-eyed as she listened to these words, her heart breaking with pain. Could it really be because of her? She didn't believe him. She just wanted to hug him. Zhou Linchuan continued. "Zhou Machuan and his mother were forced to flee to Hong Kong because you made it impossible for them to stay in Beijing. The mother and son made a living by picking up garbage. Even a passing dog could bully him. People around him called him a fatherless bastard, and children treated him like a beggar and humiliated him. He was always hungry and cold, and when he got sick he had no money to buy medicine and could only tough it out. He's been a loner and prone to overthinking since he was little. With a devilish grandma like you constantly bothering him, trouble is bound to happen sooner or later." Zhou Linchuan calmly stated the facts, word by word, without any emotion, but every word struck the old lady's heart like a heavy blow. The old lady's heart trembled when she heard those words. That was the posthumous child of her most beloved son. If that woman had revealed her pregnancy back then, she wouldn't have forced him to leave Beijing and live such a miserable, homeless life. Hearing that all the suffering her grandson had endured was caused by her, she felt as if her spirit had been drained away, unable to bear such a result. Zhou Linchuan disdainfully pushed the 2 hands that were wrapped around his arms away and patted his sleeves. "So, please stop looking for him, okay? Unless you want him dead." After he finished speaking, he left straight away, leaving the old lady standing there stunned. A wind picked up in the evening, blowing against her face and drying the old woman's tear stains. She could no longer feel the cold. What was colder and more painful, numbing her heart, was her own. "No, I don't want him to die. My grandson should live to be 100 years old. He should live a good life and see the world properly for his father. My grandson will be all right. Yes, he'll be all right." The old woman muttered something to herself, swayed a few times, and then fell to one side. Just then, Ji Sheng came out of the coffee shop to see her. Upon seeing her, he quickly ran over and helped her up. "Grandma, are you all right? What happened to you?" The old woman seemed to have gone mad, muttering incomprehensible words. "I didn't kill my son. I wouldn't harm my son, much less my grandson. He's not my biological grandson, and my son isn't even my biological son. So how could my grandson be my biological son? Son, I'm so sorry, my son. I'm so sorry, my grandson." Ji Sheng scratched his head. "Grandma, what are you babbling about? Are you delirious from a fever?" The old lady seemed not to hear him, ignoring a single word Ji Sheng said. Having no other choice, Ji Sheng carried her into the car and drove towards the hospital. On the way, he dialed Song Yuan's number. "Brother, the old lady is a bit confused. She keeps saying strange things that are hard to understand. I'm taking her to the hospital now. At that time, Song Yuan was still working in the office. He closed his laptop and leaned back in his leather chair. Isn't she waiting for her grandson? Won't she starve or freeze to death? Why would she agree to go with you? Jixing sighed. She's frozen and confused. She won't listen to anything I say now. I'm starting to doubt if she recognizes me. I'll take her to the hospital now. Song Yuan hung up the phone, put on his coat, and went home. Gu Shiyu went for her postpartum checkup today. He was too busy to accompany her and didn't even have time to ask her how the checkup went. Zhou Su helped the boss collect the computer and ran ahead to press the elevator button. On the way, Song Yuan first called Gu Shiyu. I'm going back now. Did you have your medical checkup today? Gu Shiyu was watching the two babies nurse when she received a call from Song Yuan. She handed the babies to the nanny and returned to the master bedroom. I've finished my medical checkup, and the doctor said I'm recovering quite well. Can I go back to work tomorrow? Song Yuan chuckled helplessly. I'll talk about it when I get back. Song Yuan drove home and went directly to the master bedroom from the underground parking garage elevator. Gu Shiyu had just finished showering and was only wrapped in a bath towel. She dried her hair and went into the dressing room to find clothes, and Song Yuan followed her in. Going to work tomorrow, instead of taking a few more days off? Gu Shiyu hummed in agreement. I'm going crazy from being cooped up for so long. I have to go out tomorrow. She took a slip dress from the closet, pulled away the bath towel, and changed her clothes without hiding it from Song Yuan, even leaving her lower body naked. Chapter 433. Accompany me. Song Yuan leaned against the door and watched her quietly for a few seconds before walking over. Gu Shiyu's nightgown was only half worn when he pulled it back out the way he came and placed it on the changing stool next to her. Gu Shiyu was stunned for a moment. She was completely naked. You. Song Yuan's gaze towards her deepened, becoming tinged with desire. What did you say during your physical exam today? Where's the report? Gu Shiyu looked at him, her reaction slightly slow. The doctor said the recovery is going very well. Song Yuan's Adam's apple bobbed, and he lifted her chin with one hand, lowering his head to kiss her. Gu Shiyu was as slippery as an eel. He grabbed her waist and pulled her into his arms. The two hadn't been intimate in so long that this kiss was quite passionate. Song Yuan asked her, "Let me see your medical examination report." Gu Shiyu blushed and said, "Inside the room, on the bedside table." Song Yuan didn't let go. He carried her back to the big bed before finally putting her down. He picked up a few pages of reports from the bedside table and looked at them. As she said, the recovery was going well. While he was looking at the report, Gu Shiyu wrapped herself in the blanket. Even though they were an old married couple, it still felt a little strange to sit here naked like this. Song Yuan put down the report, untied his tie with one hand, and threw it aside, then began to unbutton his shirt, preparing to take a shower. Shiyu, stay with me. Gu Shiyu gathered her hair up and tied it behind her head. I just took a shower. Without saying a word, Song Yuan pulled the person out of the blanket and carried them away. The switch was turned on, and hot water poured down from above, creating a romantic atmosphere in the bathroom. The medical exam went smoothly, so it should be fine, right? Gu Shiyu gave a soft hum. He continued kissing her. More than an hour after they came out of the bathroom, the two snuggled in the blankets. It's cold today, but the villa has a thermostat, so the temperature inside is comfortable. Song Yuan played with her hair, twirling his fingers around it. If you're going to work tomorrow, then let my mom come over and watch the baby with the nanny. Song Yuan was still uneasy about leaving the child with two strangers. He felt that at least one relative should be at home. Gu Shiyu asked, "Which mother should come?" Song Yuan shouted, "My baby has two grandpas and two grandma. If all four of them want to come, they'll have to wait in line. You don't need to worry about it. I'll talk to them." The two leaned against the headboard and chatted until midnight, and then made love again. Gu Shiyu was so tired that she couldn't keep her eyes open, so Song Yuan let her go. But Gu Shiyu is a career woman, and no matter how tired she is at night, she gets up immediately when the alarm rings. She put on makeup, changed into a sharp little suit, and resumed her image as the ruthless Gu family woman. On her first day back after giving birth, Song Yuan had her driver make a detour to take her to the company. Gu Shiwan was more excited than anything else. He brought his assistant to personally greet them in the lobby and even held a welcoming ceremony. "Sis, let's hand over the work today. Does that mean I don't need to come in tomorrow?" Gu Shiyu glared at him. I'll tell you about this later. In the morning, after Gu Shiyu finished a meeting and returned to her office, Gu Shiuan followed her and began showering his sister with compliments. Sister, you were really cool during the meeting just now. Those executives were all stunned by you and didn't dare to utter a word. That's why Gu's group can't do without you. Without you, the family would fall apart. You are our family's chosen successor. Gu Shiyu knows her younger brother best. She knows what he's thinking the moment he opens his mouth. This kid has been bragging for so long. All he wants is to get away and be a carefree rich kid, not wanting to care about anything. The company did indeed restrict him. But he should mature by now, and Gu Shiyu doesn't want to spoil him anymore. I fired the director of the R&D engineering department. There is no suitable candidate for the position at the moment. I don't trust ordinary people in the core departments to fill the position. You will take over. Gu Shiuan felt like the sky had fallen, and he felt like a complete loser. Sis, have you forgotten that I majored in computer science? I didn't study car design. My dream is to become a top hacker like my brother-in-law, not to deal with cars. Gu Shiyu spoke without much emotion, her tone calm, yet incredibly authoritative. One cannot have it all. We were born into the Gu family and enjoyed the abundant resources left to us by our grandmother, so we must contribute our share. You have a girlfriend now, and you'll have your own family and children in the future. When you were little, your grandma and I sheltered you from the wind and rain. Do you expect Qingxue to protect you and your children after you get married? Gu Shiuan scratched his head. Sister, I understand. Gu Shiyu glanced at him. I'll give you 3 days off first, so you can relax and get back to work when you're in good shape. Gu Shiuan smiled. At least he could catch his breath. 3 days off wasn't bad. My sister is the smartest, most beautiful, gentlest, kindest, and most loving person in the world when she cares for her younger brother. Gu Shiyu turned on her computer and began working. Get out of here. Gu Shiuan swiftly scrambled out of the office. Song Yuan was busy all morning, and in the afternoon, Lu Qi called. Bro, that game that copied us was down for a whole night, but it's back online now. Song Yuan's brow twitched. He felt it was somewhat unlikely. The virus he had personally released was not something an ordinary person could decipher. Wait a minute, let me see what's going on. Song Yuan exited the call interface, opened the pirated game, and it was indeed running normally again. He turned on his computer and hacked into the other party's server again, only to find that the other party had already cleaned up the virus and strengthened the firewall, although that firewall could not stop him at all. But the other party's reaction speed is extraordinary. The phone call with Lu Qi was still going on. Song Yuan was operating the computer, talking to Lu Qi. Don't worry about this for now. I'll handle it. Lu Qi was very angry. Brother, show us your true colors and crush it. Trying to mess with the big boss like that. You really are something else. Song Yuan said. Don't worry. We won't let them continue to act so arrogantly. After hanging up the phone, Song Yuan fell into deep thought while staring at his computer. In Beijing, besides him, the second most likely candidate to be able to decipher this virus in such a short time is Xiaonan Network. Because he had made a bet with Zhao Machuan, he took Tianyu, which Zhou had just acquired, and gave them a solution to the poison. Song Yuan remained calm. If he could paralyze the other party once, he could easily paralyze them a second or third time. For him, this was as simple as eating and drinking. He could modify that virus further and use it for a second attack. But right now, Song Yuan has an important meeting to attend. Zhou Su came in and placed the materials to be used in the meeting on the table. Mr. Song, you have a meeting in 10 minutes. The meeting room equipment is ready. These are the materials you will need later. Song Yuan nodded, closed his laptop, and said he would clean up after his meeting, letting the other person enjoy themselves for another 2 hours. Song Yuan picked up the documents on the table, preparing for the meeting to come. Chapter 434. Even if the Bull Demon King came, he would still have to plow the fields. 2 hours later, Song Yuan returned to his office after the meeting. Unbeknownst to him, during the time he was offline, Fengshui Entertainment was thrust into the eye of a media storm. The entire internet is currently being attacked by Fengshui Entertainment's game, Fantasy Survival. Lu Qi had made more than a dozen phone calls to Song Yuan during this period, but he couldn't reach him. Now he finally got through. Old Song, I've finally found you. Dream Survival is being cyberbullied. Someone is deliberately stirring up trouble online, like someone has hired a large number of online trolls to target us. Song Yuan sat back in his chair, turned on his computer. Don't worry, let me take a look. Song Yuan opened the official Weibo account of Fengshui Entertainment and found it filled with criticisms of fantasy survival. Another similar game is free. Why is Dream Survival charging for it? Dream Survival, give me my money back. Fantasy survival is great, but I choose fantasy life. Goodbye. Can you please give us back the money we spent? I regret spending it. Now there's a free game with the same gameplay, Dream Survival. How much more do you want to make off us? Tell me. Song Yuan frowned and closed the comment section. These people are criticizing the paid aspect of fantasy survival, but fantasy survival has never prevented people from playing the game because they don't spend money. The equipment that requires upgrading and can be purchased with in-game currency is all purchased voluntarily by users. There was absolutely nothing wrong with the process, but these people's tone suggested they just wanted to get something for nothing. Song Yuan was amused by these people's thought processes. What were they thinking? You're giving away the game for free, and then providing free equipment? Song Yuan immediately opened the code editing software on his computer and began writing a script. He wants to delete those inappropriate comments in bulk and, incidentally, block the accounts that posted those comments. No matter how fast the other person edits the information, it can't keep up with the speed of his program. After the script was installed, the chaotic atmosphere finally disappeared. However, having been influenced by the prevailing trend, Song Yuan opened the back end of Fengshui Entertainment and discovered that the game, Fantasy Survival, had lost a significant number of fans, which had indeed had a certain impact. Song Yuan called Zhou Su into his office. Tell the PR department to contact those gaming influencers now and give positive guidance to Fantasy Survival. Postpone all work from now on, and I will not see anyone who comes to me. Zhou Su could tell that his boss was quite anxious about this matter, so he responded and hurried out to give instructions. After explaining all this, Song Yuan got down to business. He attacked the game server called Phantom Life again. The other side was very arrogant, guessing that he would come, and even left him a message. Song Yuan also discovered that there was another thing running on the server where the game was set up, an internal system used by Xinan Network. Having seen this, it's clear that Huanxing, this knockoff gadget, is inextricably linked to Xinan Networks. If Song Yuan doesn't destroy him, he'll have wasted his time as a hacker. Song Yuan opened the source code of the virus that he had previously deployed to Xinan Network. This time, he completely changed the underlying logic, upgrading the latest logic to hell mode in terms of both complexity and difficulty. But the virus's outer shell is still the same. If a layman were to look at it, he wouldn't be able to figure it out at all. Song Yuan was quite focused when writing code, and by the time he finished writing the virus, it was already time to leave work. Song Yuan stretched his back and implanted the virus he had prepared into the server. He can finally take a break. Song Yuan poured himself a glass of water and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Employees were walking out of the building one after another, hurrying towards the subway. Lu Qi called again. Old Song, that bastard game just failed again. This time he's completely unable to get it up, right? Song Yuan chuckled. He probably won't be able to get up. Can you be a little more polite? Lu Qi cursed over the phone. Kill that bastard. Do you even know who did it? Security network. Lu Qi was silent for a few seconds. Zhao Machuan didn't go back to see a doctor. How come he's better so quickly? Song Yuan said in a nonchalant tone. This little knockoff of Huanxing couldn't have been made in a day or two. Zhao Machuan must have been eyeing me as soon as he arrived in Beijing, or even when he was still in Hong Kong. He's having a relapse, but someone new has taken his place at the security network. We'll have to deal with this person sooner or later. Lu Qi knew Song Yuan's true abilities, and his tone was extremely arrogant. Who cares who he is? Even if the Bull Demon King comes, we'll make him plow 2 acres of land. At that moment, Zhou Linchuan was sitting in his office rubbing his temples. His eyelids had been twitching since the afternoon, and he had a premonition that something was about to happen. But everything was calm until he got off work. He was just overthinking it. Zhou Linchuan picked up his coat from the hanger and put it on. Just as he was about to go downstairs, his secretary rushed in a panic. Mr. Zhou, our internal system is inaccessible, and internal management work is completely impossible right now. XIN Network's back and internal system is used by internal employees. Employees must complete tasks such as requesting leave, email circulation, applying for benefits, and professional title evaluation within this system. It's the end of the year now, which is the busiest time for the system. Suddenly, it won't open, and many tasks can't be carried out. Zhao Machuan didn't think it was a big deal. Website bugs are common, and it's easy to find someone to fix them. Where are the programmers? Get them to fix it. He had barely finished speaking when the director of the programming department came rushing in, panting. Mr. Zhou, the server for our little game has been hacked. The entire database has been destroyed and cannot be recovered. Zhou Machuan quickly realized what was happening. Is the backend internal system and that game hosted on the same server? Right. Zhou Machuan's face suddenly darkened. The hacking of that lousy game won't have much impact on XIN Network. The game was created in the first place to annoy Song Yuan, with no profit motive. However, if all the data in the backend system is lost, then all the important information such as the holiday statistics of all employees of XIN Network, the performance appraisals that were just calculated, and the employees' professional titles will be lost. How will this company be managed in the future? Everything is in complete chaos. There's only 1 month left before the year-end bonuses are due, and there's simply not enough time to recalculate the performance reviews for the employees now. This is absolutely terrible. Zhou Machuan gritted his teeth. Among all of you computer professionals, is there not a single one who can recover the data? The program director wiped his sweat. He knew that virus all too well. Last time they fought it, they underestimated it, and as a result, the entire company worked day and night for a week without making any progress. In the end, the boss made an exchange between Tianyu and Song Yuan to find a solution. Looking at that virus now, it seems no different from before, but the antivirus methods they obtained are completely ineffective against it. He was also very troubled. Just how many tricks would that expert hidden in the G family play with this virus? President Zhou, this virus was produced by the G family. Chapter 435, Trying to Murder Me? Zhou Machuan glared at the director of the programming department. So what if the G family is involved? The G family is a financial company, while XIN Networks specializes in cybersecurity. Are you afraid of them? The program director remained silent, not daring to respond. This isn't a question of whether I'm afraid or not. It's just that I was really badly hurt last time, and the facts speak for themselves. Zhou Machuan scolded. Why aren't you working overtime to save the server? What are you standing there for? Do you want to abandon the backend system? If the data can't be recovered, everyone can forget about their year-end bonuses. The program director was severely reprimanded and returned to his workstation with his head down. Sitting down at his computer, he had to continue dealing with a virus that looked exactly like the previous one, but whose kernel had some weird logic added to it. No one in the department had a clue. Song Yuan was packing up and getting ready to leave work. Jisheng didn't come to work today, so he called to ask what happened. Poor Jisheng was at the hospital with his grandmother when he received a call from Song Yuan, and he was filled with complaints. Brother, I'm a caregiver now. My uncle isn't able to come and take care of me, and my dad has recently fallen ill with a cold and fever. I'm taking care of him every step of the way, so why does the old lady only care about that person who doesn't acknowledge her? What do you think she's thinking? Song Yuan chuckled. The old lady still wants to kick me out of the G family and make my father give the assets to the heir she's after. Does hearing all this make you feel any better? Jisheng sat on a bench in the corridor. I've achieved a bit of balance, but I haven't showered for 2 days, and I'm starting to stink. My girlfriend is ignoring me too. Why am I so miserable? After hanging up the phone, Song Yuan transferred some pocket money to Jisheng to comfort his wounded heart. Song Yuan's workday is over. He wonders how Gu Shiyu is adjusting to her first day back at work. He sent her a message asking if she could leave work now, but she didn't reply. Song Yuan put on his coat and went downstairs, asking the driver to take him to the Henyue building. Gu Shiyu didn't drive in the morning. Song Yuan drove her there. Naturally, he had to pick up his wife after get off work. Song Yuan got out of the car and went straight into the building. The employees of Gu's group all knew him and greeted him. The receptionist helped Song Yuan get the president's private elevator. Song Yuan arrived at the floor where Gu Shiyu's office was located. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he sensed that something was off about the office atmosphere. Gu Shiyu's secretaries all kept their heads down and worked, and even Gu Shiyu's special assistant, Su Li, stood outside the office door with a stern face. The door to the president's office was closed, and voices could be heard intermittently. Gu Shiyu's tone was not good. Judging from the situation, Song Yuan guessed that someone hadn't done their job well, and that his wife had scolded her subordinates again. Su Li saw Song Yuan and walked towards him. "Mr. Song, please wait here on the sofa for a moment. Would you like some tea or coffee?" Song Yuan responded. "No need for that." He pointed to the CEO's office and asked, "Who's inside?" Su Li replied in a low voice. It was President Gu's father, with that minor celebrity named Qin Jiyan. Song Yuan was taken aback. "Qin Zhongmin?" Song Yuan asked again. "What's all the noise about?" Su Li knew that her boss had no reservations about Song Yuan, so she spoke her mind. "Mr. Qin still hopes that President Gu can help Qin Jiyan and give him some resources. He somehow found out that the Guiwu brand was founded by our President Gu, and he hopes that President Gu can give the Guiwu brand endorsement to Qin Jiyan." Song Yuan. The endorsement deal for Rose Mist was arranged by Song Yuan himself. He found a top-tier celebrity and spent a large sum of money on the endorsement fee. The fact that an unknown startup brand could make such a big splash is entirely due to Song Yuan's support because of his wife. Qin Jingmin probably doesn't think that just anyone could earn this much money by endorsing the brand. Song Yuan stood up from the sofa. He didn't want to get involved in the matter between him and his daughter, and wanted her to handle it herself. But when it comes to endorsements, he can't sit still. The argument inside the CEO's office grew increasingly heated, to the point that a door was almost blocking out the sound. Song Yuan strode towards the door, but Gu Shiuan rushed over first, holding a baseball bat in his hand, and kicked open the office door. Gu Shiuan had just left work when his secretary from the president's office called him to tell him about it. He immediately turned around, drove the car back without even looking for a parking space, and left it at the bottom of the building. He then went back to his office, grabbed a baseball bat, and rushed over. "Let's see who dares to argue with my sister." He slammed the baseball bat onto the coffee table, and Qin Jingmin and Qin Jiyan, who were sitting on the sofa, obediently shut their mouths. Gu Shiuan usually acts carefree and nonchalant, but if anyone dares to make things difficult for his sister, he'll fight tooth and nail. He could really swing that pole. Qin Jingmin was momentarily stunned by the young man's imposing manner, and after a long silence, he glared at him and asked, "What? You've grown up now, and you want to murder your father?" Gu Shiuan had no kind words prepared for him. "My father? I lost my parents when I was in kindergarten. Who do you think you are?" Qin Jingmin was so angry that he pounded his chest. He had always thought his daughter was an ingrate, but now it seemed that his son was even more ingrate than her, showing no respect whatsoever to his biological father. To lay a hand on him, his father, would be utterly rebellious. But such a young man, in the prime of his youth, is capable of doing anything impulsive. He was still wary after all. You take this rod away first." Gu Shiuan pushed the pole forward again. "What? Life's not going well for you. You abandoned your children and your own mother when you were young, and now that you're old and need someone to take care of you, you're coming back. Where were you when my siblings and I were being bullied at school for not having parents? Where were you when my grandmother collapsed at work with a high fever? Now you want to come back for money and resources?" Qin Zhengmin listened to these interrogations without batting an eye. "I don't feel like I owe you anything in any way. At the very least, I gave you life. You should thank me. Without me, you wouldn't exist. This is what you owe me." Gu Shiuan laughed. When people are speechless, they really can't help but laugh. It's pointless for him to say all this to that old scumbag. "Get out of my sister's sight with your bastard. My stick doesn't discriminate. I don't know who it might hurt." Qin Jiyan, who had been sitting silently on the sofa, stood up angrily, glaring at Gu Shiuan. "Watch your mouth. Who are you calling a bastard?" Gu Shiuan was extremely impatient. "All right, you bastards, get out of here. I'm warning you, if you dare to come looking for my sister again, I won't be polite." Qin Jiyan debuted with a handsome face and has been adored by fans ever since, until he was manipulated by capital without suffering any hardship. "This is the first time I've been insulted so harshly," he said angrily. "Gu Shiuan, dare you say another word?" My dad and mom truly love each other. You and your sister are the bastards, unwanted bastards. Before he could finish speaking, Gu Shiuan swung the stick and hit him. Gu Shiuan, as if his sore spot had been touched, lashed out and slapped the person fiercely. Qin Jian had no tools and couldn't fight back, so he could only protect his head. Qin Jingmin was terrified. This kid really dared to make a move. Stop hitting it. It's bleeding, it's bleeding. Chapter 436, Only Banning. Gu Shiuan was furious and couldn't stop. Qin Jingmin was so frightened that he gasped for breath. It was his son who was being beaten. If this continued, something bad would happen. He shouted, "Stop it, you bastard. Do you want to kill your own brother?" Gu Shiuan didn't listen to Qin Jingmin's words at all. He was still angry. Gu Shiu knew Gu Shiuan's temper. When this kid got carried away, he didn't know his own strength and recklessness. If he wasn't stopped, he would really cause a big problem. She called out, "Gu Shiuan, stop." Gu Shiuan swung his stick one last time, and then stopped, panting heavily, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. Qin Jingmin stepped forward to help his son, feeling sorry for him. "Jian, are you alright? Where are you hurt?" Gu Shiu tossed him a pack of tissues. Most of Gu Shiuan's outburst had hit Qin Jian's shoulders and back, with only one swipe landing on his face. Qin Jian's nose was bleeding. Qin Jingmin was so nervous, as if he were about to lose his life, which the siblings found irritating. Song Yuan stood at the door and watched Gu Shiuan beat someone for a long time. He was the closest to the door and could have easily stopped him, but he didn't want Gu Shiuan to stop so quickly. At least let the siblings vent their anger first. Qin Jian behaved himself this time, picking up the tissue that Gu Shiuan had thrown on the ground and wiping the blood off his face, then stuffing his bleeding nostrils. "One side of my face is also swelling up rapidly." Qin Jingmin couldn't swallow this insult. "Gu Shiuan, you bastard. Your brother makes a living with his looks. How dare you touch his face? Are you even human?" Gu Shiuan had calmed down by now, but he hadn't let go of the baseball bat in his hand. He was holding it in one hand, propping it up on the coffee table and fiddling with it. "To be more precise, my mother only gave birth to my older sister and me. She didn't give me an older brother." Qin Jingmin glared angrily. Neither of the siblings, the older nor the younger, recognized him as their biological father. They had gone to such lengths to be so heartless. He came here and got nothing in return. In fact, his youngest son got beaten. He was not happy about it. "Gu Shiu, I can let bygones be bygones regarding Gu Shiuan's assault today, but you must give Jian the endorsement for that rose missed as compensation. Otherwise, I'll call the police immediately and have this kid arrested." Gu Shiu chuckled. "What are you thinking about?" Song Yuan walked to the front and leaned against Gu Shiu's desk. "I handled the whole thing with Gui Wu's endorsement. Going to Shiu won't help. You'd better talk to me." Qin Jingmin looked up at Song Yuan. He had been paying close attention to Song Yuan recently and had heard a lot about Song Yuan's ruthless methods after taking power in the Ji family online. He knew he couldn't get anywhere with Gu Shiu, and he had even less to say to Song Yuan. "I'm not talking to you because we have nothing to do with each other. I'm talking to my daughter. She owes me this." Song Yuan was so angry he laughed. "She doesn't owe you anything. On the contrary, you owe her. Shiyu Elementary School, Gu Shiuan Kindergarten, both siblings were underage at that time, and you abandoned them. They didn't sue you because they didn't want any further involvement with you. Your betrayal of your family by starting a family with another woman and having children without a divorce constitutes bigamy. When you broke with the old lady, you took a whole box of gold bars that she had saved for the siblings. You also secretly transferred the education funds from Shiyu and Gu Shiuan's cards. These are all acts of theft. If you want to call the police, then go ahead and do it. We can settle all these scores at once." Song Yuan listed Qin Jingmin's 10 crimes, remaining calm and logically sound. When Song Yuan heard Gu Shiu calmly recount these events, he felt heartbroken. He couldn't even imagine how the siblings had survived the days when they were both abandoned by their parents. How could there be such a heartless father in the world? Qin Jingmin hadn't expected Song Yuan to know so much. He felt no guilt about it, but he was afraid of what Song Yuan would say, and if they went to court, he would be in the wrong. The gold and money were genuinely stolen back then. There are security cameras at home and records of the transfers, all solid evidence. Qin Jingmin remained silent. Song Yuan gave him his final piece of advice. I will never give the endorsement of rose mist to Qin Jian. The harm you have caused my wife will take her a lifetime to heal. I will not give your son any resources. My only recourse is to blacklist him. Qin Jingmin was deeply troubled. Haven't you banned Jian enough? What did he do wrong? Gu Shiyu replied with a cold face. My mistake was that I didn't like him. It's that simple. Are you satisfied now? According to what Gu Shiyu had said in the industry, Qin Jian had been ignored by everyone in the entertainment circle for the past few months and was making a living by earning some pocket money through live streaming on short video platforms. The fall from a promising second-tier celebrity to the treatment of an internet celebrity is a disparity that is hard for people to accept. Qin Jian has now woken up from his dream. On the way to Gu's with Qin Jingmin, he was still dreaming that he could make a comeback. Now it seems that with Gu Shiyu and Song Yuan, two powerful figures, holding him back, he has no chance anymore. They were beaten and humiliated. He stood up from the sofa, looking dejected. Dad, let's go. Seeking answers will yield no results, so it's better to leave with dignity. Qin Jingmin gritted his teeth and followed behind, uttering a harsh threat as he left. Gu Shiyu, you just wait and see. The office was finally quiet. Gu Shiuan threw the baseball bat on the ground and lazily found a place to sit down. Gu Shiyu asked him, Didn't you get off work? Gu Shiuan scoffed. Even if I go abroad, I won't let those two scumbags cause you trouble. If they dare to come again, I'll beat them up. Gu Shiyu didn't scold him. Normally, she would have said a few words to him, but today, she felt very relieved. I'll give you 2 more days off. Go back and rest for 5 days before coming back to work. Gu Shiuan saw his sister staring blankly, and she didn't even scold him. He got into a fight and got a beating from her when he got back. Gu Shiyu glanced at him. What are you looking at? You did a good job today. This is a reward for you. Next time, remember to hit someone in a safe place. Hitting them in the face can easily cause trouble. Gu Shiuan couldn't help but laugh. Okay sis, I got it. I made an appointment with Qing Xue, so I won't bother you and brother-in-law anymore. He picked up his phone and strode away, deliberately closing the office door behind him as he left. Gu Shiyu is a germaphobe. The sofa and the carpet over there were stained with Qin Jian's nosebleed, so she called someone to move everything that had gotten dirty out. Song Yuan asked her, Should we replace the security guards? Gu Shiyu had the same thought. The security guards these days are too lenient, letting just anyone in. If we need to change it, do you have any recommendations? Song Yuan has some skilled men under his command. The Ji family's security team consists of retired soldiers, each with exceptional skills. Taking down Qin Jian would be no problem for them. Song Yuan, I'll arrange this for you. Shall we go home now? Gu Shiyu hummed in agreement, then turned and went to rest in the back of the office. Wait a moment, I'm going to get something. Song Yuan followed and stood at the door watching her. Gu Shiyu stuffed the 2 boxes of family planning supplies into her bag. She took time out at noon to go out and buy it. The family was completely unprepared for both of last night's events. He put it outside. She cannot be infected again in a short period of time. Song Yuan's throat tightened, and he called out to her in a hoarse voice. Timely words. Most of the employees have already left work. There's no one on this floor. Chapter 437, ended in 3 minutes? Gu Shiyu turned around and looked at him with a blank expression. What's wrong? Song Yuan told her. I bought one too, and I put it in my car. The two were somewhat in sync about this matter. Gu Shiyu smiled awkwardly. That's a bit too much. Won't it expire? Song Yuan looked at her with a hint of ambiguous emotion in his eyes, and he asked her in return. This stuff usually has a shelf life of 3 to 5 years. Do you think it will expire? Gu Shiyu walked towards the door with her bag on her back. That is indeed, it takes a while. Song Yuan grasped her wrist, and Gu Shiyu stopped in her tracks. It gets dark early this time of year, and night has already completely fallen. Only a few floors of the office building across the street still have lights on. The surroundings were so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After having their baby, the couple never enjoyed the quiet time they had before. Song Yuan was a little reluctant to let go of her. Gu Shiyu looked up, and their eyes met. When you've been together for a long time, you can tell what the other person is thinking with just a glance. Gu Shiyu casually put the bag she was carrying aside, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him. Song Yuan's heart was racing. Her occasional initiative pleased him greatly. Song Yuan liked her naturalness, especially in bed, where she never suppressed herself and always boldly expressed her emotions and feelings. Song Yuan returned her kiss, taking the initiative. He kissed her until she was too weak to continue, then lifted her up and bit her ear. Would you like to try it here? Gu Xiu regained her composure and glanced at the office area outside. The lights were already off, but she was still a little worried. Lock the door from the inside. Song Yuan pecked her lips, then went to lock the door and lowered the blinds, turning the office into a completely private space. The office, being such a sensitive place, is inherently exciting and makes people's hearts race. It was their first time experiencing this kind of place, and they both felt the sensations very quickly. Gu Xiu unpacked 2 items from her bag that night. Neither of them ate dinner, nor did they feel hungry. They simply fed themselves first. I completely forgot about time. Just as Song Yuan was about to dismantle the third one, his phone rang. He handed the small device to Gu Xiu to operate, and then picked up his phone to answer a call. The call was from her mother. At that time, Song Lia and Ji Chung were at their son's house taking care of their grandson. The 2 babies were separated from their mother for the first time and didn't see her all day. By nightfall, they started crying and wouldn't sleep, nor would they drink milk. Grandparents and 2 nannies tried everything to soothe him, but nothing worked. It was already past 10 p.m., and the young couple still hadn't returned. Song Lia first called Gu Xiu, but no one answered, so she called Song Yuan's cell phone. Song Yuan, why are you and Shiyu so busy all day? Yuan and Man have been fussing and won't go to sleep all night. They probably miss their mom. Ask Shiyu when you'll be done. If all else fails, shall we take Xiaobao to find her? Song Yuan looked down awkwardly. The arrow was already on the bowstring. He coughed lightly. Mom, Shiyu and I are together because we haven't finished some work. Let's go back as soon as possible. Song Lia sighed on the other end of the line. Okay, then hurry up. After saying that, she started chatting with Ji Chung, who was standing next to her. These 2 kids are working so hard. They've been busy until now and haven't even finished their work. After hanging up the phone, Gu Xiu suppressed a laugh. Or should we just forget about it and go home now? Song Yuan hooked his arm around her waist from behind, pressing close to her. Do you think it can work? Gu Xiu's voice changed tone. Then you finish in 3 minutes. Song Yuan chuckled helplessly. It was an hour later when I came out of the building. The driver had been waiting for them in the car. After they got in, Song Yuan told the driver to drive faster. When the 2 arrived home, the 2 little ones had cried themselves to sleep. Looking at the 2 round little faces, Song Yuan felt a little guilty. He, as their father, would try his best to control himself in the future. He had been holding back for too long these past few days and couldn't control himself. Song Lia and Ji Chung were still in the living room, waiting for them to return. Song Lia felt sorry for her son and daughter-in-law, who had been so busy that they hadn't had time to eat dinner yet, and were just eating apples when they got home. No matter how busy you are next time, you must not forget to eat. Your bodies can't take it, especially Shiyu. You need to nourish your body now. I really didn't have time to tell my family, so I had the housekeeper make it and bring it to your office. Gu Xiu responded awkwardly. I know, Mom. It probably won't happen again. Song Yuan responded without batting an eye. Next time I'll eat first, then work. Song Lia rambled on for a few more minutes before the 2 returned to their villa. It was late at night when Song Yuan and Gu Xiu finally sat down to eat at the small restaurant. The auntie simply cooked them some noodles and served them a few light side dishes. Gu Xiu felt guilty all night, afraid that something would be discovered. Only after Ji Chung and Song Lia left did she ask Song Yuan, Didn't you give yourself away? Song Yuan said, Based on my understanding of my mother, she probably doesn't. If she had noticed anything, she wouldn't have nagged so much, nor would she have waited until we came back. Gu Xiu glared at him. You can't be so indulgent next time. Song Yuan chuckled and admitted his mistake, but whether he would correct it was another matter. Song Yuan's work schedule became tight over the next few days. Lu Qi was getting married on Friday, and as a brother who had been through thick and thin with him for several years, he had to attend. He could only reduce his workload in advance. Song Yuan had just returned to his office after holding a meeting with the AI development team that morning when Jishin called. Brother, something's happened. Song Yuan's brow twitched. Don't rush, tell me slowly. Ji Sheng was almost in tears. He stayed up all night at the hospital with the old lady and was starting to feel the strain. Last night, while the old lady was asleep, he sneaked home to take a shower and then accidentally fell asleep. I rushed to the hospital as soon as I woke up this morning, but the old lady had disappeared. Ji Sheng said in a trembling voice. Brother, I told the caregiver to take good care of the old lady when I left. But when I came to the hospital today, she was gone. The doctor said she went to the nurse's station this morning to complete her discharge procedures, but they didn't do it for her because she's an elderly person and told her to call her family. The old lady didn't make a fuss at the time, but when she got home, she needed to poop, and then she slipped away while the caregiver was in the bathroom. Song Yuan composed himself, realizing that this was not Ji Sheng's fault. Blame the old lady for being so difficult. It would be hard for anyone to keep an eye on her. Don't worry, let me check the surveillance footage at the hospital entrance to see if she's there. Ji Sheng squatted at the hospital entrance with a long face, completely at a loss. Brother, you have to investigate quickly. If the old lady is missing, my uncle and dad will beat me up. I've committed a terrible crime. Song Yuan comforted him. Go back to the company first. This is not your fault, and no one can punish you. Ji Sheng's mind is in turmoil. He's worried that the old lady might run away and get into trouble, and he's also afraid of being held accountable by his uncle and father. Brother, if the old lady really goes missing, can you put in a good word for me with uncle and dad? Song Yuan gave him confidence. Don't think too much about it. If my dad and second uncle punish you, I'll take the blame for you. Ji Sheng was moved to tears. Brother, you really are my brother. Chapter 438. The person is missing. Song Yuan hacked into the hospital's security camera footage and located the time period that Ji Sheng had described when the old lady might have left. He watched it frame by frame, and soon the old lady's figure appeared in his field of vision. She hailed a taxi on the roadside, not knowing where it was headed. The license plate number of that taxi was not captured in the photo and cannot be seen clearly, making it difficult to determine her whereabouts. However, she seemed to be in good condition. She has money, and as long as she isn't swindled out of everything, Song Yuan doesn't think there's a big problem. But since the old lady was missing, he still had to tell his father and second uncle. Ji Sheng was too cowardly to say a word, so Song Yuan covered for him, since taking care of the old lady was not Ji Sheng's responsibility alone. Song Yuan called his father and second uncle to tell them about it. Upon hearing the news, Ji Ming immediately went to find Ji Cheng, and the two brothers discussed how to find the person. Ji Cheng first sent people to try their luck at the places where the old lady was most likely to appear, such as the Ji family's ancestral graves, places the old lady frequented, and Exinen network. Ji Ming was so anxious that he paced back and forth on the ground. Brother, what are we going to do? Mom isn't really lost, is she? I only took her in a few months ago, and this happened. I can't face Dad who's dead. She's just an old lady, and we can't even take care of her properly. What are we going to do? Ji Cheng composed himself. I had someone check Mom's bank account. She withdrew 20,000 yuan in cash around 9 a.m. She knew to withdraw money and took her ID card, bank card, and other useful documents with her, which means she's okay. Ji Ming had a bitter face. If she uses a credit card, we can check her location. This old lady seems to be playing cat and mouse with us, even using cash now. She's an 80-year-old woman. Won't she be scammed? Ji Cheng didn't speak, but he was also annoyed. Ji Ming kept nagging. How can an old woman like her never have a moment's peace? I've only been sick for a few days, and this has already happened. She's just causing trouble for her children. She doesn't want to live a good life, and just wants to suffer. Ji Cheng responded with a sullen face. She's always been this restless person. You've known her for a long time. A wave of sadness washed over Ji Ming. He had never truly understood this before, because the old lady had always lived with his older brother. She had only been living with him for a few months, and he was already driven almost mad. Now he completely understands why his sister-in-law always has a stern face whenever she sees the old lady. Even her own children can't stand it, let alone her daughter-in-law. You can only truly understand something when it happens to you personally. Brother, sister-in-law, those past years have really been tough on you. The old lady must have gone through a lot of trouble, right? Song Lia just smiled faintly. She was well-mannered and wouldn't speak ill of others behind their backs. but she had already done her duty as a daughter-in-law regarding the old lady's affairs. She stopped getting involved in the old lady's family matters after her son was found. Ji Ching coughed. All right, there's no use talking about this. Let's save our energy for finding the person. Ji Chung dispatched all his men, leaving no one in the security team behind, and even mobilized his butler to search the entire city. Ji Ming couldn't stay at home, so he went out too to do a manhunt. But without any clues, finding someone in a city with a permanent population of over 20 million is like finding a needle in a haystack, let alone a living person who can move around and change locations at any time. Half a day passed, and the people sent out did not provide any useful information. Song Yuan was busy all day, and Ji Xing stayed in his office all day, not daring to leave. He felt that staying by Song Yuan's side was the safest thing to do. Sure enough, Ji Ming arrived just before the end of the workday. When Ji Ming arrived at the company, he first went to Ji Sheng's department to look for someone, but when he couldn't find him, he went to Song Yuan's office. He originally planned to discuss it with Song Yuan to see if there were any good solutions. Young people have many ideas, and Song Yuan is capable. As a result, when I walked in, I saw my unreliable son, who was hiding away in peace and quiet. Ji Ming suddenly felt a surge of anger and stepped forward to slap the person. Our whole family has been frantically searching for her, and you're just hiding here having a good time? Ji Sheng, do you have no heart? You lost your grandma because of you. The slap missed its mark, and Ji Sheng, terrified, jumped behind Song Yuan for help. Brother, help me. Ji Ming chased after them and started hitting them, but Song Yuan stopped him. Second uncle, calm down. Ji Sheng did nothing wrong. Unable to reach anyone, Ji Ming angrily searched everywhere for something. He dared not touch anything on Song Yuan's table, and instead threw his phone at Ji Sheng. You unreliable person, I only asked you to see people for 3 days. Just hang in there, and it'll be over. And you ran home and fell asleep? Ji Sheng didn't dare to talk back. He was just a bit outspoken in normal times, but he would back down when faced with a real problem. Song Yuan shielded the little follower behind him. Second uncle, I'll say it again, Ji Sheng did nothing wrong. He took care of the old lady for 2 days and 2 nights without sleep. What's wrong with him going back to take a shower and catch up on some sleep? Before he left, he made sure the old lady was settled, arranged for a caregiver, and instructed the nurses. His actions were correct. It was the old lady who was too opinionated and fooled everyone, leaving on her own. If she really wanted to leave, even if Ji Sheng didn't go back to take a shower, the old lady would still run away while Ji Sheng was in the toilet. Ji Ming was speechless after hearing Song Yuan's words. As he gradually calmed down, Ji Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped this ordeal. Song Yuan, your second uncle really has no other choice. You young people are quick-witted. Can you help your second uncle think of a way to find the person? Song Yuan first had someone pour Ji Ming a cup of tea, then settled him on the sofa and began to speak slowly. Second uncle, what is the thing that the old lady is most worried about right now? Ji Ming seemed to have been enlightened. Her grandson, Zhao Machuan, who refuses to acknowledge her? Song Yuan. Yes, everything she's done recently is related to Zhao Machuan, including her fainting downstairs at Xianan Network. I think we can look in that direction. Ji Ming was so anxious that he could hardly speak. But Zhao Machuan has already been taken back to Hong Kong by his mother and isn't here with us. How else can we find him? Song Yuan reminded him. Check if the old lady has recently applied for a Hong Kong city travel permit, and whether she has any ticket purchase records. Ji Ming suddenly realized. Now that you mention it, I do remember. A while ago, Zhao Machuan was taken away, and she was depressed for a few days. Then one day, when I wasn't looking, she took the housekeeper to the police station. Having said this, Ji Ming felt he had found the answer. The old lady has probably already flown to Hong Kong. Once people get there, they become even harder to find. Ji Ming can only rely on Ji Chung and Song Yuan now. But given the old lady's previous attitude towards Song Yuan, he didn't dare ask Song Yuan for any help. Ji Ming hurriedly left the Ji family to find Ji Chung. Brother, Mom might have already run away to Hong Kong. You have friends there, so hurry up and find her. Chapter 439. Are you scared? Ji Chung had already found out the old lady's flight information. She should have landed in Hong Kong by now. As for where she went, Ji Chung did not have anyone investigate. After all these years of struggling, he's tired of it all. He didn't tell Song Yuan about this. He didn't want to involve his children. Let the old lady run away if she wants to. She has so much money and cards with her. She won't end up sleeping on the streets in another city. This at least shows that she is physically capable. Ji Chung gave a faint hum. He had connections in Hong Kong and could find someone if he wanted to. But he thought to himself, forget it. Let her try. At least she won't blame him, her son, for preventing her from finding her grandson. Ji Ming, don't get upset about Mom's situation. She will come back on her own when she can't stand it outside anymore. If you bring her back now, she will only have regrets. Based on Ji Cheng's understanding of the old lady, she valued her life more than anyone else. When Ji Ming heard his elder brother's words, he realized they made sense. But, brother, can she manage on her own? Ji Cheng said, I checked her account, and there's a lot of money in it. Let's wait and see. After Ji Ming left, Ji Sheng breathed a sigh of relief and went around to massage Song Yuan's shoulders. Brother, you saved my life. I have no way to repay you. I'm just a good-for-nothing. All I can do is give you a massage. Song Yuan chased people away. All right, you've been hiding here all morning. Your second uncle probably won't come to beat you up again. Go back to work. Ji Sheng left happily after hearing this. Over the next few days, Song Yuan worked as usual. There was no news from Xianan Network, and the server that Song Yuan had destroyed was completely unusable. Song Yuan knew that the data lost by the security network this time could not be recovered, even if he personally handled it. He used physical deletion, completely eliminating any possibility of data recovery, unless time could be reversed. That knockoff game has completely disappeared from the world of netizens. The recent online criticism of Fengshui Entertainment has been contained. Friday arrived, and it was Lu Qi's wedding day. Song Yuan called Gu Shuan to go to the Lu family to help out early in the morning. Song Yuan was already married and couldn't be a groomsman, but Gu Shuan had the honor of being one again. After the wedding car left, Song Yuan went back to pick up Gu Shiyu, and they went to the hotel where the wedding was to be held. Gu Shiyu prepared a huge red envelope for Lu Qi as a gift for both of them. Lu Qi was Song Yuan's best friend, so as his wife, she naturally had to give him face. Half of Song Yuan's classmates from university came today. As soon as Song Yuan led Gu Shiyu through the door, handed over the red envelope, and offered his blessings, they were surrounded by several classmates. The people sitting in the distance waving to him were actually his roommates from school and his brothers who played basketball together. The people talking to him actually had a rather distant relationship. Someone asked, President Song, we don't dare to call you by your full name anymore. How have you been lately? We heard you acquired Tianyu Technology, and that the Ji family has other IT teams under its umbrella. They were classmates after all, so Song Yuan answered patiently. Yes, just call me by my name. We're classmates. Another student asked, Song Yuan, is your company hiring recently? I'm thinking of changing jobs, but the job market is really bad right now. It's hard to find a job that's good enough for some and not good enough for others. Under the Ji family, Song Yuan handed over the management of all IT teams to Lu Qi, and he did not interfere with trivial matters such as recruitment. There are positions available, but Lu Qi knows more about this than I do. If you're interested in applying, contact Lu Qi privately and ask him to help with a referral. The people around responded. Okay, then we'll contact Lu Qi. After the conversation ended, a group of people surrounded him and started chatting. Gu Shiyu sat next to Song Yuan for a while before going to find Ji Qingxue. The wedding party has returned, and most of the guests have been welcomed. The wedding ceremony is now officially underway. Lu Qi took the bride's hand from his father-in-law and led her down the red carpet. Ji Qingxue stared intently at the newlyweds on the red carpet, the scene decorated in a romantic and warm manner. She asked Gu Shiyu, Sister-in-law, my dad said you need to have a bigger wedding ceremony later. When are you planning to hold it? I want to be your bridesmaid. Gu Shiyu smiled. Actually, I don't think it matters. If my family wants to hold another one, then we can hold another one next spring when the weather is warmer and it won't be cold to wear a wedding dress. I'd like to have an outdoor one. Ji Qingxue's eyes lit up, and she had already imagined the grand wedding scene in her mind. Gu Shiyu asked her, envious? Ji Qingxue paused for a moment, then remained defiant. No, it's just that I felt the scene was very touching, and I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. As they were talking, Gu Xiwan leaned over from behind and asked her, what was unforgettable? Ji Qingxue told him, it's none of your business, don't pry into everything. Gu Xiwan chuckled. If you won't tell me, then I'll ask my sister. Gu Xiu glanced at him. Why should I tell you? Ji Qingxue laughed so hard her mouth hurt, while Gu Xiwan looked helpless. No, are you my sister or her sister? Why aren't you on my side at all? Gu Xiu ignored him. As they were talking, a bouquet of roses was thrown over and landed directly in Ji Qingxue's arms. Everyone in the room turned to look at them. It is said that catching the bride's bouquet means good things are coming soon, and the host congratulated Ji Qingxue on stage. Ji Qingxue blushed deeply. Song Yuan answered 800 questions from his classmates and finally managed to escape from the crowd. The wedding ceremony is complete, and the banquet is about to begin. Song Yuan went to the courtyard to answer a work call. When he came back and walked to the door, a man walked out of the hotel and brushed past his suit sleeve. The road is wide enough that two people wouldn't have to squeeze together to pass each other. Song Yuan turned to look at him, and the man gave a sly smile. I'm sorry, Mr. Song, it wasn't intentional. Song Yuan's brow twitched slightly. This person's appearance was familiar, bearing a 5-point resemblance to Zhao Machuan. Only their temperament was different. Zhao Machuan had a gloomy temperament and was extremely shrewd, while the man in front of him gave off the feeling of a carefree and unruly rich young master. Song Yuan chuckled, guessing who this person was. This should be the person currently in charge of the information security network for Zhao Machuan's half-brother. Song Yuan never expected to run into him here. Song Yuan asked him, is there something you need, Mr. Zhou? Zhou Linchuan's expression froze for a moment. President Song is indeed no ordinary person. I haven't even introduced myself, and you already know my surname is Zhou. Since President Song is so good at calculations, why don't you predict when the Ji family will go bankrupt? Song Yuan scoffed lightly. Mr. Zhou, you've got quite the nerve. You should learn to speak Mandarin properly before you try to make it in Beijing. Zhou Linchuan was taught Mandarin by Li Jingxian, but living in Hong Kong, he speaks Cantonese and English more often. After arriving in Beijing, people often couldn't understand his Mandarin, and none of his subordinates dared to point out his shortcomings. Now Song Yuan isn't giving him any face at all. Zhou Linchuan found the game quite fun, but he didn't expect Song Yuan to be even more interesting than he had imagined. Is President Song scared? Chapter 440 Paying the Price. Song Yuan glanced at him indifferently. Is Mr. Zhou's server fixed? How come he has time to attend someone else's wedding today? Knowing his good friend as Song Yuan did, Lu Qi would never invite Zhou Linchuan to his wedding. It must have been Zhou Linchuan who came to him on his own. Zhou Linchuan frowned slightly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Mr. Song, you've got some impressive methods. Is it that Mr. Song just destroys the servers of any company he doesn't like in Beijing? Song Yuan scoffed, refusing to accept this dirty water. I don't understand what Mr. Zhou is talking about. Does Mr. Zhou suspect that I broke your server? Wasn't this done by President Song? I don't know. After replying with 4 words, Song Yuan stepped into the hotel. Behind him, Zhou Linchuan stood silently, his fists clenched in anger. He knew it was Song Yuan who did it, but he had no proof. The hacker next to Song Yuan was very skilled, leaving them no trace to follow. In this round, he really messed up. The phone in his pocket rang, and Zhou Linchuan answered it. The person opposite me is the director of the Information Security Network Programming Department. Mr. Zhou, the data we destroyed is completely unrecoverable. The other party even shredded our backups. Now we can only host the backend system on another server, but all the data is lost. To avoid affecting year-end performance statistics, we need to conduct a reassessment and prepare new data as soon as possible. Zhou Linchuan's expression was cold, and his words were devoid of any warmth. You can't even do this simple thing right, and you expect a year-end bonus? The person on the other end was speechless for a moment and didn't dare to reply. Song Yuan attended a wedding banquet in the morning and returned to his company after the banquet ended. Zhou Su came in with his phone to report. President Song, something has happened. He opened the video on his phone and pushed it on as Song Yuan's desk. President Song, there was a disturbance at our Rose Mist brand counter today. It was quite a big disturbance, with many people watching, and it's spreading all over the internet now. The customer said they experienced hair loss and scalp inflammation after using Guiwu shampoo, and suspected there was something wrong with our brand. Song Yuan watched the video of the disturbance quietly. Even the counters at the mall had been smashed. The opposing side had brought several tall men with tools, clearly indicating they were prepared. Song Yuan knew how clean Guiwu's production line was. He had personally overseen this business, so there was no way there would be any problems with product safety. Moreover, after the products from Guiwu were produced, all the laundry and personal care systems in my home were replaced with this system. His 2 sets of fathers, his sister, his grandmother, and even the family's nanny all used it, so if there were any problems, they would have been discovered long ago. This time, the other side is after people. Song Yuan remained completely calm in the face of adversity. First, identify the troublemaker and the person who smashed our counter. Have the legal department prepare a lawyer's letter. We want them to compensate us for every penny of our losses, and also for our reputational damages. We'll sue them for spreading rumors. Zhou Su responded. President Song, I'll go to the legal department to make the arrangements right now. Meanwhile, Gu Shiyu received the notification before Song Yuan. Su Li has initiated emergency public relations efforts. Mr. Gu, we have already called the police. The people who attacked us have been taken away by the police. As for the woman who spread rumors about Guiwu, I checked her information, and it's all here. Gu Shiyu took the 2 printed pages of information handed to her by Su Li and looked at them carefully. The woman who claimed that using rosemary shampoo caused her scalp inflammation was 36 years old. She had been unemployed for 6 months and had not been able to find a satisfactory job because she was over 35. For the past 6 months, I've been stuck in a limbo, neither liking high enough nor low enough, and my life has been rather frugal. But in the past week, a sum of 200,000 yuan was deposited into the account. Gu Shiyu found it hard not to suspect the origin of the money. It's likely that the person behind her who instructed her to do this provided her with the embezzled funds. The Gu family has not offended any business rivals recently, and Gu Shiyu has rarely appeared in the industry since she became pregnant and gave birth. The only thing Gu Shiyu could think of was Qin Zhengmin and his illegitimate child. Last time, that father and son caused trouble in her office, but they didn't get anything good out of it and even got injured. Based on Gu Shiyu's understanding of Qin Zhengmin, that vindictive man wouldn't let things go so easily. Gu Shiyu told Su Li, have someone keep a close eye on that woman and see who she comes into contact with next. Also, have someone keep an eye on Qin Zhengmin and Qin Jian. Su Li immediately went out to make arrangements. This incident has caused quite a stir online, especially now that the internet is so developed. People are paying close attention to the safety of various foods and products. The new brand Guiwu, which has only recently entered the public eye, has been making a high-profile debut. Even its spokesperson is a top-tier actress that ordinary brands cannot afford. Its advertisements are displayed in subways and on bus stops, as if it is burning money. This negative news suddenly broke out, and everyone is paying attention. They are tagging relevant departments online to conduct a thorough investigation and restore a safe living environment for everyone. Many netizens who bought Guiwu have spoken out, saying that they had no problems using it and found it to be effective, solving their oily scalp and dandruff problems. However, these comments were negligible under the videos of the filthy water being discharged, and some people even kept half a bottle, afraid to use it anymore, waiting for a test result to be released. Gu Shiyu is upright in his conduct, so he has nothing to fear from inspections. After this incident, she instructed the Public Relations Department to prepare a statement, and the official account would express its stance that day. Guiwu would accept the investigation by relevant departments, and the results would be announced. However, before the results were released, if anyone made any inappropriate remarks, spread rumors about Guiwu, or engaged in cyberbullying, the Gu family would pursue the matter to the end. After the statement was released, there were far fewer criticisms of Rosemary online, but some brave souls still stirred up trouble. Su Li has taken screenshots of all these accounts and preserved the original posters to prevent these individuals from deleting their posts and denying responsibility later. Near the end of the workday, Gu Xiu went to the factory to inspect the production environment. After this incident, the production line at Guiwu stopped operating in the afternoon, and everything is awaiting instructions from above. Gu Xiu told the workers that production should proceed according to the original schedule, and that this incident would not have a significant impact. Rosemary has been selling well recently, and there have even been instances of stock shortages in the market. Once the test results are out, the storm will subside, and Gu Xiu doesn't think it will have much of an impact. The workers started operating the machines again. As the year draws to a close, they can earn a generous reward for doing more work so they can have a prosperous new year. Gu Xiu watched them work and also participated a little. The entire production process was carried out without any violations, and all the materials used had passed safety audits. Gu Xiu didn't pay much attention to what happened in Guiwu today. Spreading rumors won't destroy a good product. On the contrary, it will make the rumor mongers pay the price. Chapter 441, Let's get down to business first. As Gu Xiu left the factory, Suli called. Mr. Gu, as you predicted, that woman met with your father at a coffee shop. Take photos as evidence and hand them over to the Ministry of Justice. Suli, okay, Mr. Gu. Inside the coffee shop, Qin Jingmin gave several more bundles of money to the woman opposite him. You did a good job this time, but I think it's still not enough. You need to make a bigger scene and escalate the situation. Don't let your guard down on the internet either. Post more short videos and do live streams to evoke sympathy from netizens. I'm going to ruin this brand. If you succeed, you'll get extra money. The woman clutched several bundles of money to her chest, her eyes gleaming with greed. Don't worry, Mr. Qin. Even if it costs me my life, I will make this a huge deal and force Rosemary out of the market. Qin Jungmin chuckled. Meanwhile, Song Yuan bought a piece of smear material from a paparazzi and released it. He discovered that most of those stirring up trouble online were Qin Jian's fans. He had ways to prevent those discussions from being posted, but silencing others was less effective than letting them shut up on their own. Since those fans were so willing to be used as pawns by their idols, Song Yuan wanted to show them what kind of person their idols really were behind the scenes. Qin Jungmin hurt the person Song Yuan cared about most, so Song Yuan simply targeted Qin Jingmin's most precious son to infuriate the old man. When Song Yuan returned home, Gu Xiu's car drove into the yard just as they had planned it. Gu Xiu missed her child, so she changed her clothes and washed her hands before entering the room and then hugged the child. The aunt downstairs had already prepared dinner and was waiting for them. Song Lia and Ji Chung watched them return, and their task of taking care of the child for the day was considered complete. Song Yuan sat downstairs with his parents for a while, and Ji Chung asked him, "Is everything ready for the annual meeting?" Song Yuan assigned this task to the HR and marketing departments for collaborative planning. Preparations are almost complete. The date is set for New Year's Day, about 2 weeks from now. The notice has already been sent to the employees, and the location is your private island. We've already booked a chartered plane. All the employees who can attend will go together. It'll be a 3-day party, then we'll get back to work. Ji Chung was very satisfied with this arrangement. This is the biggest annual meeting Ji's family has ever held since its establishment. We'll bring Yuan and Man to attend. Song Yuan sighed, feeling a pang of heartache. The cost of organizing this event is almost equivalent to a small company's entire year's profit. However, Dad believes that this year is his luckiest year and also a particularly important year for the Ji family, so he insists on holding a grand event. That's quite an expense, Dad. Ji Chung chuckled. Money is just a string of numbers. You should celebrate when it's time to celebrate. Song Lia laughed from the side. Your dad is using the company's annual meeting as an excuse to invite all the employees to celebrate your return home. This is truly one of the most celebratory events of our lives. We don't care about the money. Song Yuan thought to himself. My parents are really rich. No company in the country is willing to spend so much money on such a large-scale annual meeting. The Ji family is the first. Ji Chung reminded Song Yuan. Don't forget to invite Grandma Gu. Qing Xue and Gu Xiuan's matter should also be put on the agenda. That girl hasn't been home lately. She moved out on her own. The two of them may already be living together. Don't let it turn out that you're pregnant out of wedlock. It won't sound good to others. At least get engaged first. Song Yuan's brow twitched. He had been busy lately, and hadn't had time to pay attention to Ji Qingxue. He hadn't expected that the two of them had developed such an intimate relationship. I'll give that kid Gu Xuan a good talking to next time. That evening, Song Yuan returned to his room and discussed the matter with Gu Shiyu. Gu Shiyu agreed to finalize their engagement ahead of schedule, saying that she would go back to her grandmother's house on the weekend to discuss it and find an auspicious day to propose marriage. Remembering what his father had said that night, Song Yuan picked up his phone and called his sister to see if she was really living with Gu Shiwan. The phone rang several times, but no one answered. Across from them, Ji Qingxue was taking a shower. Gu Shiwan was playing games while leaning against the headboard when he heard the phone ring. He called out towards the bathroom. "Baby, your phone is ringing." Ji Qingxue hadn't finished her skincare routine yet. "Could you answer this for me? I'm not done yet." Gu Shiwan was engrossed in his game and didn't notice who was calling. He answered the call, put it on speakerphone, and continued playing his game. "Qingxue is taking a shower. I'll call you back later if I need to." Song Yuan remained silent on the other end of the line. Sure enough, his father was right. The two of them had been living together shamelessly outside, and who knows, they might give him a little nephew someday. "Gu Shiwan, I'm looking for you." Upon hearing Song Yuan's voice, Gu Shiwan paused in his game, his hands stilling on the screen. In that moment of stunned silence, he had already died in the game. "Sister, brother-in-law, you were looking for me?" Song Yuan asked him. "What are you doing at my sister's house?" Gu Shiwan scratched his head. The game had already been abandoned. "Brother-in-law, I came to deliver something to Qingxue. I'm leaving now." After he finished speaking, he deliberately raised his voice and shouted, "Qingxue, I'm heading back now. Give me a call if you want anything else to eat next time." Ji Qingxue didn't know about the phone call. When she heard he was leaving, she quickly wrapped herself in a towel and ran out. "Gu Shiwan, what's wrong with you? Why are you leaving in the middle of the night? You've already brought all your luggage here. Where are you going back to?" Gu Shiwan frantically tried to signal with his eyes, but Ji Qingxue was too quick to speak and blurted out everything about the two of them. Song Yuan called for help again from the other end. "Gu Shiwan, come to the Ji family tomorrow afternoon. I have something to say to you." "Yes, I understand, brother-in-law." Gu Shiwan hung up the phone shakily. Ji Qingxue, now that she knew their cohabitation had been exposed, remained silent in shock. "What should I do? Will my brother give you a hard time tomorrow?" Gu Shiwan gave a helpless, bitter smile. "Baby, you didn't even look at me. If you had just glanced at me before speaking, you wouldn't have revealed this little secret to your brother. But don't worry, he's not some kind of jackal or tiger. He wouldn't eat his own brother-in-law, would he?" Ji Qingxue responded. "How about this? I'll go with you to find him tomorrow." Gu Shiwan said with a smile. "No need. I'll be going to your house to propose sooner or later. Do you think I'd hide behind you? Don't worry, I can handle it." Ji Qingxue asked him, "Are you still leaving?" Gu Shiwan knew she was teasing him on purpose when she asked that question. If he really left, she would be unhappy again. "Should I leave or not?" Ji Qingxue deliberately went against him. "You'd better leave, or my brother will come and get you." Gu Shiwan looked at her with ambiguous eyes, and with a flick of his finger, the only piece of cloth covering Ji Qingxue's body slipped off. "You really want me to leave?" Ji Qingxue's face flushed with anxiety, unsure of where to cover herself first. "Gu Shiwan, how could you?" Gu Shiwan pulled her into his arms and coaxed her softly. "Don't waste time, baby. Your brother will really be here soon. Let's get down to business first." Chapter 442, Only I Can Bully Him. Ji Qingxue struggled slightly, but Gu Shiwan held her tightly, and the more she moved, the more excited he became. "Baby, I've learned something new. Let's try it today." Ji Qingxue bit her lip and remained silent. Soon, her body went limp, and she leaned her entire weight against him. Gu Shiwan bit her ear. "Do you like it this way?" Ji Qingxue didn't speak, but her flushed face betrayed her. An hour passed, and Ji Qingxue was covered in sweat. Finally, the day was over. Gu Shiwan carried her to wash up. "Baby, it's been so long, and your brother still hasn't come." "I don't think he's coming. I was too rushed just now, and I feel like I didn't perform well." Ji Qingxue kicked him. "Where did you learn these bad tricks?" Gu Shiwan is still not serious. "How about we do it again? Maybe your brother will kick me out of here tomorrow." Ji Qingxue blushed and was too embarrassed to look at him. So Gu Xiuan lowered his head and continued kissing her. The smear campaign that Song Yuan released went viral overnight, with the images being widely circulated online. In the picture, Qin Jiyin, after drinking, came out of the club, spat on the ground, and then unbuckled his belt to urinate in front of the green belt outside the door. This pretty boy, who debuted with his handsome face, has absolutely no sense of public morality and has a long history of bad behavior in private. Qin Jiyin's female fans went wild. The topic has already topped the trending searches, with tens of thousands of comments and countless likes. Sorry, ladies, you can keep this husband. I don't want him anymore. I'm afraid he'll drink too much and wet my bed in the middle of the night. I've gone from being a fan to a hater. Goodbye, everyone. I'm going to go throw up for a bit. I can't look at him. My internet husband is not only small, but also smells awful. Qin Jiyin, pay me back for my eyes. Wives of Song Jiyin, wake up. Your husband's little bird has been exposed to the entire nation. It's often said that to cover up one hot topic, you need to use an even more explosive one. 2 days ago, the internet was discussing how Guiwu shampoo caused scalp inflammation and hair loss. Today, it's Qin Jiyin taking off his pants and urinating in public. Qin Jiyin's fans who admired his looks collectively fled and turned into haters. Gu Xiu saw the push notification as soon as she opened her phone in the morning, and Su Li also forwarded the link to her on WeChat. She glanced at it briefly, then smiled speechlessly. Qin Jingmin's son is truly well-mannered. Song Yuan hugged her from behind. Honey, what time is it? Sleep a little longer. Gu Xiu woke up a little earlier than usual today. It wasn't even time for the alarm to go off yet, but after reading these few posts, she was already wide awake. Song Yuan, did you release those videos and pictures of Qin Jiyin? Song Yuan was half asleep when he heard keywords like Qin Jiyin, and he struggled to wake up. It's me. Gu Xiu turned around and leaned into his arms. Why didn't you tell me yesterday? Song Yuan asked her. You saw it. Gu Xiu held the phone up to his face. Look for yourself. Qin Jiyin probably never imagined in his life that he could become so popular, especially in this way. Now everyone in the country knows him. Song Yuan chuckled softly. Everything was beyond his expectations. He had just woken up in the morning, and his mind was still foggy. Song Yuan pulled Gu Xiu into his arms. Sleep a little longer. In the afternoon, Gu Xiuan appeared in Song Yuan's office on time. He waited inside for a while before Song Yuan finished his work and came back to entertain him. When Gu Xiuan saw Song Yuan return, he hurriedly stood up to greet him, completely disregarding his status as his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? What do you want to see me about? Song Yuan asked his secretary to pour tea. I've taken the time to invite you for tea today. Why are you so nervous? Please have a seat. Gu Xiuan obediently sat down on the sofa, wiping the sweat from his knees with his palms. Song Yuan's words made him even more nervous. Song Yuan sat down next to him and glanced at him indifferently. You moved into my sister's house. Gu Xiuan nervously touched his ear. No, that's not true. I just went over to deliver some food to her yesterday. She wanted to eat grapes in the middle of the night, and I said it wasn't safe for a young girl to order takeout at home, so I delivered some to her. Song Yuan cleared his throat. It's not appropriate for you two to continue like this. Gu Xiuan stood up abruptly in a panic. Brother, we're both serious, not just playing around. I'm going to marry her. You can't be so heartless as to stop us. Song Yuan sighed. Don't rush. Sit down and wait for me to finish. Gu Xiuan is no longer able to remain calm. I can't. If you're against us being together, then I won't acknowledge you as my brother-in-law. Bringing up my sister won't help. There's nothing more to say between us. Gu Xiuan was about to leave as he spoke, and Song Yuan remained silent. What a hothead. Go back and talk to your grandmother. Find an auspicious day for her to come to your house and propose marriage. The two of them haven't even agreed to a marriage yet, and they're living together shamelessly. It's not good for my sister's reputation. Gu Xiuan was stunned. So it wasn't about separating the lovers after all. His expression instantly returned to normal, and he chuckled twice. Brother, you're right. I've had this idea for a while. I'll talk to Grandma about it when I get back tonight. Qingxue shouldn't object either. Song Yuan hummed in agreement. This is also my parents' idea. We are not an ordinary family, and we should follow the normal procedures for marriage. Go back and discuss it with your grandma. She is a respectable person and will help you make the arrangements. The two families will arrange a time to finalize the marriage agreement together. Gu Shuan was so happy his smile almost reached his ears. If he had a tail, it would probably wag like a propeller. He even stopped calling him brother-in-law and started calling him brother, like Ji Qingxue. Brother, you're right. We should finalize the marriage arrangements first. In my opinion, it would be even better to have a wedding ceremony as well, with all the formalities planned out. Song Yuan disregarded everything else and only conveyed his parents' wishes. Take it one step at a time. As for the marriage, you need to propose to Qingxue first and get her to agree. Yes, brother is right. As the two were chatting, Ji Qingxue ran in from outside, panting. She was worried that Song Yuan would make things difficult for Gu Shuan, so when she learned that Gu Shuan had come to the Ji family, she immediately rushed over from home. Brother, please don't scold him. I was the one who told him not to leave yesterday, and that's why he stayed. It's not his fault. If you want to scold someone, scold me instead. Gu Shuan scratched his head. He had explained what happened yesterday, and Song Yuan hadn't pressed him for details. The topic had already passed. His silly girlfriend barged in and spilled the whole truth again. Gu Shuan feigned advice. Qingxue, don't talk back to your brother. Let's go. I'll take you to eat hot pot. Ji Qingxue came in too hastily and didn't know what was going on in the office. She just assumed that her brother had called Gu Shuan over to deal with him. Seeing that Song Yuan didn't speak, she continued. Brother, say something. You can't bully him. Only I can bully him. Chapter 443 Mass Job Hopping. Song Yuan looked at Gu Shuan helplessly. In fact, he had already turned a blind eye and did not pursue the matter. After all, this kid isn't really a bad person. If it were a blonde guy, Song Yuan would have already gotten the hang of it. Gu Shuan hurriedly took Ji Qingxue from him and covered her mouth. Baby, stop talking. Ji Qingxue then shut her mouth, seemingly realizing she had let something slip again. After a few awkward seconds, she made an excuse. Brother, I see you're pretty busy, so we won't bother you while you're working. I have something to do later. Gu Shuan. Yes, I have something to do too. We're leaving. Song Yuan ignored the two men and lowered his head to work. Gu Shuan and Ji Qingxue quickly made their escape, and only breathed a sigh of relief when they reached the bottom of the stairs. Ji Qingxue gasped for breath. What happened upstairs just now? Didn't my brother beat you up? What are you hitting him for? Do you think he can beat me? You think you can hit my brother? You're exaggerating. My brother could knock out 3 of you with one punch. Gu Shuan laughed and cried. All right, can't we just get along peacefully? Why do we have to fight? My brother called me here today to talk about serious matters, not to lecture me. What's up? Qingxue, we've been together for a while now, and I've even moved in with you. Your family thinks this isn't good for your reputation, so they want me to propose marriage and get engaged first. Ji Qingxue was stunned. She hadn't expected that her secret cohabitation with Gu Shuan would be known to the whole world. Then, let's get engaged. What's wrong, baby? You don't want to. Ji Qingxue snorted. You haven't proposed yet. I won't say yes. Gu Shuan chuckled behind her. I'll definitely ask. Just wait for the surprise. Upstairs, Song Yuan was engrossed in his work. Lu Qi followed him to his office. Song Yuan was stunned. Aren't you on your honeymoon? What are you doing at the company? Lu Qi sighed. How can I sit still? You've put such a big event in my charge. How can I sit at home and stay put? Song Yuan was completely speechless. Brother, you just got married yesterday and you're already coming to work today. Won't your wife scold me too? What have I become? A heartless capitalist who exploits even his own brothers? Am I even human? Lu Qi had already worked half a day, so he didn't care about these things. My wife will understand. I'll accompany her back to her parents' home tomorrow and won't be coming to the company. I'll take care of things first today. Speaking of important matters, I've received quite a few resumes from employees of Xiaonan Network. Some of them are longtime employees of Xiaonan Network, those who have worked there for 7 or 8 years. What did you do to him again? Song Yuan was stunned. I didn't do anything. It must be some kind of internal problem. Should we schedule interviews with these people? We are indeed hiring recently, but should we use these people? You could invite a few people for interviews to find out what kind of people they are, and whether they're planning to switch jobs at the company at the end of the year. Lu Qi. Okay, Okay, I'll have HR invite a few more senior people. Lu Qi turned to leave, but Song Yuan gave him some instructions. Go home early tonight, or your sister-in-law will scold me. Lu Qi responded and went downstairs. Lu Qi had just returned to Fengshui Entertainment when HR came looking for him again. Mr. Lu, we just received more than a dozen job applications from Xian Network, bringing the total to nearly 30. What do you think we should do? Lu Qi. Let's invite 2 people over for interviews first, and choose senior engineers with extensive experience and high positions. The HR team leader immediately took action. At the security network site, the technical department is deserted. No one is doing any work, and everyone is in a bad mood. In the morning, the new president came to announce. The data on the backend server cannot be recovered, so all year-end bonuses for everyone in the company will be forfeited today. No one dared to answer. I've worked hard all year, and I'm all waiting for my year-end bonus to celebrate the new year. I need the money to support my parents, pay for my child's extracurricular classes, and buy new clothes for my wife. I'm counting on this money. Tell them now that there will be no year-end bonus. This job is getting boring. Even the technical director slumped back in his chair, silent and speechless, and even turned off his computer screen. As technical staff, they knew very well that the destroyed data had been completely shattered and could never be recovered. There's no point in them wasting their time here. Someone suggested in the small group that, guys, I don't want to stay here anymore. Let's all switch jobs. Soon someone else seconded the proposal. Jump. If you don't jump, you're doomed. The data is definitely gone, and they're telling you to find it? Forget it. I quit. I quit too. Damn it. 3 idiot bosses in 1 year. Each one more stupid than the last. Let's all jump ship. Someone tagged the technical director. Director, does Mr. Wong want to jump? If you jump, we'll all follow you. The director didn't reply, and the group of employees continued discussing important matters. Let's go to the G family and see which powerful figure they're hiding. We can learn something from them, which is better than following this idiot leader. Yes, go to G's company. Their salaries and benefits are better than those of major internet companies right now. It would be foolish not to go. If you go, I'll go too. At that time, Zhou Linchuan was sitting in his office, waiting for the employees to restore the data. His older brother, Zhao Machuan, sent him a message. Don't mess with Song Yuan. Zhou Linchuan looked at the few simple words and dialed his mother, Li Jingxian. Mom, how is my brother? Has he recovered? Li Jingxian went outside to answer a phone call. The situation has improved a lot, and it doesn't affect his life. On the surface, it doesn't seem like a big problem, but I don't dare let him have any more contact with the G family. I feel like he might have a relapse at any time. Zhou Linchuan paused for a moment. Take good care of my brother. I'll handle things here for him. Li Jingxian tried to persuade him to return to Hong Kong, but Zhou Linchuan declined. He had been traveling between Beijing and Hong Kong recently, and he hadn't neglected his company's affairs in Hong Kong. Mom, I can handle it, don't worry. After hanging up the phone, the assistant hurriedly knocked on the door and came in. President Zhou, a large number of employees in the technology department have resigned. This is the core department of our company. If they leave, the team will fall apart. Zhou Linchuan frowned slightly. Let anyone leave, but company policy dictates that the resignation process takes a month, with the final month dedicated to handover. A month later, it will be almost Chinese New Year. They don't want this paid annual leave, so be it. The assistant looked miserable. Mr. Zhou, it will be difficult for us to recruit such a large number of technical staff in a short period of time. If we can't recruit enough people, how will we start our work after the new year? Zhou Linchuan rolled his eyes at his assistant. How about you take on the role of CEO? The assistant didn't dare to answer, lowered his head, and left the office to deal with the employees who wanted to leave. Song Yuan called Gu Shiyu when he was about to leave work to ask her when she could leave. Gu Shiyu didn't have time to check her phone at all. A large crowd of onlookers had gathered downstairs at the Gu family's building, taking pictures of the scene with their phones, making it impossible for her to go downstairs. Chapter 444: The Female Demon. It was right after get-off work, the time when the flow of people was at its peak. A large crowd of onlookers gathered below the Heiress building, including employees of Gu's group and people from other companies in the industrial park. Qin Zhengmin carried a banner to the Heiress building that read, Gu Shiyu, the ungrateful wretch, disowns his own father. He then used a megaphone to shout the message from downstairs. Everyone come and see. Gu Shiyu, the president of Gu Corporation, disowns her biological father and instigates her younger brother to beat their father. How can such an unfilial daughter inherit the family property and become the leader of so many employees of Gu Corporation? How can you employees produce anything good under a leader like her? Following her will only lead you to develop warped values, disrespect for elders, and a lack of loyalty to family. Would you dare buy a car made by a company like this? The onlookers whispered among themselves. Isn't Gu Shiyu the president of the Gu Group, the female tycoon in the business world? I heard she has no parents and only has her grandmother and younger brother at home. How come she suddenly has a father? Qin Jingmin heard what the man said and explained. This gentleman is right. I am Gu Shiyu's biological father. She doesn't acknowledge her father, changed her surname, and seized all of my mother Gu Jiangying's property. She doesn't give me, her biological father, a single penny. Now, I, as her father, can't even see her. Have you ever seen such a heartless person? Everyone, please help me judge this. No one in the world would treat their own father like this. Groups of 3 or 5 people whispered among themselves. Some felt that Gu Shiyu was wrong, but they didn't dare to condemn her loudly and leave any evidence against her. After all, she was a notorious female devil, and they didn't dare to offend her. If they offend someone, who knows if the female tyrant will use the same methods she uses on business rivals to deal with them. The security guard at the gate was sent by Song Yuan before, but now only one of them remains. The others have gone to eat. The security guards had just stopped this madman, but they didn't expect him to have a backup plan. He tore down the banner and went forward to shoo people away, making a scene in the office area, or we'll call the police. Seeing this, Qin Jingmin became even more agitated and impulsive. Look everyone, this security guard isn't the same one from a few days ago. A few days ago, I went upstairs to see Gu Shiyu, and she changed the security guards, strictly forbidding me from going upstairs. Who among you has ever seen such a heartless person who disowns their father? Qin Jingmin held the megaphone and dodged back and forth, while the security guard stepped forward to cover his mouth. As the scuffle escalated, more and more people gathered to watch. People stopped worrying about scrambling for the subway and decided to watch the excitement first. Upstairs, Gu Shiyu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly watching the farce unfolding below. Suli came in from outside. Mr. Gu, I have already called the police. They should be here soon. Gu Shiyu hummed in agreement. Bring him up first. Suli responded. President Gu, Chairman Gu has heard the news and may be coming over later. As she was speaking, Gu Shiyu's phone rang. It was her grandmother calling. She answered the phone. Grandma, you don't actually need to come over. I can handle it. The old lady is already in the car. I also want to see that unfilial son. You stay upstairs and wait for me to come over. Gu Shiyu said. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Gu Shiyu asked Su Li to find someone to restrain Qin Jingmin and take him upstairs. Several security guards who had gone out to eat rushed back before they had finished their food. They carried Qin Jingmin onto the elevator. The crowd downstairs gradually dispersed. Qin Jingmin kept shouting, demanding that everyone help him get justice and punish that unfilial daughter. The elevator went up to the top floor, and once there was no one around to observe him, Qin Jingmin finally shut his mouth. He straightened his clothes and walked out of the elevator with a smug look on his face. The door to Gu Shiyu's office and the CEO's office was tightly closed. Qin Jingmin thought that Gu Shiyu had sent him up because she had given in, and that he would have a proper negotiation with this ungrateful girl next. He walked to the door of the president's office and tried to push it open, but found that he couldn't. Su Li's workstation was not far from the president's office. He glanced at Su Li and said in a commanding tone, Aren't you going to open the door for me right now? Su Li ignored him and continued working on her computer. Qin Jingmin's brow twitched, and he said impatiently, Evidence. Are you deaf? Didn't I tell you to open the door? Su Li chuckled. Sir, you need to make an appointment to see our CEO, Mr. Gu. Since you don't have an appointment, please wait on the sofa over there for a moment. Mr. Gu will have time to see you once he's finished with his work. Qin Jingmin's chest heaved with anger. If he hadn't left back then, he would be in charge of the Gu family business now. How could he have been bullied by a mere assistant? Qin Jingmin was furious and pounded on the door. Gu Shiyu, open the door. He had just banged on the door twice when the security guard grabbed his hands and feet and forcibly dragged him to the sofa. Behave yourself. The security guard who spoke was the best fighter in Song Yuan's own security team. He had one hand locked behind Qin Jingmin's back, making it impossible for Qin Jingmin to move. Qin Jingmin had no way to resist, so he could only use his mouth. He's exhausted all options and gone all out. His son has been ruined, so he has nothing to fear anymore. He speaks without restraint, no matter what he says. Gu Shiyu, I'm giving you 3 minutes to come out and see me. Otherwise, this isn't over. I'm not only going to let the employees of the Gu family know that you're an unfilial daughter and an ingrate, but I'm also going to let everyone in Beijing know what kind of person you are. If the Gu family brand's reputation is ruined, you can forget about selling a single car in the future. If you don't let me have a good time, you won't have a comfortable life either. Qin Jingmin's mouth was covered by security guards as soon as he finished speaking. Inside the president's office, Gu Shiyu calmly handled her work. She was an extremely stable person, and she wouldn't have been able to run Gu's group so big and successful if she didn't have some skills. Gu Shiyu received a message from the housekeeper on WeChat, knowing that her grandmother had arrived downstairs, and only then did she open the door to greet her. Qin Jingmin thought that his words had threatened Gu Shiyu, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Gu Shiyu, you finally decided to come out and see your father? If you're so capable, try hiding in there your whole life, and see if I can control you. Gu Shiyu didn't even glance at him, heading straight for the elevator. The elevator doors opened, and the old lady stepped out. Gu Shiyu's lips curled into a smile. Grandma, she's on the sofa. The old lady walked out in a hurry, with Gu Shiyu supporting her from the side. If she hadn't known that this bastard was causing trouble at the company, she wouldn't have bothered with this scoundrel at all. The old lady turned a corner and walked over, only to see Qin Jingmin sitting on the sofa. He had aged considerably, and his face looked much more haggard than when they last met, indicating that he hadn't been doing well lately. The old lady suppressed the fleeting pang of reluctance that had welled up in her heart and gave instructions to the security guards who were controlling Qin Jingmin. Take him to the small conference room. Family matters are also shameful. They shouldn't be heard by too many people. They should be discussed behind closed doors. Qin Jingmin was led to a small conference room, and the old lady and Gu Shiyu followed him in. Qin Jingmin looked at his mother and then at his daughter. One was an old female devil, and the other was a little female devil. The two of them were so alike that even their domineering manner when they spoke was the same. One doesn't acknowledge his biological son, and the other doesn't acknowledge his biological father. Qin Jingmin chuckled. Mom, since you've made time to come today, and 3 generations of our family are sitting together, why don't we clear everything up today? Chapter 445 Old Man. The old lady's face was ashen. She had given this son many opportunities in his earlier years. Gu Shiyu was sick in junior high school, and was hospitalized with pneumonia caused by the flu. She called Qin Jingmin and the child's mother, hoping they would come and see her child, but neither of them came back. When Gu Shuan was in elementary school, he got into a fight with his classmates and was bullied and called a fatherless child. She notified Qin Jingmin to come back and hold a parent-teacher conference for the children. Qin Jingmin said not to call him anymore, and that the life and death of the 2 children were no longer his concern. After that incident, the old lady angrily changed Gu Shiyu and Gu Shuan's surnames. The old lady was working while taking care of 2 young children. That year, she collapsed at the company due to overwork. Her assistant called Qin Jingmin, but Qin Jingmin didn't even offer a perfunctory word of concern, not to mention visiting her in the hospital. After that illness, the old lady held her 2 crying children in the hospital room and decided that the 3 of them would depend on each other from now on, and that she would pretend that her son had never been born. No matter what difficulties they encountered later, they never called that couple. Now that the 2 children have grown up, the siblings support the family and no longer need a father or mother. The biological father, who had been missing for over a decade, has been found. The old lady sat down nearby, raised her eyelids, and glanced at Qin Jingmin. Don't call me Mom, we're not that close. Qin Jingmin had anticipated the old lady's words. He smiled faintly, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. It doesn't matter what I call you. Our blood ties cannot be severed by a title. I have only one request for the Gu family. Since you cannot agree to it, then let's fight to the death. Gu Shi said in his tone. Qin Jungmin, have you no shame? What right do you have to come back? My grandmother doesn't have a son like you, and I don't have a father either. We have no relation whatsoever, and I have no reason to agree to a stranger's request. You've gone too far. Qin Jungmin glared at Gu Shiyu. Shut up. You have no right to interrupt us elders. Without me, there would be no you. What right do you have to lecture me? Smack. Before Qin Jungmin could finish his sentence, the old lady slapped him across the face. Qin Jungmin was stunned. He was angry, but he didn't dare to fight back, and just took the slap. Smack. 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 The old lady then slapped him repeatedly. She was furious. She had never disciplined Qin Jungmin like this when he was a child. She had always reasoned with him and guided him. The old lady slowed her movements, panting. These slaps are punishment for the harm you caused to the children when you left home, punishment for stealing your own children's belongings, punishment for spreading rumors about my granddaughter, and punishment for your shamelessness. Qin Jungmin licked his lips. His cheeks burned with pain. He scoffed and glared fiercely at his own mother. Are you done venting? Now that you've vented, I'm going to state my conditions. The old lady ignored him. Gu Shiyu helped the old lady sit down. Worried that her blood pressure would rise, Gu Shiyu went out to pour her a glass of warm water to calm her down. Qin Jungmin continued. Gu Shiyu can take control of the Gu family, but I want 2/3 of the shares you hold. This is what I, as your son, deserve. The old lady was so angry she was speechless, and only after a long while did she ask. Qin Jungmin, where's your face? Of all the things you inherited, why did you have to inherit your deadbeat father's shamelessness? Qin Jungmin didn't care what the old lady said, or about saving face. He had already made a scene here and didn't care anymore. You can curse me if you want. I only want your shares. I haven't even mentioned dividing up your other assets. The money you've spent on Gu Shiyu and Gu Shuan over the years should have been given to your other grandson, Qin Jian. But I won't pursue these matters any further. I only want 2/3 of the shares. Once I have them, I swear I won't cause any trouble for anyone. The old lady had calmed down and found Qin Jungmin's words amusing. During the years she worked hard to build her business, Qin Jungmin looked down on her company. Now that the company has grown big and gone public, and her child has grown up, this ungrateful wretch has come back to fight for the family fortune. You wouldn't even dare to write something like this in a novel. The old lady was quite resentful. She had been a good person and had consistently done charity work over the years. She wondered which deity she had wronged, causing her to give birth to such a thing. The old lady put down the cup and told him, word by word, forget about the shares. You have no share in my other businesses either. You won't get a single penny of my assets. Before you tried to extort me, didn't you even bother to find out who I, Gu Jiangying, am? Qin Jungmin gritted his teeth in anger. The old lady said again, when you abandoned your wife and children and severed ties with me, your own mother, to run off with that other woman, I made it public among our relatives and friends. Everyone knows about the shameful things you did back then. Now you say you want to come back and fight for the family property? I'm an old lady who's still healthy. I won't give you a single penny of the property under my name. Relatives and friends won't think I'm being unreasonable. On the contrary, they'll think you're shameless. Everyone knows I don't have a son like you, and you don't have a mother like me. If you dare cause trouble at the company again, don't blame me for being impolite. Qin Jungmin clenched his fist in anger, the veins on his arm bulging, and slammed his fist heavily on the table. Gu Shiyu cautiously shielded her grandmother behind her. In her memory, this man was not a good person at all. If he could beat her mother, Gu Shiyu would not be surprised. Gu Shiyu shouted loudly, Qin Jungmin, what are you doing? Qin Jungmin glared at Gu Shiyu. He didn't dare to hit the elder, but he couldn't touch the younger one. What am I supposed to do? He raised his hand and grabbed Gu Shiyu's shoulder, about to make a move. The conference room door was kicked open, and Gu Shuan kicked the person to the ground with a flying kick. You old geezer, what are you doing? You dare hit my sister? I'll make sure you come in standing up and leave sideways. Qin Jungmin was caught off guard, stumbled back a few steps, and fell to the ground, completely stunned, ignoring the pain in his tailbone. Is he full of questions right now? Gu Shuan, his offspring, his own son, this kid who has half his genes, dared to hit his own father and utter such harsh words. Qin Jingmin found it hard to accept. He considered himself a scoundrel, completely devoid of filial piety. After being slapped more than a dozen times by the old lady and hearing so many of her sarcastic remarks, no matter how angry he was, he didn't dare to lay a finger on her. Now his own son kicked him to the ground and told him to walk out sideways. Qin Jingmin finally came to his senses and groaned. He tried to stand up, holding onto the chair, but Gu Shuan kicked the chair away, not letting him even lift a finger. I'm asking you, what were you just about to do? Answer me. Chapter 446. Dare to touch one and see what happens. Qin Jingmin was speechless for a moment, stunned by Gu Shuan's imposing aura. To be honest, he did want to hit his unfilial daughter just now. He felt he hadn't done anything wrong. As a father, it was his duty to discipline his child. But if Gu Shuan asked him that question and he told the truth, who knows what kind of outrageous things this kid would do. Qin Jingmin sat on the ground, his face tense and silent. Gu Shuan shielded his grandmother and sister behind him. I warned you last time, and you still dared to bully my sister. You even tried to lay a hand on her just now. You old fool, you dare to lay a hand on her and see what happens. Qin Jingmin was threatened by Gu Shuan pointing his finger at him. He looked up at the old lady again, but she stood there without showing any intention of stopping him. It seems that in her eyes, it's right for a son to discipline his father. Qin Jingmin had given up hope on the old lady, let alone this unfilial son in front of him, who could kill him at any moment. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. He won't get away with anything now. If he says the wrong word, this unfilial son will beat him up. After weighing his options for a while, Qin Jingmin slowly stood up, supporting himself on the edge of the table, and looked at the old lady. I've said everything I need to say. You can decide for yourself. You can ignore my demands, but I'll have my own way of doing things. The old lady gave him a cold look. Roll. Qin Jingmin walked a meter away from Gu Shuan, passed by from one side, and left through the door. Gu Shuan was so angry that he gulped down a bottle of water. Grandma, sister, why didn't any of you call me just now? That old man really knows how to find an excuse. I wasn't at the company this afternoon, and he came to cause trouble. If my assistant hadn't called, I don't know how long he would have kept causing trouble. Gu Shi responded. They even replaced the security guards in the park, so he won't be allowed to get any closer to the company. The old lady sat back in the chair she had just been sitting in, rubbing her aching temples. Although Gu Shuan had just kicked him, he was still not satisfied. We have to deal with this kind of scoundrel with violence. You've all been too lenient with him. I'll take care of him from now on. Considering his sister's safety, Gu Shuan added. Sis, from now on, your husband will pick you up and drop you off at get off work. I'll stay here at the company at all times. I won't take leave, I won't skip work, and I won't let him get close to you at all. Gu Shuan was furious when he thought about how that old man had reached out to his sister and tried to hurt her. He felt that he hadn't kicked her hard enough. He should have kept her out of bed for 10 days or half a month. Gu Shiyu smiled. In crucial moments, she still had to rely on her younger brother, who was often scolded by her, to protect her. He was usually a bit unreliable, but when something happened, he would really step up. The little boy who used to cry behind him has finally grown into a strong and upright man who can support her and his grandmother. Otherwise, why don't you come back to be the president? When you were managing the company, he didn't dare to come. After I came back, Qin Jingmin has come several times. He bullies me because he won't lay a hand on me, and I can't beat him anyway. Gu Shiwan scratched his head. He really didn't want to manage the company. He was only interested in writing code and had no interest in running a company. Gu Shiwan looked troubled. Sis, when it comes to managing a company, you're the best. How about this? I'll protect you. You just focus on being a good CEO, and if Qin Jingmin comes at us again, I'll beat him up until he doesn't dare to come back. Gu Shiyu smiled wryly. This kid is quite clear-headed and won't fall for it. The old lady sat there silently. After a while, she took a few deep breaths. The siblings ended their conversation, and Gu Shiyu noticed that her grandmother looked pale and unwell. Grandma, how are you? Is your blood pressure high? The old woman frowned, her voice weak and feeble, speaking in a breathy tone. I feel a little dizzy. Gu Shiwan quickly took out his phone and dialed 120. The three of them, grandmother, granddaughter, and grandchildren, rushed to the hospital. The old lady was admitted to the emergency room and underwent a comprehensive examination. The results showed that her blood pressure had indeed spiked, and she also had a minor stroke. Gu Xiyu and Gu Xuan were both terrified and immediately arranged for their grandmother to be hospitalized. The old lady returned to her ward and was put on 4-drip. It was as if time had turned back to more than 10 years ago when she fell ill and her siblings stayed by her bedside. The difference is that both children have grown up. One is a mother and the other is of marriageable age. One takes care of her every step of the way, while the other runs around looking for doctors and handling procedures. They are no longer the two children who would cry when they were scared in the face of trouble. The old lady looked at the two of them with satisfaction. My assets have been distributed to the two of you. No matter how much trouble Qin Zhengmin causes, he won't get a single penny. She didn't say the second half of her sentence. Even if she left this world now, Qin Zhengmin wouldn't be able to get a single penny if he sued her. All her assets had already been transferred to her and her brother's names, including real estate, liquid assets, and overseas investments. Qin Zhengmin's idea of Gu's shares was even more outlandish, since the old lady had already divided the shares between Gu Xiyu and Gu Xuan. She's now an old lady with no money at all. She even uses her granddaughter's card. She transfers small amounts of money from Gu Xiyu's card to her own card for spending money. The amount on her own cards doesn't exceed 10,000 yuan, all to prevent Qin Zhengmin from doing this. Gu Xiyu comforted her. Grandma, don't think about those messy things right now. Just rest well. We'll take care of everything else. The old lady was very relieved to hand the company over to Gu Xiyu. She knew her granddaughter's abilities, having raised her herself. She closed her eyes and let herself rest. Gu Xuan called home, and two of his family's housekeepers came to help take care of the old lady. Gu Xuan wanted to stay and take care of his grandmother, and asked Gu Xiyu to go back. Gu Xiyu was worried, and neither of the siblings wanted to leave. Just then, Song Yuan called. Xiyu, are you off work yet? Gu Xiyu told him, at the hospital. Gu Xiyu briefly told Song Yuan what had happened that day, and Song Yuan quickly put on his coat, went downstairs, and rushed to the hospital. On the way, he ordered food for them. As Song Yuan stepped into the ward, the meal he had ordered arrived. The old lady was asleep, and the three of them were talking quietly in the outer room. Gu Xuan was starving. Thanks to my sister, I finally got to eat dinner. Gu Xiyu glared at him. Song Yuan had already eaten at the company and sat to the side watching the siblings eat. Gu Xuan became serious, and his tone matured considerably. Sister, after you finish eating, go home with your brother-in-law. I and the two caregivers will stay here with Grandma. The doctor said there's nothing seriously wrong, and she should be able to be discharged after a few days of 4 drips. The two little ones are waiting for you to come home. Gu Xiyu looked at him suspiciously. Are you sure you can manage here? Why not? Grandma needs to use the toilet or take a bath, and there's a caregiver for that. Maybe when she wakes up in a bit, even I'll find her in the way. Gu Xiyu paused for a moment. Then let's wait until Grandma wakes up before we talk about it. Chapter 447, The Two-Person World Plan. Song Yuan first called home to tell his parents that he would be back later. As for whether Gu Xiyu would be back that night, he would decide after the old lady woke up. While the old lady was asleep, Song Yuan contacted several stroke specialists in Beijing, showed them the scans, and they all said it wasn't a big problem. Strokes are common at this age, and regular checkups at the hospital would prevent any delays in treatment. Gu Xiyu had been worried all night, but now she felt relieved. Gu Xuan embellished the story he witnessed at the Gu family's residence and told Song Yuan about it. Brother-in-law, you have no idea how dangerous it was. If I had arrived, even a moment later, that old man would have attacked my sister. My sister is so small and weak. How could she possibly be a match for him? She almost got beaten up. Gu Xiyu said, don't listen to his nonsense. Gu Xuan, I'm not lying. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan felt his blood boil. He knew Qin Zhengmin was a scoundrel, but he never expected that the scoundrel would try to harm Gu Xiyu right there at the company. Gu Xuan is right this time. She may be good at business, but she's no match for a man in terms of physical strength. If my brother-in-law hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid I would have really suffered a loss. You've done a great job this time. Tell me, what reward do you want? Gu Xuan's face lit up with joy, and he rubbed his hands together, which had been covered in fly-like sweat. Teach me your most secret skills. I want to become the world's #1 hacker, on par with you. Gu Shiyu scoffed lightly. Stop bragging. There's no such thing as being the best in the world. Song Yuan chuckled softly. He found his brother-in-law particularly pleasing to the eye today. All right, I'll teach you all my secret techniques, and I'll give you the title of the best in the world. An hour after Grandma Gu woke up, her 4-drip was finished. She seemed much better, but she would need to be observed in the hospital for a few more days. The 3 people surrounded her, and the old woman looked at them. You can all go back. I have a nanny, a doctor, and nurses here. There's no need to leave so many people. Gu Shiuan continued. My sister and brother-in-law went back, and I'll stay here with Grandma. The old lady chuckled. Shiyu, go back with Song Yuan. Xiaobao must be worried because he can't see you. Gu Shiyu spent another half a day settling in before coming out with Song Yuan. Back in his car, Song Yuan called the security team and asked them to assign a few more employees to work at the park where Henyue building is located the next day. This time, Qin Jingmin wouldn't even have a chance to get close to Gu's building. After arranging all this, Song Yuan sighed. It was my oversight not to replace the park security guards with our own people before. Today, I'm so grateful to your brother. It's all right. Qin Jingmin has run out of tricks. All he can do is cause trouble at the company to vent his frustrations. That's all he can do. Song Yuan hummed in agreement. The movie I invested in is releasing on New Year's Day. Do you want to go see it? Gu Shiyu's eyes flickered. Isn't that the day after tomorrow? Yes, the day after tomorrow. I don't have any social engagements or work during the 3-day New Year's holiday, so I can spend time with you and the baby. Gu Shiyu gets a headache just thinking about her 2 kids. Even with a nanny at home, taking care of children can still be a huge headache. We finally have a short holiday. How about we go out during the day and come back to spend time with the kids in the evening? Song Yuanzheng had this intention. Then let's go out for some alone time during the day. Gu Shiyu smiled. When I got home, the nanny was holding one of the babies and trying to put them to sleep. The 2 little ones were plump and chubby, their arms like freshly dug lotus roots, with tender little sections of flesh. Song Yuan took Yuan into his arms and walked around the ground for a few minutes before the little one fell asleep. He gently put the baby into the crib. Man was still whimpering in Gu Shiyu's arms, sleepy but fussy. Song Yuan took Man and coaxed her. The little one felt very secure lying in his arms. Gu Shiyu had been trying to coax her to sleep for a long time, but she wouldn't fall asleep. As soon as Song Yuan held her, she calmed down and fell asleep very quickly. After settling the 2 babies in, the 2 returned to their room. Gu Shiyu whispered her indignation. Why won't they sleep when I try to coax them, but they fall asleep as soon as you hold them? What's wrong with these 2 little brats? Song Yuan chuckled. You're even jealous of this? Gu Shiyu hummed softly. My child is closer to his father than I am. I refuse to accept that. Song Yuan looked helpless. Shiyu, Yuan and Man are asleep. Shall we go to sleep too? Gu Shiyu glanced at the time. It was only a little past 9, not yet their usual bedtime. She was about to say something when she met Song Yuan's gaze and suddenly realized that the sleep he was referring to was not ordinary sleep. Gu Shiyu cleared her throat. Mr. Song, have you been indulging in too much sex lately? Song Yuan chuckled and pulled her into the bathroom. He turned on the hot water in the bathtub, and while the water was running, Song Yuan tore off his tie and threw it aside before kissing her. Gu Shiyu is a very self-disciplined person. She started exercising after her postpartum period and underwent postpartum recovery, so she has no excess fat on her body. Song Yuan put his arm around her waist, lifted her up, and began to unbutton her shirt 1 button at a time. With both babies on formula, Song Yuan had no qualms and gently bit her. Within minutes, clothes were scattered all over the floor. Gu Shiyu grabbed his hair from above his head. Song Yuan, the water is ready. Song Yuan glanced back, then picked her up and they both fell into the bathtub. Gu Shiyu lay on the edge, watching the water ripple, biting her lip and not daring to make a sound. After having a baby, there are many more people in the house. Although the house is well soundproofed, it is still not comparable to when there were only 2 of us. I came out of the bathroom more than an hour later. Gu Shiyu leaned against the headboard and made a simple plan for their New Year's Day getaway. They would first have dinner at the newly opened Western restaurant in Xiqing, Then go to the jewelry store to buy New Year's gifts for their two little ones. Go to the movies in the afternoon, watch a fireworks show in the evening, and then go home. The whole day was packed with activities. Song Yuan had no objection to her arrangements. As long as she was happy, he would accompany her. That's how it's decided. The next day, Song Yuan took Gu Shiyu to the company. The security guards in the park were already on duty. After arranging everything, Song Yuan returned to the company. Lu Qi called. Hey bro, the few people who came for interviews from XINN networks have all gone through the process. They're technically qualified to join our company. Should we hire them? Song Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. What's Zhou Linchuan doing? I made some inquiries, and it turns out that Zhou Linchuan's entire technical team was dissatisfied with the fact that their year-end bonuses were not going to be awarded, so they all broke up with the company. This time, they're probably just really not going to work here anymore. Zhou Linchuan didn't try to stop the employees who wanted to leave. He approved all the resignations they submitted. He himself was not in Beijing these past few days, but had returned to Hong Kong. There are rumors that he went back to poach talent. Song Yuan hummed in agreement. If the interview goes well, we can reasonably hire a few employees from the security network. Okay. Lu Qi hung up the phone. Song Yuan had just finished approving several urgent documents when his father called. There's a business summit in the port city tomorrow. I've stepped back from the spotlight, but you'll be attending this year. I've already had someone apply for the flight tickets. Song Yuan felt a lump in his throat. Tomorrow? Tomorrow is New Year's Day. Does this mean their romantic getaway is going to fall through again? Song Yuan didn't want to go. Dad, I promised Shiyu tomorrow. Ji Qing interrupted him. Shiyu is also in the industry that has been invited. You all have to go. You should leave first thing tomorrow morning. Your mother and I will take care of Xiaobao for the next few days. You should leave work early and come back to pack your bags. Chapter 448, She Didn't Succeed. Song Yuan had just finished his call with his father when Gu Shiyu called. Song Yuan, I'm flying to Hong Kong tomorrow. Song Yuan chuckled. I understand, we'll go together tomorrow. Did Qin Zhengmin cause any trouble today? No, the security guard didn't say anything. He probably didn't come. He can't get in, don't worry. Then we can only go to Hong Kong for some time alone. All your plans are off. I'll make it up to you next time I have time. Gu Shiyu wasn't the clingy type. It doesn't matter where we live. This time it's important business. Song Yuan thought it was a good idea. They had already been to all the fun places in Beijing, but they hadn't flown to Hong Kong together yet. I'll pick you up after get off work tonight. After exchanging a few more words, the two hung up the phone. On Song Yuan's end, Zhou Su sent him the theme of the business summit. Song Yuan was a key invitee and was to speak. He needs to prepare a speech on the theme. In addition to the content of the speech, as a company with businesses in both Hong Kong and Beijing, the Ji family also bears the responsibility of connecting the economies of the two cities and promoting their mutual development. In the midst of my busy schedule, I've taken on an extra job. On Gu Shiyu's side, it was quiet all day. Qin Zhengmin didn't come. Gu's employees knew what Qin Zhengmin had done in his earlier years, so naturally they didn't dare to have any negative comments about their boss. The president of the legal department came in to report. Mr. Gu, we have collected all the evidence that Qin Zhengmin bribed people to spread rumors about Guiwu shampoo. We submitted it to the court this morning, and I believe the trial will start soon. Qin Zhengmin will pay the price then. Gu Shiyu hummed in agreement. Well done. The quality inspection report for rosemary has been released. According to the official report, the ingredients are not only free of the harmful substances that are rumored online, but are actually very healthy, with few additives or fluorescent agents. Gu Shiyu logged into the official account, posted the report, and tagged many influential figures in the industry. After the report was released, those who had jumped up to criticize online a few days ago fell silent. Gu Shiyu didn't even write a single word, only posted a picture. This is the most powerful proof. In just 1 hour, the online sentiment had completely shifted. I knew President Gu wouldn't be that kind of unscrupulous capitalist. The Gu family spends so much money on charity every year. They wouldn't be so greedy as to harm people for such a small amount. Where are those people who were barking like dogs the other day? Come out and apologize to President Gu. President Gu is so assertive. Without a word of explanation, he just threw out the quality inspection report. Anyone who dares to say a single bad word about rosemary will be met with disapproval. Has the rosemary counter reopened? This formula is even cleaner than the milk my brother drinks. I want to order. I want to order. I want to order. I remember President Gu said he would sue those who deliberately defamed and spread rumors, as well as those who instigated cyberbullying online, right? They've really messed up this time, huh? On the Gu family's side, Suli has already arranged for several rosewood counters in shopping malls and supermarkets to resume offline sales. Online channels are also going through the process and will be open soon. Gu Xiu shortened her working hours during the day and prepared to leave work on time in the evening. Song Yuan did the same. After finishing his work, he had a few remaining proposals that needed his review, so he took them to his car to look at before picking up his wife from get off work, so as not to waste any time. It was the first time the two of them had gone on a business trip together, and they were most worried about Yuan and Man. When they arrived home, Ji Chung, Song Lia, Song Hong, and Tao Yulian were all there. The four of them were playing with the two children, and laughter filled the air. The grandparents have already made arrangements. During the couple's business trip, Ji Chung and Song Lia will move in here to take care of the child. Tao Yulian's health cannot be overworked, so she and Song Hong will take over every afternoon and then switch shifts in the evening. Song Yuan and Gu Xiu had no objection to the arrangement. The elders' support put them at ease. The next morning, the two packed their things and set off with their luggage. This was their first time flying to Hong Kong together. Song Yuan handed the luggage to the driver and took her hand. Although this trip was for work, it felt like we were traveling together. Less than 4 hours later, the plane landed at Gangxing International Airport. Lu Qiqing's driver has been working exclusively for Song Yuan these past few days, and he has already driven to pick him up from the airport. After getting on the bus, Song Yuan asked Gu Xiu, "To Victoria Peak or Deepwater Bay?" Over the years, Ji Chung has acquired many properties in the wealthy districts of Gangxing, owning houses in various affluent areas, all of which have now been transferred to Song Yuan's name. Gu Xiu slightly curved her lips. "Go to the apartment you stayed at when you last came to Gangxing." Song Yuan paused for a moment, then said, "Okay." He instructed the driver to drive to number 13 Dian Road. Although this house is in an affluent area, it is considered ordinary among his properties. He chose to live in this house last time because it was relatively close to his company and convenient for commuting. They had plenty of time this time, so they could have chosen the best option. Villas on Victoria Peak and in Deepwater Bay, which offer better privacy and panoramic views of the city. Song Yuan thought she would choose to live there. However, if she's willing, he'll stay with her. The car stopped at its destination. Song Yuan led her into the elevator. As the elevator doors opened, a tacky yet alluring perfume scent wafted out. The woman's gaze fell on Song Yuan, shifting back and forth between him and Gu Xiu, before subtly averting it a few seconds later. Their home was on the 23rd floor. The elevator stopped on the 22nd floor, and the woman, wiping Gu Xiu's trench coat, stepped out of the elevator in her high heels. The elevator doors slowly closed again, and the bright red disappeared from sight. Song Yuan hadn't done anything wrong, but he felt inexplicably guilty. That woman seemed to really like wearing red. The elevator quickly arrived at their floor. Song Yuan took her hand and led her out. Gu Xiu touched his palm and scratched it. The woman who caused trouble last time, was she her? Women are most sensitive in this regard. The moment the elevator doors opened, she sensed the strange atmosphere. Song Yuan nervously touched his nose. "Wife, I didn't let her succeed." Gu Xiu chuckled and began to comment on the woman. "Her outfit is a bit gaudy, but she has a pretty face and a great figure. She's the type men like. What do you think?" Song Yuan's forehead was covered in sweat. His intuition told him that this was a life or death question. If he gave the wrong answer, he might not have a good life to live. Gu Xiu wasn't the type to cause trouble, but Song Yuan really had no idea what to do now that she had run into the woman who had once seduced him. Song Yuan coughed lightly. "Xiu, I didn't see what she looked like." Gu Xiu chuckled. "Why are you so nervous? I know there's nothing between you and her." Song Yuan pressed his fingerprint to unlock the door and led her inside. "Women other than my wife are considered a third gender to me, no different from men. Xiu, others haven't been able to seduce me, why don't you try?" Chapter 449, Please Take Care of Me. Gu Xiu entered the room and leaned against the entryway, looking at him with her eyes darting around. He was quite eloquent. There was absolutely no way to make her react. Didn't I seduce him on the first try? Song Yuan thought back to their first night together, when she was framed and forced to eat something unclean. Even now, Song Yuan feels scared when she thinks about it. What if she hadn't met him that day? The thought of her meeting another man made Song Yuan feel suffocated. Shall I show you around? Gu Shiyu took off her trench coat and hung it up casually. Song Yuan led her inside. The apartment was a large, single-level unit. The two went to the master bedroom first, put down their suitcases, and then walked around the various rooms before finally arriving at the living room. The living room has a full-length glass window that faces Victoria Harbor. It's daytime now, so the scenery isn't as beautiful as it is at night. Song Yuan asked her, "Want to go out for dinner, or stay at home?" Gu Shiyu responded, "I'm a little tired and don't want to move." Song Yuan picked up his phone and ordered food from a local restaurant near his company. The business summit is scheduled for 3 p.m. The two rested at home at noon and went downstairs to the convention center at 2:30 p.m. This business summit is large in scale and is the largest one held in the past decade. The conference invited the nation's most outstanding entrepreneurs to share their experiences and, more importantly, to drive national economic development. The G family was the first. In the few years since Gu Shiyu took office as president of Gu's Group, he has expanded the Gu's brand and made good progress in overseas markets for Gu's cars. She also wanted to speak. The two got into the car and began to read their respective speeches. It won't be convenient to read the manuscript in front of so many media outlets later. No one has time to talk right now. The car pulled up at the convention center, and the driver reminded everyone, "Mr. Song, madam, we've arrived." Song Yuan put down the manuscript, buttoned the bottom button of his suit jacket, and got out of the car. In the afternoon, Gu Shiyu changed into a smart women's suit, and her aura was no less than Song Yuan's. Outside the convention center, a large number of media outlets had already gathered. Some of the larger media outlets had admission tickets and went inside, while the smaller media outlets had to squeeze outside, waiting to grab a few scraps of news. The moment the couple got out of the car, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu were both key figures invited this time, and these media outlets had done their homework beforehand, so they naturally recognized them. They simply didn't know the two were a married couple. Seeing them get out of the same car, they assumed they were just friends. Those people, carrying filming equipment and microphones, chased after us. "Mr. Song, did you come to Hong Kong specifically to participate in the business summit? May I ask you a few questions?" "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." The business summit was about to begin, and Song Yuan didn't have much time. He led Gu Shiyu through the crowd and walked inside. A group of people surrounded them, and people holding up filming equipment frequently pressed the shutter. "President Song, you and President Gu seem to know each other very well. Are you lovers, or just good friends?" "Mr. Gu, you and Mr. Song came here together. Are you staying at the same hotel?" "Mr. Song, does your wife know that you have such an outstanding female friend?" These media issues are getting increasingly outrageous, turning into gossip. Song Yuan didn't have time to answer any of their questions, but he couldn't help but listen to their outrageous remarks. "Mr. Gu and I are indeed very familiar with each other. We don't stay at the same hotel, but we live in the same house. We are husband and wife." After Song Yuan finished speaking, those people stared in astonishment. No wonder the two looked so close. They're actually a married couple. "So, Mr. Song, Mr. Gu, do you usually talk about work at home? Do you talk about the economy or stocks?" "Mr. Song, is it you who pursued Mr. Gu? Mr. Gu, would you prefer your child to work in the automotive R&D industry or the financial industry?" Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu struggled through the crowd, with security guards clearing the way, and finally entered the convention center. The MC led them to their seats. Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu's seats were next to each other. Whether it was intentional or just a coincidence was unclear. Today, we have some of the most famous entrepreneurs in China, all of whom are among the world's top 500 companies or multinational corporations. This was Song Yuan's first time attending a summit of this scale, and he was a little nervous about having to speak later. Looking at Gu Shiyu again, she sat there with a composed demeanor. The business summit started on time. The host said a few words at the beginning, and then several people from the port city shared their experiences and analyzed the global economy. When the next name was called, Song Yuan's brow twitched slightly. Zhou Shiji, chairman of Victoria Harbor Development. This was the first time Song Yuan had met Zhao Machuan, his stepfather, after so many encounters with him. Song Yuan carefully examined Zhou Shiji. He wasn't tall, but he was very energetic, with a shrewd businessman's eye. Someone who could become a leader in the real estate industry in the port city was no ordinary person. Zhou Shiji gave an analysis of the real estate industry, after which it was time for reporters to ask questions. Someone asked, "Mr. Zhou, do you have any plans to expand Victoria Harbor Development's business to the mainland?" Zhou Shiji adjusted his glasses. Of course, the theme of our Chamber of Commerce this time is cross-strait collaborative development, right? In the next 3 years, Victoria Harbor Foundation will enter the Beijing market. At this point, Zhou Shiji glanced at Song Yuan. "I hope Mr. Song will take good care of me then." Song Yuan was suddenly called out by name and nodded in response. "Mr. Zhou is too modest." After a brief exchange of glances, the two returned their attention to the interview. Each speaker was allowed 3 questions from reporters. After Zhou Shiji finished speaking, Song Yuan was next to speak. The G Group has businesses in both Beijing and Hong Kong, which Song Yuan handled quite well. I had already memorized the prepared script, so now I can speak entirely without it and improvise freely. In the financial industry, no company in the country can compete with the G family. The G family is the authority in this field. Song Yuan analyzed the industry situation and development, and finally talked about the G family's strategic development, which would increase its efforts in the port city. The media were quite excited and rushed to ask questions. Song Yuan answered 3 questions, and the media were still eager for more, but they had already used up their 3 chances and had to end the questioning session. While Song Yuan and Gu Xiu were outside, the blunder caused by those small media outlets had already spread throughout the industry, and now everyone knows that he and Gu Xiu are a couple. When it was Gu Xiu's turn to speak, they took photos like crazy. Editing these two together and linking it to news stories would be a selling point. After all, this business summit is of a very high level, and not just anyone is qualified to attend. It's truly rare for both of them to be invited. They're at the same level. You won't find another couple like them in both Hong Kong and Beijing social circles. Gu Xiu has been busy expanding into overseas markets in recent years and has not yet ventured into Hong Kong. She took this opportunity to learn more about the market in the port city and find a suitable opportunity to enter it. Grandma recently talked to her about this, and it's also one of the old lady's wishes. Did you get a condom in Chapter 450? After all the representatives and speakers finished speaking, the media left, and it was time for free time. The convention center offered a buffet of Chinese and Western food, high-end red wine, champagne, and Hong Kong-style dim sum. But no one cared about the food in this kind of setting. Everyone is looking for resources that can help them, and they'll try to strike up a conversation with anyone they can. How often do they get this opportunity? When Song Yuan last came to Hong Kong to attend a banquet hosted by Mr. and Mrs. Su, he almost accidentally drank wine that had been spiked. Now he's more careful. He won't touch anything unless he sees it opened and drunk with his own eyes. And I won't let Gu Xiu touch it. After all, the port city is not his territory. Song Yuan unscrewed a bottle of water and replaced the juice in Gu Xiu's hand. "Want to go out for dinner?" Gu Xiu glanced at the person behind Song Yuan who was walking towards them with a wine glass in hand. "I'm afraid I can't leave yet." Song Yuan turned around, and 2 people behind him, holding wine glasses, smiled and greeted him. "Mr. Song, I often see you in financial news. It's great to finally have a chance to meet you." "Mr. Song, it's a pleasure to meet you." Song Yuan shook hands with the 2 men. "Nice to meet you." The 2 people who came were from the port city. One was in the internet business, and the other was in foreign trade. The group exchanged pleasantries, complimented each other, and traded business cards. Song Yuan plans to expand his business in Gangxing. Making more friends here is never a bad thing. He won't refuse if someone takes the initiative to befriend him. Gu Xiu saw someone in the distance and whispered to Song Yuan. "I saw the president of Zhixin Technology. Let's go over and have a chat." Gu's plans to introduce autonomous driving chips next year, but has not yet found a suitable partner. Zhishing Technology is a professional chip manufacturer and is well known in the industry. Song Yuan hummed in agreement and gave her some instructions. Don't drink alcohol. After entertaining a few more people who wanted to chat with him, Song Yuan saw Gu Xiyu and the president of Zhishing Technology chatting happily not far away. He was about to step forward when a voice called out to him from behind. Zhou Shiji strolled over leisurely, his deep eyes hidden behind his glasses revealing an unfathomable emotion. Mr. Song, it's been a long time. Shall we chat? Song Yuan forced a smile. I think this is the first time I've met Mr. Zhou. Zhou Shiji adjusted his glasses and chuckled softly. Although this is the first time we've met, your name appears frequently in my home. Song Yuan raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, they've come to avenge his son. The previous Zhao Machuan and Zhou Linchuan were just minor figures. This one is the real Yama, whose deep cunning is unfathomable. Zhao Machuan. Zhou Shiji waved his hand. My wife often mentions you at home, saying that you were a great help when we went back to Beijing to pick up the kids last time. Now that we're finally in Hong Kong, I wonder if Mr. Song would do us the honor of coming to our home as a guest. Song Yuan remained silent for a few seconds. What does that mean? The feast at Hongmen? I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. This trip to Hong Kong was rather rushed. My wife and I have other things to do, so I'm afraid we won't have time. Next time you come to Beijing, I'll treat you to authentic Beijing roast duck. Zhou Shiji burst into laughter. That's really unfortunate. I originally wanted to ask Mr. Song for a favor, but now I'm finding it hard to bring myself to ask. The other person spoke broken Mandarin, but Song Yuan quickly extracted the key points. President Zhou, please speak frankly. Zhou Shiji looked in the direction Song Yuan had just been looking. Mrs. Song is very outstanding. She must be someone Mr. Song cares about a lot, right? Song Yuan raised his eyelids to look at the old man in front of him. Zhou Shiji had grown up in Hong Kong. Victoria Harbor Development was also a long-established family business in Hong Kong's entertainment circle. Its connections in Hong Kong's circle were intricate, involving both the legitimate and criminal worlds, and it was not to be underestimated. The alarm above Song Yuan's head went off. What did this old man mean? Was he threatening him? While he wasn't afraid of anything else, Song Yuan was genuinely a little intimidated by the idea of his wife intimidating people. He couldn't afford to gamble when it involved his wife and children. Song Yuan used Su Jiahao as a shield. I have an appointment with Mr. Su tomorrow, so I can only have afternoon tea with President Zhou. Zhou Shiji laughed heartily. Mr. Song, don't be nervous. I'm not some kind of wolf or wild beast that eats people. I do have something to discuss with you today, and I assure you'll be interested. How about tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock? I'll prepare tea and snacks at home and wait for you and your wife. Song Yuan's curiosity was piqued. What exactly was this old man up to? Zhou Shiji took out his phone. I'll add Mr. Song on WeChat and send you the address. Song Yuan opened WeChat and scanned the QR code. Zhou Shiji quickly received the friend request and accepted it. He edited the address and sent it to Song Yuan. This is my private villa. I often entertain guests here. Speaking of which, I'm practically Mr. Song's neighbor. This villa area was all built by Victoria Harbor Development. If Mr. Song needs any help, just go to the property management office and mention my name. Song Yuan carefully examined the address. The property his father had transferred to him was in this area. Song Yuan knew that Su Jiahao's family also lived in this area, a true villa-owning luxury neighborhood. See you tomorrow, Mr. Zhou. See you tomorrow. Song Yuan walked towards Gu Xiyu, wondering what this Zhou guy wanted to talk to him about by inviting him to his home. Could it be that he has something extraordinary hidden in his house? Gu Xiyu had just finished her conversation and came over to greet him. Song Yuan, what are you thinking about? Can't you see me? Song Yuan snapped out of his reverie and asked her, Are you done talking? If you're done, let's go. Gu Xiyu hummed in agreement. Let's go. I want to have dinner with you alone. The food and drinks here are all high-end, but it's crowded and noisy. Since we've come out here all of a sudden, Gu Xiyu wanted to find a quiet place for a meal for two. The two left the convention center, where the driver was waiting. Song Yuan knew a good Western restaurant in Central, and he told the driver the location. When Song Yuan last came to Gangcheng, he became a member here and had a private room. The waiter led them upstairs, and Song Yuan ordered all the dishes on the menu. Finally, he ordered a bottle of Romani Conti, and from that moment on, they began their New Year's Day getaway. The couple is usually very busy with work, and since getting married, they have never gone out so formally to have a proper meal together. Now they don't have to think about work or care about their children. They only have eyes for each other. The streets will be very lively during the New Year's Day holiday. Today is the 30th. There will be a fireworks display in Victoria Harbour tonight, as well as dragon and lion dances in the square to celebrate the holiday. Many people will count down together to welcome the new year. Song Yuan raised his glass and clinked it with hers. Should we go for a stroll in the square tonight and watch the fireworks outdoors, or go home? The view from home is excellent. You can see the entire fireworks show from the floor-to-ceiling windows on the balcony. Gu Shiyu cut the foie gras on the plate. Let's go for a walk in the square after dinner. The fireworks show seems to be quite late, so let's go home to watch it. Song Yuan looked at her and smiled. The two of them had the same idea. He only wanted to watch those beautiful fireworks with her. Gu Shiyu was a little taken aback by his direct gaze. Did you bring a condom when you packed your luggage? Chapter 451 from this year to next year. Song Yuan chuckled. Eat first, no rush. Gu Shiyu glared. What did you say? Who's getting angry? Song Yuan took the blame upon himself. I'm in a hurry. I didn't bring anything. I'll buy it on the way back. Gu Shiyu then refrained from making a scene and continued cutting the foie gras on the plate. Half a bottle of red wine had been drunk, and Song Yuan, fearing that drinking too much would cause trouble, didn't let her drink any more. After the meal, the two left the restaurant and strolled around the neighborhood. Hong Kong is a shopping paradise. They visited several large shopping malls, and Song Yuan bought her a bag. Gu Shiyu, adhering to the principle of reciprocity, insisted on giving Song Yuan a gift in return. She picked out 2 more ties for him. Since getting married, Song Yuan has almost never bought clothes for herself, not even a pair of socks or a pair of underwear. She buys them all. I came out of the mall with several shopping bags in my hands. Lion and dragon dances were taking place in the square. It was getting dark, but there were still many people strolling around watching the excitement. Song Yuan led her through the crowd. The two were busy with their own work and hadn't had a chance to go out and enjoy the everyday life like this in a long time. Song Yuan felt an unprecedented sense of ease. This business trip to the port city was a good choice to clear his mind for a while. The handsome man and beautiful woman were a sight to behold in the crowd, attracting the attention of many. Song Yuan led her around and bought some local snacks and souvenirs, all inexpensive trinkets, until 9 o'clock in the evening. Even more people crowded into the square, waiting for the grand fireworks show to ring in the new year together. Song Yuan didn't want to squeeze in with so many people. He glanced at his watch. It was almost time. Shall we go back now? Gu Shiyu was also a little tired from walking. She was wearing high heels today. Let's go back. Song Yuan called the driver, and a few minutes later, the driver drove over and picked up the two of them, heading towards home. When the car reached the vicinity of the residential area, passing a pharmacy outside, Song Yuan asked the driver to stop so he could get out and buy something at the pharmacy. When I came back, I was carrying a transparent bag containing what I would need for the night. The car drove into the underground parking lot. Song Yuan carried a bag in one hand and held Gu Shiyu's hand with the other as they went upstairs in the elevator. Only the two of them remained before Gu Shiyu spoke. Why did you buy so much? Gu Shiyu's ears turned red when she saw him carrying his things and striding back to his car from the pharmacy. They were only staying in the port city for 3 days, 2 nights, and he bought 3 large boxes. Was he crazy to buy so many? Song Yuan picked up the bag and shook it. I took 1 box of each kind. I'll take the rest home if I don't use them all. Gu Shiyu looked at the words on the box and swallowed hard. After arriving home, Song Yuan first helped Gu Shiyu register her fingerprint on the door lock so that she wouldn't need to stay in a hotel when she came to Hong Kong for business in the future. She could just go straight home. The fireworks show starts at 10 o'clock, and their balcony has a great view. It was still early, so Song Yuan went to the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of red wine that his father had stored there, and went to the balcony. At night, Victoria Harbour is ablaze with lights, a sea of neon lights that reflect on the water. A breeze makes the water shimmer and sparkle, creating a dynamic visual feast. Song Yuan thought back to his last trip to Hong Kong. At that time, He wondered when she could accompany him on a trip to Hong Kong. Now, that wish has come true. Song Yuan handed the cup in his hand to Gu Shiyu. Now that they were at home, they didn't have to worry about getting drunk anymore. Gu Shiyu enjoys wine tasting and has a decent alcohol tolerance. The two stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, clinking glasses in front of the dazzling lights outside. Shiyu, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Song Yuan glanced at her sideways, feeling a little reluctant to return to the capital. Tomorrow we're going to the house on Victoria Peak. We'll visit Mr. Su in the morning, and in the afternoon Zhou Shiji will invite us to his house for afternoon tea. Gu Shiyu was stunned. Zhou Shiji? What did he invite us for? This was also what puzzled Song Yuan. He was certain that Zhou Shiji didn't mean any harm, and they wouldn't have anything to talk about. But from Zhou Shiji's tone, Song Yuan could tell that the old man seemed to have some kind of leverage over him. Song Yuan had to find out the truth. Even if it was a trap, he had to go. He probably has ill intentions, so let's go to old Su's house first. Gu Shiyu understood. Visiting old Su was not originally on the itinerary. Song Yuan suddenly decided to go see Su Jiahao and make an appearance. Given Su Jiahao's influence in both the underworld and legitimate society in Hong Kong, Zhou Shiji would not dare to do anything to them. Song Yuan asked her, "Are you scared?" Gu Shiyu chuckled. "Don't be afraid. What's there to be afraid of?" Song Yuan put down the glass and reached out to wipe away a little wine stain from her lips. At 10 o'clock, the fireworks display, which was scheduled to begin on time, started promptly. First, a cluster of blue fireworks burst open in the sky above Victoria Harbor, followed by a burst of loud noise from afar. Song Yuan closed the window, and the room returned to silence. Gu Shiyu looked up into the distance. Song Yuan was watching her. The colors of the fireworks were reflected on her face. Song Yuan had seen this delicate face many times, and he would still be moved. He was grateful for the night he met her, otherwise they wouldn't be where they are now. Song Yuan reached out and hooked his arm around her slender waist, pulling Gu Shiyu to his side. The fireworks show will last for 2 hours, continuing until the new year. Just standing here watching fireworks is kind of boring. Song Yuan rubbed his chin against the top of her head. Shiyu, would you like to do something else? Gu Shiyu looked up at him, her face blank. Do what? Song Yuan reminded her. This glass is one way. We can only see out, but those outside cannot see in. Gu Shiyu froze, staring at him in disbelief. Song Yuan, you. Song Yuan's mind was clear now. The alcohol he had just drunk made him more direct and daring. He liked to be curious, to explore, and to experience different thrills in different places. Song Yuan lowered his head and kissed her. How about we continue this year until next year? Gu Shiyu's eyes widened. This year and next year. 2 hours left. But this man is far too good at seduction. Standing in front of this glass, she felt a little uncomfortable. From here, she could see the lights of the buildings across the street, the fireworks in the distance, and the cruise ships passing by in Victoria Harbor. Doing the most private things here is something she dares not even think about. Can't people really see in from the outside? Song Yuan hummed in agreement. He wasn't an exhibitionist, and he certainly wouldn't put his wife in danger. It's definitely true that this glass is one way. Song Yuan continued kissing her. Gu Shiyu was still wearing the same clothes she wore to the business summit that afternoon. Her suit jacket was hanging on the hanger when she came in, and underneath she was wearing a white fashion shirt. Song Yuan bent down and kissed her. The kiss deepened, growing stronger with each passing moment. The fireworks display in the distance was still going on, bursting into the sky and casting colorful light on their faces. At that moment, no one cared about looking at the other person. They were all absorbed in each other's presence. Chapter 452, His Way of Celebrating the New Year. Humans are naturally attracted to things that are high up. Song Yuan gently bit down. Now no one bothers them, and they don't even have to worry about disturbing anyone. The two were more moved than ever before. The clothes were scattered on the ground, and no one paid any attention to them. Song Yuan let go after kissing her enough, and went to the sofa to get the things he had just bought on the way. Song Yuan still fondly remembers the first time they met. We were together many times after that, but none of them surpassed that one night. He used a little trick today, drinking some wine with her to try and rekindle the feeling. Fireworks outside the window burst into bloom again. Song Yuan hooked his arm around her from behind and pressed them together. He whispered a reminder. Honey, it's very soundproof here, and it's just the two of us at home. After the fireworks show ended, Song Yuan bid farewell to the old year and welcomed the new in his own way. 3 small, torn square bags lay quietly on the ground. After finishing the last time, Gu Shiyu's body slipped, and she leaned against him, completely powerless. She had never imagined such a way to celebrate the new year. His innovative approach had completely changed her perception. Song Yuan carried her to wash up. Gu Shiyu refused to stand and enjoyed his service the whole time. She was exhausted and kept grumbling and complaining that she wanted to starve him for a month. Song Yuan apologized verbally and showed a good attitude in admitting his mistake, but he did not intend to correct his behavior. Back in the bedroom, he asked for it again. Finally, he completely angered the man and wouldn't even let him near him while he was sleeping. Song Yuan leaned against the headboard and watched her fall asleep before getting up and going to the balcony for a post-coital cigarette. The night breeze felt wonderful, making me feel refreshed from head to toe. He just turned off his phone to avoid being disturbed. Now that I've turned on my phone, messages are streaming in one after another. Most of them were New Year's greetings, sent by employees, friends, and even high school and college classmates I hadn't contacted in ages. Song Yuan edited a blessing message and sent it to these people in a group chat. Finally, he saw a message from an unknown number in his messages. Mr. Song, it's late. Your wife should be asleep by now, right? Want to come down for a drink? Song Yuan's brow twitched. This was his private number, a number even his business partners didn't know. How did that woman downstairs get it? Song Yuan deleted the message and blocked that number. Before he could finish his cigarette, he heard the sound of a door opening downstairs, followed by the crisp sound of a woman's high heels on the floor. Wearing high heels at home, who are you trying to seduce? The entire building was dark except for Song Yuan's floor and the area below. Song Yuan took a few deep drags, stubbed out his cigarette, and prepared to go back inside. From the terrace below, a woman's soft voice called out to him. Mr. Song, please don't be in such a hurry. Can we chat for a few minutes? I know your wife is asleep right now. Song Yuan remained silent, not wanting to get involved in any unrelated issues. The woman spoke again. I know you didn't touch me last time because you were acting under orders from that Joe guy, but this time, I have no one behind me. As a woman, I truly admire and love you. I have seen all your interview materials online and all your photos online. My husband is away on business trips for 300 days a year, and even when he comes back, he rarely goes home. I promise we won't bother each other normally, and I certainly won't tell your wife. We'll only be together when you come to Hong Kong for work, just enjoying the moment. Isn't that better? Song Yuan looked back. Fortunately, this place was far from the bedroom, and the balcony door was closed, so he couldn't hear anything inside. If Gu Shiyu heard these words, he would have a hard time explaining them. I haven't done anything wrong, but right now I feel even more guilty than after just having sex 4 times. After all that talk, Song Yuan understood that the woman downstairs was a young widow living a life of celibacy. No wonder it's so powerful. They are incredibly bold. Song Yuan chuckled. I have no interest in other women, so please stop bothering me. He was afraid of contracting the disease, and he would never betray the person he loved. The woman downstairs was wearing a leopard print halter dress and black stockings, and slowly turned her gaze away from the balcony railing. She dressed up like that late at night, thinking he would glance at her, but he didn't. The man above didn't seem interested in what she was wearing or what she looked like. Even the tone of his voice when he spoke to her was uninteresting and extremely perfunctory. She bit her red lips in anger. Last time, when the man surnamed Zhou asked her to seduce this man, she did it for money. Later, she was shocked when she found out about the man online. It turned out that she had seduced a rich young master in Beijing's elite circles. She had put in a lot of effort, used a lot of connections, and even spent a lot of money to find Song Yuan's private number. A man this outstanding is worth sleeping with, even if only once. Now that she had the number, she could hardly believe that the man didn't seem interested in her advances at all. She was not convinced. I know you rejected me because your wife was here with you this time, Mr. Song. Next time you come to Hong Kong on a business trip, I'll be waiting for you here again. Song Yuan didn't reply, went back inside, and closed the balcony door. In the master bedroom, Gu Shiyu was fast asleep. Exhausted, she had entered a deep sleep and had no idea that someone had come up with 100 ways to poach her boyfriend. Song Yuan lifted his leg onto the bed, and just as he was about to turn off the light, his phone screen lit up again. Another unknown number sent me a hospital bill and a private photo. The photo was so clear it made me blush and my heart race. President Song, I've repaired your hymen. From now on, only you are allowed in this area. Song Yuan had a headache. Just how many phone numbers did that woman have? He deleted the spam messages and blocked the number, and finally his phone went quiet. The next day, Song Yuan woke up before Gu Shiyu. The first thing he did after getting up was to call the secretary of the company in Hong Kong and ask her to help him sell the house. He didn't want to live in this place anymore. The demonic aura is too strong. He doesn't lack houses in the port city, so this one makes him feel regretful. After explaining everything, Gu Shiyu called him from the master bedroom bed, her voice a little hoarse. Song Yuan strode towards the master bedroom. Gu Shiyu had just woken up and was lying on her side on the pillow. Honey, I want some water. Song Yuan poured her a glass of warm water. Gu Shiyu realized that her voice was terribly hoarse. She had been too indulgent yesterday. She glared at the culprit and drank the whole glass of water. Pain. My whole body aches. Song Yuan, I want to sleep in a separate room. Starting today. Song Yuan was amused and annoyed. Just a moment ago, she was calling him husband when she wanted a drink of water, but now she has changed her attitude, calling him by his name and wanting to sleep in separate rooms. It's impossible to allocate housing separately, but he could tone it down a bit. Yesterday was a special case. It was just the two of us, and then the map changed, and we couldn't stop. If he does this every day, his body won't be able to take it. Song Yuan swore. Honey, we won't sleep in separate rooms. I swear I won't do it again. Gu Shiyu can no longer trust him. Yesterday, on the third time, he said it was over, it would be over soon. When they got back to the bedroom, he pulled her along again. I can't trust you anymore. We have to break up. Chapter 453. The voice sounds so familiar. Seeing that she wasn't joking, Song Yuan became anxious and sat down on the edge of the bed to comfort her. Shiyu, sleeping in separate rooms is really affecting our relationship. How about this? You set a frequency, and we'll do it according to your suggestion from now on. Gu Shiyu gritted her teeth. As I said, when have you ever listened to anything I said? Song Yuan wiped his forehead. Indeed, when he got excited, it was hard for him to control himself. After being with her, that thing became like an addiction. She has such a great figure that Song Yuan likes to be with her from behind. The experience is so good that he loses control every time. Song Yuan showed a good attitude, bowing his head and admitting his mistake. Listen, I'll listen from now on. Gu Shiyu glared at him. We don't need separate rooms, but from now on, it will be once a month, and no advances are allowed. Song Yuan thought to himself, it's over. Once a month, what kind of miserable life is that? He bargained. Isn't that a bit too little? How about this? Monday, Wednesday, and Friday are for scheduling. Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday are for rest, and Sunday depends on my mood. Gu Shiyu's voice rose several pitches. You want it 3 times a week. Song Yuan felt a little wronged. Shiyu, I'm only in my early 20s. Look how happy we were yesterday. We've been doing this since last year, which has not only brought us closer as husband and wife, but it's also a good omen, indicating that we will be just as happy and harmonious in the new year. Gu Shiyu blushed to the roots of her ears. Stop talking. This matter was not settled immediately. Song Yuan didn't bring it up again. Things would work themselves out. Gu Shiyu got up and put on makeup. In the morning, they were going to visit old Sue's house. It wouldn't be good to go empty-handed, so Song Yuan found 2 of the most expensive bottles in his father's stash of wine and put them away. They packed their belongings into their suitcases and were heading to their villa on Victoria Peak that night. They wouldn't be coming back here. Song Yuan checked several times to make sure he hadn't forgotten any important items. He will have his secretary come and pack up the things left here and move them all to the villa. He wouldn't be living in this house anymore, and he didn't plan to tell Gu Shiyu about the woman downstairs. It was better to avoid trouble. Nothing happened to the left or right. I will never see you again. Song Yuan had his driver take him to his villa on Victoria Peak to drop off his things. This is Song Yuan's first time visiting this house. A Filipino maid is hired to maintain the house regularly, and although no one lives there, The entire villa is spotless. Song Yuan led Gu Shiyu around the entire house. The villa was not as big as their wedding house in Beijing, but it had the advantage of a superior location with quick access to the central ring road. In the port city, it is a symbol of the top social circle. The villa was decorated in an extremely luxurious style, exuding extravagance in every aspect. Song Yuan put his luggage in the master bedroom upstairs and sat with Gu Shiyu for a while. When it was about time, the two of them took the prepared wine downstairs. Su Jiahao's house was also in this area. Song Yuan didn't drive, so the two walked there and familiarized themselves with the surroundings. Su Jiahao arranged for someone to greet the guests at the door. As soon as Song Yuan and his group arrived, the butler came out to greet them. "Mr. Song, Mrs. Song, Su Jia is waiting for you at home. Please come with me." Song Yuan said, "Thank you," and led Gu Shiyu inside. After walking a short distance with the butler, they saw Su Jiahao and his wife waiting for them at the door. Old Su smiled as he saw Song Yuan and said, "I didn't expect to see you again so soon. I thought your dad would be able to come this time. It seems that now that he has a grandson, he doesn't care about anything else." Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu greeted each other politely and followed Old Su into the room. Tea had already been brewed in the living room, the original Da Hong Pao tea, which costs tens of thousands of yuan per gram. Song Yuan could tell the difference, and Ji Chung had also bought it before. The two elders chatted with them for a while, and Old Su invited them to have lunch at his house. Song Yuan didn't stand on ceremony and had lunch with Gu Shiyu at Old Su's house. Knowing that the young couple was coming, Old Su instructed the servants to prepare early in the morning. The ingredients were all fresh organic vegetables purchased that morning, and the seafood was also freshly caught. A table laden with authentic port city specialties. Song Yuan mentioned at the dinner table that he would go to Zhou Shiji's house for afternoon tea that afternoon. Old Su paused for a moment. "Zhou Shiji doesn't usually live here. He invited you to his home here." Song Yuan nodded, his doubts growing stronger. "He doesn't usually live here?" Old Su pointed it out to him. "See that building on the right front? That's Zhou Shiji's house, but he doesn't usually live here. He and his wife live in another house." Song Yuan: "So these houses are usually empty?" Madame Su continued. "Recently, people have been living here. Zhou Shiji comes back often, but I haven't seen his wife come over. He's always alone. Sometimes his youngest son comes too." Song Yuan was even more confused now. What exactly did Zhou Shiji want to do by going to such lengths to invite him to this house? "We can't just tie him up, can we?" Song Yuan was still feeling uneasy. "Grandpa Su, to be honest, I have a little friction with Zhou Shiji's son. He invited me to his home this time, but I'm not sure what his intentions are. It might be a trap." Old Su raised an eyebrow. "I understand. I'll send a few people to secretly follow you to the door. You need to let me know you're safe within 15 minutes. If I don't receive your message within that time, I'll have someone break in directly. Don't worry about that. Zhou Shiji is nothing to me." Song Yuan felt reassured now. He believed in Old Su's abilities. In Hong Kong's business circles, he was a top figure in both the legitimate and criminal worlds. Zhou Shiji is no threat to him. Song Yuan said, "Thank you so much, Grandpa Su." Su Jiahao laughed and said, "No need to thank me. Don't forget I still owe you a favor. Besides, your father and I have been friends for many years. I believe that if I encounter any trouble in Beijing, your father will also lend a hand." Song Yuan raised his glass. "Of course. Don't mention my dad. You can just come to me directly." Old Su chuckled and invited them to eat. After leaving Su Lao's house, Su Lao immediately dispatched a team of people to follow Song Yuan home. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Song Yuan, accompanied by Gu Shiyu, knocked on the Zhou family's door. The people responsible for protecting them were scattered around the yard. A Filipino maid dressed as a maid came out to open the door and led them inside. Zhou Shiji sat in the hall with his legs naturally crossed, and Zhou Linchuan was also there. Zhou Shiji invited them to have tea. Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu sat down on the sofa. Zhou Linchuan laughed nonchalantly. "I never expected to sit and have tea with Mr. and Mrs. Song in Hong Kong. We are quite destined to meet." Zhou Shiji picked up the conversation, both father and son speaking in broken Hong Kong accented Mandarin. "Mr. and Mrs. Song are both very busy people, so it's really not easy to get you both here today. Now that we've finally met, let's have a good chat. Song Yuan nodded, wondering what there was to talk about with him. Zhou Shiji exchanged a few more polite words, but his Mandarin was difficult to understand, and Song Yuan found it difficult to listen to him either. Please speak Cantonese, I understand it. Since Song Yuan decided to vigorously develop his business in the port city, he has been studying Cantonese whenever he has free time. Although he can't speak it, he can understand it. Zhou Shiji chuckled. Then I won't stand on ceremony with Mr. Song. The main reason I invited you here today is to let you try our local afternoon tea specialties. If you like them, I'll have the maid pack some for you to take back as gifts for your relatives and friends. After Zhou Shiji finished speaking, he shouted towards the direction of the restaurant. Dina, why haven't the tea and snacks been served yet? A response came from the kitchen. Mr. Zhou, it's ready, it'll be right there. Song Yuan's brow twitched. That voice. Why does it feel so familiar? Chapter 454 The Domesticated Dog. Gu Shiyu also sensed something was wrong. The two exchanged a glance, but neither of them spoke. Zhou Linchuan had a smile on his face the whole time, but the smile didn't make people feel friendly. Mr. Song, Mrs. Song, our tea and snacks are all made by our own servants. They are clean and hygienic. You must try them. After Zhou Linchuan finished speaking, a commotion came from the restaurant. Song Yuan looked in the direction of the sound and saw an old woman dressed as a maid slowly moving over with a tray in her hand. The tea snacks on the plate were exquisite, even better than those made in other shops. When Song Yuan saw who it was, he gasped for breath. So that's why Zhou Shiji invited him to his house. The old lady, whom the whole family had been frantically searching for so long, came to Hong Kong and worked as a maid serving tea and water for the Zhou family. The old lady also saw Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu, but only glanced at them briefly before looking away. Zhou Shiji said in a commanding tone, Dina, Mr. Song and Mrs. Song are distinguished guests I invited to my home today. You've been a maid for so many days. How come you still haven't learned manners and don't know how to greet people? Like a domesticated dog, the old lady turned around, bowed, and greeted Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu. Hello, Mr. Song. Hello, Mrs. Song. Zhou Linchuan suddenly laughed. I almost forgot. Dina and President Song should know each other, right? Song Yuan was completely numb at this moment. He doesn't acknowledge the old lady as his grandmother. But to outsiders, the old lady was Ji Qing's mother, his grandmother. This relationship is inescapable. Being in the same social class, having one's elders work as servants in someone else's home, this action is no different from slapping Song Yuan across the face twice. Song Yuan gripped the teacup tightly, his face turning ashen. The old lady ignored him, treating him like a stranger, completely placing herself on the same level as the Zhou family's Filipino maid, bowing to her master and letting her lecture her. Song Yuanxiang suppressed the nausea in his heart. Pack your things and come with me now. The old lady remained silent with a sullen face, as if she hadn't heard anything. Zhou Shiji chuckled. What? Does Mr. Song really know our maid? Dina didn't mention she was from Beijing when she applied for the job. I don't even know her name. I even named her Dina. It's a name similar to our other Filipino maids. That's quite a coincidence. Zhou Linchuan laughed. I knew it. Mr. Song and our family have quite a connection. He even knows one of our maids. Why don't Mr. and Mrs. Song stay for dinner tonight? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Linchuan's hand slipped, and the cup he was holding fell to the ground, shattering into pieces and spilling tea all over the floor. He called out to the old woman. Dina, come and clean this up so Mr. and Mrs. Song's shoes don't get dirty. The old woman responded and went to get her tools. She knelt down and picked up the broken pieces of porcelain one by one, throwing them into the trash can. One piece fell at Gu Shiyu's feet, and she knelt down to pick it up as well. She wiped the tea stains off the floor clean with a cloth, bit by bit. The fire in Song Yuan's heart was slowly rising. That old lady who was always causing trouble at home, who needed others to serve her even a glass of water, who would throw tantrums and mistreat her children and grandchildren at the slightest disagreement, who never lifted a finger to do housework, and who was treated like an empress dowager, was now working as the lowest of maids in someone else's home. She was treated like a dog, ordered around to do whatever she was told, and became so obedient that she seemed like a completely different person. This whole farce has reached its limit. Today, His dignity has been trampled underfoot. In his entire life, Song Yuan had never been so humiliated. Song Yuan stood up from the sofa. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. This is our family's missing elderly woman. She's a bit mentally unstable, and I have to take her away today. Zhou Shiji responded with a casual, oh. I never imagined that President Song and my daughter Dina had this kind of relationship. Well, President Song, whatever you like, I'll settle her salary now. Gu Xiu remained silent for a long while, quite angry as well. No need for payment. Our family doesn't need the money. It's just that our elderly relative went missing from home this time and has been suffering humiliation and abuse here. Mr. Zhou, we're ready to settle this score. Zhou Shiji chuckled. Abuse? Listen to what Dina has to say. She came to my company parking lot and knelt in front of my car for 3 days, begging me to take her in. Don't believe me? Ask around. Song Yuan was so angry that his blood was boiling. The old lady remained silent and obeyed as if she were under a spell. Song Yuan felt there was no need to ask. The old lady was capable of such madness. She would do anything to see her grandson, not only risking her reputation, but also her life. It's one thing for her to demean herself, but now she's disgracing the Ji family. With this incident, how can Song Yuan and Gu Xiu continue their business in Hong Kong? Before the work even begins, it will likely become a laughing stock in the entire upper class. Song Yuan repeated his previous statement. Put your things down and come with me now. The old woman held the trash can in her hand, unmoved. Mind your own business. I'm doing what I want here voluntarily. I'm not going with you. Song Yuan clenched his fist in anger. This old lady was someone you couldn't talk to or touch. Even Song Yuan, a person with a very stable temper, was driven to the point of wanting to fight by her. Unable to move, Song Yuan raised his hand and knocked the trash can and rag she was carrying away. At your age, your whole family treats you like royalty, so why do you have to do something to humiliate everyone? Did everyone in the Ji family owe you a life in their past lives? The old lady was completely subdued now. Faced with Song Yuan's questioning, she simply replied calmly. You should all go back. No one in the Ji family has the right to interfere with me, and you certainly don't. I'm willing to work here as a servant. It's my choice, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. After she finished speaking, she squatted down again to pick up the things that had fallen. Zhou Linchuan scoffed. Mr. Song, it seems your grandmother doesn't want to go with you. The elderly person's wishes are the most important. How about this? You just leave it alone and let her continue working here. Our family will not mistreat any of our servants. Song Yuan ignored him. Things had already progressed to this point, and he had no point in arguing. They've completely lost face. Song Yuan asked the old lady one last time. Are you sure you don't want to come with me? The old lady picked up the things on the ground, didn't say anything, and walked straight to the tool shed. Song Yuan turned and glanced at Zhou Shiji. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Zhou. This matter is not over yet. Chapter 455 A Thick Killing Intent. Song Yuan led Gu Xiu away, while Zhou Shiji chuckled behind them. Mr. Song, Mrs. Song, please take care. I won't see you off. Zhou Linchuan shouted for help at the top of his lungs. Dina, the bathroom on the second floor is a bit dirty. Go and clean it. Remember to clean every corner, and you need to clean the inside of the toilet yourself. Don't use a brush. The old lady replied. Understood, young master. Song Yuan's back teeth were almost crushed, and the veins on his arms bulged. Gu Xiu comforted him. Song Yuan, calm down. They're saying this on purpose for us to hear. Let's go back and discuss this further. Song Yuan walked out of the Zhou family home with a stern face. The people that old Su had arranged to protect them outside followed them when they came out. Mr. Song, Mrs. Song, are you all right? Song Yuan suppressed his anger. He didn't want to publicize such a shameful matter and cause a city-wide uproar. It's nothing. Thank you for your help today. You can all go back now. The group responded and left. Song Yuan and Gu Xiu returned to their villa. I had planned to do some sightseeing today, but now I'm not in the mood at all. Song Yuan knew the old lady's temper. He couldn't take her with him at all. Even calling the police won't help in this situation. The old lady is staying at someone else's house like a dog. No one is forcing her. They can't get rid of her no matter what they do. This matter was beyond his ability to handle, so he had to call his father and second uncle. Song Yuan drank 2 bottles of ice water before calming down and dialed Ji Cheng's number. Dad, why don't you and your second uncle come to Hong Kong? At that time, Ji Cheng, Song Lia, and Song Hung, Tao Yulian had just finished their shift and returned home. Song Yuan has been in power at the Ji family for so long, and he has never once asked Song Yuan to come out of retirement. He has handled all the big and small matters of the group. This time, I asked him to go to the port city. Ji Cheng realized that his son was in serious trouble, and he said anxiously, "What happens?" Song Yuan recounted how the old lady had worked as a maid in the Zhou family. Ji's eye remained expressionless, but his brows were furrowed, and he used one hand to soothe himself. "I'll buy the fastest flight there." Ji Cheng hung up the phone, and Song Lia ran upstairs and got him the emergency medication for myocardial infarction. After so many years of marriage, Song Lia could tell what was wrong with Ji Cheng just by looking at his expression, and she could tell from his little gestures that her heart was not feeling well again. Ji Cheng took the medicine and leaned back on the sofa to calm himself down. Song Lia knew that this was a serious matter, but she didn't dare to ask him anything. She could only observe his condition and be ready to call an ambulance at any time. Fortunately, after a while, Ji Cheng's expression calmed down. "Lia, can you get my phone for me?" Song Lia handed him the phone, and Ji Cheng dialed Ji Ming's number, telling him about it, and informing him to go to the airport now. The 2 brothers went there and had to bring the old lady back. "This time we've really messed things up. We have to keep the old lady tied up in the room, even if it means tying her up." Song Lia also understood the situation and opened her phone to book tickets for them. With private jets in the port city, they could only travel by passenger plane, and Song Lia booked the earliest available flight. Given Ji Cheng's physical condition, Song Lia was worried about him going alone. She hurriedly went upstairs to pack some luggage and her usual medicines, and then went to the airport with Ji Cheng. When they arrived, Ji Ming was already there waiting for them. Ji Ming sighed. "Big brother, I really have no other choice. If we bring Mom back this time, we can send her to a nursing home if necessary. There will be someone watching her every minute. This time, she has really put the face of the entire Ji family under someone else's feet. How will Song Yuan and his wife do their business in the future? What will others think of them? The fact that the grandmother of a wealthy young man from Beijing's elite circle works as a maid in someone else's home would make headlines." Ji Cheng was a man of few words, his face cold and indifferent, but in his heart he had already analyzed the impact of this matter hundreds of times. If they were an ordinary family, it wouldn't be a big deal, but they are a top-tier wealthy family in Beijing's elite circles. Not to mention Song Yuan, even he, with his old face, can no longer face those business partners, those opponents who were once defeated by him. Would they be able to smile properly now? People will say, what's the point of Ji Cheng building such a big company? His mother works as a maid in someone else's house. Song Lia was worried about Ji Cheng's health. The flight was nearly 4 hours long, and she was very afraid that Ji Cheng would have a relapse on the plane. Song Lia gestured to Ji Ming to stop talking. This matter was already quite upsetting. Fortunately, they landed safely on this leg of the journey. Song Yuan sent a car to pick them up from the airport, and the 3 of them were taken to Song Yuan's villa on Victoria Peak. It was already dark by then. The family had a simple dinner and then sat down together to discuss the matter. Ji Ming was preoccupied with getting rid of her. All he wanted now was to bring the old lady back home safely and comfortably, instead of leaving her there at her age to be treated like a servant. The old lady could endure it, but he, as her son, couldn't. "Brother, let's go to the Zhou family right now and bring Mom back, even if we have to tie her up. What do you think?" Ji Cheng sat on the sofa without speaking. He had many things on his mind. Not only did he want to bring the old lady back, but Zhou Jiaming knew that the old lady was his mother, yet he still made her work as a maid in the house and maliciously bullied her. This issue needs to be carefully analyzed. We definitely need to take her with us, but we need to think about it carefully. The old lady is stubborn and won't leave. What should we do? Ji Ming paced anxiously back and forth on the ground. If she won't leave, then knock her out and carry her out. Song Yuan did a lot of work that afternoon, making thorough preparations for this confrontation. He and Ji Cheng shared the same idea. They had to bring the person back and get revenge. Otherwise, you won't have a good time during the new year. Dad, second uncle, The old lady probably can't be brought out tonight. We can only go tomorrow. Zhou Shiji and his son left the house last night. The owner isn't here. They won't open the door for us. We can force our way in. I've arranged with Zhou Shiji. We'll go get the person tomorrow. Ji Chung responded. I'll make the appointment. Song Yuan didn't reply. It was the first time he had seen such a gloomy expression on his father's face, filled with a strong, murderous aura. Ji Chung picked up his phone and dialed a number. He and Zhou Shiji had saved each other's numbers. Zhou Shiji, being in the real estate business, inevitably had to deal with banks, while Ji Chung was a big shot in the financial industry and had influence with various banks. After 2 beeps, the other end answered. Ji Chung got straight to the point. I will be picking up my mother at the Zhou family home in half an hour. Please allow me to leave, Mr. Zhou. Ji Chung spoke politely, but his tone was commanding. If the other party doesn't release her, he will surely have other ways to bring the old lady out. He won't wait until tomorrow. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Shiji chuckled. He hadn't expected Ji Chung to arrive so quickly. He just wanted to humiliate Song Yuan and vent his anger for his son, but he didn't expect Song Yuan to bring his father over. He was still wary of Ji Chung, who was standing opposite him. Zhou Shiji responded. President Ji, don't worry, I'll be right there, let's meet. Chapter 456 Dad Takes Action. Ji Chung glanced at his watch. Please be on time, Mr. Zhou, in half an hour. He wouldn't wait a minute longer. After hanging up the phone, Ji Chung contacted his network of contacts in Hong Kong and relayed the message to the presidents of several major banks in the city. No matter how well Zhou Shiji does in the real estate industry, not just anyone can be treated like a servant in his household. This will cost him dearly. As Ji Chung has gotten older, he has lost his temper and hasn't made things difficult for anyone in the business world for many years, but that doesn't mean he's easy to bully. How can someone who started from scratch and built a company from a small workshop with 12 people into a multinational corporation tolerate being bullied? Song Yuanjing sat to the side watching his father make a phone call, and he saw murderous intent on his father's face. Before Ji Chung called Zhou Shiji, Song Yuan had contacted him, but Zhou Shiji did not answer his call. At that moment, Song Yuan suddenly realized that his father's connections in the Hong Kong entertainment circle were not as simple as he had imagined. He felt a sense of admiration. The coolest man in the world, besides his father, was no one else. Compared to his father, his son is far inferior in both methods and spirit. Controlling bank lending is tantamount to controlling the lifeline of a real estate company. If JHO can't secure loans, how will he proceed with his projects? Song Yuan was only thinking about hacking into Victoria Harbor's system, but he didn't expect to cut off its cash flow. They're a financial company. This is far too easy for them. Zhou Shiji has really messed up this time. After Ji Chung made all the arrangements, the whole family left the villa and headed towards the Zhou family's house. Ji Chung kept checking his watch, trying to keep track of the time. At that time, Zhou Shiji's car was speeding on the highway. The phone rang, and he answered it. Mr. Zhou, Fengtai Bank just called to say that they are terminating their cooperation with Victoria Harbor Development. The loan agreement that was previously agreed upon will not be renewed. The person on the other end stammered and added another sentence. They said something on the other side. Zhou Shiji was anxious. Fengtai Bank was the main bank cooperating with Victoria Harbor Development, and 80% of Victoria Harbor Development's funds were borrowed from Fengtai Bank. Finding a new bank to partner with isn't difficult, but the back-and-forth process will take up a lot of time, and many of Victoria Harbor's projects will be delayed. What did they say? Speak up. Yes, they said it was Ji Cheng's order. Zhou Shiji's heart skipped a beat. The fact that Fengtai Bank was so direct in telling him the reason for not cooperating meant that Ji Chung was playing his cards right and was going to confront him head-on. Contact our second partner, Huiyan Bank, right now. Okay, Mr. Zhou, I'll contact him right away. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Shiji glanced at his watch and instructed the driver. Drive faster. The driver dared not go any faster. He was already speeding, and any faster and the car would fly. Mr. Zhou, we can't go any faster. Zhou Shiji rubbed his temples, feeling a faint sense of regret. He didn't expect this matter to alarm Ji Chung, a powerful figure. He only wanted to intimidate Song Yuan. If he had known he would get into this trouble, he wouldn't have been so foolish as to provoke someone. It was just a stepson who had suffered a little injustice. He shouldn't risk all this trouble for a sick stepson. This has gone a bit too far. Zhou Shiji reflected on his actions, realizing how foolish he had been. Ji Qing's ruthless methods in Hong Kong were already well known years ago, though he hadn't heard much about him in recent years. He should have realized sooner that Ji Qing wasn't someone to be trifled with. After all, in terms of business, Victoria Harbour Development is downstream of the Ji family and relies on banks for its business. Zhou Shiji regretted it more and more. He had really made a mistake this time and committed a major taboo in business. He shouldn't have made such a big enemy for himself. The car was still some distance from the villa, so he immediately called the villa's housekeeper and asked him to take good care of the old lady while waiting for the Ji family to pick her up. Outside the Zhou family villa, Ji Chung and others were already waiting at the door. He glanced at his watch. It had been more than half an hour since he had mentioned, and Zhou Shiji still hadn't shown up. Ji Chung immediately called the president of Huiyan Bank to cut off Victoria Harbour Foundation's second funding chain. Before coming to Hong Kong, Ji Chung had already had someone investigate and found that Victoria Harbour Foundation mainly cooperated with these two banks, which were also the two most powerful banks in Hong Kong. Given Ji's influence in the financial industry, these banks would certainly give him some face. Fengtai Bank and Huiyan Bank have terminated their cooperation with Victoria Harbour. As for the other small and medium-sized banks, as long as Ji Chung makes a statement, Zhou Shiji can forget about reaching a cooperation agreement. The funds he wants to use to acquire land, as well as the funds for ongoing projects, can only come from his own savings, which is a huge sum of money. Ji Chung concluded that Zhou Shiji had a certain amount of cash flow that could support operations for a period of time, but he couldn't sustain himself for long by constantly spending money to fund projects. Ji Ming was still stirring things up from the sidelines. That damn bastard, daring to mess with the Ji family, he's blind. Big brother, kill that bastard. Big brother, it's been 8 minutes past the time you said, and that guy surnamed Zhou still hasn't come. If he doesn't come soon, we'll tear the door down. Song Lia glared at him. Second brother, if you don't have any good ideas, don't talk nonsense. You'll only end up getting yourself into trouble if you don't use your energy effectively. Ji Ming chuckled twice. I'm just in a hurry to pick up my mom. Ji Chung was wearing a black overcoat over a suit. His face was frosty, and his whole aura was very intimidating. Song Yuan and Gu Xiu stood beside Song Lia, silently waiting to see how Ji Chung would get over what was going to happen next. Ji Chung is the backbone of everyone. 2 minutes later, a black Maybach drove up and stopped outside the villa. The driver got out first to open the door, and Zhou Shiji got out of the car. At that moment, he had lost the composure he had shown when he met Song Yuan that afternoon. Zhou Shiji got out of the car and first gave Ji Chung a fake businessman smile, then greeted him in broken Mandarin. I was terribly rude of me, Mr. Zhou, to have no idea you would be here today, Mr. Ji. Please come in. Zhou Shiji extended a hand, but Ji Chung glanced at it with cold eyes and did not shake hands with him. Zhou Shiji awkwardly withdrew his hand. People came out and opened the door. Zhou Shiji led them inside. After entering the living room, Zhou Shiji asked the housekeeper, "Where's Madame Ji?" The butler blurted out, "Mr. Zhou, Dina is resting in her room." Zhou Shiji slapped him across the face. "What do you mean, nah? That's old Madame Ji. Hurry up and bring her out." The butler was so frightened that he immediately apologized, bent over, and backed away to go to the servants' quarters to call for help. The old lady had already lain down. She usually had a lot of cleaning work to do, but for some reason, the housekeeper told her that she could rest today and that she didn't need to do those jobs. At her age, she's almost reached her limit to keep going for so many days. When she finally has a moment to herself, she lies in bed, so tired that she's about to fall asleep. The housekeeper came in and told him that Mr. Zhou had arrived and asked her to leave. The old lady quickly put back on her maid outfit and perked up to get out of bed. She would be willing to kneel down and beg, as long as Zhou Shiji agreed to let her see her grandson. Chapter 457, Provoking This Father and Son. The old lady dragged her tired body out of the house and saw a group of people in the hall. Ji Ming rushed over first, and when he saw the old lady's maid outfit, he was filled with rage. "Mom, what are you wearing? Take it off." He reached out to help the old woman remove her incredibly humiliating dress, but she resisted and stopped him. Ji Ming, what are you doing? Don't touch me. Ji Ming's eyes were bloodshot, and he was on the verge of losing control. Hearing Song Yuan describe it was one thing, but seeing the scene with his own eyes had a great impact on him. He's so hungry, he could eat people right now. Zhou Shiji glanced at Ji Cheng and humbly explained. The old lady wanted to wear it like this. She said the outfit looked good, so no one stopped her. Ji Cheng's aura had turned ice cold to the extreme at this moment. Mr. Zhou, there's no need for explanations. We'll see each other in the business world. Ji Cheng gestured to Ji Ming to take the person away. Ji Ming tried to persuade her a few more times, but the old lady was stubborn and refused to leave. Ji Ming simply hoisted the person onto his shoulder and strode out of the Zhou family villa, ignoring the old lady's struggles and curses on his shoulder. Nothing is more shameful than this. Taking them away now is a huge deal. Ji Ming carried the person back to Song Yuan's villa and put him down only after closing the gate. At his age, he was already panting heavily after doing this. The old woman became agitated and started swearing. Ji Cheng, Ji Ming, you two unfilial sons, what are you trying to do? Don't you even respect your mother? Ji Ming was angry, but he couldn't do anything about it, so he pleaded with her gently. Mom, I'm begging you, please stop acting like this, okay? Can't we go back and live a normal life? Haven't my brother and I been filial to you? The old lady jumped up and down, trying to leave, but the door had already been locked by Song Yuan. The gate here is equipped with an electric fence, making it extremely secure. You can't get out of this gate without a password. The old lady was anxious but helpless, so she could only vent her anger by crying and shouting. She cursed her eldest son, then her second son, then her daughter-in-law, and finally even cursed Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu. Song Lia couldn't bear to hear any of this. In her younger years, she had suffered too much mistreatment from her wicked mother-in-law, and now she wouldn't let her daughter-in-law suffer the same fate. She took Gu Shiyu away, and the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law went upstairs to escape the troubles, leaving these messy matters to the men. The old lady cried and made a fuss for a while, but her strength was exhausted, and she finally collapsed on the sofa and fell silent. Ji Cheng waited until she calmed down before speaking. From now on, I will assign a team to be specifically responsible for your safety. You can move around freely, but you cannot leave the sight of the security personnel. Stop causing trouble and save some good fortune for your descendants. Ji Cheng spoke the next sentence with great weakness. He's already given all the advice he could, and his lips are practically calloused from talking so much. Those words had no effect on the old lady. Only forceful measures could be taken. The old lady has made a huge mess this time. If he had been even slightly less capable, the entire Ji family and even the company would have suffered a major setback and been disgraced along with her. The old woman cried until she was exhausted, and her voice became hoarse. What do you mean? You're going to have me monitored? Ji Cheng, I'm your mother, not your prisoner. Do you still consider me your mother? Ji Cheng's voice was clear and cold, with a powerful and intimidating quality. If you still acknowledge us as your two sons, then stop causing trouble. You're my mother, not a servant of the Zhou family. When have you ever considered your children and grandchildren before you act? Ji Ming continued. Mom, even if my eldest brother didn't arrange for anyone to follow you, I would still follow you. Look at yourself. What kind of things are you doing at your age? You don't treat yourself like a human being, yet you expect your two sons to act like grandsons. Are we an ordinary family? How can you treat yourselves like this? How are our children and grandchildren supposed to live? How can they face anyone? The old woman whimpered and cried. You just don't want me to see my grandson. My grandson, Grandma has tried everything, but Grandma is just not capable enough. My grandson has such a hard life, and so do I. I can't live anymore. I can't live without seeing my grandson. Ji Ming's head ached from listening, and he couldn't help but speak his mind. My brother and I are truly miserable to have a mother like you. The old lady ignored her completely and continued crying. Whether she can sleep tonight depends on when the old lady cries herself to sleep. Ji Cheng still had other properties under his name that hadn't been transferred to Song Yuan, so it wasn't appropriate to leave the old lady with Song Yuan. He called a car and took Ji Ming and the two brothers away to his other house. It's finally quiet here. Song Yuan arranged a bright and spacious room for his mother, and then carried his computer back to the master bedroom. Gu Shiyu took a shower and sat in bed watching her tablet. Song Yuan calmed down and began to work. Dad got revenge on Dad, and he got revenge on himself. Song Yuan couldn't swallow this insult either. He had to do something today to make himself feel better. He discovered that Zhou Shiji also owned a casino in Macau, which brought him a considerable income every year. Song Yuan easily hacked into the other side's network and completely destroyed the devices that needed to connect to the internet. Gu Shiyu leaned against the headboard and watched as his computer screen went black from time to time, and guessed what he was doing. Gu Shiyu chuckled lightly. Zhou Shiji won't be able to sleep tonight. It's a miracle he's not in the hospital. This father and son duo, one resorting to ruthless, direct punishment, the other secretly destroying neither of them, made life difficult for anyone. Having offended this father and son, do you still want to get into the financial world? Keep dreaming. After venting his frustrations, Song Yuan closed his laptop, lay down on the bed, and sighed. I'm so sorry, Shiyu. It's our first time going out together, and this has happened. I was planning to take you on the ferry and see the night view, but all our plans are ruined. Gu Shiyu comforted him. We have plenty of time and opportunities ahead of us. Let's deal with what's in front of us first. Judging from Dad's demeanor, he's really angry this time and won't let the other party off easily. Song Yuan hummed in agreement. It was the first time I'd ever seen my dad so angry. I was so scared when he called the bank that I didn't dare say a word. Gu Shiyu said with a smile. Me too. Do you think Zhou Shiji knows what he's going to face next? Song Yuan chuckled softly. He'll find out sooner or later. At that time, Zhou Shiji was sitting in his villa, cursing the housekeeper to no end. He had informed the housekeeper in advance to keep an eye on the old lady, but when the Ji family came to pick her up, the old lady was dressed as a maid, which once again embarrassed the Ji family. The butler knelt on the ground and admitted his mistake. Mr. Zhou, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. After Zhou Shiji calmed down from his outburst, he picked up his teacup, but before he could even swallow a sip, his subordinate called again. Mr. Zhou, something bad has happened. Huiyan Bank has also refused to cooperate with us, and this is also Ji Qingjing's fault. Chapter 458. It's not that I insisted. Zhou Shiji was completely dumbfounded this time. When he received the news that Fengtai Bank would not cooperate, he only felt a lump in his throat and did not think that the matter was so serious that he could not continue doing business. After all, besides Fengqin Bank, he could find other banks to cooperate with. He hadn't expected Jicheng to be so ruthless, completely blocking his path. Fengtai Bank and Huiyan Bank are the two largest banks in Gangqing. Even these two listen to Jicheng, so other small and medium-sized banks don't need to ask him. They all have to act according to Jicheng's wishes. This is a serious blunder. Zhou Shiji paced anxiously on the ground, racking his brains for a solution. Victoria Harbor Development recently acquired a plot of land for high-end residential development. Construction will require substantial funds, and other ongoing projects also require significant cash flow to maintain their progress. Without bank loans, he has to pay out of his own pocket to cover the costs. This will be fine in the short term, but it won't last long. Zhou Shiji's back was sweating profusely, but fortunately he had other businesses under his name, which provided him with a considerable monthly income, enough to tide him over. Zhou Shiji wiped the sweat from his forehead when the phone rang again. Mr. Zhou, something terrible has happened. Our casino in Macau has been hacked. All electronic devices are paralyzed, and all data has been lost. Some customers have invested money and now can't get it out, demanding a refund. However, we can't find the data and have no idea how much money the customers invested. Some are even making exorbitant demands and threatening to sue us if we don't refund them. Mr. Zhou, what should we do? Zhou Shiji was terrified. His casino in Macau had some operations that were not approved and were operating in an illegal gray area, which was done secretly. If this gets out, the sky will fall. Zhou Shiji had been in the business world his whole life and had never suffered such a big setback. He took a long time to calm down, and the matter kept replaying in his mind. Hacker? Could the hacking incident also be related to Jicheng? He has been running his business in Macau for 7 or 8 years. When he entered the market, he decided to run it for 2 years to make some money and then quit. However, he couldn't bear to give up that huge profit and has continued to do so until now. For the next 7 or 8 years, all was peaceful. Now that he has suddenly been hacked, and it just so happens to coincide with Ji Cheng's matter, he can't help but be suspicious. The problem is that there's no way to call the police. Calling the police would be like hurting the enemy 8,000 while losing 10,000 of your own. Is it possible to find out what it's made of? Mr. Zhou, we dare not investigate. If we let someone investigate, our underground casino might be exposed, and then it won't just be a matter of money. Zhou Shiji's mind is muddled. Yes, don't investigate, don't call the police. If they want money, just give it to them. The money that was in his pocket was taken out again, and Zhou Shiji's heart was bleeding. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Shiji sat on the sofa to calm himself down, his forehead constantly covered in cold sweat. He didn't know how much worse things could get, but Ji Cheng would definitely not let him off the hook. Zhou Shiji felt increasingly distressed as he thought about it, and he leaned back on the sofa, clutching his chest and breathing heavily. The butler noticed something was wrong and rushed over to check on him. Mr. Zhou, what's wrong? Mr. Zhou, quick, call an ambulance. On the other side, Song Yuan finished showering and got into bed. The phone on the bedside table rang. It was his company secretary calling. Mr. Song, the house you want to sell has been taken a liking to by a celebrity. He's willing to buy it at market price, and the transaction can be completed in the next few days. Song Yuan's eyes showed surprise. So fast. You're in full charge of this matter. Don't tell me anything unless it's important. Okay, Mr. Song. Gu Shiyu put down the tablet, looked at him, and chuckled. Why are you selling the house? Song Yuan didn't mention the harassment, and just made up an excuse. The house over there is too small to fit in. Next time I come to Gangcheng, I'll stay in a villa here, which will be more comfortable. Gu Shiyu knew perfectly well what was going on. Actually, there's no need for that. That woman moved out today. Song Yuan suddenly turned to look at her, his scalp tingling. He hadn't done anything to betray her, but he still felt guilty. Shiyu. Song Yuan found it unbelievable. They had been together all day without being apart. When did she do something he didn't know about? Gu Shiyu spoke frankly. Don't worry, I didn't do anything to her. I just notified her husband to keep an eye on his wife and stop her from going around causing trouble. If she continues to live there, I'm really worried about you coming to Hong Kong alone on business trips in the future. She dares to come out and seduce people in the middle of the night right under my nose. If I weren't there, wouldn't she pounce on me? Song Yuan swallowed hard. Sure, Shiyu. Did you hear that tonight? I'm asleep, not dead in my sleep. Song Yuan broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he was a man of integrity and had married a smart wife, so he could hide nothing from her. The two chatted for a long time. Gu Shiyu told him that there was no need to sell the house anymore, and that no one would come to harass him anymore. But Song Yuan felt unlucky and thought about this incident every time he moved in. In the end, I decided to sell the house and stay here when I come to Gangcheng in the future. It's more private and comfortable. As they were chatting animatedly, Song Yuan tried to pull her into his arms, but Gu Shiyu subconsciously moved to the side, creating some distance between them. Song Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, deliberately moving closer to her. Why are you avoiding me? Gu Shiyu pushed him aside. Don't. Mom sleeps downstairs. We agreed on once a month, but we've already overspent this month. Song Yuan couldn't stop laughing. He hadn't planned on doing anything, but he hadn't expected her to be so wary. Who said that was agreed upon with you? Gu Shiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you agree to our plan of talking about once a month this morning? Song Yuan lowered his head and pecked her lips, then asked her, when did I agree to that? I said the schedule is Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday are for rest. Gu Shiyu stirred a few times in his arms, but was held tightly, so she simply gave up struggling. Today is Thursday. Song Yuan picked up his phone and showed it to her. Look at the time. It's past midnight, it's Friday. Gu Shiyu paused for a moment, then refused him. No, really no, Mom's downstairs. Song Yuan lowered his head and kissed her. He hadn't intended to do anything, since he had almost emptied his chest last night. The more she said no, the more excited he became. As we kissed, I started to feel something. Gu Shiyu was wearing a Chinese-style nightgown with a belt at the waist. He gently pulled off the drawstring, slid his hand over it, and tore open a small piece of fabric. My hands were sticky from touching them. The bedroom lights were on, and Song Yuan held up his hand to show her. Baby, it's not that I insist, it's that you want it. Gu Shiyu was too embarrassed to speak, so she kicked him. Song Yuan grabbed one of her ankles and pushed it upwards, but didn't rush to do anything. Under the bright light, he looked at her directly. Gu Shiyu pulled the blanket over herself and piled it on top of her. Song Yuan's gaze was torture to her. If you're going to do it, then do it. What are you waiting for? Song Yuan chuckled and lowered his head to kiss her. Gu Shiyu is a very self-disciplined person. After giving birth and finishing her postpartum period, she started exercising, and weightlifting was a regular occurrence for her. She developed a sexy six-pack and a flat stomach. Chapter 459, Let's Make a Deal. Song Yuan kissed her along her abs, all the way down. Gu Shiyu sat up nervously. Song Yuan, you. Song Yuan raised his eyelids and glanced at her. She yelled at him, and he kissed her. Gu Shiyu stared at him, her face flushed crimson. When Song Yuan returned, he kissed her lips again, but Gu Shiyu turned her head away. Song Yuan then told her, "It has no taste, really." Gu Shiyu ignored everyone and kept avoiding them. Song Yuan laughed angrily. "Do you despise yourself? Or do you despise me? Shiyu, look at me." Timely words. Gu Shiyu ignored him completely. Song Yuan opened the drawer to get something and turned off the light. Afterwards, both of them were refreshed and neither of them felt sleepy. Song Yuan made it clear that he wouldn't be coming. He said he was completely exhausted these past 2 days and only dared to indulge himself like this during the New Year's Day holiday. He would be too weak to do this normally. Gu Shiyu finally felt relieved and leaned against him as she lay down. Gu Shiyu missed her children a little and wondered if the 2 little ones were behaving well with their grandparents. In the WeChat group, Song Hung posted a video of Yuan Yuan and Man Man, which Gu Shiyu watched several times. Song Yuan helped her turn off her phone and put it aside. "Stop looking, we're going back tomorrow. The 2 little ones are spoiled by the whole family, and now your husband is the one who needs the most love. You should sleep in my arms every day." No matter how tired he was from work, when he got home, holding her and sleeping together was the most stress-relieving thing for Song Yuan. For example, right now, I don't have to think about anything. My body and mind are both relaxed. It's the most relaxing moment of the day. Gu Shiyu snorted. "I can sleep in your arms every day, but I'll have a pair of iron shorts made for you first." Song Yuan laughed so hard his chest was shaking. This person's thought process was truly. They applied for an afternoon flight back to Beijing, so the family wouldn't have to take a commercial flight anymore. They could fly back on their own private plane. In the morning, Ji Chung and Ji Ming brought the old lady to Song Yuan's place, and the whole family gathered together. The old lady is a bit erratic, sometimes confused, and sometimes lucid, and now we can't let her out of our sight at all. Ji Chung and Ji Ming took turns keeping watch last night. Neither of the brothers slept well, and both had dark circles under their eyes. This was Ji Ming's first time visiting the port city, and he was a little reluctant to leave. "Big brother, are we going back now?" Ji Chung hummed in agreement. "Mom's mental state is not normal. We should take her to see a doctor and settle her in when we get back." Ji Ming asked, "What should we do with that guy surnamed Zhou? Are we just going to let it go like this?" "I've already given the word that Zhou Shiji shouldn't even think about making any money in Hong Kong's circles." As they were talking, Ji Cheng's phone rang. It was a call from his friend in Hong Kong. Ji Chung chatted briefly and expressed his stance on sanctioning Victoria Harbor development. His phone rang non-stop all morning, all for one thing. Song Yuan sat next to his father, watching him make and hang up the phone. I witnessed the entire process of his planning firsthand. Song Yuan knew his father was very capable, but he was still shocked. He hadn't expected his father's connections in the port city to have reached the point where he could control the economic lifeline. He didn't know what his father would do to vent his anger. "Dad, what else do you plan to do about Zhou Shiji?" Ji Chung sat quietly on the sofa, holding a cup of tea in his hand. "I won't budge from the bank. Whether Zhou Shiji can resolve the issue depends on his own abilities." Song Yuan understood. This meant sparing no effort in developing the Victoria Harbor infrastructure. Ji Chung paused for a moment and asked, "Was it you who set up that casino in Macau owned by the Zhou family?" Song Yuan smiled. "Yes." Ji Chung smiled. which was quite rare for him. Gu Xiu had anticipated Ji Qing's attitude in handling this matter. Having been involved in the capital circle for a relatively long time, she was familiar with Ji Qing's ruthless methods. After Ji Qing turned 50, he became quite low-key, so much so that people forgot he was once a terrifying figure like a great demon king. If you mess with him, you're probably asking for trouble. This time, Ji Qing has been forced to take action personally, so he certainly won't leave the other side with any easy consequences. With such a powerful father-in-law by her side, Gu Xiu is now completely at ease and has nothing to worry about. She was no longer worried about the future market development in the port city, and that she would probably have to ask him for help again if needed in the future. She packed her luggage to take with her that afternoon, humming a song. Song Yuan pushed the door open and came in. "Why are you so happy? I'll be meeting my little ones soon. How could I not be excited?" Song Yuan Xiao. "I also want children." As they were talking, Tao Yulian made a video call, and the chubby faces of the two little ones appeared on the screen. Song Yuan and Gu Xiu squeezed together to watch. Tao Yulian was talking about the daily life of her two children, how much milk they drank, how many hours they slept, and other trivial matters such as eating, drinking, and relieving themselves. Song Hing shouted from behind. "Xiao Bao didn't cry, he's having a great time. Don't worry too much, you can stay there for a few more days if you have time." Song Yuan and Gu Xiu are now eager to return home. "Dad, our flight is this afternoon, so we can go back for dinner tonight." Tao Yulian was overjoyed to hear that they were coming back. "Then I'll tell the kitchen to make dinner a bit more elaborate. Send me what you'd like to eat on WeChat." In the afternoon, they packed their things and prepared to go to the airport. Just as she was about to leave, the thing that Song Leah was worried about still happened. The old lady realized they were taking her back to Beijing and away from Hong Kong. She sat on the ground, crying and rolling around, desperately crying that she didn't want to leave this place and shouting that she still wanted to see her grandson. Ji Qing and Ji Ming had tried all the methods they could think of, but none of them worked. The old lady was crying her heart out. Song Leah looked at her watch. Although they were flying privately, the flight they applied for had a time limit, and they couldn't be too late. "If this continues, we'll miss the deadline and have to spend another day in the port city." Song Leah looked at Ji Qing and asked him what to do. Given the old lady's mental state, even if we forcibly bring her on the plane, it won't be a relief. Who knows what frightening things she might do. The whole family was waiting for Ji Qing to make a decision. Ji Qing sighed. The old lady didn't get a good night's sleep after all that trouble. Let's give her a sedative so she can sleep it off and go home. Song Yuan immediately called a nearby hospital. After an injection of a sedative, the old lady finally calmed down within a few minutes. The group of 6 split into 2 cars and headed to the airport. Upon arriving at the airport, they went through the VIP channel, with Song Yuan and Ji Ming carrying the elderly woman ahead of them through security. Ji Qing, Song Leah, and Gu Xiu were responsible for carrying the luggage from behind. After their luggage was checked, just as they were about to pass through the turnstile, a voice came from behind them. "Mr. Ji, please wait." Ji Qing turned around and saw Zhou Shiji, his belly swaying, running quickly towards him, followed by several subordinates who were panting heavily and waving at him. Ji Qing stopped in his tracks. Zhou Shiji ran over, panting heavily, his face flushed. "Mr. Ji, I wonder if I would have the honor of inviting you to dinner? I mishandled the old lady's matter, and I hope you can give me a chance to apologize." Ji Qing glanced at him, his face showing no emotion whatsoever. "Please go back, Mr. Zhou. There's no need for dinner." Zhou Shiji licked his chapped lips. He had heard that Ji Qing was returning to Beijing that afternoon, so he pulled out the 4-needle and rushed over from the hospital. "President Ji, how should we resolve this matter? Why don't you name your terms?" Chapter 460 Don't Call Me Mom. Zhou Shiji was at his wit's end. He had now experienced Ji Qing's methods and had become much more obedient. As long as Ji Qing loosens his grip and lets Victoria Harbor Foundation off the hook, he will agree to any conditions he can. The legacy passed down from our fathers must not be destroyed in his hands. Ji Qing scoffed. He disdained to waste time arguing with Zhou Shiji and instead focused on taking action. Ji Qing gave him a cold look, then led Song Leah through security, with Gu Xiu following closely behind. Zhou Shiji wiped the sweat from his forehead. The look Ji Chung had given him just now was still haunting him, making his heart sink. He was filled with endless regret and despair. Ji Chung probably won't let him off the hook, right? What terrible things have they done? The assistant came to report. Mr. Zhou, we have contacted other banks, but they all refuse to cooperate with us. If we don't find new partners soon, the funds will not flow in next month, and all our projects will face suspension. Zhou Shiji rubbed his temples. His hand still had medical tape on it. He felt a little dizzy again, and his youngest son, Zhou Linchuan, quickly supported him. Dad, let's go back to the hospital first. Leave this to me. It's just a small Ji family. Ji Chung and his group had already walked far away. Zhou Shiji stared blankly in the direction they had gone. His youngest son was naive and unaware of Ji Cheng's ruthless methods. You make it sound so easy. Although our Victoria Harbor Foundation is a large business, it is downstream of the Ji family's business. It's easy for their lifeline to be strangled. I'm afraid the banks here in Hong Kong have no hope. Zhou Linchuan said confidently. If we can't reach an agreement with the banks in Hong Kong, then we'll go to Beijing. I refuse to believe that the Ji family can control all the banks in the world. Zhou Shiji leaned weakly against Zhou Linchuan, who was supporting him. Beijing? Don't you know whose territory Beijing is? Go check out Macau first. Zhou Linchuan helped him into the car, which then drove towards the hospital. Before the car even arrived at the hospital, a call came from the subordinate in charge of the casino in Macau. Mr. Zhou, the casino has finished its tally. They have to pay the players a total of 70 million. This amount has already been negotiated and negotiated down. Otherwise, they would have sued us and exposed our underground casino. Zhou Shiji was speechless for a long time. His phone slipped, and he fell headfirst to the side. Zhou Linchuan shouted anxiously, Daddy. Meanwhile, the Ji family's plane, bound for Beijing, had already taken to the skies. After receiving the sedative, the old lady finally calmed down. There was a lounge on the plane, where she slept peacefully, while Ji Ming watched her closely, not daring to leave her sight. The plane had a dedicated communication system, and Ji Chung didn't have a moment's rest during the journey. He contacted all the banks within his network and made sure they completely prohibited any cooperation with Victoria Harbor Development. Before landing, he contacted a hospital for the old lady, whose mental state was currently fluctuating between delirium and lucidity, and she needed a comprehensive medical examination. The plane landed in Beijing, and a hospital car was already waiting outside the airport. Just then, the old lady woke up from her nap, and the effects of the medication wore off. The family split into two groups. Song Yuan took his wife and mother home first, while Ji Chung and Ji Ming went to the hospital with the old lady. Song Yuan's driver also arrived at the airport. They watched the ambulance drive away before getting into the car. In the car, Song Yuan sat in the passenger seat, while Gu Shiyu and Song Lia sat in the back. Song Lia's daily nagging. Son, Shiyu, you two shouldn't interfere in the old lady's affairs. If you don't handle it properly, you'll only bring trouble upon yourselves. You both know what kind of person the old lady is. Just take care of your own families, okay? Song Yuan, understood. Gu Shiyu replied, I know, Mom. The car drove back to the villa. Eager to see her child, Gu Shiyu got out of the car and ran towards the elevator. Song Yuan and Song Lia followed closely behind. It was dinner time, and Song Hung and Tao Yulian were helping the nanny look after the two children. A large table of food was being prepared in the kitchen, and the house was filled with the aroma of food. Everything at home is kept in perfect order. After holding the baby, Song Yuan sat comfortably on the sofa and drank some water. Having two parents makes him the happiest person. He doesn't have to worry about anything. Meanwhile, Ji Chung and Ji Ming followed the old lady to the hospital. The old lady is now clear-headed and knows that she has been taken back to Beijing. She feels like the sky has fallen. She cries until she is exhausted, then rests for a few minutes before continuing to cry. Several medical staff tried to coax her into undergoing the examination, but they couldn't persuade her at all. Eventually, several of them had to work together to forcibly hold her down. The whole process should have taken a little over an hour, but it took 3 hours to finish, and everyone was exhausted and covered in sweat. If this weren't a private hospital run by Ji Cheng's friend, no one would treat her like this. When they arrived at the ward, the The 4 top-tier nurses and 2 bodyguards that Ji Chung had hired were already in place. The 6 of them were watching over her. Unless she had some kind of magical ability to fly away, she was unlikely to sneak away and cause everyone to search frantically again. Some of the test results are still pending, and Ji Chung and Ji Ming are waiting at the hospital. Neither of them has eaten anything yet. The hospital provides meals for patients, and Ji Ming sat by the bedside feeding them. "Mom, please eat something. You haven't eaten all night, or you'll get sick." The old lady still couldn't accept that she had been forcibly taken back to Beijing. "Zhou Shiji has promised me that if I finish this month, he will let me see my grandson and send me back home. Send me back home." The old lady knocked over the bowl. Ji Ming was so angry he wiped his forehead. He couldn't do anything about it, so he retreated to the back. "Big brother, why don't you try to persuade Mom?" Ji Chung has completely lost patience with her now. "Mom, look carefully, this is Beijing, this is a hospital. You have some mental issues right now. There's no way I'm letting you leave. Eat if you want, or go hungry. These people are here to take care of you. They won't leave for a second. Chat with them if you're bored." The old lady glanced at the people standing on the ground who were completely obedient to Ji Chung and understood that Ji Chung had gathered so many people to surround her ward, inside and out, so that she would no longer be allowed to act on her own. The old woman muttered a curse. "You damned bastard, just like your deadbeat father." Ji Chung ignored her. Let her curse all she wanted. Her mouth was the only thing she had freedom of now. The more Ji Chung acted this way, the angrier the old lady became. That deadbeat had the same temper when he was around. She would scold him all day, and he wouldn't even utter a word to her. The old woman grew angrier and angrier, and began to speak recklessly. "Ji Chung, let me go. You bastard, let me go. I need to find my grandson." Ji Chung's head was buzzing. "By insulting me, you're also insulting yourself. Why bother?" The old woman screamed like a madwoman. "Don't call me Mom. I'm not your mom." Ji Chung's expression froze. "What did you say?" Chapter 461, I want to get a paternity test. The old woman realized she had said something she shouldn't have due to a moment of emotional outburst, but she continued her rant, trying to reassure herself that everything was all right. "You 2 unfilial sons, you kidnapped your own mother and sent me back to Hong Kong. I want to go back to Hong Kong. I just want to see my grandson." Ji Chung's mind was filled with the old lady's words. He had actually had doubts before, but seeing those photos of himself as a child dispelled his concerns. Hearing such words from the old woman, he couldn't help but be suspicious. Ji Chung let her make a scene until the old lady cried herself to sleep. Then, with a stern face, Ji Chung asked, "What did you mean by that just now? You're not my mom, so where's my mom?" The old lady knew how clever Ji Chung was. Once he harbored suspicions, she wouldn't be able to hide it from him for long. But for now, she'd just keep it up for as long as possible. "What? You don't even want to acknowledge your own mother anymore?" She stopped talking and crying, pretending to be busy tidying her sweater. The more she acted like this, the more abnormal Ji Chung felt. He raised his voice a few decibels and asked her, "What are you hiding from me?" The old lady pretended to be scared and hid behind her. Seeing that Ji Chung was getting angry, Ji Ming stepped forward to persuade him. Big brother, calm down. Mom's mind is all muddled right now. She's saying whatever comes to mind. It's just something she said in anger." Just then, the doctor knocked on the door. "Mr. Ji, the results of the old lady's final examination are in." Ji Chung decided not to pursue the matter for the time being and went outside to talk to the doctor. "Mr. Ji, the old lady has been diagnosed with delirium. When it occurs, she will experience acute confusion, emotional agitation, and an inability to concentrate. There are many causes of this disease. It may be caused by some minor physical problems, electrolyte imbalance, or even stress response to certain things, pain, etc. I noticed the old lady is quite old, so I suggested she be hospitalized for a period of time to recuperate. Her current condition requires constant care, as she could relapse at any time." After hearing all this, Ji Chung roughly understood. "Our grandmother might be experiencing stress. What should we do?" "Then you can only avoid contact with things that cause her stress." Ji Chung hummed in agreement. He had no further questions about the old lady's health and would now begin to talk about his own affairs. "Arrange for a nurse to draw blood from the old lady now. I need to do a paternity test. The doctor's face showed a moment of shock, but he quickly returned to normal. He dared not say a word about the big boss's family affairs. Yes, Mr. Ji, I'll arrange it right away. Ji Ming stood quietly to the side, too frightened to speak loudly. Big brother, you really suspect? You know Mom. She's just a talkative person. She talks nonsense, and you actually believe her. Ji Ming and Ji Chung stood in a row, their shoulders and backs straight. Big brother, look at us two brothers. How do we not look like brothers? How many of us have you seen on the street with this build and height? It's obviously hereditary. Ji Cheng's doubts could not be dispelled by these words. His intuition told him that the old lady was hiding a huge secret. The two brothers chatted outside for a few minutes before the nurse came in with her tools. Mr. Ji, I'll go in now to draw blood from the old lady. After that, I'll draw blood from you. Ji Cheng nodded and followed into the ward. Ji Ming looked at his elder brother's back and felt a pang of sadness. He couldn't believe it. After calling him elder brother for decades, how could he suddenly become someone who wasn't related to him? Ultimately, it was the old lady's loose tongue and nonsensical talk that damaged the relationship between mother and son. This mother is really... Ji Chung watched as the old lady finished drawing blood and followed the nurse out, handing the place over to Ji Ming. Take good care of Mom. He strode out, and Ji Ming followed. Big brother, are you really going to? Ji Chung gave him a firm look, and Ji Ming didn't say the rest of his sentence. After Ji Chung finished collecting his blood and watched the sample being taken away, he went straight home. Song Lia asked the housekeeper to prepare a late-night snack. Ji Chung didn't eat dinner, but he didn't have a good appetite. Seeing that he was in a bad mood, Song Lia didn't bother to ask, since it was all related to the old lady anyway. Next was the Ji family's annual meeting, and the entire Ji family took a few extra days off. This year's annual meeting was held in accordance with Ji Cheng's wishes, and everyone in the group who had the time to spare signed up to attend. The annual meeting was to be held on Ji Cheng's private island. With so many people needing to get there in advance, the group's planning and coordination team for this annual meeting went there during the New Year's Day holiday to make preparations. The scheduled flight is also today, and the group's employees will fly to the island together in the next 2 days. Song Yuan's family, on the other hand, traveled by their own private plane, not in a hurry to go today, and could wait a day. Today, when Grandma Gu was discharged from the hospital, Gu Shiyu went to the hospital early in the morning. The old lady has been recovering well these past few days. Her complexion is rosy, and she no longer shows any signs of illness. Gu Shiwan stayed at the hospital for a few days, and Ji Qingxue was there too. With the two of them by her side, the old lady was in a better mood. When Gu Shiyu arrived, Gu Shiwan was handling the discharge procedures for his grandmother, and Ji Qingxue was sitting on the edge of the bed, helping the old lady peel an apple to eat. Several aunties were helping to pack things, just waiting for the procedures to be completed so they could leave. The old lady was happy to see Gu Shiyu enter. Shiyu, you're back from Hong Kong? Gu Shiyu responded and took a gift box out of her bag. I brought a gift for Grandma. The box was opened, and inside was a fine jade Buddha statue. The old lady was getting on in years and didn't like jewelry, but she loved collecting jade. She held it in her hands and examined it inside and out. It feels warm to the touch. It's a good type of jade. Grandma likes it. The old lady immediately hung it around her neck and was fiddling with it when Gu Shuan returned with the sheet in his hand. Why did Grandma get a gift, but I didn't? Gu Shiyu responded. You have one too. As she spoke, she took another box out of her bag and handed it to Gu Shuan. Gu Shuan was delighted. He had only mentioned it casually, but he hadn't expected it to actually happen. Sis, what is it? Gu Shiyu said. Why don't you just open it, and you'll know. Gu Shuan grinned. It looks like a watch. Gu Shiyu didn't respond. Gu Shuan opened the box, his eyes focusing, but after seeing what was inside, his expectant expression gradually faded. Why is it a women's bracelet? Gu Shiyu said. If you can't wear it, you can give it to your girlfriend. After Gu Shiyu finished speaking, the old lady and Ji Qingxue burst out laughing. Gu Shuan sighed helplessly. Sis, if you're bringing a gift for Qingxue, just give it to her directly. Why did you tease me on purpose and make me excited for nothing? Gu Shuan felt even more uncomfortable now. Everyone else received a gift, but he didn't. The old lady spoke. Why aren't you putting it on your girlfriend yet? Chapter 462, Should we intervene? Gu Xiuan took the diamond bracelet out of the box and, while putting it on Ji Qingxue, sighed. My life is so hard. None of the three women paid him any attention. With everything packed, the family set off for home. The car drove into the yard, and the old lady got out and stretched her back. It's so comfortable at home. After being confined in the hospital for several days and not allowed to leave her room, she can finally breathe air without the smell of disinfectant. Gu Xiuan discussed it with the old lady. Grandma, when are we going to the Ji family to propose marriage? I want to get engaged first. The old lady raised her eyelids, her eyes brightening slightly, and asked her grandson. Have you and Qingxue discussed it? Gu Xiuan nodded. We've discussed it all. Let's get engaged first, and then we'll make proper arrangements for the wedding later. Gu Xiuan whispered something in the old lady's ear. I've moved to Qingxue's house and settled down. It wouldn't be good if I didn't settle down. The old lady rolled her eyes at him. Why didn't you say so sooner? Gu Xiuan chuckled obsequiously twice. It's not too late to say now, Grandma. Could you help me make some arrangements? That's natural. The old lady was overjoyed. She was the only elder in the family, and if she, as the grandmother, didn't take the initiative, who would? Seeing that the two children she raised were now married, she had no more worries. I'll find someone to calculate an auspicious date for our visit to the Ji family. Once the date is chosen, you can show it to your father-in-law first. We can't be careless about etiquette. We've already agreed on both families. I'll prepare the necessary gifts for the visit, and Grandma will take you there. Gu Xiuan was in a great mood, feeling a sense of security as he prepared to bring his wife home. He looked into the distance and saw Ji Qingxue chatting with Gu Xiu. She used to just joke with Song Yuan about marrying his sister. Now we're really going to marry my brother-in-law's sister into our family. Song Yuan didn't stay at the company for long today, mainly to arrange the work ahead. The next few days are basically for everyone to go on vacation. Many employees need to bring their laptops for emergency use, in case of unforeseen circumstances, to handle their work. Song Yuan returned home in the evening, and Gu Xiu was packing Xiaobao's things. The whole family was going to go tomorrow, including the two babies and the nanny. Song Yuan entered the room, took off his suit jacket, and leaned against the door, looking at her. Children have a lot of stuff. Just formula, diapers, clothes, and blankets filled a large suitcase. Is Grandma's packed up yet? Song Yuan invited Grandma Gu to go with him this time, and Gu Xiu replied to him. I helped her pack this morning, and we'll meet at the airport tomorrow. Song Yuan nodded. The next day, the family ate breakfast, packed up, and drove to the airport. The family members, along with the nanny, child care worker, family doctor, and bodyguards, arrived in a total of 6 cars. Song Heng and Tao Yulian also went with them this time. Tao Yulian originally didn't plan to go because she wasn't in good health and didn't want to trouble her son. Song Yuan persuaded her for a long time before finally convincing her. Having finally gotten a chance to go out, Song Yuan hoped to take his parents to see more of the world, just to help them relax. They arrived at the airport, where Grandma Gu and Gu Xiuan had just arrived as well. The plane was big enough to accommodate all of them. This was the first time the whole family had traveled together, and work matters were temporarily put aside. The plane soared through the clouds and landed on the island a few hours later. This place is surrounded by the sea on all sides, and the air is pleasant. The island is maintained year-round, and every green plant is meticulously trimmed. The employees who arrived the day before had been having a blast for a whole day and night, with some even playing in the water at the beach in their swimsuits. The seawater is crystal clear, like the glassy sea seen in popular online photos, and the sand is soft and clean enough to lie down and sleep on. When some employees saw Song Yuan and his group getting off the plane, they ran over to help them carry their things. Many houses have been built on the island, and regardless of their orientation, they all have sea views. They lived in the 2 houses with the best lighting themselves, and the other houses were used to house staff. Ji Cheng, Song Lia, Song Heng, Tao Yulian, and old Madame Gu lived in one building, while the other building was occupied by the young people, including Song Yuan, Gu Xiu, Gu Xiuan, and Ji Qingxue. The 2 little ones were with their parents. After settling into the rooms and resting briefly, The chef team that had been brought along for this team building activity tagged everyone in the group chat. At everyone, dinner's ready, family. Everyone can come out and eat. It's a seaside food salon with seafood barbecue, Western food, and Chinese food, all you can eat. Song Yuan went to the back balcony and looked into the distance. People were already walking out to eat over there. Song Yuan first called the elders to ask if they wanted to go out for dinner. Ji Chung and Song Lia planned to go downstairs themselves, while the others were tired from the flight and wanted to rest. Song Yuan called the kitchen and asked them to send someone over to order food for Grandma Gu and his parents. Gu Shiyu wanted to go out to enjoy the sea breeze and eat fresh seafood. After putting the two little ones to sleep, Song Yuan accompanied her out. The two changed into beach shoes and walked towards the crowd, their feet sinking into the soft sand. Someone saw them coming and handed Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu each a freshly opened coconut. Someone shouted from the crowd, "President Song and President Gu have arrived." The crowd automatically parted to make way. Song Yuan led Gu Shiyu over and said a few words, telling everyone to eat well, have fun, and be careful. He mentioned that there was a medical team and a safety officer with them, and that they could ask for help if they had any problems. After Song Yuan finished speaking, everyone applauded. During his vacation, Song Yuan didn't act like a big boss and let his employees relax as well. Soon, the atmosphere relaxed, and everyone was no longer reserved. All the seafood grilled today was caught by our own team at sea. It couldn't be fresher. Gu Shiyu placed 2 oysters and a large squid on the table and asked Song Yuan, "What would you like to eat? Let me get it for you." Song Yuan likes seafood. "I'll take it myself." He took a plate of pasta, picked up some oysters from the tray, and returned to the table. Gu Shiyu, biting into a squid, looked at the pile of oysters on his plate and remained silent. "You can't eat this." Song Yuan didn't understand what she meant. "What's wrong? Shiyu, are you sure you're not mistaken? I'm not allergic to seafood." Gu Shiyu paused for a moment, then tossed him a few large shrimp from her plate. "You can eat other seafood, but these oysters will keep you awake at night. Give them all to me." Song Yuan then realized what was happening and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "This doesn't really matter." Gu Shiyu didn't reply, but snatched all the oysters from his plate and got up to get him other seafood. Song Yuan reluctantly peeled the shrimp. Tomorrow is the official annual meeting, so employees are free to do whatever they want today. There will be a masquerade ball in the evening, along with some interactive games. The HR department did a great job planning this time, with prizes for the games. The event was well funded, and the prizes were quite attractive. The employees were really looking forward to the reward. On the other side, upstairs, Ji Chung received a phone call. President Zhao Machuan is trying to win people over everywhere, inviting the presidents of various banks to dinner, and it seems he has offered some very attractive cooperation terms. What do you think? Should we intervene? Chapter 463, Avoiding Him. Ji Chung said in a calm voice. "Don't worry about it. Having worked in this industry for so many years, he understands the rules of the game. While cooperation between banks and real estate companies can be a win-win situation, it is crucial to assess the situation carefully. Otherwise, it could jeopardize long-term prospects. No bank dares to underestimate the influence of the Ji family in the financial industry, especially since Song Yuan had just held a press conference a few months ago announcing his intention to expand his business in the port city. No one dared to offend the Ji family for such a small, immediate gain. Moreover, this time it was Ji Chung, the big devil, who personally stepped in to impose sanctions. Although we don't know what grudge the two companies have, the fact that Ji Chung personally took action shows that this matter is not small. Only someone with a death wish would dare to crash into it. With two major corporations fighting, banks across Hong Kong are practically hiding to avoid being caught in the crossfire. No one dares to get involved. Ji Chung concluded that Zhao Machuan's efforts were in vain. Port City. Zhao Machuan first made an appointment with the president of Fengtai Bank, wanting to try again. He was willing to give the bank a discount or privately allocate a percentage of the profits from Victoria Harbour Development to the president personally. As long as we can ensure that Victoria Harbour Development's business can operate normally. But Zhao Machuan lay in his hospital bed all morning trying to call, and no one answered. The other party was clearly avoiding him. Zhao Machuan dialed again from a different number, and finally the call was answered. Zhou Shiji exclaimed excitedly. President Wang, I know you're avoiding me, but could you please let me finish? I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. I just had a meeting to attend, and I'm in a bit of a hurry. After saying that, the call was cut off in a second. Zhou Shiji hadn't even gotten to the point before it was over. He was so angry that he pounded the bed, and when he called the president of Huiyan Bank, he got the same result. He sat on the hospital bed and called every bank in the city, but either no one dared to answer his calls, or after they did, they would give him a perfunctory reply and hang up quickly, not even giving him a chance to speak. Zhou Shiji looked dejected, and Zhou Linchuan came over to comfort him. Dad, I already told you not to worry about this. I'll handle it. You're already sick, and this will only make your condition worse. Zhou Shiji looked at his arrogant son, who was still too young to realize the seriousness of the situation. He asked his son, What time is it now? Zhou Linchuan, 2:30 p.m. Zhou Shiji pulled the needle out of the back of his hand, put on his shoes, and got out of bed. A group of people rushed over to help him, but Zhou Linchuan stopped him. Dad, what are you doing? Don't you care about your health? Zhou Shiji shouted loudly. Is your health more important, or your company? It's not time to leave work yet, so he can go and wait downstairs at the bank. If he's lucky, he might run into the bank manager and get a chance to speak. He needed to send out this generous gift first in order to secure a cooperation opportunity with the bank. Perhaps the president of Fengtai Bank was short of this money recently, so he accepted his generous gift? Zhou Linchuan ran out after him. Dad, wait for me, I'll go with you. While his world was in turmoil, his life was peaceful and serene. In the afternoon, Song Yuan and Gu Xiu brought their two little ones out to bask in the sun and enjoy the sea breeze. The sky was a clear, cloudless blue, which made the sea appear even more vast and blue. The sea and sky blend into one color, with shimmering gold reflected in the water. The children were too young to wade in the water, but Song Yuan let them experience the natural scenery of the island. The two little ones were dressed up so cutely, their chubby little faces were so adorable that anyone who saw them would want to pinch them. The appearance of the family of four attracted the attention of many employees. Some are bold enough to approach the child with their conspicuous bags, unafraid of the boss. The little one is still too young to understand, but occasionally smiles at people. They had only been playing for a short while when Ji Cheng and Song Lia caught up with them, each holding an umbrella over Xiao Bao's head. Song Lia scolded. You didn't bring any sun protection when you went out. The sun is glaring and the ultraviolet rays are strong. Be careful not to get sunburned. Song Yuan Xiao. I'm not that delicate. I've only been out for about 10 minutes. Song Lia glared at him. Can Xiao Bao be as thick-skinned as you? Song Yuan obediently shut up. He couldn't understand the special bond between grandparents and grandchildren. Some grandchildren were even closer than their sons. The family escorted their two precious children toward the pavilion. Ji Cheng and Song Lia didn't put away their umbrellas until they reached the pavilion. Ji Cheng's phone rang. Ji Ming sent him a message, along with some updates on the old lady's health and daily life over the past few days. Ji Cheng put away his phone and didn't reply to Ji Ming's message. He was now completely averse to hearing anything about the old lady and was just waiting for the paternity test results. Ji Cheng wasn't in a good mood after this trip and remained silent and sullen. The family sat in the pavilion. There were no outsiders there. Song Lia comforted Ji Cheng. It's not easy to get out and relax, so don't be too nervous. Whatever the outcome, we'll be able to get out when we go back. Ji Cheng took Man from Song Yuan's arms and played with the little bells to amuse the baby, but his brows were furrowed. Where in Ji Cheng can he wait to return from this trip? The results should be available tomorrow. Song Yuan looked at his father, then at his mother. What's wrong? Song Lia recounted the whole story. Your father has had a tough life. He lost his son when he was young, and now that he's old, his mother might not even be his biological mother. Let's wait for the paternity test results. Our family is at odds with this agency. Song Yuan and Gu Xiu were completely shocked. Song Yuan looked at his father, who was sitting there silently, and didn't know how to comfort him. Now that I think about it carefully, if the old lady and the old man were not related by blood, everything in the past can be explained. The old woman favored her other sons, bullied their family, used their family property to subsidize them, and even wanted her other grandsons to inherit the family business. Is there a reason for all of this? Even before the paternity test results were available, Song Yuan had already made up his mind about the relationship. If someone can be this biased, they're definitely not related by blood. Song Yuan looked at his father again, feeling a pang of heartache. He had been a dutiful son his whole life, only to find out in the end that the woman was not his biological mother, and that the woman had been bullying him all along. If his biological mother is living a good life, that's fine, but if his biological mother is suffering somewhere, and he's taking good care of an old woman with whom he has no blood relation, it's hard to even think about. Moreover, at this age, it's hard to say whether her biological mother is even alive. Anyone would feel bad in this situation. Song Yuan didn't dare to voice his thoughts. If the results came out and the old lady wasn't her biological mother, then she must be hiding a huge secret from everyone. The problem now is that Grandpa has passed away, and apart from Grandma, no one else knows anything about Dad's background. There's no way to prove anything she says now. The atmosphere in the pavilion became a little stuffy for a moment, and Man started kicking her legs and humming. Song Lia took the child from Ji Cheng's arms. The baby is sleepy. Let's take the child back to put him to sleep first. You can play outside. The two little ones were taken back to sleep by their grandparents, while Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu sat in a deck chair enjoying the sea breeze. Gu Shiyu asked, "Won't it be long before your real grandmother is found?" Chapter 464. Roots not right, but seeds are red. Song Yuan responded, "If we really find it, that would be the best outcome." What he was more worried about was that if the old lady were to pass away, that would be a truly irreparable regret. As dusk fell, more and more people began to gather on the beach, some eating, others playing in the water. After the meal, we will have a game session. Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu briefly appeared among the employees before returning to their room. With him around, the employees couldn't have fun freely. The excitement was left to them. Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu chose a room on the first floor, which had a huge terrace that extended directly into the sea. Sitting on the terrace and enjoying the sea breeze is just as good. All you can see is the sea, and it's quite private, so you don't feel restricted. The two little ones went to sleep in the building next door with their grandparents. They were alone in the room, and it was so quiet that only the sound of the waves could be heard. Gu Shiyu didn't want to go out for dinner that night, so Song Yuan had someone deliver it to her room. There was a dining area in the room, but the two chose to eat at a table on the terrace. Pour yourself a glass of the island's unique coconut wine, enjoy the sea view at sunset, and your appetite will be several times better than usual. Gu Shiyu was on a work call, and Song Yuan was sitting at the table waiting for her. Song Yuan was lost in thought about his father when something fell into the sea with a splash. Song Yuan looked up and heard Ji Qingshue's voice from above. "Gu Shiuan, you're dead. That's my phone. You'd better pay me back for my phone." On the second floor, Gu Shiuan scratched his head. "We can't pick it up anymore. How about we go back and buy a new one?" Ji Qingxue was furious. "Then what am I supposed to use these next few days? I didn't bring a spare phone. I'm a 5G surfing enthusiast. How am I supposed to live without a phone?" Gu Shiuan lowered his head and admitted his mistake. "Baby, don't be angry. Can you use mine? I don't need my phone anymore. You can have it." Ji Qingxue didn't buy it. "It's all your fault for taking those kinds of photos here. It's okay if you lose your phone, but what if someone finds it and gets my photos?" Gu Shiuan hurriedly covered her mouth. "Darling, keep your voice down. Your brother and my sister live downstairs. They'll hear us." Downstairs, Song Yuan sat there with his legs crossed, Gu Shiyu still on the phone. Song Yuan took out his phone, typed a message for Gu Shiuan, and sent him the worker's phone number. Since it's that kind of photo, the phone has to be retrieved. He'll also have to teach that kid a lesson later, so he doesn't go overboard. When choosing rooms, the two of them each picked one, but now they've probably secretly moved to the same room without anyone knowing. Song Yuan turned a blind eye to this, since the two of them were already living together in Beijing, and there was nothing he could do about it. When Gu Shiuan received the message, his face froze. His jinxed mouth had always come true. Gu Shiuan quickly pulled Ji Qingxue into the house. "Grandma, your brother is listening downstairs. Let's be quiet for now and not say anything. I'll get workers to go into the sea to salvage it. We'll definitely be able to get it out." After saying that, Gu Shiuan called the worker, and Ji Qingxue also quieted down. On Song Yuan's side, Gu Shiyu finished her work, and the two sat on the terrace to enjoy dinner. After finishing their meal, the two sat down and chatted, clinking glasses. Gu Shiyu heard a noise coming from the water at her feet, so she got up and went to check. Why is someone diving here? Song Yuan knew what was going on without even looking. It must have been the workers responsible for retrieving things. Someone dropped something into the sea. Gu Shiyu looked around. Their house was located in the most private part of the island, so things shouldn't have fallen here. Gu Shiyu was about to say something when she saw her younger brother follow her over, wearing beach shorts and standing in the shallow water directing the way. Yes, right there. Gu Shiyu shouted from the terrace. Gu Shiuan, what trouble have you gotten into this time? Gu Shiuan chuckled, not daring to elaborate. Sister, I dropped something into the sea. Can you find some workers to help me retrieve it? Song Yuan poured half a glass of fruit wine into his mouth and stood up. I'll go out and take a look. The workers worked quickly and efficiently. Song Yuan went to the restroom, and when he came out, his phone had been successfully retrieved and handed to Gu Shiuan, dripping wet. Gu Shiuan thanked them repeatedly with joy, and as he turned around with his phone in hand, he bumped into Song Yuan. Song Yuan, shall we chat? Gu Shiuan licked his lips. He didn't know when he had developed this new habit, but he would get nervous whenever he saw Song Yuan. He mentally cheered himself up, thinking, what's there to be nervous about? Song Yuan isn't going to eat me. Gu Shiuan mustered his courage. Let's talk. The two walked slowly toward the beach, gradually moving away from their villa. With no one around, Song Yuan finally spoke. What kind of photos were taken? Gu Shiuan felt a chill run down his spine, knowing that Song Yuan's visit to him was no good. Brother-in-law, this question is a bit private. Song Yuan was initially unsure, but after hearing Gu Shiuan's words, his temper flared up. Nude photos? Or short workout videos? Gu Shiuan was so anxious he jumped up and down. Brother-in-law, what are you thinking? I wouldn't dare, you're too crazy. He was eager to explain. We just took a few photos of us kissing, and you've made such a big deal out of it. Brother-in-law, you need to get your head straight. I think my sister is in danger because of what you're doing, and I'm going to object to your marriage. Song Yuanxin had just put down her arms when she was outmaneuvered. He asked without changing his expression. Really? You're not kidding me. Gu Shiuan was now so provoked that he was about to explode. What am I lying to you about? I'll show you, okay? Seeing that his reaction didn't seem like he was lying, Song Yuan didn't pursue the matter further. All right, I won't look. You can put it away. I don't care if you take nude photos of yourself, just don't take photos of my sister. Gu Shiuan remained silent for a while, then turned his head to the side. Brother-in-law, something's not right. How could a normal person think of that? You wouldn't have dragged my sister into filming that kind of video, would you? Song Yuan couldn't resist slapping him on the forehead. Me, that kind of person? You seem like one. You're quite the player. Gu Shiuan was speechless. Fine. You're older. I'll let you have your way. But if you dare mess with my sister, I'm not stupid either. The two chatted the whole way, but somehow the conversation broke down at some point. Song Yuan was both angry and amused. All right, let's keep an eye on each other, and neither of us will do anything shady. Gu Shiuan patted his chest. Don't worry about that. If I do anything outrageous, my sister will be the first to beat me up. You won't even need to get involved. Although I may have questionable family background, I'm still a respectable person. Don't let my unreliable dad fool you. My sister and I were raised by our grandma, and we have very strong moral values. Chapter 465. How about we cooperate? In the evening, the two little ones stayed with their grandparents, while Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu wanted to go out to sea. The cruise ship that Ji Cheng gave to Gu Shiyu when they got married is docked here. This trip was like a mini vacation, making up for the little incident in the port city during New Year's Day. As darkness fell, the employees were having a lively event on the sandpit, while Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu boarded the cruise ship. The cruise ship wasn't large. It was considered medium-sized for a cruise ship, but there were only two of them, so the space was sufficient. The two brought their tools and planned to go night fishing, hoping to catch something unusual. Just as the two stepped onto the platform, Gu Shiuan and Ji Qingxue chased after them. Sis, brother-in-law, can you give us a ride? Helpless, Song Yuan realized that their precious time together had been disrupted by two unwanted guests. Since they were already there, he couldn't refuse them, so he waited for them to board before ordering the cruise ship to start. Song Yuan had arranged for people to board the cruise ship in advance to manage it. There were plenty of supplies on board, enough for them to live on for several days. However, Song Yuan plans to dock early tomorrow morning, as it is the G Group's annual meeting tomorrow, and as the president, he cannot miss it. Gu Xiuan was quite excited. Brother-in-law, could I borrow your cruise ship for a few days after your company's annual meeting? Song Yuan gestured with his chin towards Gu Xiu. This is your sister's property. Ask your sister. Gu Xiuan rubbed his hands together, a fawning smile on his face. Sis, can I borrow her for a few days? Gu Xiu handled official business in a professional manner. You want to borrow the cruise ship? Do you even have time to play? So you're saying you're going to work hard just to make me happy? Go to your job properly first. Gu Xiuan scratched his head. He hadn't even had a chance to vent his frustration. Gu Xiu felt sorry for him and said, I can lend it to you during the Chinese New Year holiday, just don't break it. Gu Xiuan's embarrassment subsided. Okay, Gu Xiu and Ji Qingxue found a place to sit down, drank freshly squeezed juice, and watched the lights on the shore grow farther and farther away, chatting about girls' topics. Song Yuan took out his night fishing gear, ready to fish once the cruise ship stopped. Gu Xiuan, being quite curious, squatted to the side watching Song Yuan fiddle with those things. Brother-in-law, how about we have a competition? Song Yuan raised his eyelids and asked him. A competition is fine. Let's see who catches the most, but in a competition, you have to win something, right? Gu Xiuan had long wanted to say what was on his mind. He was constantly being overshadowed by his brother-in-law and had always wanted to turn the tables. Okay, if you win, I'll still call you brother-in-law. If you lose, you'll call me brother. It's that simple, okay? Song Yuan looked at the kid and thought he was asking for trouble again. Sure enough, the next second, Gu Xiu threw a banana peel at him. Whose brother do you want to be? Your brother-in-law calls you brother. So does that mean I have to call you brother too? Gu Xiuan picked up the banana peel, not daring to mention it again, but he was really a little resentful. He wanted Song Yuan to call him brother, but it seemed that as long as his sister was around, this wish could not be fulfilled. Seeing that he didn't speak, Gu Xiu threw another banana at him, and Gu Xiuan surrendered. Sister, don't throw it away. I won't do it again. I won't do it again. Song Yuan and Ji Qingxue watched Gu Xiuan get beaten up and couldn't stop laughing. The cruise ship stopped not far from the shore. If it continued sailing further, the light would be too dim. The lights on the shore can still be seen in the distance, but it is unusually quiet, as if it were isolated from the world. Gu Xiu and Ji Qingxue chatted while eating fruit, watching Song Yuan and Gu Xiuan cast their fishing rods. The final bet was set by Gu Xiu. 1 hour would be all it would take to catch the fewest fish, and the winner would be responsible for everyone's late-night snack and cleaning up. The winner would also have the right to choose their room first. Gu Xiu and Ji Qingxue were chatting happily just now, but when the competition started, they became nervous and silently cheered for their other half. After all, nobody wants to be dragged into cleaning, and everyone wants to choose the largest room on the cruise ship first. They will live at sea today. Song Yuan and Gu Xiuan each took a seat in one direction and sat quietly. All four of them came up in silence, not saying a word, for fear of scaring away the fish nearby. In the past 29 years, apart from the incident of being taken away at birth, Song Yuan has had good luck in every other aspect, and he is not worried about Gu Xiuan at all. However, Gu Xiuan was the first to take the first shot. Gu Xiuan caught a grouper, not too big, about 2 pounds, and he proudly shook the fish towards Song Yuan to show it off. Song Yuan ignored him, sat calmly in his chair, and waited for the fish to bite the rod. Song Yuan thought he could catch some fish, but in reality, Gu Xiuan was the one reeling in the line all night. Almost an hour later, his line finally twitched, and he pulled out a sea bass that was just a finger's width away. Ji Qingxue excitedly announced, "Time's up, bro, you lost." Gu Xiuan's pigtails were practically sticking up to the sky as he deliberately brought his half bucket of fish over to Song Yuan and Gu Xiu to show off. "Brother-in-law, don't be afraid. I'll share my fish with you. You won't go hungry, don't worry." Song Yuan was speechless. If he hadn't pulled up a small one at the end, he would have gone home empty-handed tonight. His competitive spirit made him a little uncomfortable. However, considering that the kid called him brother-in-law, he felt a little better. The cruise ship has a complete set of cooking utensils, but Song Yuan is a kitchen novice, so how could he possibly handle seafood? He called the workers who had come on the cruise ship with him to clean the fish, to cook a few simply, as they couldn't eat more. The four of them clinked glasses in the restaurant, chatting and laughing, looking very relaxed. That night, they slept on the cruise ship. It was Gu Shiyu's first time spending the night on a cruise ship, and she was a little unaccustomed to it. So she lay down on Song Yuan's chest to sleep. Song Yuan had prepared supplies for the cruise ship in advance, but he forgot to bring the most crucial item. Timely words. Gu Shiyu was also not asleep, and was thinking about things. She gave a very soft Song Yuan, you said that Qin Jingmin hasn't shown up for a long time since he caused trouble last time. Knowing him as I do, he won't give up so easily. Is he plotting something? Song Yuan scooped up a handful of dough in his palm and played with it. Don't overthink it. What can an old man with no power or influence do? Didn't you say that grandma's assets have already been transferred to you and your brother? Even if he comes again, he can't cause any trouble. Gu Shiyu, that's true. My grandma only has a few thousand yuan in her card right now. She usually uses my card for transactions. Gu Shiyu paused for a moment after speaking, then exclaimed, Song Yuan. Song Yuan chuckled. Shiyu, it's time to rest. Gu Shiyu. Chapter 466, Not His Biological Son. Gu Shiyu felt uncomfortable from his teasing and finally relented. Just once, you'll be done in 10 minutes. Song Yuan chuckled. I'll try my best. That's what they say, but when the time comes, it won't be up to him. The night on the cruise ship passed quickly, and Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu slept soundly in the latter half of the night. When I woke up again, it was already broad daylight. The annual meeting was officially scheduled for 10 a.m. They had some breakfast on the cruise ship and then headed back to shore. It was Song Yuan's first time attending the Ji family's annual meeting, and Gu Shiyu helped him put together a dark suit with a misty blue tie with a subtle pattern. His face perfectly inherited the best features of Ji Chung and Song Lia. It was already three-dimensional and well-shaped, and with this outfit, he looked even more refined and had the aura of a domineering CEO. The annual meeting began with Ji Chung giving a speech, followed by Song Yuan's speech, and then the program began. Among the employees of Ji's company are many talented individuals. In the past month or so, they have rehearsed dances, skits, solo singing, and even magic shows. The program was so diverse that it rivaled a large-scale gala. Finally, it was time for the lucky draw, which was what everyone was most looking forward to. This year, the Ji family not only gave generous year-end bonuses, but also presented substantial prizes, including electronic products and large shopping carts. After all, Ji Chung was happy, and 80% of the expenses were paid out of his own pocket, without going through the company's accounts. For Ji Chung, money was the last thing he lacked. Today is the annual party for the Ji family employees. For Ji Chung, it's a day he invited so many people to celebrate with him, to celebrate the return of his son, to celebrate having two lovely grandsons, and to celebrate his perfect exit from the Ji family. If it weren't for the old lady's incident, his life would be perfect at this moment. The lottery draw on stage continued, and Lu Qi had the programming department generate random lottery numbers. The cheers from the crowd rose in waves, and thousands of gifts found their place in the system. Those who did not win a prize will receive a Sunshine Award, which includes 1 day of paid annual leave. The atmosphere was incredibly exciting. Gu Shiyu sat next to Song Yuan, holding her number plate. She was extremely lucky and drew the mystery grand prize. The host handed her a packaged box, with the rule that she could only open it at home, otherwise she would have to distribute the prize to everyone present. Gu Shiyu was itching to open it, but she resisted the urge. The annual meeting proceeded perfectly, and the host announced that President Ji would be invited to the stage to give a speech to wrap things up. Ji Chung was sitting next to Song Yuan, about to get up, when his phone beeped with a notification. He checked his phone first, and Song Yuan saw his expression turn serious and gloomy in an instant. Song Yuan realized something was wrong, so he leaned closer and whispered something. Dad, are you all right? Ji Chung took a while to recover his senses. It's nothing. He said he was fine, but Song Yuan saw that his brows were furrowed, and he was in a very tense state. The host, unaware of what was happening, was still calling out President Ji into the microphone. Song Yuan waved and stepped forward to speak on behalf of his father. Ji Chung sat quietly for 2 minutes before leaving the stage. His assistant just sent me the paternity test results from the hospital, which show that he and the old lady are not mother and son. Although he had expected it and was mentally prepared, he still almost couldn't hold back when the truth was thrown in front of him. If he is not the old lady's biological son, then is he the father's biological son? Who is his biological mother? These questions kept growing in his mind, making it impossible for him to calm down. Seeing this, Song Lia also came out. Judging from Ji Cheng's expression, she had already guessed the outcome. As they expected, the old lady was not Ji Cheng's biological mother. Song Lia was worried that Ji Cheng was having heart problems, so she quickly tried to soothe him. Don't worry, we'll go back to Beijing tomorrow, and we can talk about everything when we get back. Ji Cheng was in such a bad mood that he couldn't wait until tomorrow. Change the itinerary, fly to Beijing tonight. He immediately went back into the house to pack his things, with Song Lia jogging after him. The annual meeting ended today. According to the schedule, some employees will be withdrawn this afternoon, and everyone will return to Beijing by chartered plane by tomorrow. Their private jet was booked for the next day's flight. Ji Chung wanted to return to Beijing today, but he had to squeeze onto a passenger plane with his employees. Song Lia packed her luggage, gave the nanny some instructions, and said they would be going back early, so Song Hung and his wife would have to take extra care of the 2 little ones. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Ji Chung and Song Lia boarded a flight back to Beijing. After the plane landed in Beijing, Ji Chung went straight to the hospital. At that time, the old lady was still in the dark and did not know that the blood drawn by the nurse a few days earlier was for a paternity test. Ji Ming sat by the bedside feeding the old lady. After several days of treatment, the old lady's spirits had improved a lot. She no longer cried or acted crazy for no reason, and she gradually accepted the fact that she had returned to Beijing. She couldn't care less about her dead son. She had to make plans for the one in front of her. Her health is deteriorating day by day. She's over 80 and might pass away any day now. It's best to make some arrangements beforehand. Ji Ming, could you bring me my bag? Ji Ming handed the bag to him. The old lady took a card out of her bag and placed it in Ji Ming's palm. This is my bank card. There are tens of millions in it, which your older brother usually transfers to me for my daily expenses. Now I'm giving it to you. Keep this money for yourself, but don't tell your older brother. Ji Ming hesitated. Mom, this isn't a good idea. My older brother and Song Yuan have treated our family very well. You should talk to my older brother about it. Ji Ming has now come to terms with reality. After Song Yuan took office, he didn't hold the past against him. On the contrary, he took good care of him and Ji Sheng. He felt a little guilty about taking this money on his own. The old lady was adamant and forced the card into his pocket. Just take it. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about Ashing. He will get married and have children in the future, and his new family will need startup capital. You will need this money. Ji Ming put the card away, thinking that he would talk to his older brother about it when he met him later. His older brother wouldn't care if it was 30,000 or 50,000, but it was not a small amount. Ji Ming had just put the card away when he turned around and saw Ji Chung and Song Lia standing at the door. He wondered when they had arrived and how much they had overheard. Ji Ming blushed with embarrassment and cried out in embarrassment. Big brother, sister-in-law, you're back? Ji Chung remained silent. Song Lia's face was tense, and Ji Ming felt extremely guilty. Brother, sister-in-law, please sit down. I'll get you some water. The old lady calmed down considerably, raised her eyelids, and glanced at Ji Chung and Song Lia. I want to move out and live alone. Can you buy me another house? It doesn't have to be too big, just a 3-story villa. There should be space in the yard, underground parking, and the location should ideally be close to the city center. I'll decorate it in a style that young people like. If you want to monitor me, then monitor me. I'll do as you say, and I won't run around this time. Over the years, Ji Chung has never refused any material requests from the old lady. Firstly, because he is not short of money, and secondly, because he treats her like his own mother. Ji Chung calmly told her, I can't buy it, and I won't buy you anything anymore. Chapter 467, The Third Party. The old lady looked up, staring at Ji Chung with a surprised expression. Ji Chung has always been the one who listens to her the most. She was afraid that one day something unexpected might happen to her, and she would leave this world. She asked Ji Chung for another house and wanted to find an opportunity to transfer it to Ji Chung's name. But she didn't expect Ji Chung to refuse. And they said such hurtful things. What's the meaning? What do you mean by, I won't buy her anything anymore? The old lady suspected that she had misheard something. Ji Chung landed in Beijing, and his assistant gave him the certificate at the airport. He then presented it to the old lady. You are not my mother. When I was a child, you saved me from a fire once. My filial piety towards you over the years is my way of repaying you. That is enough. When I was a child, my dad took care of everything in my life. You only raised your own son. You have no obligation to raise me. We're even now. The old lady felt a lump in her throat and almost couldn't catch her breath. She didn't expect Ji Chung to be so suspicious that he actually went to get a paternity test. The facts are undeniable, and she has no way to hide them anymore. The old lady's lips trembled. You are indeed not my biological child, but you have called me mom for so many years. The relationship between us is not something you can explain in a single sentence. Ji Chung wasn't there to learn about her. He wanted information about his own background. The house Ji Ming is living in now is in your name. Tell me what you want to know, and I won't take it back. You can give it to whomever you want in the future. Tell me now, where is my biological mother? Am I Ji Shirqing's biological son? The old lady suddenly laughed. When your father and I got married, you had just turned 2. I don't know if you're Ji Shirqing's biological son, but who knows if that vixen cheated on your father and had an illegitimate child with someone else. Ji Chung clenched his fists. Just as he had expected, his father was his biological father, but his grandmother was not. He made a phone call in front of the old lady. Cancel both credit cards under Wang Guiying's name. The old lady was so angry that she grabbed a cup from the side and threw it away. Ji Chung, what are you trying to do? Do you dare restrict my spending? Ji Chung snorted. Restrictions? I'm just taking back what didn't belong to you in the first place. The old lady's face was as white as wallpaper. Are you angry that I cursed your own mother? I'll say it anyway. She's a vixen. She divorced Ji Shirqing, but she kept nagging that deadbeat her whole life, taking Ji Shirqing's soul with her. Don't you think she's a vixen? Ji Chung narrowed his eyes. I am 1 year and 10 months older than Ji Ming. When you came to my house, I was 2 years old. So, you got pregnant with Ji Ming while my mother and father were still married. Did you become the mistress who took his place? Ji Cheng's mind was now crystal clear as he went through the timeline, line by line. The old lady was a little embarrassed, but she wouldn't admit she was wrong. Ji Shirqing and I are childhood sweethearts. Our families arranged a marriage between us when we were young. It was your deadbeat father who broke the engagement and married that woman first. She's the one standing between us. She's the third party. Ji Chung was so angry he wanted to laugh. He had never seen someone be so self-righteous about being a mistress. You think you can just stay in someone else's marriage after you've already married and had children? The old lady was speechless when asked the question. Ji Ming, who was standing to the side, was so frightened that he stood there, completely frozen. He never imagined that the older brother he had called for so many years was actually his half-brother, and that his own mother was actually a mistress who had broken up someone else's family. She is still constantly provoking her older brother and cursing his birth mother. Ji Ming doesn't know how to get through the rest of the year. His whole family works for Ji's company and depends on it. Will things get better in the future? Mom, don't talk nonsense. Ji Ming, in turn, comforted Ji Chung. Big brother, don't listen to mom's nonsense. She's mentally unstable right now. Her mind isn't clear, and what she says doesn't count. Big brother, please don't be angry. Song Lia said angrily. The paternity test results don't lie. It's a fact that the old lady has bullied us all these years and swindled money from us to subsidize her own son. We just wanted to ask about our biological mother, but she refused to say. So, the things we gave her before have all gone to someone else. I'll have those antiques and paintings moved out. Ji Ming looked at the old lady anxiously. Mom, can't you just say something? Why make such a big fuss over something so simple? My brother and sister-in-law are both very forgiving people. Just tell them what you know, and they won't make things difficult for us. The old lady chuckled and looked at Ji Cheng. That woman left Beijing after divorcing Ji Shiqing. Thanks to your dead father, I do know her whereabouts, but I'm not sure if she's still alive. You want to know? I'm not going to tell you. In front of the old lady, Ji Cheng called his assistant and ordered him to take back all the properties under her name and cancel all her bank cards. Everything he had given her was now being taken back. Having come to this point, the old lady had given up all hope and didn't care what Ji Cheng took back. What bothered her most in her life was that her husband didn't love her and had another woman in his heart. Even after marrying her, having children, and living a simple life together, he was always thinking about the woman who had left. He even went so far as to search the world for the woman who was hiding from him, behind her back. Even when they're doing the most intimate things at night, he's still thinking about that vixen. This is a pain that will haunt her for the rest of her life. She could not reunite them. It's good that the mother and son don't recognize each other when they meet. This is retribution for that woman stealing her man. Ji Cheng took Song Lia out of the hospital. He wouldn't find the answer with the old lady. He would look it up himself. Sitting in the car, Song Lia recalled the past, and the recollections were chilling. Old Ji, do you think the old lady was involved in the incident where Song Yuan was taken away? She was waiting outside the delivery room when I gave birth. A living child cannot be taken away right under our noses as if it were a stillborn. She won't kill Ji Feng, but she'll definitely turn a blind eye, because Song Yuan isn't her biological grandson, and she hates your mother so much. She won't stop it in this situation. Ji Cheng rubbed his temples. She can't escape responsibility. Ji Cheng instructed the driver to take him to the villa where the old lady was currently living. Ji Cheng's assistant had already led people to move things. Ji Ming's wife and Ji Sheng and his mother were at home. They learned from the workers that Ji Cheng wanted to take back the house. Ji Ming's wife felt like the sky had fallen. Her family had lived here for several months and were already familiar with the surroundings, treating the place as their own home. Should we inform them now and tell them to move out? She refused. When Ji Cheng and Song Lia entered the villa, Ji Ming's wife became even more determined to protect her home. You suddenly broke into my house and started taking my things. This is illegal, and I'm going to sue you, Song Lia told her. Then go ahead and sue me. Chapter 468 Divorce Certificate. Song Lia had never liked this sister-in-law. This person is mean-spirited and greedy, and wishes the old lady would take all the family property from others and give it to her. Despite being sisters-in-law for so many years and both being daughters-in-law of the Ji family, Song Lia and this woman had nothing in common. When Ji Ming's wife heard Song Lia say this, she realized the seriousness of the matter. The fact that the couple had come to her house together to drive her away meant they were serious. She was a master at judging situations, and her expression immediately turned ingratiating, forcing an ugly, fake smile. Brother, sister-in-law, please come in and have a cup of tea. Let's talk things out if we have any misunderstandings. We're family, so let's not use such formal language. After saying that, he frantically winked at his son, urging Ji Sheng to say a few nice words to appease his uncle and aunt. Ji Sheng disliked his mother's approach, but was forced to speak out. Uncle, aunt, have you had dinner yet? Why don't you ask the kitchen to make you something? Ji Cheng stepped inside. I won't take back the house I gave you before, but this one is under the old lady's name, so I have to take it back. Pack your things and move out within 3 days. Ji Ming's wife was dumbfounded, thinking to herself, how did this damned old woman offend Ji Cheng? He even wants to take back the house she gave me, and all those famous paintings, calligraphy, and antiques have been moved away. She cursed the old bastard in her heart. Ji Cheng and Song Lia had already gone upstairs and were heading towards the old lady's room. Ji Ming's wife followed, but when she reached the door was slammed shut, leaving her outside. Ji Cheng looked around the room where the old lady was staying. The old lady had a very precious jewelry box, which was part of her dowry and had been kept for decades. Ji Cheng knew that she liked to put her treasured things in boxes. Now he wants to search the room to see if there's any clue about his biological mother. Song Lia and he worked together to look through the old lady's wardrobe. The wardrobe is filled with designer clothes, including dozens of fine mink coats for winter, each costing 6 figures. Ji Cheng has provided the old lady with a luxurious life over the years. Ji Chung felt increasingly distressed as he looked at these things. He had supported Wang Guing for so many years, only to find out at this moment that Wang Guing was the third party who broke up his parents' marriage. He has been mistaking a thief for his mother, but where is his biological mother? Whether they are doing well, whether they are warmly dressed, and whether they are experiencing financial difficulties, we don't know any of these things. Ji Chung looked through the clothes, deeply moved. Song Lia took the jewelry box out from the bottom shelf of the wardrobe. Old Ji, is this the one you're looking for? Ji Chung nodded. The box has a combination lock. The old lady had someone install it later. Ji Chung tried several numbers, but couldn't unlock it. Finally, he entered Ji Shiqing and the old lady's wedding date and successfully unlocked it. The box was opened, revealing some relatively expensive jewelry, including a bracelet that an old lady had worn for decades, and a pair of old-fashioned rings that looked like wedding rings. I scrolled to the bottom, but found no clues whatsoever. Ji Chung sat on the edge of the bed, frowning. Song Lia put the things she had just taken out back one by one. Don't worry, we found our son after he was lost for so many years. We'll definitely find your mother this time too. What Ji Chung was more worried about was that if his biological mother were alive, she would be about the same age as Wang Guing, and an elderly woman of that age might not still be alive. It is very likely that he will never see his biological mother again. He may have done something terrible in his past life, which is why he has spent half of this life searching for his relatives. After finding her son, she is now searching for his biological mother. Ji Chung sighed. Leah, has the money donated to children in mountainous areas this year been sent? The moment he opened his mouth, Song Lia knew what he was thinking. I've called. The nursing home we built for the elderly left behind in the village has also been completed. Don't overthink it. Our family has done good deeds and accumulated merits over the years. We have not wronged anyone. If there is any cause and effect, it is a good result. Ji Chung calmed himself down, stood up, and continued rummaging through the wardrobe to see if he could find anything else. Song Lia packed away the odds and ends, and as she finished tidying up, she noticed something amiss. Old Ji, there's another layer underneath this box. Ji Chung was stunned for a moment, then quickly turned around and examined the box. The contents were poured out again, and there was a wooden board at the bottom. If Song Lia hadn't been observant, she would have had a hard time noticing it. Song Lia removed the wooden board, revealing what was hidden at the bottom. Ji Chung's heart was pounding. On top was an old newspaper wrapped around some old photos. The photos included a picture of the old lady and Ji Shiqing when they were young, photos of Ji Feng and Ji Ming when they were children, and a solo work photo of Ji Shiqing. When Ji Chung picked up the last photo, his hand trembled uncontrollably. The photo is in black and white, and the woman in it is dressed very fashionably. In an era when everyone wore two braids, her fashion sense seemed out of place for that time. She had curly hair, wore a white dress with puff sleeves and a cinched waist, paired with black leather shoes, and held a bunch of sunflowers in her hands, smiling sweetly. What's infuriating is that the person in the photo has been maliciously slashed on the face. Song Lia held her breath for a few seconds. Old Ji, this must be Mom when she was young. The eyes in the photo are exactly the same as yours, and the way you smile is also very similar. Ji Chung swallowed hard. Take this photo to get it repaired. It should be clearer that way. He carefully wrapped the photo up, and Song Lia put it into her bag. Beneath the small box, Ji Chung took out several small booklets, including Ji Shiqing's cremation certificate, Ji Shiqing and the old lady's marriage certificate, and a divorce certificate. Divorce certificates in those days were very simple. They were just a tattered piece of paper. But what was rare was that there was some information on it. Ji Chung saw his mother's name, Su Manhui. It turns out his mother's surname is Su. The father's section contained his identification number, but the mother's section had an illegible number because it was old and had been maliciously erased or crossed out by the old lady. Strangely, the letters and numbers under the mother's name are clearly different from those under the father's name, with a significant difference in length, making it unclear what they represent. Song Lia was so angry that she cursed. The old lady destroyed all the useful information. If we could see the number below, it would be easy to find the person. Ji Chung carefully examined the traces of destruction. This format doesn't look like a mainland Chinese ID number. Does that mean my mom isn't from mainland China? These words reminded Song Leah. Mom's attire doesn't look like what we dress around here. She looks like a rich young lady who's studied abroad. Ji Qing looked up. Could it be that my mother is from Hong Kong, Macau, or Taiwan? Chapter 469, It's Your Grandma. Song Leah remained silent, and the couple looked at each other. Mom, this outfit doesn't look like the style here on the mainland. Shall we try looking in Hong Kong, Macau, or Taiwan? Ji Qing paced back and forth in the room, feeling a bit like he was having a nicotine craving. Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan are not like Beijing. Even if he has a wide network of connections, he still can't do many things as easily. Ji Qing first dialed Song Yuan's number. At that time, Song Yuan had just put the child to sleep and into the crib. Gu Shiyu handed him the phone, and Song Yuan took it to the balcony to answer it. Dad, what's wrong? Could you help me find a list of women in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan named Su Manhui, around 80 years old? If it's convenient, please provide a list, preferably with a photo. Song Yuan's eyelids twitched. He had a gut feeling that the person his father had asked him to investigate was no ordinary person. He tentatively asked, Dad, Su Manhui is. It's your grandma. Song Yuan understood. I didn't expect my dad to be in such a hurry to go back that he found a clue about my biological mother so quickly. That's when his hacker skills came in handy. It was easy for him to hack into the system and look up a person's name. Dad, I'll check right now. Song Yuan has always had a habit in this industry. He never leaves his computer behind. He moved the computer over, placed it on his lap, and started using it. Even if the age is reduced to around 80, there are still many people with the same name. Song Yuan directly imported the data he found into a table using a program. The number of people filling out the form continued to increase, quickly accumulating to several thousand entries. Many of these data points are not very detailed. A few have attached ID photos, but a large portion do not. Song Yuan needed to find these people's photos. Even if he was a hacker, finding thousands of people would be a considerable task. At 10 p.m., Song Yuan first sent the first list he had compiled to his father's email address. It contained 1,000 names, and he could check those 1,000 names first. Song Yuan will deal with the rest of the people slowly. While Song Yuan was busy, Gu Shiyu sat quietly to the side watching him, occasionally taking out her computer to process some emails. Song Yuan was busy until 1 a.m., and he had collected all the information for the second list. He then sent this copy to his father. Song Yuan stretched and found that Gu Shiyu had fallen asleep on the table next to him. He closed his laptop. He would finish the rest on the plane the next day. He gently picked her up and carried her back to the bedroom. Gu Shiyu was extremely sleepy, so she hummed softly, hugged a bundle of blankets, and continued to sleep. Song Yuan went to take a shower and came back to lie down next to her. I turned off the lights in the room and started to drift off to sleep. I was just about to fall asleep when I was woken up by noises from upstairs. He could hear clearly the two rascals upstairs doing their business, without even closing the balcony door. He went downstairs and closed the door to his terrace. Finally, the world was quiet. The following day, the last batch of employees left and returned to Beijing. Everyone reluctantly boarded the plane. This was a private island that Ji Qing had bought, and they probably wouldn't have the chance to come back again. Song Yuan and his family boarded a private plane. During his time on the plane, Song Yuan had collected information on more than 6,000 people named Su Manhui and sent it all to his father. After the plane landed, Gu Shiyu arranged for the whole family to go home, while Song Yuan went back to his parents' place first. Ji Qing and Song Leah were in the study, comparing photos that had been restored one by one. The photo they had was of Su Manhui in her 20s, while the photos in the documents were all of her old age, which greatly increased the difficulty of identification. Fortunately, Su Manhui has a distinctive feature, a small black mole under her right eye and dimples on her cheeks. Ji Qing and Song Leah first eliminated some people based on their facial features, and then looked for those with these two characteristics in the remaining range. In the end, they found that no one met the criteria. As soon as Song Yuan entered the room, he saw his parents looking worried. Dad, Mom, how's the investigation going? Ji Qing shook his head, and Song Leah handed the photo in her hand to Song Yuan. Take a look. This is a photo of your grandmother when she was young. Your father and I compared it with a bunch of photos, and none of them match. The photo has been restored to color. Song Yuan held the photo and looked at it carefully, thinking to himself that his family really has good genes. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe my grandmother as having unparalleled beauty in her youth. Song Yuan was very shocked. He had personally collected all the information in the form, and he couldn't recall anyone with such outstanding looks. Song Yuan went, I'll also compile a list of people with the same name in mainland China. Maybe grandma was from the mainland. Ji Chung rubbed his temples. His biggest worry now was that his biological mother was no longer alive. Did he only look at lists of people who are still alive? Song Yuan paused. His breathing became heavier, and he answered in a somber voice. Yes. Ji Chung, give me a list of all the deceased Su Manhuis of this age. Song Yuan. Okay. Song Lia comforted Ji Chung. Don't overthink it. Maybe mom got married under a fake name. Back then, Hong Kong and Macau hadn't returned to China yet. Maybe mom's birthplace is somewhere else. Seeing how anxious his father was, Song Yuan didn't dare to delay. I'll go back and organize the data right now. Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Song Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly when he saw the contact name on the screen. Zhou Shiji. Ji Chung hummed softly. Ignore him. He's trying to make peace. He's already called me 800 times, and I've blocked him. He's only calling you because he has no other choice. Song Yuan laughed. He had no intention of answering the old man's call at all. He casually hung up and blocked the number. I bet Zhou Shiji has been frantic these past few days. Song Yuan had his subordinates in Hong Kong keep an eye on Victoria Harbour Development's recent activities. Several of their projects had been halted, internal staff were in turmoil, and some executives and employees were considering leaving. Meanwhile, Zhou Shiji himself is still receiving intravenous drips in the hospital these days. His two sons from his first and second wives are engaged in fierce internal strife, and if this continues, Victoria Harbour Estate will be ruined. Song Yuan thought about it, and couldn't help but laugh. He thought Zhou Shiji was so powerful, but he couldn't resist his dad's tricks. Ji Chung hummed in agreement. We expect the other side to come looking for you again in the next few days. No matter who it is, don't pay any attention to them. We will not forgive this matter. It's a matter of principle. Song Yuan thought the same as his father. Regardless of whether the old lady was his grandmother or not, when the incident happened, the old lady was humiliated by Zhou Shiji as Ji Cheng's mother, which was a slap in the face to the Ji family. Dad, I know, don't worry. There's one more thing. The Gu family has calculated a few auspicious days to propose marriage. I've sent them to your phone. You two can choose a suitable one, and the two families can set a date. Song Yuan sent the dates that Gu Jiangying had calculated to the family group chat. Song Lia took a look. Let's choose this week's date. You and Shiyu are both off work, so it'll be easier to arrange everyone's schedule. Then I'll tell Gu Xiuan. Chapter 470 Kicked Out by Song Yuan. After leaving this place, Song Yuan went straight home. Gu Xiu was waiting for him in the living room. Zhou Shiji just called me. I didn't know it was his number, but I answered it anyway. Song Yuan laughed, thinking that the man surnamed Zhou was truly desperate, even resorting to harassing his wife with phone calls. Ignore him. Just block the Zhou family members. Gu Xiu hummed in agreement. I've already blocked them. I'll be more careful when they call from Hong Kong in the future. At that time, the port city. Zhou Shiji was discharged from the hospital early today and returned to his home on Victoria Peak. His youngest son, Zhou Linchuan, also came with him. Zhou Shiji made calls all afternoon without any results. When he finally got through, the person who answered didn't say a kind word to him after hearing that he was Zhou Shiji. Before he could even ask for forgiveness, the other party hung up on him and blocked him. 3 projects have already been halted, and he urgently needs to find partners. He's extremely anxious. Zhou Linchuan said, Dad, in my opinion, our casino in Macau shouldn't be closed. We should resume operations immediately. Closing it for even a day wastes money. We're already short of funds. Cutting off that source of income would only make things worse. Zhou Shiji cursed angrily. Do you even have a brain? The casino had an accident at this critical juncture. Do you think it's a coincidence? I'm afraid everyone in Jiqing knows exactly how many bricks we have. The casino has to close down now to lay low for a while. Otherwise it won't just be a problem with the company's project. Our whole family is going to get into lawsuits. Zhou Shiji didn't care about getting into a lawsuit. The casino in Macau was registered under the name of the first wife's family, and he was eager to get into a lawsuit and get the first wife imprisoned so that Victoria Harbor would be his alone. Dad, you can't win against Ji Chung and his son by looking back and forth like this. They're both ruthless and will make it impossible for us to recover. Listen to my advice. Resume the casino's operation now. The profits there are considerable and can offset some of the company's risks. Zhou Shiji slapped his son across the face. Shut up. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Right now, the company is in trouble and we need to unite against the outside world, but you're fighting amongst yourselves with your own brothers. You don't know your place. Zhou Linchuan licked his lips, tasting a sweet, fishy smell. Zhou Shiji glared at him. Book a flight to Beijing now. You're familiar with the area and have dealt with Song Yuan before. Come with me to apologize. If this matter is handled well, I will hand over the company's Deepwater Bay project to you. Zhou Linchuan hesitated. He didn't want to ask Song Yuan for help, but the Deepwater Bay project was the company's key project this year. If he could get his hands on it, he would have more say in the company. He endured it in order to get the project. I'm booking tickets now. The next day was a work day, and after the Ji family's annual meeting, work officially resumed. After a short holiday, I have a lot of work backlog. On the way, Song Yuan picked up his tablet and started working on some of his tasks. He had an overseas video conference that morning, and many documents were waiting for his approval, so his time was very tight. The car drove into the underground parking garage of the G Group building. His reserved parking space was closest to the elevator. Suddenly, the car braked sharply, and Song Yuan leaned forward. The driver turned around and explained, "Mr. Song, there's someone blocking the car ahead." Song Yuan rubbed his temples. The last time someone stopped his car was that old guy Qin Jingmin. Song Yuan put away his tablet and looked out of the car. Zhou Shiji and his son Zhou Linchuan were standing in front of his car, craning their necks to peek inside, looking like two giraffes. Two suitcases were placed on the ground not far away, indicating that the father and son had come specifically to ambush him. His car was tinted, so you couldn't see in from the outside. Song Yuan instructed the driver, "Ignore him and keep driving." The driver responded and prepared to start the car, but the next second Zhou Linchuan stood in front of the car, and the car could not move forward unless it ran over him. "President Song, we can't leave." Song Yuan leaned back in his chair and sighed impatiently, then took out his phone and made a call. Within minutes, several bodyguards in black ran out of the emergency exit, came over, restrained Zhou Shiji and his son Zhou Linchuan, and dragged them aside. The driver then drove the car away and parked it in the parking space. Song Yuan got out of the car. Zhou Su wasn't there today, so the driver helped him with his computer and tablet and followed closely behind. Zhou Shiji and Zhou Linchuan finally saw Song Yuan get out of the car. The bodyguards held them back, preventing them from getting close, so they could only shout at each other from a distance. "Mr. Song, may I take 10 minutes of your time to talk?" Song Yuan acted as if he hadn't heard them and walked towards the elevator, ignoring the father and son. Let them bark if they want. It's their own doing. Zhou Shiji and Zhou Linchuan struggled to walk toward him, but the bodyguard was too strong and held them still, so they could only shout at him. President Song, please let me say a few words." Zhou Shiji was extremely anxious. He couldn't get through on the phone, and when he finally arrived here and met the person, he was so anxious that he kept switching between Cantonese and Mandarin and couldn't say a single word fluently. "Mr. Song, there was a misunderstanding before. Please let me explain. We are all business people, and our Victoria Harbor Development's business model in Hong Kong is not small. The Ji family plans to expand into the port city. There's no need for our two families to be so hostile and make things so ugly." Song Yuan chuckled to himself. What a nice attitude of asking for help. He walked directly into the elevator, the driver followed behind, and pressed the close button. Zhou Shiji glared at his son Zhou Linchuan in frustration, urging him to come up with a solution. Zhou Linchuan had spent some time in Beijing and knew Song Yuan better than he did. He frantically gestured for his son to speak. Zhou Linchuan was forced into this situation. President Song, please wait. Our Zhou family is willing to offer our sincerest apologies for this matter. As long as you and President Ji can calm down, we will agree to whatever conditions you propose. This time, The elevator doors were slowly closing, and Song Yuan didn't even glance at them, blocking Zhou Linchuan's next half-sentence from being spoken. The elevator took him directly to the top-floor president's office, where Song Yuan began his busy day. In the underground parking lot, the father and son were kicked out by the bodyguards. All of G's security guards and bodyguards hidden in the shadows have been ordered to prevent the father and son from approaching and from stepping into the company, including the parking lot. Zhou Shiji had enjoyed a life of glory for most of his years, and this was the first time he had been treated like this. The father and son stood on the side of the road, carrying 2 suitcases. They had flown over in such a hurry that they hadn't been able to contact their driver and were now waiting for a ride-hailing car on the side of the road. Zhou Shiji has never taken a taxi or ride-hailing service in his life. An old man stood by the roadside scolding his son. Didn't you say Song Yuan was easier to deal with than his father? How come you can't get a word in edgewise? Chapter 471 Seeking Acquisition. Zhou Linchuan lowered his head as he was being scolded. He had only been in Beijing for a month or so to take over the company his brother had left behind, and he had no connection with the Ji family at all. It would be one thing if they couldn't even talk, but he also had a grudge against Song Yuan. What was he supposed to do at this point? Dad, scolding me won't help. I can only try my best, but I can't guarantee success. Just then, the car they had called arrived. Zhou Shiji said with exasperation, "Put your luggage in the car. Let's go home first, and then make plans." Song Yuan was busy all morning when Lu Qi called to invite him to lunch. The two ate at a restaurant located downstairs from the company. Lu Qi hired 2 senior technical staff members today, both of whom jumped ship from Xiaonan Networks. Brother, 6 employees have jumped ship from Xiaonan Networks in total. Now I'm going to tell you something even more outrageous, so be prepared. Song Yuan has seen many outrageous things since he took office as president. Just tell me. Lu Qi put down his cup. Do you know who came to see me today? 2 shareholders of Xiaonan Network. They came to the headquarters building first, wanting to see you, but were turned away at the front desk because they didn't have an appointment, so they came to my place. They asked me to pass on a message, begging you to acquire Xiaonan Networks. Song Yuan almost choked on his tea. I haven't been paying much attention to the situation on the information security network these past few days. How did it get so chaotic? Lu Qi sighed. It was more chaotic than you can imagine. Back in the day, how prestigious was Xiaonan Network in the internet industry? It was a top 3 company, and countless computer science graduates were scrambling to get in. I even went to his house for an interview during my internship, but he was so blind, he rejected me. Now they've fallen so low that they're begging us to acquire them. To be honest, I'm secretly quite pleased. Song Yuan Xiao. Acquisition is impossible. Xiaonan Network is a thing of the past. Their technology and management have not kept up with the times. Outdated things without innovation will inevitably be eliminated. Acquiring it wouldn't be very valuable. With that money, why wouldn't I invest in Dunway technology and focus on developing emerging technologies? Lu Qi clinked glasses with him. You're right. From an investment perspective, Dunway technology has a better future. So, if Xiaonan Networks sends me any more technically skilled people with resumes, I'll accept them without hesitation. There just so happens that we're short-staffed for technical positions. Song Yuan continued to pick up food. You have full authority. The technical aspects are all in your hands. At that time, the security network was in complete chaos. Zhou Linchuan has been gone for more than a week, leaving the company leaderless. In particular, in the technical department, some employees have already left, and those who remain are either on leave or absent without leave. Those still on duty are all slacking off. Some people even openly accept interview calls during work hours and skip work to go for interviews. The company's leaders have completely lost control of these people. They don't care about this job at all anymore. Since it's already been confirmed that no year-end bonuses will be given, what do they have to be afraid of? Seeing the employees' negative attitude, the vice president called Zhou Linchuan. Mr. Zhou, when would you have time to come to the company? If things continue like this, the company won't be far from going bankrupt. Zhou Linchuan was overwhelmed with problems lately and had no time to care about information security networks. He hadn't paid any attention to the reports his employees had given him in the past few days. They had long forgotten about the cybersecurity network issue. He had just gotten home and gotten another scolding from his dad, so he was in a bad mood and asked in a huff, "What's wrong now? What's wrong now? Does the earth have to stop turning without me? Are you all useless, making me keep a close watch on you for even a moment?" The vice president gasped for breath, but he had to tell the truth given the current situation. "President Zhou, the company's internal system is still not fixed, and year-end bonuses cannot be paid out. The company is in such a mess right now, and the technical department is about to be wiped out. Even the director of the technical department hasn't come in for 3 days." Zhou Linchuan wiped his forehead, only then remembering that the company's server had been attacked, the database deleted, and the internal system paralyzed a while ago. Now, connecting this to the attack on his own casino system, Zhou Linchuan clenched his fist and slammed it heavily against the wall. This matter was inextricably linked to Song Yuan. However, he was frustrated because he couldn't find any evidence. Song Yuan handled this matter with utmost secrecy, leaving no trace of intrusion. He consulted numerous experts, but none of them could identify the perpetrator. Zhou Linchuan rubbed his temples. "You stay calm. I haven't had the energy to deal with cybersecurity matters lately." He hung up the phone immediately, and the vice president of XIN Networks was so anxious that he threw his phone down. When Song Yuan got off work that evening, he drove back to the Peninsula Villa. As he passed his parents' house, he saw a crowd of people gathered at the entrance. Song Yuan instructed the driver, "Stop and see what happened." The driver drove over and stopped the car, opening the door for Song Yuan. When Song Yuan walked over, he saw that it was Zhou Shiji and his son Zhou Linchuan who had come to his door. He wondered how they had found his address. Now, Dad is dressed in a business suit, looking like he just came back from running errands, only to be ambushed by this persistent father and son. Zhou Shiji brought a generous gift. "Mr. Ji, we can talk this over. I've come here sincerely to apologize to the old lady. I hope you can do me the honor of giving my son and me another chance." Ji Chung snorted coldly. "Mr. Zhou may not know me very well. Do you know why the Ji family has been able to grow to its current scale, with no rivals in the industry or in China?" Zhou Shiji, "Because President Ji, you have a forward-thinking mind and a unique vision." Ji Chung said, "Because I never give my opponents a chance. Anyone who has offended me has been ruined by me. Mr. Zhou, take your things and leave quickly. Instead of wasting your time here, you should think about other options. You might find a partner elsewhere." Zhou Shiji suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Ji Chung was about to leave when Zhou Shiji rushed forward to stop him. Mr. Ji, this is really a misunderstanding. If you're still upset about it, how about this? I'll work as a maid in your house, and my son and I will be your maids for a month. How about that? I can clean, drive, be your assistant, or even your bodyguard." Zhou Linchuan stood to his father's side, his eyes wide. He really didn't expect to hear such outrageous words from his father, to become a servant for the Ji family. Are you crazy? If he wants to go, he can go by himself. What's the point of bringing his son along? Zhou Linchuan looked at Ji Chung, then at Song Yuan who had just walked over, and felt extremely nervous. He was really afraid that if Ji Chung nodded, he would have to go and shine Song Yuan's shoes from then on, and he would never want to be a human being again. Time passed slowly, second by second. Ji Chung looked at the father and son and smiled faintly without saying a word. The next second, Zhou Shiji knelt down with a thud. "Mr. Ji, I have no other choice. Please have mercy." Chapter 472 Photos of a woman in her early 20s. When Zhou Linchuan saw his father kneel down, his eyes widened in shock. In his memory, his father was a Hong Kong business tycoon who sat down and discussed business with all sorts of big shots. People who wanted to ask him for favors had to make an appointment 3 days in advance to have a chance to meet him. The man who once held absolute power in the company and was feared by everyone is now kneeling humbly before another person, begging for a chance. The world had finally been turned upside down to a point where he no longer recognized it. Seeing his son standing there motionless, Zhou Shiji shouted at him, "You bastard, why aren't you kneeling down and begging President Ji?" Zhou Linchuan refused, saying that a man's knees are worth gold and he would not kneel. "Dad, no." Zhou Shiji glared at him fiercely. "If you don't listen to me now, then everything about Victoria Harbor Estate will have nothing to do with you in the future, and you will lose your right to inherit it." Zhou Linchuan felt as if a heavy boulder was pressing down on his chest, making it difficult to breathe. He looked up, and his gaze met Song Yuan's. He saw smugness and mockery in Song Yuan's eyes. The overwhelming humiliation was about to drown him. "Dad!" He let out a suppressed shout, and the next second he knelt down. The father and son knelt side by side in front of Ji Chung. "President Ji, please calm down. This time, our Zhou family made a mistake and did something wrong. Please punish us in a different way. Even if it's just cutting off a finger, we will accept it." Ji Cheng's phone rang, and he answered it slowly. "What? He passed away the year before last? Apply for tomorrow's flight immediately. I'll go there myself." Ji Chung ignored the father and son. He was on the phone, and his mood was getting worse. He waved to his bodyguard to send them away and walked into the villa while still on the phone. Song Yuan watched Zhou's parents smile faintly as they walked away, then followed his father's footsteps. In the dead of winter, the father and son knelt on the ground, frozen stiff. Zhou Shiji thought that by lowering himself to this extent, Ji Chung would at least give him some face, but, as rumored, Ji Chung is indeed an incorruptible and ruthless man. Anyone who crosses him will not have a good outcome. His kneeling gesture cost him all his dignity, but it didn't even give the company a chance to turn things around. Zhou Shiji was filled with hatred, but Zhou Linchuan hated it even more. They were practically grinding their back teeth to powder. "Dad, let's get up, we won't," beg him. Inside the villa, Ji Chung hung up the phone and sat on the sofa, silent and withdrawn. Song Lia was frightened by his expression. "Old Ji, tell me what you found out." Ji Chung took a deep breath and paused before speaking. "There's someone in Macau whose identity closely matches my mother's, but she passed away 2 years ago. I need to fly there in person to verify her identity. I hope it's not my mother." Song Lia said, "I'll go with you. I don't feel comfortable letting you go alone." Song Yuan comforted his father. "Dad, it's not necessarily Grandma. The list I gave you later, I felt that none of those old ladies had the same temperament as Grandma. Perhaps, just perhaps, she changed her name later to avoid her grandfather?" Ji Chung looked up at Song Yuan, his eyes briefly brightening. "If that's the case, then the scope of the investigation is much wider. It's possible that someone changed their name, but it's unlikely that they changed their surname. So we need to investigate all people with the surname Su who are around 80 years old." Song Yuan had only said that to reassure his father, fearing he might have a heart attack, so now he could only go along with it and continue to coax him. "It's not impossible. We can use all our connections and investigate step by step until we narrow down the scope." Ji Cheng's eyes welled up slightly. He had witnessed his son's abilities firsthand, and Song Yuan's words gave him a little more confidence. "Then let's investigate. We must find your grandmother." Song Lia encouraged him. "Yes, we'll definitely find it. I'm going to pack my bags now. We'll go there tomorrow and take a look. Don't worry about it for now. I don't think it's very likely." Ji Chung didn't say anything. He also hoped that the old lady named Su Manhui in Ouching wasn't his biological mother. He hoped that he could see his biological mother again in this lifetime and experience normal maternal love. Song Yuan returned to his bridal chamber and sat in front of his computer. To search for all people with the surname Su is too broad a scope and not as easy as it seems. In the evening, Gu Shiyu put the child to sleep and brought him a plate of fruit from the study. Song Yuan rubbed his eyes and took the opportunity to rest for a bit. Gu Shiyu asked, "Is there anything I can help with?" Song Yuan's eyes were sore from staring at the computer for so long. He leaned his head back in his chair and cleared his mind. Gu Shiyu forked a piece of fruit and fed it to him. "Shiyu, my neck hurts." Gu Shiyu chuckled and went around to the back to give him a massage. "You're not going to stay up all night, are you?" Song Yuan pointed to the computer with his chin. The rest of the tasks are now handled by the program. On his screen, the code was running. Song Yuan used the night to write a small demo on image recognition, feeding the program photos from the Su Manhui list he had previously compiled to compare with photos of his grandmother when she was young. Pick out all programs that are more than 50% similar. Song Yuan noticed that his father was very tense these past 2 days, and he was very worried about his father's health. "My dad is frantic with worry, so he has to put in the extra effort to find the real person as soon as possible to help relieve some of the pressure." Gu Shiyu asked him, "Is it difficult?" "It's a bit big, mainly because we have limited clues. The photo we have now is of my grandmother in her early 20s. Comparing a photo of her at 20 with one at 80 greatly reduces the accuracy. Take your time investigating, don't get worked up. Gu Shiyu fed Song Yuan a few more pieces of fruit, and the two chatted for a while before the program was already finished. Information on more than 40 people was selected by Chengdu, and Song Yuan put those 40-odd people into a new table, narrowing down the search scope. He sent the new form to his dad's email and called him to tell him that he could start with this smaller form. If his grandmother isn't among these 40-odd people, then we need to expand the search to include everyone with the surname Su. For now, Song Yuan can catch his breath and rest for a while. With just over a month until the Lunar New Year, Song Yuan hoped for better luck and to find a place to settle down before the end of the year. Otherwise, his father would be genuinely anxious and upset. Song Yuan's phone, which was on the table, rang. He glanced at the contact and saw that it was Ji Sheng calling. When the phone was answered, Ji Sheng called out to him in a deep voice. "Mr. Song, my dad, my mom, and I have moved out of the villa. Please tell my uncle. I don't dare to call him." Song Yuan has been too busy lately and hasn't seen Ji Sheng for a few days. Every time, this guy calls him brother like a sycophant and adds dear in front of it. Now they've become distant, and I've changed my title to General Manager Song. Where did you move to? Chapter 473, You Won't Break Off Our Friendship? Ji Sheng paused for a moment, and then told Song Yuan the truth. Let's move back to the old house first. It's a bit cramped, but we can manage. When the old lady comes back, I'll give her the room and we'll rent a place outside. Song Yuan. Okay, come to my office tomorrow. Understood, Mr. Song. After hanging up the phone, Song Yuan sighed. The next day at noon, Song Yuan had almost finished his work when Ji Sheng came upstairs and knocked on the door, holding car keys in his hand. Mr. Song, you wanted to see me? Song Yuan put down what he was holding, looked up. Sit. Ji Sheng became very reserved, even avoiding eye contact with him. He walked to Song Yuan's desk and returned the car keys. I parked that car in the parking lot downstairs. You'll see it when you go down. Song Yuan didn't take his keys, but chuckled softly. What? You're not even calling me brother anymore. Ji Sheng scratched his head. After learning about the old lady's past, he felt a little ashamed to face Song Yuan. Their family had been living off the benefits given by their eldest uncle since their father's generation, enjoying the money that the old lady got from him. In the end, the eldest uncle was not the old lady's biological son. He felt ashamed just thinking about these things. He didn't feel anything was wrong with his uncle taking back the house. On the contrary, his guilt lessened a bit. Hearing Song Yuan ask this, he suddenly raised his head. Mr. Song, you? Aye. Ji Sheng's mind went blank, and he couldn't utter a coherent sentence. He thought that, influenced by the old lady, his brotherhood with Song Yuan was also coming to an end. Song Yuan pushed the car keys back to him. Take it and open it. Grandma isn't a blood relative, but Grandpa is. The grudges of the older generation don't affect us. Ji Sheng rubbed the back of his neck, feeling a sense of unreality. Brother, aren't you going to break off our friendship? Song Yuan chuckled. Why would I break off our friendship? Just focus on your work. Your current department won't let you stay long. Some positions need our own people. Come help me soon. Or do you want to collect a salary for nothing? Ji Sheng said excitedly. No, brother, I'll definitely show you how much I've improved. Song Yuan hummed in agreement. There's no grudge between my dad and your dad. He only took the house back because of the old lady. When you go back, comfort your second uncle and tell him not to take it to heart. Brother, I've got it. Song Yuan's phone on the table lit up. His mother had sent him a message saying that they had boarded the plane to Macau to verify the identity of Su Manhui, who had passed away. Song Yuan replied to his mother's message, wishing them all the best. Meanwhile, Song Lia and Ji Chung had already boarded a plane and soared into the sky. Upon landing in Macau, the couple rented a car, and the driver took them directly to their son's current residence in Su Manhui, an old neighborhood with buildings that are several decades old. The stairwell was cluttered with miscellaneous items and smelled musty. Su Manhui's son lived on the 4th floor. The higher Ji Chung went, the more upset he felt. If the deceased Su Manhui was indeed his mother, then she had been living in such an environment for so many years. That old, wicked woman, however, enjoyed the generous conditions he provided, which was more painful than having her heart ripped out. Song Lia took Ji Cheng's arm from one side. Don't worry, let's go up and take a look first. This old woman might not be Mom. As they were talking, the two arrived at the 4th floor. Song Lia knocked on the door, and a man of similar age to Ji Cheng opened it. Ji Cheng handed over the 2 boxes of gifts he had brought, explained the purpose of their visit, and the man invited them in. Mr. Ji, Mrs. Ji, please feel free to look around. Here are photos of my mother and father. My mother is a native of Macau and has never left Macau in her life. This shouldn't be the person you're looking for. If needed, I can find some photos of my mother when she was young. Ji Cheng. Excuse me, sir, could you please help me look for it? Hold on. The man brought over 2 cups of tea and went back inside to find something. A little while later, he came out with a very old-fashioned photo album and handed it to Ji Cheng. Song Lia took out the restored photo and compared it with the one in the album. Ji Cheng had some doubts before, but after comparing them, he was certain that they were not the same person. The person in the photo had a similar face shape to his mother, and the dimples and the mole under the eye matched, but the facial features were still different, and they were not the same person at all. Ji Cheng returned the photo album. Sorry to bother you. Ji Cheng breathed a sigh of relief when he realized he hadn't found the right person. He still hoped his biological mother was still alive so he could see her again. The couple went downstairs and returned to Ji Cheng's house in Ouching. Ji Cheng downloaded the new list from Song Yuan's email and continued to have his assistant find people. The phone rang, and Song Lia handed it to him. It was Su Jiahao calling. Ji Cheng answered the phone, and old Su's voice came from the other end. Young friend Ji Cheng, do you have time to come to Gangxing next week? I'm having my great-grandson's 1-month celebration at home. How about I send you the invitation to Beijing? Ji Cheng checked the time. Which day next week? Next Wednesday at 10 a.m. Ji Cheng agreed. Okay, I will bring my wife on time. Given Su Lao's advanced age, he still brought his wife to attend the full-month celebration of his 2 children. It was only out of courtesy and sentiment that Ji Cheng, no matter how busy he was, had to make the trip. Mr. Su was very happy. Fine, it's not easy to get you to do something. Tell me, is there no one in the entire capital who can get someone as important as you to do something? Ji Cheng smiled. That's an exaggeration. I've just delegated a lot of things to Song Yuan now. I'll definitely be there in person for Su Lao's great-grandson's full moon celebration. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries on the phone before hanging up. Ji Cheng then arranged for people to be found. He sent people to conduct on-site investigations of the entire list of people that Song Yuan had given him. There were so many people. If he were to find them himself, he didn't know when he would be able to find them. The next day, Ji Cheng took Song Lia back to Beijing. When Song Yuan learned that his father's trip to Macau to find his relatives had failed, he was not saddened. He remained hopeful. He shared the same thought as Ji Cheng. He hoped his grandmother was a well-off old lady living a peaceful life, rather than having already left this world. In the following days, the people Ji Cheng sent out kept sending back messages, confirming that none of the Su Manhua's people he was looking for were the ones he had visited. By Friday night, everyone on the list had been checked, and none of them were the person he was looking for. That evening, Ji Cheng called Song Yuan over. We checked everyone on the list, and none of them match. Are you sure Su Manhui from Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan is on the list? Song Yuan was absolutely certain that people could make mistakes, but his procedures wouldn't. Dad, I'm sure. If Grandma isn't among these, is it possible she changed her name? Give me another list of all the elderly people around 80 years old with the surname Su, including those who have passed away. Song Yuan agreed, and Ji Cheng then said, I'm going to Hong Kong next Wednesday to attend the full moon celebration of Mr. Su's great-grandson. Just give it to me before then. Song Yuan hummed in agreement. Dad, old Su's surname is Su, and he comes from a prominent family in Hong Kong. Should we ask him about it? Chapter 474. How serious is the situation? Ji Cheng had also thought about it. I'm going to the port city this time to find an opportunity to chat with Mr. Su. Ji Cheng Xue is at home today, taking care of household matters with Song Lia. Tomorrow is the day Gu Xuan will come to propose marriage, and there are many things to prepare. Song Lia brought out the best tea and wine in her house, preparing to entertain her in-laws tomorrow. The marriage between Ji Cheng Xue and Gu Shuan was a marriage between two families, and the Ji family attached great importance to it. The housekeeper, along with a group of housekeepers and other staff, stood in a row in the hall, reporting on the day's work. Madam, the yard has been cleaned spotless, the flowers and plants have been trimmed, the water in the artificial lake has been replaced, and the 10,000 ornamental fish we bought have been put in. The streetlights and road signs have all been cleaned, and the sanitation work is complete. Song Lia nodded in satisfaction. What are the arrangements for the kitchen? The kitchen aunt replied. Tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock, I will personally lead a team to the market to purchase the freshest ingredients and fruits, and we can be back home before 8 o'clock to prepare. Song Lia, my mother-in-law is elderly, so all the desserts should be low in sugar. The meals should be suitable for everyone, and we should pay special attention to not making anything that the elderly can't chew, and the flavors should be mild. The housekeeper and the aunt in charge of the kitchen took notes one by one. Song Lia, they'll arrive at 10 a.m. tomorrow. The housekeeper, please remember to greet them at the door and don't keep them waiting. The butler responded. I remember, madam. Ji Qingxue stood aside watching her mother arrange the marriage proposal for tomorrow. Everything was going smoothly, and she didn't have to worry about anything. Mom, Gu Xuan is coming tomorrow. Don't make things difficult for him. He's actually quite timid. Song Lia glared at him. Why would I make things difficult for him? I'll only treat him well because I hope he'll treat my daughter well, and I hope my daughter will be happy for the rest of her life. Ji Qingxue clung to Song Lia's arm and acted coquettishly. Mom, you're the best. Song Lia sighed. All right. We're already talking about marriage, and you're still acting all cutesy with me. Aren't you ashamed? The next day, Song Yuan and Gu Xiu were woken up early by the cries of their two little ones, and they got up very early on their day off. Song Yuan carried Yuan and Man into the master bedroom, and each of them held one of the little ones to breastfeed. After their little tummy was full, they both calmed down. Gu Xiu was playing with the two little ones in bed in her pajamas, while Song Yuan was holding his computer, looking up information about an elderly man surnamed Su for his father. Around 9 o'clock, the two of them took their baby to their parents' house. Gu Xuan is proposing marriage today, so the two of them definitely have to go. At that time, in Jiqing's courtyard, the workers all looked more energetic than usual. It's not even 10 o'clock yet, and the housekeeper is already waiting outside with people in case the in-laws' car arrives early. Song Yuan and Gu Xiu carried the baby into the villa, while Ji Chung and Song Lia were dressed very formally today. Song Yuan then thought of the day his parents took him to the Gu family to propose marriage. It was a similar scene. Before he knew it, he and Gu Xiu had been together for almost a year. A year ago, who could have imagined that the two families would have such a fate? He married Gu Xuan's older sister, while Gu Xuan came to propose to marry his younger sister. The table was filled with plates of various nuts and snacks, and the fruits were carved into elaborate designs by the kitchen staff. The precious Dahong Pao tea from the mother tree was on display, just waiting for Grandma Gu to bring Gu Xuan to brew it. The family chatted and laughed until it was already 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock was chosen by Grandma Gu through a fortune teller. It was the most auspicious time on an auspicious day. Business people care about this the most. Ji Chung glanced at his watch and asked, why haven't they arrived yet? Call the housekeeper. Song Lia immediately called the housekeeper. Have you picked them up yet? The butler is still standing on the road leading to and from the main gate, keeping watch. Madam, I haven't picked up Mr. Gu from our in-laws yet. I'm still waiting here. I'll let you know as soon as I see the car. After hanging up the phone, the family looked at each other. Song Lia patiently said, it's okay, it's definitely on its way. Let's wait a little longer. Gu Xiu's expression froze. She knew her grandmother well. Her grandmother was a person who valued time the most, and would never be late without a reason. She handed Yuan to her grandmother and took out her phone. Let me make a phone call and ask first. The phone rang once, but no one answered. Gu Xiu dialed Gu Xuan's number again, and after the dial tone ended, she was met with a series of cold, robotic voices. Gu Xiu was now truly anxious. Cannot be reached by phone. Song Yuan reminded her. Why don't you try calling the driver? Gu Xiu's heart was beating slightly faster. She found her grandmother's driver's number in her contacts and dialed it. The dial tone rang a second time before someone finally answered. Who are you to Zhang Weigua? I'm a police officer. Zhang Weigua's car was in an accident at this intersection on Hongqi Street. Could you please come over here? Gu Shiyu's heart skipped a beat. The sound of an ambulance came from the other end of the phone, along with the sounds of staff instructing onlookers to leave the scene. There was a lot of noise. Unsure of the severity of the accident, her voice trembled with anxiety. Zhang Weigua was my driver. Officer, how are the 3 people in the car? Are they seriously injured? The situation is not good. You need to come quickly. I'll be right there. Gu Shiyu hung up the phone, her face deathly pale, and her legs went weak. They were in a car accident on Hongqi Road. I'm going there now. The family members were terrified when they heard this. Ji Qing spoke first. Let's go together. Song Lia. Yes, let's go together. Our in-laws will be all right. Ji Chung immediately called his family driver and asked him to prepare the car. The family went down the elevator to the underground parking garage. Gu Shiyu's mind was completely in chaos. She dared not think about what she would do if something happened to her grandmother and younger brother this time. That was the closest person from her maternal family. She sat there stiffly, tears streaming down her face. Song Yuan held her hand tightly, offering her support. The driver drove the car at the fastest speed within a safe range. When the car reached Hongqi Road, he could see a large crowd gathered at the intersection in the distance. The scene has been cordoned off by traffic police. At the accident site, 2 vehicles collided, and the damage was very severe. That goose brand not even belonged to Grandma. Gu Shiyu got out of the car and rushed over without regard for anything else. Officer, I'm a family member. The police released her and Song Yuan. Gu Shiyu rushed forward and saw bloodstains on the ground. Her legs went weak and she almost fell over, but Song Yuan caught her. She struggled to move toward the car, but her legs were too weak, so Song Yuan simply carried her and walked quickly toward it. Ji Chung, Song Lia, and Ji Qingxue were all blocked at the back, and they were anxiously waiting. Before Gu Shiyu could even reach the car, the police came to greet them. Is this Ms. Gu, who just answered the phone? Chapter 475 Still in a coma. Gu Shiyu said, yes. Gu Shiyu saw a bloodstain on the ground near the wrecked car, and the person on the stretcher was covered with a white sheet. At this moment, Gu Shiyu felt as if the sky had fallen. On the way here, she kept praying that her grandmother and brother would be all right. She could accept that they might get hurt, but she couldn't accept that they would be covered with white sheets. Gu Shiyu suddenly lost his strength and fell backward, but Song Yuan caught him with lightning speed. Officer, where's my grandma? My brother, how is my brother? The policeman handed her the pen. Family members, please sign here first. In this car accident, 1 person died and 3 people were seriously injured. The 3 seriously injured people have just been taken away by ambulance to the nearest hospital. Gu Shiyu was on edge. She couldn't accept anything worse. She was on the verge of snapping. And this person, the police told her. The unfortunate person is the owner of the white car. The 2 cars collided while turning. We still need to investigate the specific circumstances and cannot give you much information at the moment. When Gu Shiyu heard that the person lying on the ground was the driver of the car opposite, she felt a huge weight lifted from her heart and couldn't help but burst into tears. Song Yuan, let's go to the hospital. Song Yuan responded and quickly helped her walk away from the crowd. Their car was parked on the side of the road. Ji Chung, Song Lia, and Ji Qingxue were stopped outside by the police and were extremely anxious. Ji Qingxue's phone kept ringing as she repeatedly dialed Gu Shiyuan's number, but no one answered. Seeing Gu Shiyu and Song Yuan come out, they asked anxiously, how about it? Gu Shiyu is in a very bad mental state right now, so Song Yuan answered for her. They were just taken away by an ambulance. We're going after them now. The family quickly got into the car and rushed towards the hospital. Upon arrival, they went straight to the emergency room. On the way, Ji Chung called the hospital director. When they arrived, the director came out to greet them. Mr. Ji, the 3 injured people who were just brought in have varying degrees of injury. It seems unlikely that 1 man's leg can be saved. The other 2 are also seriously injured and require further examination. Ji Chung. Dean Zhang, the person who just arrived is Ms. Gu Jiangying, her grandson, and her driver. I hope to gather the strength of all the medical staff in the city to ensure their safety. Rest assured, Mr. Ji, we will do our utmost. Ji Qingshue's mind was filled with the image of Gu Shuan as a cripple after injuring his leg. Dean, who has the injured leg? The slightly older man suffered a serious leg injury. Another elderly man had no obvious external injuries, but hit his head and was unconscious when he was brought in, and the young man had the least injuries. All three are currently in the emergency room. Gu Shiyu was speechless. She never expected that something like this would happen to her family. The family driver, Uncle Zhang, was handpicked. He was a very skilled driver, calm and cautious. He had worked for the Gu family for more than 10 years and had never made a mistake. Gu Shiyu firmly believed that Uncle Zhang would not be speeding in the city, especially at intersections. The most important thing now is their injuries. The family waited outside the emergency room. Every minute and every second was agonizing. Song Yuan is taking care of Gu Shiyu. He is now her pillar of support. Shiyu, Grandma will be fine. She's going to witness Qingxue and Gu Shuan get married, so she'll definitely be all right. Song Lia. Yes, my in-laws are blessed people. They will definitely be safe and sound. Gu Shiyu knew that they were only saying these things to comfort her. No one knew the dangers inside. The family waited outside for more than 2 hours until the emergency room door opened and medical staff brought out a hospital bed. Gu Shuan was wearing a hospital gown on the hospital bed, with a neck brace around his neck, bandages on his arms, and some minor abrasions on his face. He seemed fine, but his expression was a bit blank, as if he had been frightened. The family gathered around. Doctor, how is she? The doctor signed them back. Patient Gu Shuan has a fractured arm and a cervical spine injury, but is otherwise fine. His injuries have been treated, and he can return to his ward. Song Yuan brought Gu Shuan out, and Gu Shiyu ran over to ask, Doctor, how is my grandmother? The doctor sighed. Patient Gu Jiangying suffered a head injury and is still in a coma. It is uncertain when he will wake up. We are doing our best to save him. After the doctor finished speaking, the emergency room door closed again. Song Yuan held Gu Shiyu's hand tightly, encouraging her. Gu Shuan was wheeled into the ward, and Ji Qingxue followed him. Gu Shuan seemed to be in a daze, not saying a word no matter what was asked, staring blankly at the ceiling. It was unclear whether he heard or not. Ji Qingxue was extremely anxious, but she dared not touch him for fear of aggravating his injury. As soon as Gu Shiyu walked in, tears streamed down Gu Shuan's face, and he burst into tears. Sister, what if Grandma never wakes up because of me? If it weren't for me, she wouldn't have planned to go out today. She should be playing cards with her old friends. Gu Shuan was crying so hard, he was about to lose his voice. Gu Shiyu's voice was hoarse. She had watched Gu Shuan cry since he was a child, and she had never seen him cry like this before, as if he had completely collapsed. Gu Shiyu told him, Grandma will wake up. This car accident wasn't because of you. It's not your fault. It has nothing to do with you. Gu Shuan was eager to sit up, but Song Yuan held him down. His arms and neck had just been immobilized, so he couldn't move them. Gu Shuan cried emotionally. I know you're trying to comfort me, but this whole thing happened because of me. Grandma went out because of me. I've hurt Grandma. I'm a sinner. He pounded the bed with his uninjured hand, his eyes bloodshot from crying. Song Lia stood to the side, wiping away tears. Child, this is not your fault. Don't blame yourself. No one can predict accidents. Your grandmother has done good deeds all her life. She will wake up soon. She still wants to see you get married. Gu Shuan's chest heaved violently. He was still unable to calm down, and no amount of persuasion could calm him. He could only listen to a few words from Gu Shiyu. Gu Shiyu leaned over the bed and looked at him. Gu Shuan, calm down. You need to explain what happened. The police are still investigating the accident. Uncle Zhang isn't a reckless driver. How did you end up colliding with that white car? Gu Shuan calmed down after a while and began to recall. We were crossing an intersection and going straight. We weren't going fast. Then a white car suddenly appeared from the intersection, going very fast, like it was out of control. I'm pretty sure it was speeding. He crashed directly into our car. Uncle Zhang couldn't avoid it in time, and the two cars collided. Gu Shiyu's temples throbbed uncontrollably after hearing this. Song Yuan knew what she was thinking, and he squeezed her fingers. Shiyu, come out with me for a moment. Chapter 476, The First Heir. The two left the ward and stood in the hallway. Song Yuan went. Do you suspect that this car accident was caused by human intervention? Gu Xiu nodded. I don't think it's that coincidental. My grandma is getting old and has rarely gone out in the last 6 months. Most of the time she stays at home or exercises in the park near her home, and occasionally she will meet up with some of her old friends at home. The time for proposing marriage to Gu Xiuan was set in advance. Song Yuan understood what she meant. Don't worry, I'll get someone to check that white car now. Gu Xiu sat down on a bench in the corridor, completely dazed. Song Yuan dialed his assistant's number. I just sent you a photo on WeChat. Please check who owns that car. Also, please bring my computer over. Zhou Su acted quickly, delivering Song Yuan's computer to the ward half an hour later. At this moment, Gu Xiuan was asleep in the ward, while all the family members were sitting in the living room outside the ward, chatting quietly. The old lady was still unconscious, so Ji Cheng mobilized experts from top-tier hospitals across the city for a consultation. Song Yuan turned on his computer and began investigating the car accident right there in the hospital room. He first hacked into the surveillance system, found the surveillance video at the intersection of Hongqi Road, and copied down the entire accident footage. Gu Xiu watched the video once and dared not watch it again. When her grandmother's car reached the intersection, the white car accelerated recklessly and crashed into them, as if it had a purpose. It was hard for Gu Xiu not to have doubts. After watching the video, Song Yuan was certain that things weren't so simple. Zhou Su sent him the detailed information about the driver of the white car. The man's surname was Wang. He made a living by doing odd jobs. He had an 8-year-old son with leukemia, and his family was very poor. He was even in debt everywhere, and no of his relatives dared to answer his phone. Song Yuan couldn't understand it. If someone paid him to hit someone, would he really risk his life for it? Song Yuan went. Xiu, has Grandma offended anyone? Gu Xiu's dry throat bobbed up and down. My grandmother has been behind the scenes for several years and has long since stopped caring about the company. Even if she offended someone in the past, she wouldn't have waited so many years to come looking for them. Recent. Gu Xiu stopped there, a hateful face appearing in her mind. My grandma has only had a few arguments with Qin Zhengmin recently. You know what happened last time. Gu Xiu clenched her fists. If Qin Zhengmin really did this, then he was truly unworthy of being called a human being. But based on her understanding of Qin Zhengmin's character, it wasn't entirely impossible. That man was cold-blooded and ruthless, willing to do anything for money. He was still coveting the property under her grandmother's name. Song Yuan didn't ask any further questions. Good news came from the emergency room in the afternoon. Grandma Gu was out of danger, but it was still unknown when she would wake up. If he doesn't wake up, the final result will be a vegetative state. Gu Xiu cried until her eyes were swollen that day. With the 2 babies still at home with a nanny, Ji Cheng mobilized almost all of Beijing's best medical resources. After arranging everything at the hospital, Ji Cheng and Song Lia went home to see Yuan Yuan and Man Man. The young couple and Ji Qingxue were left at the hospital. Nothing serious happened to Gu Xiuan, but the old lady became a source of worry for Gu Xiu. Gu Xiu stayed in the ward and refused to leave, so Song Yuan stayed with him. Gu Xiu hadn't eaten or drunk much all day, and her lips were chapped. Song Yuan had only eaten a bite of bread for lunch, and Zhou Su brought dinner on Monday, whispering, President Song, I heard someone at the nurse's station asking about old Master Gu's ward. They said they were old Master Gu's son. Song Yuan raised his eyebrows. Where is she? Just now on the 6th floor. I don't know if the nurse told him, but it seems he also brought a lawyer with him. Song Yuan rubbed his temples, feeling that something was wrong. No one was notified about the old lady's car accident. Not even the company's employees knew. How did Qin Zhengmin find out so quickly and even go directly to the ward? I'll go out and take a look. Song Yuan went out, just as Gu Xiu came out of the bathroom and was walking back. Song Yuan, where are you going? Song Yuan didn't hide it from her. Qin Zhengmin has arrived with a lawyer, probably, wanting a share of the money. Gu Xiu said urgently. Why did he suddenly come here? Could it be that he really did this? I'll go and confront him. After he finished speaking, the elevator on this floor dinged, and Qin Zhengmin stepped out, followed by a man in a suit with a briefcase tucked under his arm. Qin Zhengmin strode aggressively toward them. Gu Xiu, I was just about to look for you. It seems I've saved myself a lot of trouble. I know the old lady was in a car accident and most likely won't wake up. Let's talk about the inheritance. Gu Shiyu was furious. When your grandmother was in a car accident, the first thing you, as her son, did when you came to the hospital was to inquire about her assets, not to ask about her current condition. Qin Jingmin, do you even consider yourself human? Qin Jingmin smiled faintly. His purpose in coming here was very clear. No matter what Gu Shiyu said, he didn't care. He only cared about one thing. With the old lady's wealth, he could at least get a few small profits, right? Thinking about the money he was about to receive, he no longer cared about the old lady's previous beatings or scoldings. He'd forgive anything as long as he got the money. Stop talking nonsense. This is my lawyer. I am Gu Jiangying's only son, the first heir, and I am entitled to at least half of her property. If you cooperate with me now, we can save ourselves a lot of trouble, and I'll even share some with you and your siblings. If you don't cooperate, then I'll contact the relevant authorities, go to banks and other institutions to check the old lady's bank cards, properties, etc., and in the end, it'll all be mine. Gu Shiyu is an extremely emotionally stable person. Qin Jingmin is the first person to have driven her to the point of wanting to fight. She casually picked up the fire extinguisher lying in the corner. Qin Jingmin, tell the truth. Did you orchestrate my grandmother's car accident? Qin Jingmin didn't say anything. He just smiled, and Gu Shiyu threw the fire extinguisher. Qin Jingmin didn't think Gu Shiyu would actually make a move, nor did he dodge. The fire extinguisher hit his shoulder and fell to the ground with a sharp sound. He rubbed the spot where he had been hit. Gu Shiyu, you really dare? His son wanted to beat him up at the drop of a hat, and now his daughter had grown up too, throwing fire extinguishers at him. Qin Jingmin was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Qin Jingmin stepped forward to make a move, but Song Yuan blocked Gu Shiyu's way. Qin Jingmin held back his anger. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. He couldn't beat Song Yuan, so he suppressed his anger. Attorney Zhang, I'm not going to waste my breath on her. You speak. The lawyer responded, took out the documents he had just printed from his briefcase, and gave one of them to Gu Shiyu. Ms. Gu, I am Mr. Qin's appointed lawyer. From now on, I will be fully responsible for Mr. Qin's property division case. Please sign this contract. Chapter 477, he had a motive for committing the crime. The lawyer read the terms of the contract aloud. First, Gu Shiyu voluntarily withdraws from the Gu Group and will no longer hold any position in the Gu Group or participate in any decision making by the senior management of the Gu Group. Article 2. All property under Gu Shiyu's name shall be returned to Ms. Gu Jiangying's name and shall not be concealed. Article 3. Gu Shiyu must cooperate with the inventory and hand over all the property under Gu Jiangying's name, and must not keep any for himself. Article 4. All of Ms. Gu Jiangying's shares in the Gu family business, her current villa, her vehicles, and overseas assets shall be inherited by Qin Jingmin. When the lawyer read this part, Gu Shiyu was so angry she laughed. She tore the trash in her hand into tiny pieces and threw it at Qin Jingmin's face. Go on dreaming. Go take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror. Look at your greedy and disgusting face. You still want to inherit my grandmother's property? My grandmother told you long ago that you won't get a single penny. This car accident is definitely related to you. I will investigate thoroughly and avenge my grandmother. Qin Jingmin was hit in the face, gritted his teeth, and after a long while he chuckled. He had long guessed that this brat wouldn't sign the agreement. You won't sign, huh? Fine, I'm the old lady's first heir now. As long as I'm here, it won't be your turn, you brat. I will sue, and the law will give me what I want. Gu Shiyu chuckled. He probably didn't know that the old lady had no assets left. She would use the few thousand yuan in her card to pay for medical treatment and wouldn't leave Qin Jingmin a single penny. Then go ahead and sue me. I'll be waiting any time. Qin Jingmin had a confident expression on his face. If you cooperate, I will consider giving you and Gu Shuan one of the properties under the old lady's name. But for now, you two siblings will not get a single thing. Smack. As Qin Jingmin finished speaking and was about to turn around, he was slapped across the face, leaving him completely stunned. When Qin Jinglan heard that her mother had been in a car accident, she rushed over. As soon as she arrived in the hallway, she heard Qin Jingmin's outrageous remarks and couldn't help but burst out laughing. The slap made her palm burn. Qin Jingmin, are you crazy? Mom is still in a coma. Aren't you worried about when she'll wake up? Instead, You're in a hurry to inherit her property. Look what you've done to your daughter. Qin Jingmin covered his face, realizing it was his older sister. Sister, aren't you the same? You didn't come all morning when Mom was hit by the car, but now that I'm talking about dividing the inheritance, you show up. How dare you criticize me? Qin Zhenglan raised her hand to hit him again, but Qin Zhengmin dodged, and the slap only landed on his shoulder. You bastard, I was out of town, but as soon as I heard about Mom's situation, I bought a plane ticket and flew back immediately. Sure, you has been taking care of Mom all these years. The Gu family business is so big now because of the two of them. I won't take a single penny of it. But you're shameless. If you dare cause trouble outside Mom's hospital room again, I'll beat you up. Qin Jingmin hid behind the lawyer. It would be best if you didn't want Mom's property. You'll have to sign a waiver of inheritance later. I think the old lady is unlikely to wake up. I won't give up the property under her name. As her son, I should inherit it. Qin Zhenglan was so angry that she searched everywhere for something, wanting to beat this bastard to death. She saw the fire extinguisher that Gu Shiyu had just thrown out, and that had rolled to the ground, so she went to pick it up. Hua Ziming stepped forward to stop her. Mom, be careful of your blood pressure, don't get angry. Qin Zhengmin had already evacuated and walked a few meters away. Qin Zhenglan roared in anger. Roll! Qin Zhengmin entered the elevator cursing. Qin Zhenglan was trembling with anger and leaned against the wall for a long time to calm down. How could such a scoundrel have come from our family? Hua Ziming patted her back to help her catch her breath. Mom, calm down, calm down. Grandma's health is the most important thing right now. Yes, Shiyu, what did the doctor say? When will your grandma wake up? Gu Shiyu shook her head. Experts from all over the city have come for a consultation. Grandma injured her head. It's hard to say when she will wake up. She might never wake up. Qin Zhenglan wiped away her tears. Let's think of another way. Let's find some experts abroad. Song Yuan continued. I contacted experts in the United States, and they will fly over in 2 days to diagnose Grandma. I hope they can cure her illness. Gu Shiyu stood to the side, turning her head to look at him. Song Yuan hadn't had a chance to tell her about this yet. With him around, she felt she had someone to rely on. Gu Shiyu stayed at the hospital all night, and Song Yuan stayed with her. The next day, the police called and said that the white car that crashed into Gu Jiangying's car had brake failure, which caused the accident. The wrecked car was totaled, but Song Yuan acted quickly and bought it before it was sent to the junkyard. Zhou Su, along with a professional mechanic, carefully examined all the parts of the car and gave a reply that evening. President Song, President Gu, the brake line on that car is broken, but the brake is clean and new, which shows that it was sabotage and not an accident. Gu Shiyu was so anxious that she stood up from her chair. Her grandmother was still asleep, and she didn't even know if she would wake up. She was determined to avenge her grandmother. Check if this driver has had any contact with Qin Zhengmin. Gu Shiyu couldn't think of anyone else. Qin Zhengmin wanted his grandmother's property, so he had a motive to commit the crime. Zhou Su reported, Mr. Gu, there was a recent deposit of 200,000 yuan into that driver's account, but it wasn't a transfer, it was cash he deposited. We don't know where the cash came from. Song Yuan responded, I'll look that up. After Zhou Su left, Song Yuan turned on his computer, hacked into Qin Jingmin's phone, and copied his contacts. However, the driver's number could not be found in the contacts. Gu Shiyu was unwilling to give up. It's possible that Qin Zhengmin deleted it. After he paid someone to sabotage my rose mist last time, it was discovered that he's very cunning and knows how to counter surveillance. Song Yuan thought so too. Don't worry, let me check some more. We're sure to find some clues. Tomorrow we'll contact the police and get the driver's call records from the last few days. Gu Shiyu nodded. Now that her grandmother and Gu Shuan were in trouble, she was very confused. Song Yuan was her pillar of support. The two went home that evening. At the hospital, Grandma's ward is well attended and guarded by bodyguards, so she's absolutely safe. Gu Shuan has Ji Qingxue with him. Gu Shiyu can go back and get a good night's sleep. Chapter 478, Flying Port City. Song Yuan had important work to do in the morning, so Gu Shiyu went to the police station by herself and submitted the evidence she had gathered to the police, explaining that the car accident was not an accident and that it was highly likely to be a premeditated murder case. However, the person they wanted to kill didn't die, but the person they hit died in the accident. The police took her statement and said they would reinvestigate the accident and notify her of the results. After Gu Xiyu left the police station, Suli called. Mr. Gu, Qin Jingmin went to the court this morning with a lawyer, probably to sue you. After leaving the court, his car was parked near our company's park for a long time, trying to sneak in. Furthermore, Qin Jian seems to have never left the house. I haven't seen him. Gu Xiyu said. Tell the security guards to be on high alert and not to let him in. If necessary, they can take action. I will take responsibility if anything happens. Yes, Mr. Gu. Qin Jingmin and Qin Jian have come under Gu Xiyu's surveillance. Gu Xiyu had arranged to meet with a business partner at the company that morning. After leaving the police station, she returned to the company. Grandma is still in a coma. She must protect this family and not give Qin Jingmin any opportunity to take advantage of it. She must also manage the business that Grandma left behind and not let her hard work go to waste. For the next 2 days, there was no progress in the case. The next day, Zhou, the expert Song Yuan had invited from Country M, arrived in Beijing. Gu Xiyu sent a car to pick him up and take him directly to the hospital. Gu Xiyu's aunt's family and Ji Cheng's family came to visit, concerned about the old lady's health and wanting to see what the experts would say after their examination. Today, Ji Cheng has brought together all the experts in this field from across the country, resulting in the most authoritative medical team consultation in history. The elderly woman had a bruise on her head, which was difficult to drain with conservative treatment. The consultation concluded that surgery was necessary. The head surgery was scheduled for the afternoon of the following day, and Gu Xiyu's aunt, Qin Zhenglan, signed the family-informed consent form. All surgeries carry risks, let alone craniotomy. After listening to the doctor's words, Gu Xiyu's hands were covered in sweat. Ji Cheng and Song Lia put in a lot of effort in mobilizing medical resources this time, and they also helped arrange other things at the hospital. The two are flying to Hong Kong tonight to attend the full moon celebration of Su Lao's great-grandson and Gu Lao's surgery tomorrow, so they won't be able to stay here tomorrow. Xiyu, your mother and I have a flight tonight, so we won't be able to stay with you here tomorrow. If you need anything, contact Song Yuan or call me. I can help you make arrangements remotely. With Song Yuan and such supportive in-laws behind her, Gu Xiyu felt very secure. Her family had done everything they could. Now it was up to her grandmother to see if she could get through this ordeal. Dad, I understand. There are so many experts here, so everything should be fine. I'll call you if anything happens. Have a pleasant trip. Song Lia hugged her. Son, you need to relax and not be too stressed. The Gu group still needs you to support it, so you can't overwork yourself. After explaining everything to Ji Cheng and his wife, they gave their son a few more instructions and told Song Yuan to take good care of his wife. They left the hospital and headed straight for the airport. Just as the two boarded the plane, Mr. Su called to say that he had sent a car to pick them up at the airport. Ji Cheng also owns a house on Victoria Peak, which is in the same complex as Song Yuan's house and Old Su's house. More than 3 hours later, the plane landed in the port city. As soon as they exited the terminal, Su Laopai's driver picked them up. Ji Cheng and Song Lia got into the car, and the driver took them to their home on Victoria Peak. It's too late today, so Ji Cheng doesn't plan to visit Old Su. He'll just wait until tomorrow to go for the full moon celebration. That evening, Ji Cheng and Song Lia checked the prepared gifts, and the next day, the couple went to the Su family's house on time with the gifts. The Su family is a long-established, wealthy family in Hong Kong, with extensive connections. Today's full moon celebration invited almost half of the big names in the port city, including old acquaintances from Jiqing and some unfamiliar faces. Ji Cheng handed over the congratulatory gift at the door, registered, and then entered with the invitation. Today is the first time the Su family has held a wedding celebration at home and invited guests. It's a grand occasion with 4 generations under one roof, so it's being celebrated with great pomp and circumstance. A red carpet woven with gold thread stretched from the front gate all the way to the villa, and the servants, all dressed in matching uniforms, lined up in the courtyard to greet the guests. Mr. Su and his wife looked particularly smart today, with straight backs and shiny black hair. They didn't look like they were over 70 years old at all. Upon seeing Ji Cheng, Old Su walked through the crowd to shake his hand. Young friend Ji Cheng, welcome to bring your wife to support us. Why don't you stay in Hong Kong for a while longer? We're neighbors, so it's a good opportunity to catch up. Ji Chung had the same idea. He wanted to ask old Su for help in finding his mother. Since they shared the same surname, Ji Chung thought that perhaps old Su could help check the family tree to see if there were any members of the Man generation in the Gangqing lineage. The occasion wasn't suitable for discussing this, so Ji Chung didn't elaborate. I'm not leaving for now. I have something to talk to you about. I'll come find you when you're free. Old Su smiled broadly. It's a deal then. No sneaking off. Ji Chung smiled. I'm not leaving. I still have something to ask of you. Old Su sighed. Let's not talk about asking for favors between us. If I can help, I definitely will. Trust me, if Su Jiahao ever needs your help, you won't refuse. Ji Chung nodded. Of course. Old Su patted Ji Chung on the shoulder. I'll go attend to the other guests. You and your wife make yourselves at home. We can talk more later. As soon as old Su left, many people came to chat with Ji Chung, holding wine glasses in hand. The news of Ji Cheng's sanctions against Victoria Harbor Development has recently spread among the city's senior management, causing a great uproar. Ji Chung has kept a low profile for many years, so his sudden move must mean that something has crossed his bottom line. Everyone was curious about what had prompted him to take such drastic measures, cutting off all of Victoria Harbor's funding and launching such a heavy-handed attack to bring him down. However, Zhou Shiji has been arrogant in the Hong Kong entertainment circle for a long time, and many people have enjoyed it. Someone came over to remind them. President Ji, Zhou Shiji is here today too. He's in that crowd over there, trying to build connections and attract funds. Since the banking route isn't working out, he seems to be trying to get investment. Mr. Ji, aren't you planning to make a move? Ji Chung chuckled. Let him be. Not far away, Zhou Shiji, holding a wine glass, weaved through the crowd, searching for resources that would benefit him. Zhou Shiji is quite quick-witted and knows how to adapt. Ji Cheng's network of connections is concentrated in the financial sector. His connections in other industries are negligible. Zhou Shiji's thinking is also a good idea. If other people are willing to invest in Zhou Shiji, Ji Cheng's reach really can't extend that far to interfere in the economic circle of Gangqing. However, Victoria Harbor Development's projects are large-scale, which will require a considerable amount of capital. With the current economic downturn, capitalists are hesitant to invest, each tightening their purse strings. Ji Chung glanced in that direction, concluding that this investment would be difficult to secure. Sure enough, Zhou Shiji walked around with his wine glass in hand. Many people were just chatting and laughing, but it was all just polite talk, and the conversations didn't last more than 5 minutes. Zhou Shiji looked dejected, as if he hadn't gained anything. He looked up and met Ji Cheng's gaze. Ji Cheng's mind was still filled with the scene of Zhou Shiji chasing him to Beijing and kneeling on the ground begging him. The two looked at each other, neither of them showing any goodwill. Zhou Shiji stood still for a few seconds, then walked towards Ji Chung with his wine glass in hand. Chapter 479. Public is public, private is private. Zhou Shiji brought his second wife, Li Jingxian, as his companion. When they arrived at Ji Cheng's side, Zhou Shiji raised his head high. After observing Ji Chung for some time, he had gained a deep understanding of him and realized that seeking his opinion was useless. Rather than groveling before Ji Chung and still not getting what he wants, it's better to stand tall and proud. Zhou Shiji raised his glass. Mr. Ji, Mrs. Ji, we meet again. Ji Chung merely gave a polite smile, without clinking glasses with him. Zhou Shiji poured the wine in his glass into his mouth and downed it in one gulp. Li Jingxian met Ji Chung when she was in her early 20s. At that time, Ji Chung was starting his own business and didn't have such a high net worth yet. Ji Feng often mentioned Ji Chung to her, and every time he talked about him, he would say that the eldest brother was steady, responsible, and took care of his 2 younger brothers. Li Jingxian had a good impression of Ji Chung. Mr. Ji, Mrs. Ji, it's been a long time. Ji Chung and Song Lia replied. Haven't seen you for a long time. Zhou Shiji glanced at his wife, his brow furrowing slightly. He felt that Li Jingxian didn't need to be so obsequious. He had even brought his son to kneel down, but he still couldn't get Ji Cheng's forgiveness. No matter what he did, it was useless. Mr. Ji, you don't think that because you've restricted our Victoria Harbor Development's access to banking channels, Victoria Harbor Development is left with no way out? do you? Ji Qing chuckled. Mr. Zhou, you can show off your abilities, but that's none of my business. I can still get some influence with banks in mainland China, but you probably won't be able to get a loan from one. As for other things, that depends on your capabilities, Mr. Zhou. Ji Qing spoke casually, completely disregarding Zhou Shiji. Ji Qing had already put the matter behind him after the last time he came to Hong Kong to punish him. His most important thing now is to find his biological mother, and he doesn't care about anything else. But this incident brought utter disaster to Victoria Harbor Development, and Zhou Shiji could not get over it. Ji Qing's indifferent attitude angered Zhou Shiji. Everyone in Hong Kong's social circle knew that he had recently offended Ji Qing, so their standing together naturally attracted everyone's attention. These people were already curious about the feud between him and Ji Qing, and now they were standing in small groups nearby, watching the spectacle. Since Mr. Ji is determined to go to extremes, then don't blame me, Zhou, for being ruthless. I will expose the fact that your mother works as a maid in my house. If Mr. Ji is not afraid of losing face, then use whatever means you have. People at their level care the most about their reputation. If such a disgraceful thing is exposed, let's see how Ji Qing will be able to hold his head up in this high society circle. Zhou Shiji thought Ji Qing would be furious, but Ji Qing showed no emotion and told him in a very calm tone. Do as you please. Zhou Shiji clenched his fist and left with Li Jingxian. Ji Qing and Song Lia didn't pay much attention to this little incident. When acquaintances came over to say hello, the two chatted with old friends. Finally, when they had some free time, Ji Qing took Song Lia to a quiet place to sit down and rest. The two sat down and had just finished drinking a cup of hot tea when Li Jingxian walked towards them alone. When it was her turn, Li Jingxian changed how she addressed him, a smile on her face. Brother, sister-in-law, it's been a long time. If it weren't for the old lady's interference, they would be a family now, and none of those things would have happened. When Li Jingxian and Ji Feng were together, Ji Qing accepted her as his sister-in-law, but unfortunately, Song Lia greeted her. Please sit down. Li Jingxian sat down next to Song Lia. When Ji Qing saw her, he was reminded of his third brother. How is Zhao Machuan's health now? He is still undergoing treatment, but he is much better now. The frequency of his seizures is decreasing. As long as we don't upset him, he will gradually get better. I don't dare to expose him to unfamiliar environments for the time being, so I can't bring him to see his uncle and aunt yet. I hope my brother and sister-in-law will understand. Ji Qing's heart stirred slightly. The child was innocent, and so was Li Jingxian. The old lady caused all the trouble, but ultimately it was the Ji family that owed them, mother and son. If you have any difficulties, you can tell us. You've saved our phone number, right? Li Jingxian nodded. It's saved. She wouldn't easily ask the Ji family for help unless she had absolutely no other choice. Brother, I really do have something I'd like to ask of you. You say? Li Jingxian spoke with difficulty, unsure of herself, but with a try-it-and-see attitude. Brother, could you please be lenient and let Victoria Harbor Foundation off the hook? Zhou Shiji was in the wrong this time, and I apologize on his behalf. Victoria Harbor Foundation is indeed in a difficult situation to recover from. For the sake of your nephew, could you please give Victoria Harbor Foundation a chance? Ji Qing never expected that Li Jingxian would plead for Zhou Shiji. She had never asked him for help when she was raising her child alone, and it was the hardest time for her. Ji Qing paused for a moment. Sister-in-law, I cannot agree to this. This is a matter of principle, and it also concerns the future development of the Ji Group and my son. If you and Zhao Machuan encounter any difficulties, I will not refuse you. If Zhou Shiji makes things difficult for you, or if you can no longer stay in the Zhou family, you can return to Beijing. I will arrange housing and doctors for you. If you need money, you can tell me. I hope you won't interfere in matters concerning Victoria Harbor Development. Li Jingxian had anticipated this. If it were as simple as asking Ji Qing, Zhou Shiji would have already succeeded. Even bringing up Zhao Machuan didn't work this time, so saying more won't help either. I understand, brother. Ji Qing saw that she was still not giving up. Do you and Zhao Machuan own shares in Victoria Harbor Development? If so, I can relax a little. Li Jingxian lowered her head. No. Zhou Shiji was very wary of her and wouldn't give her or Zhao Machuan any shares. Even Zhou Shiji's own son, Zhou Linchuan, only received a small portion. Ji Chung said, "Then you have nothing to worry about. If Zhou Shiji bullies you and your son, you are welcome to come back to Beijing anytime. Beijing will always be your home." Li Jingxian remained silent. "I understand, brother." Ji Cheng's attitude was very clear. Public matters are public matters, and private matters are private matters. After Li Jingxian left, Ji Chung and Song Lia sighed with regret. If it weren't for the old lady's meddling, Ji Feng wouldn't have gotten into trouble, and this mother and son wouldn't have ended up living under the thumb of the Zhou family. A perfectly good family of three was torn apart. Ji Chung felt that the Ji family owed this mother and son a debt. "Leah, take stock of the properties in Beijing and find a suitable one to transfer to Zhao Machuan's name. He's a poor kid. Don't let him go back home without a home." Song Lia said, "I'll go back and take a look." The banquet continued, and Song Lia's legs had almost recovered. "Wait here for me. I'm going to the restroom." Chapter 480, We Must Be Safe. Beijing Hospital. Gu Jiangying was wheeled into the operating room. Gu Xiu waited anxiously outside, as did Qin Zhenglan's family. Gu Xiuan sat in a wheelchair being pushed by Ji Qingxue, and all the relatives watched as a group of doctors in white coats pushed the old lady inside. The surgery is expected to take 3 to 6 hours, which is quite a long time. Gu Xiu was so nervous she could hardly sit still, and her aunt Qin Zhenglan wasn't much better off. At the critical moment, Gu Xiuan, the only man in the family, was also injured. Even though Gu Xiu had seen a lot in life, she found it difficult to remain calm in such a life-or-death situation for her loved ones. Song Yuan brought his computer over and worked remotely from the hospital to keep her company. Hua Ziming was also there. The area outside the operating room was transformed into an office space, with employees from the Ji and Hua families constantly delivering documents and receiving endless work calls. 3 tense hours passed, but the operating room lights remained on, and no medical staff came out. "Nobody knows exactly when the surgery will be completed. We can only wait anxiously." Song Yuan comforted Gu Xiu. "Sit down for a while and calm down. The doctors who performed the surgery on Grandma are all top professionals in the field. There won't be any problems." Gu Xiu kept glancing at her watch. "It's been 3 hours already. Why haven't they come out yet? Could the situation be complicated?" Qin Zhenglan paced back and forth on the ground in a panic. No, your grandma is the luckiest person. The fortune teller said she'll live to be 100. Just then, the elevator dinged, jolting everyone off guard. Qin Zhengmin stepped out of the elevator, accompanied by the lawyer he had brought with him last time. The two walked towards the operating room, Qin Zhengmin looking smug. "I was wondering why I couldn't find them in the wards. Turns out they're all here. That's perfect. I don't have to search them one by one anymore. Attorney Zhang, distribute the things to them." After listening to Qin Zhengmin's words, the lawyer first handed a document to Qin Zhenglan. "Sis, since you've also married into a wealthy family and aren't interested in Mom's money, then please sign this waiver of inheritance. No matter what Mom leaves behind, you won't fight me for it." Qin Zhenglan needed an outlet for her emotions, and this bastard appeared just in time. Qin Zhenglan started cursing. "Qin Zhengmin, are you even human? Mom is in surgery, and you're here fighting over her assets. Why didn't Mom kill you when she gave birth to you?" Qin Zhengmin chuckled. "That's a pity. She didn't kill me, but she raised me to adulthood. Now that you've signed this agreement, I am the sole heir to this estate." Qin Zhenglan raised her bag to hit him, but this time Qin Zhengmin was smarter and dodged back and forth, so Qin Zhenglan didn't hit him at all. Qin Zhengmin walked up to Gu Xiu. "Gu Xiu, I have filed a lawsuit against you in court for illegally seizing the old lady's property. The court should notify you soon, and we'll see you in court then. You're refusing to listen to reason. You'll have to suffer the consequences. You won't get a single penny of the old lady's inheritance." Gu Xiu stared at him, her eyes filled with hatred. Qin Zhengmin's repeated use of the word inheritance stung Gu Xiu, especially when her grandmother was undergoing surgery. Such a word was unlucky and even a curse. Gu Xiu suspected that Qin Zhengmin orchestrated the car accident, but the police have not yet released the results of their investigation. Gu Xiu now understood why her grandmother was in such a hurry to divide her property among her 2 children. She knew her son too well and had long foreseen this day. Gu Xiu asked him, word by word, "Qin Zhengmin, You want the property under my grandmother's name, don't you? Qin Jungmin chuckled. Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, why would I be so free as to come to a place like this? Gu Shiyu took out her grandmother's card from her bag and threw it at Qin Jungmin's face. Take it and get out. Qin Jungmin rubbed his face, bent down to pick up the card that had fallen to the ground, a triumphant smile on his face. Why not just hand them over earlier? Why go through all this trouble when the result is the same? When are you going to hand over the shares and property? Gu Shiyu said, You can't get anything else. Qin Jungmin snorted coldly and first put the card he had obtained into his breast pocket. Then we'll wait until after the court hearing to hand it over. Qin Jungmin went downstairs with his lawyer. Today's trip was not in vain after all. They got the old lady's bank card. There was an ATM on the first floor of the hospital. He knew the old lady's password. Before he got married, the old lady's password was his birthday. Later, when Gu Shiyu and Gu Shuan were born, it was changed to a combination of the siblings' birthdays. Qin Jungmin walked to the ATM, inserted his card, entered his PIN, and the transaction was completed in one go. He wanted to check how much money was in the old lady's bank account. Based on his calculations, the old lady's net worth meant that she had at least 8 figures in the account, enough for him to invest in a movie and make his youngest son the lead actor. Qin Jungmin pressed the balance check button, his greedy eyes fixed on the screen. The machine displayed the data, and Qin Jungmin frowned. He leaned closer to check again, and the balance shown was only $1.58. Qin Jungmin couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be? He removed the card, reinserted it, entered the PIN, and repeated the process, but the balance was still only 1.58 yuan. Qin Jungmin was so angry that his blood was boiling. No wonder that brat handed over her card so readily. It turned out there was no money in it. He was tricked. Qin Jungmin was still furious, and he wanted to go upstairs to teach that girl another lesson. The lawyer followed him into the elevator. Upstairs, Gu Jiangying's surgery was still ongoing, and her family waited anxiously. Qin Zhonglan sighed. Shiyu, how could you hand Grandma over to that scoundrel? You shouldn't have let him take advantage of you. Your grandma will blame you when she wakes up. Gu Shiyu responded. Auntie, there's no money inside. I just don't want him to stay here. I want him to get out of here as soon as possible. Qin Zhonglan breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that there was no money in the card. I knew it. Why did you suddenly become so confused? As they were talking, the elevator sounded again, the elevator doors opened, and Qin Jungmin's hateful face was revealed. Before he could get off the elevator, the bodyguards who were guarding Gu Jiangying's safety at the hospital, on Song Yuan's instructions, pressed Qin Jungmin, who had taken one leg out, back down. Before Qin Jungmin could even show his face, he was taken downstairs by bodyguards and blocked at the building entrance. Our CEO Song forbids you from appearing here again. Get out. Qin Jungmin was so anxious he jumped up and down. I don't have to go up, but you bring that brat Gu Shiyu down here. The bodyguard, with a menacing face, stood in front of him. Try insulting my wife again. Qin Jungmin was so frightened that he shut his mouth. He was no match for the bodyguards, so he had no choice but to leave dejectedly. Upstairs, the surgery has been going on for more than 4 hours. Those waiting outside endured a long and agonizing ordeal during those 4 hours. No one had time to drink a sip of water. Their minds were entirely focused on the operating room door, waiting for the doctor to come out and announce the good news. Gu Shiyu's lips were chapped. She had been exhausted these past few days and hadn't had time to take care of the child, leaving him entirely to his grandparents. Song Yuan knew that there was no point in trying to persuade her now. All he could do was take good care of her. Song Yuan opened the thermos and handed it to her. Shiyu, moisten your lips, it should be ready soon. After Song Yuan finished speaking, the light displaying the words, operating, went out, which meant the surgery was over. All eyes were on that door, waiting for the doctor to come out. Gu Shiyu's palms were sweating. At her age, her grandmother was undergoing such a major surgery. She didn't know if she could pull through. She was terrified and prayed silently. Grandma, please stay safe. Chapter 481 Mistaken Identity. A group of people surrounded the doctor when he came out. Doctor, how is my mother? When will she wake up? The doctor adjusted his glasses. The patient's surgery was very successful. He will need to be observed in the intensive care unit for 3 days after the surgery, and then he will be transferred to a regular ward. If all goes well, he will wake up within 24 hours. We will notify you, the family, promptly of any changes in the patient's condition. Thank you, doctor. Thanks. Qin Zhenglan hugged Gu Shiyu, and the aunt and niece wiped away tears of joy. A huge weight was lifted off Gu Shiyu's shoulders. Her grandmother's surgery was a success, and now she was just waiting for the good news of her waking up. This ordeal was finally over. Outside the ward, the family finally smiled, while Gu Shiyuan, sitting in a wheelchair, secretly wiped away tears with red eyes. He has been feeling extremely guilty these past 2 days, blaming himself for the car accident. He believes that if his grandmother hadn't accompanied him to the marriage proposal, this wouldn't have happened. If he and his grandmother had switched places, he would be the one lying inside now, not his grandmother. Hearing the news that his grandmother's surgery was successful, his guilt lessened, and he felt much better. Qin Zhenglan made arrangements for everyone. All right, you should all go back to work. Those who are injured should go back to their wards to recover. Everyone go back to your work. I'm just a free person. I'll stay here with the bodyguards in case the doctor suddenly comes looking for us. Sure you should go back to work too. Gu Shiyu wiped away her tears. Auntie, are you sure you'll be alright here all by yourself? What if Qin Zhengmin comes causing trouble again? Qin Zhenglan patted her chest and guaranteed. There are bodyguards here. If he dares to come again, I'll have them deal with him. I'll call you immediately if anything happens in the ward. The company can't be left unattended. You need to go back to work. Gu Shiyu nodded. Then, Auntie, if anything happens here, please call me. Qin Zhenglan responded. Don't worry, I can handle it. Just leave the bodyguards here. Following Qin Zhenglan's instructions, the group withdrew from the hospital. Downstairs, Song Yuan called the head of security at home and arranged for several more skilled bodyguards to go to the hospital to protect the old lady's safety and keep Qin Zhengmin on guard. Gu Shiyu got into Song Yuan's car, and Song Yuan first took her back to the company. On the way, Gu Shiyu drank some water, and her tense nerves finally relaxed after several days. Song Yuan was still a little worried and gave him a few more instructions on the way. If that madman Qin Zhengmin comes to the company, don't meet with him alone. If you need to go out, remember to take the bodyguard I arranged for you with you. Don't act on your own, understand? Since her grandmother's accident, Gu Shiyu has been in a daze these past 2 days, relying on Song Yuan for all aspects of her life, and Song Yuan has arranged everything perfectly for her. She drank half a glass of water and returned. No. Wait for me to pick you up after get off work tonight. Let me know if the police give you any updates. Gu Shiyu replied, I know. Gu Shiyu's intuition told her that Qin Zhengmin was definitely behind this, but she lacked evidence to bring him to justice. The driver died instantly in the accident, leaving no clue as to the cause of death. It's only a matter of time before Qin Zhengmin is imprisoned. Port City. Ji Chung and Song Lia are still at Su Lao's house. Song Lia went to the restroom, and Ji Chung waited there for a full half hour, but she didn't come back. He called her, but no one answered. Ji Chung was worried that Song Lia was having an asthma attack, so he asked a waiter to lead him to the restroom to find her. At this moment, Song Lia was helping an elderly person back to their room upstairs. The elderly man slipped and fell in the bathroom. As he gets older, his legs and feet are not as agile, and now his back is also a bit twisted. Fortunately, Song Lia happened to be there and helped her up. Song Lia helped her to bed. Auntie, where do you feel unwell? Should I call a doctor for you? Or should I tell Mr. Su? The old woman was dressed in a tang suit, her hair neatly pinned up at the back of her head. She looked quite old, but she had a very elegant demeanor, unlike an ordinary old lady. Every gesture she made exuded the grace of a wealthy family. The old lady endured the pain. Don't bother notifying them yet. Today is Xiaobao's 1-month celebration, and my fuss will only bring bad luck. Just get me a painkiller from the first aid kit. Following the old woman's directions, Song Lia found the first aid kit in the cabinet, took out a painkiller, poured a glass of water, and handed it to her. The old lady took the medicine, lay flat on the bed, her brows slightly furrowed, looking very uncomfortable, but enduring the pain. Song Lia was worried and stayed with her in the bedroom for a while. The person living in Mr. Su's house must be his relative, but at this age, she is too old to be his mother. Song Lia asked, Auntie, What is your relationship to Mr. Su Jiao? The old man said with a smile. I am his sister. Song Lia helped her cover herself with a blanket. As she got closer, she noticed the mole at the corner of the old woman's eye. Over the years, it had become very faint, and if she hadn't been so close, she wouldn't have been able to see it at all. Song Lia was momentarily lost in thought, and the image of her mother-in-law's stunningly beautiful face in her youth flashed through her mind. She paused for a few seconds and asked, Auntie, may I ask your name? The old man said with a smile. There's no need for such formality. My name is Su Jiaying. I'm so grateful for your help today. How can I possibly thank you? After a long pause, Song Lia sighed, realizing she had mistaken the person for someone else. Auntie, no need to thank me. Anyone would have helped you in that situation. The old lady took out her phone. How about this? Let's add each other on WeChat first. I'll think of a way to thank you and send you a message on WeChat. Good. Song Lia took out her QR code. The old lady scanned it, and the two became friends. Only then did Song Lia realize that Ji Chung had called her more than a dozen times. Her phone had just been on silent, and she had been gone for quite some time, so Ji Chung was probably looking for her. Auntie, my husband is looking for me. I'll go downstairs for a moment. Is there anything else I can do for you? The old lady waved her hand. Go ahead and do your work. I have servants here, so don't trouble yourself to take care of them. Song Lia responded and went out. As she walked outside, she heard the old lady inside gasping for breath in pain. She first called Ji Chung to tell him that she would be back soon. Ji Chung and his men searched the restroom but couldn't find anyone, which made them anxious. They only breathed a sigh of relief after receiving a call from Song Lia and then returned to their previous spot to wait for her. Song Lia returned to her seat and told Ji Chung what had just happened. I've never heard of this before. Old Su has an older sister named Su Jiaying. I just don't know why his sister lives in his house. Doesn't she have her own home? Ji Chung said. Let's not worry about that now. The old man is injured. We should tell old Su about it so as not to delay his treatment. Song Lia nodded, and the two got up and went to find old Su in the crowd. Mr. Su is still entertaining guests. He's very busy today. Ji Chung led Song Lia over and found an opportunity to call old Su out of the crowd. Mr. Su, your sister slipped and fell in the bathroom and may be injured. Old Su asked anxiously, is that so? Chapter 482, There's No Going Back. Song Lia told him, I found her in the bathroom and have already helped her back to her room. She might need to go to the hospital to get checked out. Old Su said anxiously, I'll go upstairs and take a look first. Thank you so much for this, Mrs. G. I'll host a banquet for you all later. Old Su hurriedly went upstairs. A short while later, Ji Chung and Song Lia saw several doctors carrying medicine kits coming upstairs. They were probably doctors that old Su had called to come to their home to treat their sister. The Su family set up a buffet, where Ji Chung and Song Lia had lunch. After lunch, the guests gradually left. Ji Chung greeted Su Lao's son and left with Song Lia. Before they even left the gate, in the courtyard, Song Lia received a message from the old lady. You're still here, aren't you? I have something to give you. Could you please come upstairs for me? Song Lia called out to Ji Chung. Wait for me a moment. The old lady asked me to go upstairs. I'll go see what's going on. Ji Chung responded, and the two turned back and headed towards the villa. Ji Chung found a seat downstairs, while Song Lia carried her bag upstairs. Upstairs, the old lady just had a back massage and had some medicated plaster applied. Song Lia went to the bedroom door and knocked. Old Su opened the door. Mrs. G, my sister said that she is very grateful to you for helping her this time. The old woman was calling out from inside the house. Madam G has arrived. Quickly, please invite her in. After exchanging a few polite words with old Su, Song Lia entered the room. The old lady was lying on her side on the bed, looking at her with a smile. Luckily you haven't left yet. Otherwise I would have to trouble you to make the trip again next time. The old lady instructed Su Jiahao. Quickly, pour tea for Madam G. Song Lia sat down on the sofa in the old lady's room, and old Su poured her a cup of tea. Auntie, what can I do for you? The old lady laughed. I feel bad if I don't thank you properly today, because you helped me up. The old lady opened the box by the bedside. I have a set of jewelry here that I would like to give to you. I know that you are a person of status and would not lack a set of jewelry that is not fashionable. I hope you will not mind. I've kept this jewelry set for 60 years, It's an award I won in a competition in Beijing. Its design concept is about family harmony, happiness, and good health, but it's of little use to me. Now I'm giving this to you, hoping it brings you all your wishes and happiness to your family. Song Lia hurriedly stood up from the sofa. Auntie, this is unacceptable. This jewelry set is of great significance to you, and I cannot accept such an expensive gift. The old lady shook her head. If you don't accept it, then I'll deliver it to your home when I'm able to move around again. Su Jiahao tried to persuade him from the side. Madam Ji, this is a token of my sister's appreciation. Please accept it. This set of jewelry isn't worth much money. It's just for good luck. Song Lia could no longer refuse. Then I'll accept the gift. Next time I come to Gangcheng, I'll bring you some local specialties from Beijing. Su Jiahao put the jewelry set into a box and handed it to Song Lia. The old lady's eyes lit up when she heard about Beijing's specialty products. Speaking of which, I haven't had authentic Beijing-style snacks, noodles with soybean paste, or Peking duck, a specialty of Beijing, for many years. The old lady sighed, her eyes welling up with tears. There's no going back. Song Lia laughed and said, this is easy to handle. I'll bring 2 of my family's cooks next time. They can make everything you mentioned. The old lady smiled. She knew she would never be able to eat the fried noodles with soybean paste and the home-style stir-fry she longed for. Has Beijing changed a lot in recent years? Very big. Song Lia described Beijing as it is now compared to what she looked like as a child. If you have time, come to Beijing and I'll show you around. The old lady just smiled and didn't say anything. Song Lia didn't stay there for long. Ji Chung was still waiting for her downstairs. She said goodbye to the old lady and went downstairs. Upstairs, Su Jiahao handed a tissue to the old lady. Sister, you haven't mentioned Beijing for so many years. What happened to you there so many years ago? What grievances did you suffer? Tell me, and maybe I can help you. The old lady wiped away her tears. Forget it, it's all in the past. Maybe the person is already in the ground. There's no point in digging up those old almanacs. Old Su was very anxious. You haven't let go of it at all, but you're unwilling to speak up. Who can stand up for you if you're like this? The old lady denied it. Who says I haven't let go? If I hadn't let go, I wouldn't have come back to Hong Kong. Since you've let go, why do you look down on everyone, reject the marriage Dad arranged for you, and never marry? The old lady snorted. When I came back from Beijing, you were only a few years old. What did you know? Su Jiahao's forehead band. Forget it. I won't argue with you about this. You're right. It's decades-old history. There's no point in bringing it up again. The siblings' conversation ended there. Song Lia and Ji Chung took a walk back to their villa. After arriving home, Song Lia opened the box containing the jewelry set. She hadn't dared to examine it closely at the Su family's house. But now, looking at the jewelry set carefully, she was certain that the style wasn't a trendy choice at the time. But the quality is excellent. It's made of top-quality jadeite, the most expensive icy imperial green jadeite on the market, with a delicate and translucent texture, even better than the material of the Ji family heirloom bracelet she gave Guxiyu. This set includes earrings, a necklace, a bracelet, and a ring, making it highly collectible. Song Lia carefully held the bracelet. They gave me such an expensive gift. What should we give them in return next time? Ji Chung sat down next to Song Lia. I'm sure I should return the gift. Next time I have the chance, I'll ask Mr. Su about the old lady's preferences. When giving a gift, you should cater to her tastes. Song Lia agreed with what Ji Chung said. The old lady seemed to be very interested in Beijing. When she was 20, she was the image ambassador of Hong Kong and represented Hong Kong to participate in a jewelry exhibition in Beijing. She won this set of jewelry. Later, she said that she lived in Beijing for a few years. Song Lia put the bracelet back, closed the box, and prepared to go upstairs to put the things in the safe. Only then did she realize that Ji Chung was watching her without moving. Why are you looking at me like that? Ji Chung frowned slightly. What did you say the old lady's name was last time? Song Lia was stunned for a moment, and then paused. Su Jiaying. After finishing her sentence, Song Lia took the jewelry box and went upstairs. Ji Chung sat alone on the sofa and pondered for a while before dialing Song Yuan's number. Son, can you help me find out about Su Jiaying? What jewelry-related competition did she participate in Beijing 60 years ago? Song Yuan was currently extremely busy. Dad, is this urgent? If not, I'll look into it for you after I get off work tonight. Ji Chung wanted to say he was anxious, but he was afraid that his son would be too busy to take care of him. Sitting in the position of president of G Corporation, no one understands better than him how busy he is. He paused for a few seconds before speaking. You can find it before 8 p.m., right? Song Yuan responded with a helpless laugh on the other end. Able. Chapter 483, Going to the Su family tomorrow. Song Yuan finished reviewing the urgent documents on his hands, and it was already time to leave work. Zhou Su brought him dinner. Gu Xiu called to say that she had to work overtime that night. Song Yuan hadn't finished his work either, and he'd been too busy dealing with family matters these past few days. Song Yuan agreed, and said he would pick her up at Gu's place at 9 o'clock that evening. The two babies in the family have been completely taken care of by Song Hung and his wife for the past few days. Fortunately, the grandparents are there, otherwise they really wouldn't be able to take care of them. Song Yuan asked Zhou Su to bring the food to his desk. He squeezed out a little time during the meal to help his father look into Su Jiaying. Although his father hadn't urged him during the previous phone call, he felt that the other side was quite anxious. Song Yuan quickly shoveled a few mouthfuls of rice into his mouth and began typing on the keyboard. Investigating events from 60 years ago is not easy because there was no internet at that time, and there wasn't much information available. However, he found quite a bit of information about the elderly woman, Su Jiaying. Song Yuan put the information he found into a file and sorted it out one by one. After finishing the meal, we found quite a lot of information. Song Yuan was surprised to see this information. Su Jiaying was actually Su Jiahao's older sister. She had been a Miss Hong Kong and Miss America contestant when she was young and had participated in events in various places as an image ambassador. Strangely, such a person with a good family background and good image never married. Unfortunately, Song Yuan could not find any photos of her when she was young online. Song Yuan and Old Su had some acquaintance, but he had never heard that Old Su had an older sister. This old man was too low-key. Song Yuan sent the compiled information to his father's email address. His secretary brought in the materials needed for the upcoming meeting. 10 minutes later, he had an important meeting to attend. The AI project has completed the development of a full set of functions and is ready for use after testing. At that time, Zhang Dongwang, the director of the back-end department, made a pledge to him that the initial version of the project would be completed by the end of this year, and now it was time to fulfill that promise. In the past 2 weeks, the testing department has completed testing of 2 processes and has basically determined that there are no bugs. Now we are just waiting for Song Yuan to accept it. After acceptance, it will be put into use, which will set a precedent in the industry. If there are no problems later, it will greatly save labor costs and improve work efficiency. Everyone in the company is keeping a close eye on the progress of this project. This project is the most important project Song Yuan has undertaken since taking office. Port City. Song Lia and Ji Chung returned to the bedroom and chatted, their conversation drifting back to the Su family. Song Lia took out the jewelry set that Su Jiaying had given her to look at again, and Ji Chung received an email notification from Song Yuan on his phone. He didn't expect Song Yuan to act so quickly, sending over the information he had found before 8 o'clock. Ji Chung carefully examined the information sent by Song Yuan. One of the pictures was a photo taken by someone later and uploaded to the internet. Su Jiaying won an award at a jewelry design event in Beijing. The photo is a bit blurry, but you can see that she has a great figure, is wearing a proper and elegant dress, and is holding the trophy high in her hand. Ji Chung stared at the photo. Perhaps the newspaper had been stored in the hands of the netizen who uploaded the photo for too long. The photo, which was originally black and white, had turned yellow, making it impossible to see the face in the picture. Even the words below were blurred. Ji Chung still had doubts. Su Jiaying participated in the event in Beijing a year before he was born. The timing is right. Once a seed of doubt is planted in one's mind, one will constantly want to verify it. Ji Chung was feeling restless, so he dialed Old Su's number. Mr. Su, do you have time to come over and play a game of chess? On the other end of the phone, Old Su chuckled. Unfortunately, I'm not home today. I'm at my son's place. How about tomorrow? I'll call you when I get back. Okay, I'll call you again tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Ji Chung felt a little lost. Song Lia knew what Ji Chung was thinking. Are you suspecting that Su Jiaying changed her name later? Ji Chung sat on the edge of the bed with a sullen face. I was wondering if she was using a stage name as an ambassador. Song Lia was startled. How could she not have thought of this? If you put it that way, then it's very likely. Most celebrities don't use their real names. Aunt Su participated in the Hong Kong and America talent show and won first place, so she can be considered a semi-celebrity. Ji Chung pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a bit craving a cigarette, even though he had quit smoking after his heart surgery. Song Lia picked up the jewelry set from the box and was surprised to find that the earrings had engraved words on them. Old G, look what's carved here. Song Lia has slightly presbyopia and could only see the letters engraved on it. They were very small, but she couldn't make out what they were. Ji Chung took the item and examined it carefully. The next second, his expression suddenly changed, and he became tense. Song Lia asked anxiously, "What is it engraved? Tell me quickly." Ji Chung read it to her letter by letter. XMH. Song Lia paused for a few seconds before uttering the name. Su Manhui. The couple looked at each other, and Song Lia took out the necklace again to show Ji Chung. The same letters were engraved on the clasp. Ji Chung swallowed hard, unable to describe his feelings, but excitement was the dominant emotion. While excited, he was also a little afraid that his biological mother would not want to acknowledge him as her son, since she had left Beijing and returned to Hong Kong for so many years without ever looking for him. She left Beijing with a great deal of grievance. Will she hate Ji Shiqing and consequently dislike him, her own son? These are all possibilities. Song Lia took out her phone and opened Su Jiaying's WeChat. She had only added her today and didn't expect to use it so soon. Although things are pretty much as we expected, should I send Mom a message to confirm first? Ji Cheng's mind was in turmoil. He was usually very emotionally stable and rarely felt this restless and out of control. Finding his son was one instance. This was the second. Be tactful, don't startle her. Song Lia pondered for a long time, then edited a message and sent it to the old lady. Auntie, if I may ask, do you also have a stage name? After sending the message, Song Lia was so nervous that she could barely hold her phone. The couple stared at each other, frequently glancing at the screen, waiting for the old lady to reply. I waited for half an hour, but still didn't receive a reply. Ji Chung got out of bed and woke Song Lia up as well. Let's go to the storeroom and see what gifts we have. We'll go to the Su family's house tomorrow. It's getting late, and he doesn't want to disturb them, but he can't wait any longer. He has to go to the Su family's house tomorrow morning. Regardless of whether his biological mother acknowledges him as her son, he must first confirm it. Song Lia went with him to the storeroom to choose the gifts to take to the Su family the next day. I haven't received a reply to the message I just sent. Chapter 480 For Your Own Son. My phone remained silent until late at night. Song Lia comforted Ji Chung. Go to sleep first. I guess the old lady goes to bed early and is already resting. She'll reply to my message tomorrow. Ji Chung couldn't sleep at all because he was thinking about something, and he lay stiffly on the bed for half the night. I only managed to get a short nap just before dawn and was woken up by a phone call from Mr. Su in the morning. Old Su is getting on in years and needs less sleep, so he got up early in the morning and went back to his house. Brother Ji Chung, I'm back. Will you come to my house after breakfast, or should I go to your house? Ji Chung rubbed his eyes. The words brother instantly woke him up. Old Su, please don't call me brother for now. I have something important to ask you. You say, did your sister use another name when she was young, Su Manhui? On the other end of the phone, Mr. Su was silent for a few seconds. My sister hasn't used that name for decades. Nobody knows it except close relatives. Where did you hear it from? Ji Chung couldn't help but chuckle softly. The anxiety that had been hanging over him all night finally subsided. All the information matched up, and after searching the entire internet, just as he had predicted, the person had changed their name. Is your sister home now? I'll be over in half an hour. Old Su was completely bewildered. Are you here to see me, or to see my sister? Looking for you. After hanging up the phone, Ji Chung immediately got up to tidy up, and Song Lia finally received a reply from the old lady. I did have another name, but very few people know it. Why are you asking about it? Song Lia excitedly ran upstairs with her phone in hand. Old G, Mom replied to my message, look. Ji Cheng looked at her and smiled. I know. I just spoke with Mr. Su on the phone. We'll pack up now and head to Mr. Su's house in half an hour, Song Leah said excitedly. I just packed the gift for Mom downstairs in a gift box. Change your clothes and come downstairs. We'll grab something to eat quickly so we don't miss our appointment. Ji Cheng was even more anxious. As he spoke, he went to the dressing room to change into a more casual and approachable outfit. He usually had a very strong presence, and he hoped that he could leave a good impression on his biological mother when he met her for the first time. If possible, he hopes to bring her back to Beijing to fulfill his filial duties. After quickly washing up, Ji Cheng went downstairs. He had no appetite for food. He took a couple of bites of bread, estimated that it was about time, and went out with Song Leah carrying their things. Old Su's home is not far from his villa, about a 10-minute walk away. Ji Cheng was tall and had long legs, so she arrived in 7 or 8 minutes. Song Leah jogged after her to the Su family's door. Ji Cheng had a good relationship with old Master Su, and the Su family's butler also knew him. Upon seeing him, the butler immediately opened the door and welcomed the couple inside. Less than half an hour later, Ji Cheng led Song Leah into old Master Su's villa. At that time, old Su was sitting in the living room setting up his chessboard, waiting for Ji Cheng to come and play a game. Brother Ji Cheng, why did you bring a helper when you were playing chess? Were you afraid of losing to me, so you and your wife teamed up? Ji Cheng felt quite helpless about the way old Su addressed him. Normally, he could joke around with old Su, but now he really couldn't bring himself to say it. Mr. Su, let's stop playing chess for now. I have important business to attend to today. How's your sister? How's her back today? Old Su sighed. What's wrong with you, kid? You don't want to play chess with me, but you want to play chess with my sister. Ji Cheng put down the gifts he had brought and explained them to old Su bit by bit. Mr. Su, there is a strong possibility that you are my maternal uncle. He gave the restored photo to Mr. Su. This is a photo I found at home, a picture of my mother when she was young. Take a look, is she your sister? Old Su was stunned by Ji Cheng's words. He had no idea that his sister had given birth. That year, my sister returned from Beijing in a very depressed mood. She locked herself in her room and refused to see anyone. She even turned down her job and stopped contacting all her old friends. The family has no idea what happened, and they couldn't get any information from them. He was only in junior high school at that time, and he was still very confused. I never imagined that my sister had given birth to a child in Beijing. Was that the boy he called his younger brother, a close friend despite their age difference? Looking at the photo, Mr. Su could never forget his sister's youthful face. This was his sister. Old Su was stunned for a long time, still unable to process what was happening. Ji Cheng, what's going on? Ji Cheng guessed from Su Lao's reaction that the photo was indeed of Su Jiaying. My mother divorced my father after giving birth to me and left Beijing. I only recently found out that my mother was just my adoptive mother, so I started looking for my birth mother. I never thought we would actually have this connection. You are my uncle. Old Su's brow twitched. His younger brother had become his nephew? The generational order is messed up. Wait, let me digest this. Old Su recalled that he had met Ji Cheng in his early years and had invited him to his home many times, but at that time his sister was still young and lived in her own house. Therefore, although he and his nephew had a long-standing relationship, the mother and son had never met. No wonder he felt an instant connection with the young man. It turned out he was his nephew. For so many years, he has always called Ji Cheng brother. Fate is truly unpredictable. Old Su held the photo for a long time before he came to his senses. You two, come upstairs with me. Upstairs, Su Jiaying was lying on the bed, and her family doctor was massaging her lower back and changing her medicated plaster. Old Su led Ji Cheng and Song Leah in, waiting for the family doctor to finish changing the old lady's plaster. He gestured for them to leave first, and then he closed the door. Sis, you've kept so much from us. The old lady had a backache and her body was stiff, so she didn't dare to move. She turned her head to look at the people on the ground. One of them was Mrs. G, whom she had seen yesterday. She didn't recognize the other man, but after looking at him a few more times, she noticed that his expression was familiar, reminding her of someone. The old lady nearly lost her composure. What nonsense are you spouting so early in the morning? Old Su sighed. Sister, This is your own son, my own nephew. Your son is Ji Chung, the founder of the G Group. Why have you never mentioned him to me? The old lady was stunned for a moment, then turned her gaze to Ji Chung, her eyes quickly filling with tears. Her son? She had a son with that man, and when she left, she planned to take him with her, but some unexpected events occurred along the way, forcing her plan to fail and separating mother and son. The old woman asked in a trembling voice, Ji Shiqing is your father? Ji Chung suddenly couldn't hold back anymore. Mom, I am Ji Shiqing's eldest son, and I am also your own son. The old woman reached out to him emotionally. She had never imagined in her life that her son would find her. Everything felt like a dream. She could hardly believe what she was seeing. Chapter 485 Family Reunion. Ji Chung reached out his hand, and the mother and son grasped it. The old lady reached out her other hand and tried to touch Ji Chung's face. Ji Chung squatted down and leaned close to the bed so she could touch it. The old lady was 80 years old. The hands that had once held her son were no longer young and were covered with age spots. Her son was no longer the little baby in swaddling clothes. The old lady endured her back pain and got up. I wanted to take you with me, but because you are a boy, your grandma wouldn't let me. I almost stole you away, but I was still discovered. The old lady's voice choked with emotion. That woman went to complain. Your grandpa and grandma chased after me and snatched you from my arms. Your mother had no choice back then. Ji Chung had rarely cried in his life, but today the tears flowed uncontrollably. Mom, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. Don't move. Be careful of your back. The old lady was so emotional that she ignored the pain in her lower back and just wanted to hug her son again. He was the closest person to me in this world. The old lady cried until she could barely make a sound. I thought about finding a chance to go back and steal you away, but that woman told me that you got sick and passed away. My mother almost cried her eyes out. Ji Chung's liver was trembling. He didn't know that the vicious old woman in his family had done such a thing. If it weren't for her intervention, he and his mother wouldn't have been separated for so long before they could see each other again. Life, however long, is only a few decades. Fortunately, he found his biological mother and did not leave any more regrets. Ji Chung also felt remorse, hating himself for being so shrewd in business, but failing to see clearly in matters of family, only discovering in his 50s that he wasn't their biological son. If he had been smarter and had come to find her sooner, he would have had a few more years to spend with his mother and have been able to fulfill his filial duty. Mom, it's me. I didn't discover that wicked old woman sooner, the one who separated us. I've called her mom for so many years, Ji Chung even wanted to slap himself. The old woman looked at her son, her hatred for that woman in Beijing growing even stronger. She wiped away Ji Chung's tears. How has she treated you all these years? Has she abused you? Ji Chung shook his head. With my father around, although she favored her own son, she didn't dare to do anything to me openly. After my father passed away, I got married, and she couldn't do anything to me anymore. The old lady was relieved to hear that her son had not been abused. Hearing Ji Chung mention his father's passing again, a lump rose in her throat. The man she had hated her whole life, hearing the news of his death still made her feel a pang of sadness. What year did your father pass away? My father passed away exactly 30 years ago. He died of lung cancer. When it was diagnosed, it was already in the late stage. The doctors did their best. The old lady wiped away her tears. My child, I've wronged you all these years. I only raised you until you were 1 year old. You got married, had children, and built such a big company. I haven't been able to help you at all. I'm so sorry. Mom, it's not your fault. Ji Chung helped the old lady adjust to a comfortable position. Now let me introduce you. Leah is my wife, your daughter-in-law. You also have a grandson named Song Yuan, who came to Hong Kong recently. I don't know if you remember him. You also have a granddaughter named Ji Qingxue, who is of marriageable age. I will bring them to see you. Well, the old lady patted his hand and then reached out her other hand to pull Song Leah. I felt a sense of closeness when we first met. I never imagined you would become my daughter-in-law. We have this kind of connection. Song Leah extended her hand, finally having a chance to speak. Mom, we finally found you. The family hugged and cried their hearts out. Su Jiahao, who was standing on the ground, listened to the conversation between the mother and son and silently wiped away a tear. When my sister returned from Beijing that year, she changed all her contact information and even stopped using her old name. The family tried everything to cheer her up, but nothing worked. She was depressed for a while, and it took her a long time to recover, but she was still gloomy and unwilling to talk to anyone. He only learned the truth now. It turns out she had a brief marriage in Beijing and had a son. Old Su composed himself. All right, family members are reunited. Today is a joyous day. Fortunately, no one has missed it. There's still time. We'll have plenty of time to catch up later. Let's all stop crying and cheer up. The old lady smiled as she wiped away her tears. Yes, we're not crying. I'm so happy I'm dizzy today. Ji Qing tentatively asked her. Mom, would you still like to come back to Beijing with me? The old lady paused for a few seconds and then nodded. Ji Qing laughed out loud with joy. He thought his mother would be unwilling. After all, she had been hurt there before and had an unpleasant relationship. In addition, she was getting old and the elderly were used to staying in one place, so they might not want to move. Before receiving her reply, he thought that if she didn't want to return to Beijing, he would stay in the port city and bring his mother to live with him. After all, he also owns a house here. Hearing the old lady say she was willing to go back with him, Ji Chung felt an indescribable joy. The mother was found, and the son was found too. From now on, they are a complete family. At noon, Su Jiahao hosted a banquet at home, arranging for the kitchen to prepare a large meal to celebrate the family reunion. The old lady had difficulty moving around, so a dining table was set up in her room, and the family raised their glasses. Su Jiahao, used to calling Ji Chung brother, made the whole family burst into laughter. Ji Chung raised his glass. Uncle, remember this from now on. Don't call me brother anymore. It's a generational difference. The old lady leaned against the headboard, eating the food her son was feeding her. Never in her life had she been as happy as she was now. At this age, men are no longer important to her. Her son is what she cares about most, and she has no regrets in her life. After dinner, Ji Chung and Song Lia stayed in the old lady's room, catching up with their mother and chatting about the interesting things that had happened over the years. The old lady hadn't laughed so heartily in a long time. It wasn't until evening, when the old lady was resting, that Ji Chung watched her take her medicine. The family's servants came in to help the old lady wash up, and only then did Ji Chung and Song Lia reluctantly leave. If the old lady hadn't injured her back yesterday and couldn't move around, he would have taken her home that day and they would never be separated again. Ji Chung returned home and then remembered to call Song Yuan and Ji Qingxue to inform their children that their biological grandmother had been found and that she had promised to return to Beijing with him in a few days once her back had healed. Before even returning home, Ji Chung anxiously called the housekeeper, asking him to arrange for the brightest, best-lit room in the house to be cleaned in preparation for the old lady's return to Beijing. Meanwhile, Song Yuan arrived home after receiving the news. What? Old Su is your uncle. Chapter 486. Grandma wakes up. Song Yuan was so startled that he forgot to press the elevator button. He never dreamed that his own grandmother was Su Jiahao's sister. He had seen this old lady when he visited Su Lao's home in Gangxing some time ago, but it was just a brief encounter, and he couldn't remember her face clearly. In any case, he remembered that she was very energetic and looked no older than Su Lao, not like someone who was 80 years old. Ji Chung guessed Song Yuan's feelings at this moment, because when he learned the truth, he was even more surprised than Song Yuan was now. In a while, I will bring your grandmother back to Beijing. You and Qingxue can come to the airport to pick her up. She is your real grandmother. It took Song Yuan a long time to process this. I understand, Dad. I'll take Qingxue and Shiyu with me. Song Yuan was secretly glad that he was smart enough not to have ever considered that troublesome old woman as his grandmother. He never expected that she really wasn't his biological grandmother. Ji Chung is now free of worries and seems quite relaxed. How is Shiyu doing? Has her grandmother woken up? The doctor said the surgery was successful, but he needs to be observed in the intensive care unit first. The hospital hasn't called yet, so he probably hasn't woken up yet. Ji Chung hummed in agreement. We're not in Beijing, so please take good care of your in-laws and don't let Shiyu worry. Are the two little ones doing well? All is well. We will stay in the port city for a while, and then bring your grandmother back to Beijing at the end of the year. Call us if you need anything. The father and son usually talk about business on the phone and rarely talk for this long. After hanging up the phone, Song Yuan stepped out of the elevator. Gu Shiyu happened to come out of the nursery and saw that the two babies were asleep. She quietly closed the door, and the couple walked away from each other. Song Yuan returned to his room and told Gu Shiyu about his biological grandmother. Gu Shiyu was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Is old Su Dad's maternal uncle? Song Yuan nodded. Gu Shiyu was stunned for a long time. The nephew resembles the uncle. No wonder Dad has such a temper, and the heroic spirit between his brows is somewhat similar to old Master Su. So he's his maternal uncle. Song Yuan Xiao. It's not surprising that they've been friends for so many years. It's probably fate that brought them together. Now their relationship is even closer. They really are very similar, especially in temperament. As the two were talking, Gu Shiyu changed into a dress in the dressing room, took out a piece of clothing, and prepared to take a shower. Before Song Yuan could finish speaking, he followed him inside. Gu Shiyu turned around to look at him, having taken off half of her clothes. What are you doing here? Song Yuan had no intention of doing anything, but now that she asked him, he started to have wicked thoughts. He loosened his tie and leaned forward to hug her. Shiyu, I've been so busy lately, it feels like it's been ages since I hugged you. Between family matters and work, they were both extremely busy and hadn't had a good night's sleep for several days. Holding her in my arms gave me a feeling of relaxation, both physically and mentally. Gu Shiyu shrank her neck, his chin brushing against her, making her feel ticklish and numb. Song Yuan lowered his head and kissed her, and their clothes quickly scattered all over the floor. They hadn't done it for several days, and both of them were a little aroused. Hot water dripped from above, and Song Yuan kissed her through the water curtain. The bathroom was filled with steam and an atmosphere of boundless ambiguity. The two quickly developed feelings for each other. There were family planning supplies in the bathroom. Song Yuan tore one open and got ready to get down to business when Gu Shiyu heard her phone ring. Grandma was in the hospital, and she never let go of her phone. She carried it with her at all times. Even when taking a shower, they bring it into the bathroom. Gu Shiyu left him to grab the phone, but Song Yuan pulled her back with one hand. At this moment, he was almost unable to hold back anymore. Song Yuan hugged her from behind, and the two of them stopped talking on the phone. But after the bell rang twice, it rang a third time, and Gu Shiyu began to get distracted. Song Yuan, let me answer the phone first. Helpless, Song Yuan picked her up and carried her out of the cubicle to get the phone. Gu Shiyu instantly sobered up when she saw that the call was from her aunt. She glanced down at the embarrassing spot, her cheeks flushing red. Song Yuan, my aunt's call might be related to my grandmother. I have to answer it now. Knowing the gravity of the situation, Song Yuan smiled wryly and put her down. Gu Shiyu stood aside to answer the phone, and Qin Jinglan's voice came from the other end. Shiyu, good news. Your grandma has woken up. Gu Shiyu's eyes welled up with tears of emotion. How is she doing? Is everything all right? The person is still in the intensive care unit. The nurses there say everything is fine and the person is conscious. However, the person is very weak after the surgery and needs to recover properly for a while. Gu Shiyu's voice was trembling with joy, almost as if she were crying. That's great. I'm going to the hospital now. You don't need to come over. After a long day of work, just rest. You won't be able to see your grandma anyway. She's in the intensive care unit, and we can't get in. Just 2 more days, and I can be transferred to a regular ward. Gu Shiyu didn't care about any of that. Her heart was already at the hospital. Even if she couldn't see her grandmother, she wanted to hear what the doctor had to say. Auntie, I'll go in a bit. I hung up the phone. Gu Shiyu looked at Song Yuan guiltily. It didn't seem right to abandon him halfway. After all, it's only half done. How could he possibly stand it? Gu Shiyu is anxious and wants to go to the hospital, but she is caught in a dilemma. Song Yuan saw through her thoughts, turned her around, and got straight to the point. I try to keep it within 10 minutes. This is the best solution right now. Half an hour later, the two came downstairs dressed. By this time, the driver had already gone off duty. Song Yuan couldn't bear to exploit the person, so he drove Gu Shiyu to the hospital himself. To ease her anxiety, Song Yuan drove the car as fast as he could within a safe range. After parking the car, the two got out and walked towards the hospital building. A group of people, including staff and family members, were carrying a stretcher with a group of people protecting one person, and they were moving hurriedly towards the emergency room. The person on the stretcher groaned, interspersed with curses. Song Yuan and Gu Xiu walked over and saw clearly that the person on the stretcher was old lady Ji Wangguing. Ji Ming and Ji Sheng stood on either side of the stretcher, holding the old lady down. The old lady was still struggling to get off the stretcher and kept shouting that she was looking for someone. Song Yuan now feels disgusted even when he hears Wang Guiying's voice. But the second uncle is indeed the second uncle, and the other party also saw him. It wouldn't be right for him to walk over silently. Song Yuan called out, "Second uncle, what's going on here?" Ji Ming sighed, feeling ashamed of the matter, and didn't want to tell Song Yuan. There were many people around, so Ji Sheng glanced at Song Yuan, but didn't say anything more. After the stretcher was carried into the emergency room, Ji Sheng ran out and caught up with Song Yuan. "Brother, I feel like my life has lost its meaning. Our whole family is going to be thrown into chaos by the old lady, and no one will ever have a peaceful day again." Gu Xiu passed the doctor's office, where Song Yuan was waiting for her. "What's wrong with the old lady today?" Chapter 487, let's just wait it out. Ji Sheng had a lot of grievances to vent to, and he could only complain to Song Yuan. He dared not tell anyone about his family matters. "Brother, our family must have owed the old lady 8 lives in our past lives. Otherwise, why would she have tormented us like this? She was just discharged from the hospital today, and we took her back to my parents' old house. As soon as the old lady entered the house, she found that it was no longer the villa she used to live in. Then it started, faces weren't faces, noses weren't noses, even breathing was wrong for our family. She still wanted to move back to the original villa, but we told her that the villa had been taken back by her uncle. She was unwilling to accept this and made a scene, even saying that she would call the police and sue her uncle for being unfilial. My dad tried to stop her, and in the struggle to grab her phone, she fell to the ground and broke one of her arms. Now I'll have to be hospitalized again." Song Yuanchao cast a sympathetic look at Ji Sheng, but there was nothing he could do to help, so he could only wish him good luck. "Just keep going, things will get better eventually." Song Yuan didn't want to say anything malicious. The old man was already 80 years old and might pass away any day. That would be a relief for everyone. "I don't care about anything else, just don't let it affect your work." Ji Sheng had a bitter face. "Brother, can I take half a day off tomorrow morning? I gave my room to the old lady, and I'll rent a place tomorrow. Sleeping on the sofa isn't a long-term solution. I swear I can get it done in one morning, and I'll catch up on my work." Song Yuan paused for a moment, then picked up his phone and sent him an address. "This house is empty. You can move in, but let me make it clear first. It's only for you, not for the old lady." Ji Sheng hugged Song Yuan's arm and kissed it. "Brother, I love you." Song Yuan hurriedly pulled his hand away, goosebumps rising on his skin. He'd have to wash that hand several times later. "What are you doing?" Ji Sheng chuckled twice, just as Gu Xiu came out of the office and saw this scene. Ji Sheng explained, "I was so happy just now that I couldn't control myself. I hope my sister-in-law won't be jealous of something like this." Song Yuan glared at him. "Get out of here." Ji Sheng got out of here. Song Yuan observed Gu Xiu's expression. She seemed to be in a good mood, indicating that her grandmother's condition had improved. "What did the doctor say?" Gu Xiu curled her lips into a smile. "The doctor said that Grandma's postoperative reaction was better than expected. She is now awake, her mind is clear, and she has not experienced any amnesia or not recognizing people. Now we're just waiting for Grandma to be transferred to a regular ward so she can recover and be discharged." Song Yuan was also happy. After all, his grandmother was Gu Xiu's closest relative. "That's wonderful. When Grandma is moved to a regular ward, I'll come with you to pick her up." Gu Xiu took his arm. "No need. You've done enough. I know you've been very busy lately. There's no need for everyone to come. Just come and visit when you're done with work. Grandma won't hold it against you. Also, thank you." Song Yuan chuckled helplessly. "Why are you thanking me? Are you stupid?" Gu Xiu didn't respond, but she knew that Song Yuan and her in-laws had put in a tremendous amount of effort this time. When she was in a state of panic, they were the ones who helped mobilize the most elite hospital resources in the country. After talking with the doctor, Gu Xiu felt a huge weight lifted off her shoulders. Aunt Qin Zhenglan has been staying in the hospital for the past few days. Gu Xiuan has not been discharged yet, so she is staying in the suite outside Gu Xiuan's ward. They hadn't rested yet, and were quite surprised to see the young couple come in from outside. Didn't I tell you not to come over? You two kids, why bother coming all this way so late at night? You won't even see anyone here. You can only look at them from outside the ward. Gu Xiu. Auntie, I can't sleep at home if I don't come over. Talking to the doctor will put my mind at ease. Qin Zhenglan sighed. Luckily, your grandma's attending physician is at the hospital 24 hours a day. Otherwise you really wouldn't have slept all night. Go back quickly. There's nothing much going on here. We don't need so many people. You two are busy with work, so don't stay up late tonight. Song Yuan continued. Auntie, I've booked a room at the hotel across the street. You'll rest better there and get a better night's sleep. If anything happens at the hospital, you can come over in time. Qin Zhenglan smiled. You're very thoughtful, child. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. A yuan is all set. Gu Xiuan lay on the bed, eating with Ji Qingshue's mouth open, waiting for her to feed him. Ji Qingxue sat beside him, peeling fruit for him. Apart from not daring to move his injured area, he was enjoying life quite well. If you ask me, you should all go back. I may be a little injured, but I'm still a living person. I'm here to help with whatever happens to Grandma. Are you treating me like I don't exist? Ji Qingxue responded. And me? The two of us can stay here and take care of Grandma. Annie has been working hard for several days. Go back and rest. Qin Zhenglan was also certain that she was physically and mentally exhausted. Let's arrange it like this then. I'll go to the Hotel Song Yuan booked across the street. You two stay at the hospital. Call me if anything happens. I won't silence my phone, so it'll be convenient for you to come over. Qin Zhenglan was an elder, and everyone listened to her, so the matter was settled. Song Yuan and Gu Xiu first dropped Qin Zhenglan off at the hotel across the street before starting the car and driving towards the villa. These past few days, Ji Cheng and Song Lia have been away from Beijing, and Song Yuan and Gu Xiu have been too busy to take care of their two little ones, so Song Heng and Tao Yulian have moved in with Song Yuan and his family to make it easier for them to help with the children. For the next 2 days, Song Yuan and Gu Xiu worked as usual and went to the hospital after get-off work every night. On the third day, Gu Jiangying was out of danger and transferred to a regular ward. Despite his busy schedule, Song Yuan took some time to go to the hospital. When he arrived, there were many people standing in the ward, including Qin Zhenglan's family and several relatives of the old lady who had come to visit. The old lady was extremely grateful to Ji Cheng and his son Song Yuan for arranging everything from her being taken to the hospital by ambulance to her surgery and leaving the intensive care unit. What pleased her most was not only the arrangements made for her by the father and son, but also their trust in Song Yuan, her grandson-in-law. She could imagine how panicked Gu Xiu must have been when she and Gu Xiuan were in the same car accident. At that moment, her grandson-in-law became her granddaughter's strongest support. Only when you truly encounter problems can you see a person's true nature. Song Yuan is reliable, and the Ji family is an upright and virtuous family. By entrusting her child to Song Yuan, she wouldn't worry about it anymore, even if he couldn't save the child. The old lady reached out her hand to Song Yuan across the crowd. Song Yuan, thank you. Chapter 488, personally sending him to prison. Song Yuan strode forward, not wanting the old lady to wait too long. Grandma, I just had a meeting, so I'll be a little late. Please don't move, and try to rest more. If you're tired, take a nap. If you feel unwell, please see a doctor. The old lady held Song Yuan's hand without saying a word, but her eyes were moist. She had just undergone surgery a few days ago and was still weak. The doctor came over and reminded her. Family members, please come out and let the patient rest. The patient needs to sleep more and avoid expending too much energy. A group of people followed the doctor out of the ward. Gu Xiu was the last to leave, and before leaving, she bent down and hugged her grandmother. She almost thought she would never see her again. Qin Zhenglan saw the relatives who came to visit downstairs, and then went back to work. Song Yuan came during his free time. He had a lot of work waiting for him at the company. Gu Xiu told him to hurry back to the company, and she would stay here and keep watch. Song Yuan hugged her and went downstairs. For the next few days, Gu Xiu stayed at the hospital with her grandmother. She set up a desk in the ward and worked remotely, having Su Li deliver any necessary documents to the hospital for her to sign. At night, she sleeps on a single bed next to her grandmother, as she doesn't even trust the caregiver. Grandma's health gradually improved, and she was in much better spirits. When she woke up, she could talk to her a lot, and when they talked about Gu Shiyu and Gu Shiuan's childhood, the old lady always had a smile on her face. Gu Shiuan was discharged from the hospital today, but he refused to leave and insisted on staying in his grandmother's ward. Gu Shiyu was so angry she didn't know what to do. Look around. Is there anywhere for you to sleep? Are you going to sleep on the floor? Gu Shiuan started acting shamelessly, taking advantage of his injuries, so even his sister, who was known for her beatings, didn't dare to lay a finger on him. I don't care, I want to sleep with Grandma. When we were little, Grandma would hold both of us and sleep together, and she would tell us stories. Gu Shi's tone was terrible. Young master, do you know how old you are? Aren't you ashamed to say such a thing? Gu Shiuan is shameless. Sleeping on the floor isn't out of the question. I'll call someone to bring me a blanket, and I'll sleep on the floor next to Grandma. The old lady sighed. Forget it, let him be. Have someone bring in another single bed. This place is big enough anyway. Gu Shiyu rolled her eyes so hard they almost flew to the sky, but since her grandmother had spoken, she had no choice but to let someone make the arrangements. Now she not only has to take care of her grandmother, but also another patient. In the days since their car accident, Gu Shiyu has been taking care of the hospital and her work, and she has become extremely thin. Fortunately, she exercises regularly and has a good physical foundation. Others would have given up long ago. After settling her grandmother in, Gu Shiyu went to work in the suite outside. With a caregiver present during the day, she can focus on her work. Soon, she discovered that there were advantages to Gu Shiuan moving in. He could share a lot of the workload by leaving some tasks to him. During lunchtime, the aunt prepared the food, and the caregiver fed the old lady some of it. Gu Shiyu and Gu Shiuan ate while sitting on chairs on the floor. Song Yuan finished work early today and rushed over from the company. He packed some food and happened to run into them eating, so he simply sat down and squeezed in with them to eat. Su Li rushed in from outside, holding documents in her hand. President Gu. Judging from her appearance, Gu Shiyu guessed that Su Li had something important to report. She quickly ate a few mouthfuls of rice, went outside, and Su Li handed her the court summons. Mr. Gu, this is a lawsuit filed against you by Qin Zhengmin. It's a court summons. He probably doesn't know yet that Mr. Gu's surgery was successful and he's been transferred to a regular ward. He's probably waiting to divide the inheritance. Gu Shi said in his tone. Ignore him. When the trial starts, let it start. He won't get the money. What Gu Shiyu hates most is that the police have still not uncovered the conspiracy behind the car accident. She won't accept this. If it were Qin Zhengmin, she would personally send him to prison. Su Li also said, when I came here just now, I saw him downstairs, but there were bodyguards guarding him, so he couldn't come in. He was sneaking around outside for a bit. Gu Shiyu hummed in agreement. When you go downstairs, remind the bodyguard to keep an eye on him. Also, don't tell him beforehand that my grandmother has been transferred to a regular ward. Understood, Mr. Gu. Gu Shiyu returned to the ward, and Song Yuan and Gu Shiuan had also finished eating. Song Yuan noticed that Gu Shiyu's expression was off and quietly asked her, what's wrong? Gu Shiyu didn't dare mention that bastard in front of her grandmother, so she went outside the suite and whispered to him. Qin Zhengmin is downstairs, trying to come up. Song Yuan gave her a very determined look. Don't worry, he can't get up. The entire hospital building was surrounded by bodyguards arranged by Song Yuan, with one group in the open and another in the shadows. Even if Qin Zhengmin had wings, he couldn't fly in. Gu Shiyu believed him. The police haven't given us any information yet. Song Yuan knew what she was most worried about right now, and he could help her find out, but he really hadn't had the time lately. He got off work early today, so he could check it out. It's okay. I'm here for you. Song Yuan stayed there for a short while before going home. At home, Song Hung and Tao Yulian were comforting the child. Song Yuan held the baby for a few minutes before rushing upstairs. He went to his study, turned on his computer, and started working. Since there were suspects, Song Yuan started his investigation with Qin Zhengmin. He investigated Qin Zhengmin's activities before the car accident involving Grandma Gu and Gu Shiuan. Song Yuan easily hacked into the surveillance system of the street near Qin Jingmin's house, watched him drive out of the community, noted the license plate, and tracked the car's whereabouts. During those days, Qin Jingmin went to parks, supermarkets, restaurants, pharmacies, coffee shops, and even he went to a hotel and booked a room with a woman who was about 10 years younger than him. Upon finding this out, Song Yuan felt disgusted. This old man was practically halfway to his grave, yet he still hadn't given up his habit of stealing food. After having sex with another woman, on his way home, he stopped at a cake shop and bought desserts for the woman at home. Song Yuan kept memorizing until midnight. He checked the surveillance footage from the 4 days before the car accident. During those 4 days, Qin Jingmin went to the hotel 3 times, each time with a different woman. Song Yuan copied this part of the video so he could submit it to the police and accuse Qin Jingfa of soliciting prostitution. However, no evidence of a car accident has been found. Song Yuan took off his glasses and leaned back in his chair to calm himself down. He wondered how Qin Jingmin had managed to contact the driver of the white car. The police have many cases and can't devote all their resources to this one. Song Yuan doesn't want Gu Xiyu to be depressed about this, so he has to find out for her. After resting for a few minutes, Song Yuan regained his composure and continued his investigation. After reviewing the surveillance footage from the previous 2 days, Song Yuan summarized Qin Jingmin's activity patterns. Qin Jingmin leaves home around 7 a.m. every day, eats breakfast at a breakfast stall outside the residential area, and then goes to a nearby park to exercise and dance with the aunties dressed in red and green. After finishing his morning practice, he would go to the supermarket to buy some groceries and take them home. He would then go out at 3 o'clock in the afternoon to the pharmacy, and then meet the woman he had arranged to meet at the hotel. The old man's frequent visits to women suggest he's likely purchased medication to enhance his sexual function. But one day he wasn't quite right. After leaving the pharmacy, he went to a coffee shop. People of this age naturally need less sleep, and since it's afternoon, very few elderly people drink coffee. Song Yuan became suspicious. What was that old man doing at the coffee shop? Chapter 489 Court Hearing. Song Yuan continued hacking into the coffee shop's surveillance footage and discovered that only the video of the day Qin Jingmin visited had been deleted. The deletion method was very sophisticated. It was completely destroyed, and even an expert like Song Yuan could not recover it. Having investigated this far, Song Yuan was certain that Qin Jingmin was problematic, but he lacked solid evidence. This old guy's counter-surveillance awareness is too strong now. Song Yuan sent the address of the coffee shop to Zhou Su, asking him to send someone there the next day to see if they could find out anything from the owner. The next day at noon, Zhou Su took the photos of Qin Jingmin and the driver of the white car to that coffee shop, and rushed back before going to work in the afternoon. Mr. Song, the coffee shop owner, said that without them, there would be many customers and he hadn't paid attention to these 2 people. However, one of the waiters looked familiar with the driver because he only has 9 fingers, which is a rather distinctive feature. Song Yuan became even more certain that Qin Jingmin was involved in the car accident. Keep a close eye on Qin Jingmin and see who he's been associating with lately. Yes, Mr. Song. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and Gu Xiyu had been in the hospital for more than 10 days. During this period, Grandma Gu has passed the most critical stage. Now her health has recovered a lot. With someone's help, she can move around a little. Her appetite has also improved a lot. She can be said to have been given a second chance at life. Gu Xiyu now feels at ease, leaving her in the care of the family's housekeeper, and her aunt Qin Zhonglan also goes over during the day. Gu Xiyu returned to the company. There was a lot of backlog of work during this period, but fortunately, it's the end of the year and some projects have been completed. After Gu Xiyu finished a meeting with the company's senior management and returned to her office, Suli came to remind her. Mr. Gu, the court hearing for the case against Qin Jingmin is at 3 p.m. this afternoon. Do you want to attend in person or have your lawyer represent you? Gu Xiyu didn't need to show up in person, but she wanted to see Qin Jingmin's furious face, so she made sure to take 2 hours out of her busy schedule. I'll postpone my afternoon work and go to the court. At 3 p.m., Gu Xiyu appeared at the court dressed in a smart business suit, followed by 2 elite lawyers from Gu's legal department. Qin Jingmin arrived early and was already seated in the plaintiff's seat with his lawyer. Qin Zhengmin glanced across at the other side, his gaze landing on Gu Shiyu, and he curled his lips in disdain. This time, he spent a lot of money to hire a highly authoritative lawyer in this field, whose lawyer had almost never lost a case in the fight for inheritance. Moreover, he had researched many cases, consulted many influential figures in the field, and studied the law. In terms of inheritance, he was the first heir, and at most he would split the inheritance 50/50ths with his sister. There was no way that Brat could seize the old lady's estate. Qin Jingmin became more and more excited as he thought about it. Once the court hearing ended, and he stepped out of that door, the entire Gu family would be his. Right now, those people from the Gu family are blocking him from going upstairs. Once he officially takes over the Gu family, he'll fire them all. At this moment, Gu Shiyu didn't even glance at Qin Zhengmin. The judge announced that the court was in session. The plaintiff's lawyer submitted his demands, requesting that Gu Shiyu relinquish all the old lady's property that he had seized, and that Qin Zhengmin inherit all of the old lady's property. Gu Shiyu's lawyer issued a statement agreeing to relinquish the old lady's assets. At this point in the court proceedings, Qin Zhengmin was overjoyed, but the defendant had not yet finished speaking, and Gu Shiyu would fill in the rest. I do not possess any of my grandmother's property, but whether or not this property belongs to Qin Zhengmin is not up to him to decide. First of all, my grandmother is still alive, and how she wants to distribute it is her own business. Secondly, my grandmother only has one bank card. She doesn't own any property or shares. This single bank card was given to Qin Zhengmin some time ago. Qin Zhengmin's eyes widened. He figured that since there had been no news of the old lady these past few days, she had probably become a vegetable. Your Honor, my mother is currently in a vegetative state. Is it possible for someone in a vegetative state to distribute their own assets? Besides, my mother is the founder of the Gu Group. It's impossible for her not to have shares in the company. Gu Shiyu is lying. Gu Shiyu was prepared. She took out the share transfer agreement that the old lady had given him half a year ago. The paperwork was complete, and the company had been unrelated to the old lady for half a year. Gu Shiyu also showed the old lady some original property certificates, all of which had the name Gu Shiyu written on them. Qin Zhengmin didn't believe it. He went up and looked at the documents with his own eyes, and he was so angry that his limbs went numb. He had been thinking about this for so long, only to find out that the old lady had already made preparations and had divided up all her assets 6 months ago. His son was schemed against and received nothing. What a scheming old woman. Qin Zhengmin was somewhat unable to accept the reality before him. How could this be? Even if the old lady dies now, she won't have any inheritance. Those things are already in the hands of his 2 wolf cubs. Then what about his own son? Billions of dollars were given to those 2 bastards, while his own son only received $1.58. Qin Zhengmin's psychological defenses crumbled at that moment. Judge, I demand that Gu Shiyu and Gu Xiuan hand over their shares. They are not entitled to them, and the company should be taken over by me, the first heir, not them. The judge ignored Qin Zhengmin's unreasonable demands, only coldly reminding him to be disciplined and not to shout. Gu Shiyu raised her hand to speak. Your Honor, I am now suing Qin Zhengmin. He is my grandmother's child, but he has never fulfilled his filial duty. My grandmother's hospitalization this time cost 1.3 million yuan, including hospitalization expenses and the cost of hiring foreign experts. He cannot pay a single cent of this money. Moreover, my grandmother is nearly 80 years old and needs him to pay monthly support. Qin Zhengmin stared at Gu Shiyu in disbelief. He had come to sue her, but she had turned the tables on him. He won't get any of the old lady's property, and he'll even have to pay a sum of money in the end? This completely overturned his understanding. Your Honor, I cannot possibly pay this money. I'm over 30 years old, and the old lady kicked me out of the house. Why should I pay this money now? The judge announced the verdict. The plaintiff is the first heir, but the old woman is still alive. Even if she only has an empty card left, she should be able to decide who gets to use it. Furthermore, the old lady transferred her property to her granddaughter 6 months ago, which was her own wish, and no one else has the right to interfere. The current judgment stipulates that the plaintiff, as one of the children, must bear half of the medical expenses and pay monthly alimony to the elderly. If the plaintiff refuses to pay, the elderly can apply for enforcement. The judge was in a hurry to move on to the next hearing, so this hearing ended there. Qin Jingmin's legs buckled, and he almost fell, but his lawyer caught him. Mr. Qin, you said you were the old lady's biological son, but why didn't you tell me this important news beforehand that the old lady is still alive and not in a vegetative state? My undefeated, top-tier lawyer, aren't you just ruining me? Qin Jingmin roared. Gu Jiangying, where's Gu Jiangying? I need to ask her. Chapter 490 Grandma is going back to Beijing. Gu Shiyu glanced at him. My grandmother will not see you. Last time you barged into the Gu family, my grandmother made it very clear to you in the meeting room that she no longer acknowledges you as her son. My grandmother currently has no assets under her name, so please stop your inappropriate greed and remember to transfer the medical expenses for my grandmother to her card when you get back. Of course, I think it might not even cost a few hundred yuan, because you'll be arrested very soon. Although the police don't have concrete evidence yet, you framed your own mother, and I'll personally send you to jail. Gu Shiyu didn't care about the money at all. She just wanted to annoy Qin Jingmin. She'd had enough of Qin Jingmin lately, and now she was going to give him a taste of his own medicine. Qin Jingmin's lawyer had stopped paying attention to him and had already left the courtroom. Qin Jingmin leaned on the table, panting heavily. The judge and presiding judge had already left. He couldn't accept this outcome. He failed to steal the chicken and even lost the rice. This was not the outcome he wanted. Gu Shiyu left with her entourage, and Qin Jingmin chased after them. Gu Shiyu, you're not allowed to leave. You're my child. You should give me alimony every month. Gu Shiyu stopped in her tracks. Once you turn 60 next year, I will pay you a few $100s a month at the minimum standard. Don't expect anything more. Qin Jingmin's chest heaved violently, and a few seconds later, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Gu Shiyu called 120 for emergency medical assistance, but she had other things to take care of at her company and didn't concern herself with the aftermath. That evening, Gu Shiyu went to the hospital. According to the hospital's usual procedures, the old lady could now be discharged, prescribed medication to take at home, and only needed to come back for regular checkups. Gu Shiyu was worried that she wouldn't be able to take good care of herself at home, so she applied to the hospital for another week. After a week, she was officially discharged and went home to recuperate. The old lady doted on her granddaughter. Shiyu, why are you here again? I'm all done here. Starting today, you don't need to stay overnight here anymore. Go back and live your own life. Little Bao is probably looking forward to his mother coming home. Qin Zhongwan also advised her. Your grandma is right. You live here every day and don't care about your own little family? Even if Song Yuan has no objections, you should think about yourself. I'm here, you should go back. Gu Shiyu stayed for a while, talked with her grandmother and aunt for a bit, and then left. For nearly half a month, she hadn't been able to properly hug her child. Those 2 weeks felt like an eternity. After returning home and changing her clothes, Gu Shiyu gave Yuan a big hug. The 2 little babies have reached the stage of recognizing people. They know it's their mother, and they look at her, babbling in unintelligible baby talk. Song Hung and Tao Yulian have become the main caregivers for the child recently. Without them, Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu would not feel comfortable leaving the child alone with the family's nanny. Dad, Mom, you've both been working so hard lately. The elderly couple didn't find it hard at all. They actually enjoyed it. Shiyu, what are you saying? We are grandparents. Isn't it our duty to take care of the child? We wish we could take care of him every day. As they were talking, Song Yuan came home from get-off work and entered the house. Seeing that Gu Shiyu had returned home today, he changed his shoes and went over to hug the mother and her 3 children. During the time she wasn't home, he lived like a bachelor. Although his life wasn't affected much, his mood was different. Only when she's home does this house feel like a home. The aunt cooked a few extra dishes that evening. The family hadn't eaten together in a long time, so Song Yuan took out some good wine he had stored away, and the family clinked glasses. Back in their room that evening, Song Yuan told her about finding out that Qin Jingmin had solicited prostitutes. I haven't handed this evidence over to the police because I'm afraid of alerting him. Qin Jingmin will definitely slip up again. Trust me, let's wait and see. If he really did this, he certainly won't be able to act like a lawless madman. Gu Shiyu has been physically and mentally exhausted lately. She was almost asleep as Song Yuan was talking, but she remembered everything he said. She believed that Song Yuan could help her find evidence. Song Yuan hugged her from behind and talked about Yuan Yuanman's recent events. When he wanted to say something more, he found that she had already fallen asleep. Song Yuan pulled the blanket up and stopped bothering her. The next morning, Song Yuan received a phone call from his father. Our plane will land in Beijing at 3 p.m. Your grandma is coming back with us. You and Qing Xue can come and pick her up from the airport. Song Yuan. Okay, I understand, Dad. After finishing breakfast, Song Yuan went to check on his parents' villa. The room prepared for his grandmother had been completely tidied up. My parents aren't home, but the housekeepers are very attentive. They've disinfected and aired out the blankets. A new ring of motion sensor lights was installed in the room to prevent the elderly from not being able to see the way when going to the toilet in the middle of the night. All of the elderly's daily necessities and clothes were purchased and washed and disinfected before being hung up. Considering the dry winter weather in the north, which might not be suitable for the elderly, Ji Chung had a mist-free, silent humidification system installed. The bathroom floor was replaced with a more slip-resistant one. To prevent the old lady from not being used to the northern food, the family hired a new 5-star chef from the port city. Song Yuan marveled at his father's thoughtfulness. Even from such a distance, he had arranged everything he could think of. Port City. Ji Chung took the old lady back to his villa. The old lady didn't injure any bones or muscles this time, and after resting for a while, her back pain has subsided. She packed all her important belongings, intending to settle in Beijing with her son. From now on, wherever her son is, she will be there too. They have already missed half their lives together, and they will never be separated again. Ji Chung helped her pack 3 suitcases, and old Su personally took them to the airport. Mr. Su knew that it wouldn't be easy for the siblings to meet again after this separation. He had brought his sister to live with him for almost 10 years, and he was a little reluctant to part with her suddenly. Ji Chung, you must take good care of your mother. She's my only sister. If she doesn't adjust well to life in Beijing, give me a call, and I'll bring her back. Ji Chung responded. Don't worry, uncle. If my mom doesn't adapt well, Leah and I will move back to Hong Kong and live with her here. Old Su wiped away his tears. He was happy for his sister, who had been lonely all her life and only found her closest relative at the age of 80. Her life had finally come to an end. From now on, all that's left is to enjoy life. Their trip was a private flight, so the security check process was relatively simple, and they had plenty of time. Ji Chung didn't rush to board the plane, letting the siblings talk some more. Old Su, still worried, explained the old lady's habits to Ji Chung again before finally waving goodbye. The plane soared into the sky, leaving the land where the old lady had lived for decades. The old lady is feeling a bit excited. Before her son came looking for her, she thought that her brother was her only relative in the world. But her son told her that she had 2 adorable great-grandchildren. Ji Chung, tell me quickly, do my 2 great-grandchildren look like their father or their mother? Chapter 491 4 Generations Under One Roof. Ji Chung smiled and opened his phone's photo album, which contained hundreds of photos, all of them showing perfect roundness and happiness. The 2 children have inherited the best features from their parents. They have big eyes and fair skin like their mother, and their face shape and high nose bridge are like Song Yuan's. They will definitely be even more handsome than their parents when they grow up. The old lady kept praising the photo as she looked at it. Good, good, you're all good kids. The journey passed quickly. Ji Chung and Song Leah took turns talking about Yuan Yuan and Man Man, and the old lady was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. She didn't feel tired at all during the 3-hour journey, and it all went by in the blink of an eye. The plane landed at Beijing International Airport, and I immediately felt the cold air as soon as I got off the plane. Ji Chung put the long-down jacket he had prepared in advance on the old lady and helped her walk outside. Song Yuan, along with Gu Xiu and Ji Qingxue, had arrived at the airport half an hour earlier to pick them up. This time, her real grandmother came back. Ji Qingxue had been bullied by old lady Ji throughout her childhood, and now she felt both aggrieved and excited. Everyone says that grandparents and grandchildren are very close, but she had never felt that way before. Now that she knows that Grandma Ji is not her biological grandmother, she feels at peace with it. Now that her grandmother has come home, she's determined to hug her and have a good cry. She couldn't wait any longer and dialed her father's number. Dad, Why haven't you come out yet? They're out. She had just finished asking when she saw her parents helping an elegant elderly woman out of the VIP passage, followed by several assistants carrying suitcases. Ji Qingxue hung up the phone and ran over there, with Song Yuan pulling Gu Shiyu along as well. The old lady walked slowly, and Ji Cheng and Song Lia accommodated her pace. She was stunned for a moment when she saw the three young people running towards her. I felt very affectionate towards every child. Ji Cheng introduced her to Mom. The one running in front is Qingxue, your granddaughter, and behind her are Song Yuan and Shiyu, your grandson and granddaughter-in-law. The old lady nodded excitedly, and as she spoke, the three young men came to her. Ji Qingxue walked up to the old lady and hugged her. Grandma, you're back. She had prepared a lot to say, but at this moment, she didn't know where to begin. The old lady gently patted her back. Good boy, good boy. After letting go of Ji Qingxue, the old lady hugged Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu again. She had seen the two of them when they visited Su Jiahao's house last month, but she hadn't said much to them. At that time, Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu were merely politely greeting each other as juniors, and that was all. The old lady looked at the two of them. If she had known earlier that they were her own grandson and granddaughter-in-law, she would have definitely pulled them aside for a good chat. Children, Grandma has prepared a gift for each of you. The old lady turned around to look at her suitcase, and Song Lia reminded her. Mom, it's cold outside. You can get it when we get home. Ji Cheng. Yes, let's look for it again when we get home. Let's go home first. The old lady nodded, looking around at the airport. It was no longer the one she had visited 60 years ago. Beijing had completely changed, a far cry from what she remembered. Song Yuan brought 3 cars, and the family got into the cars and drove towards the Peninsula Villa. The old lady looked out the window at the street scene as she walked. She had lived here for a year, but now she couldn't find a single place that felt familiar to her. Snowflakes were falling outside, the only thing that could evoke her memories. It was on a snowy afternoon that she fell in love with that man at first sight, a love that would ruin her life. The driver drove the car directly into the underground parking garage, and the family took the elevator upstairs. The house has a temperature control system, making it feel completely different from the weather outside. The old lady went inside and took off her thick down jacket. Ji Cheng asked someone to help her carry her luggage to her room. Mom, shall we go upstairs and see your room first? The old lady still had her 2 great-grandchildren on her mind. Don't rush. Where are my great-grandchildren? Where are the 2 little ones? Ji Cheng smiled. Don't worry. The 2 little ones are in Song Yuan's building. I'll call the driver and have him pick them up. Please sit down and rest for a bit. The old lady sat down on the sofa and called out to the maid who was helping her carry her suitcase upstairs. Please take that beige suitcase down for me first. I have something to give to the children. When Song Yuangu, Shiyu, and Ji Qingxue heard that the old lady was going to give out gifts, they gathered around. Grandma, what did you prepare for us? Ji Qingxue rubbed her hands together. She had finally received a gift from her grandmother. Before, she could only watch that vicious old lady secretly prepare gifts for Ji Sheng and Ji Li. When it came to her, she could only watch coldly. The old lady smiled kindly. Don't rush, everyone will get some. The old lady opened her suitcase, took out an exquisite jewelry box, and handed it to Gu Shiyu. Grandma's greatest hobby in life is collecting jewelry. This set is my favorite and also the most expensive. Consider it a gift from Grandma to your granddaughter-in-law. I hope you won't find my taste in jewelry too bad. Gu Shiyu accepted the jewelry with both hands. She had seen this set of jewelry in fashion news before. It was a rare item from an auction 2 years ago. Many bigwigs in the Hong Kong entertainment circle attended the auction but failed to snag it. Later, rumors spread that it had been bought by a mysterious person. Unexpectedly, the mysterious person was the old lady. Grandma, how could I possibly dislike it? Your taste is impeccable. The old lady loves beauty and enjoys hearing compliments, especially when they come from young people. It makes her feel young again. Good boy. Next time there's a jewelry exhibition or something similar in Beijing, take Grandma there. Gu Shiyu. Definitely. The old lady took out another box from the trunk, and this box was even bigger. Qingxue, this is for you. Grandma commissioned a top designer to make it. Luckily, it was finished before I returned to Beijing. See if you like it. Ji Qingxue opened the box and was stunned by the golden scene before her. Grandma, isn't it beautiful? The old lady laughed. Your dad said you've reached marriageable age, so your grandma prepared this as your dowry. This phoenix crown was not only designed by a designer, but also completed by more than 20 intangible cultural heritage inheritors. My granddaughter, Su Jiaying's granddaughter, should wear a unique design. Ji Qingxue was overjoyed and carefully picked up the phoenix crown, afraid of damaging it. Grandma, this is so beautiful. I love it. I'm glad you like it. I was worried that young people like to have Western-style weddings, so this might not be necessary. Ji Qingxue put down her things and kissed the old lady on the cheek. I was still hesitant, but now I have my answer. I will definitely have a traditional Chinese wedding in the future. The old lady couldn't stop smiling. Song Yuan stood in front of it and scratched his head. There didn't seem to be any boxes or anything like that left in the box. Grandma, do you have any for me? Chapter 492. Your mother abandoned you a long time ago. Song Yuan's question made the whole family laugh. The old lady reached out her hand to him. Child, don't rush. How could you be shortchanged? The old lady pulled a folder from the bottom of the box, opened it, and inside was an agreement that had been drafted and stamped beforehand. Now all that was left was to sign it. These are my shares in Yatai Group, and I'm transferring them all to you now. Sign here. Song Yuan was stunned. He thought his grandmother would give him some kind of souvenir or trinket. He wouldn't even dare to dream of shares in Yatai Group. Yatai Group is comparable in size to the Ji family. Even if it only owns 1% of the shares, it would receive a large dividend every year. The agreement given by Grandma has 10% of the shares, which is still a considerable share in the entire group. The Yatai Trust is now in the hands of Su Lao's son, who, by seniority, should be addressed as his uncle. Song Yuan dared not sign. Grandma, should we discuss this with uncle? The old lady glared at him. What's there to discuss? What's there to discuss? These are shares left to me by my father. They have nothing to do with him. I can give them to whomever I want, and no one has the right to interfere. Song Yuan paused for a moment, then looked up at his father. Ji Qing nodded. If your grandma gave it to you, just accept it. Song Yuan obediently signed the agreement. The old lady praised him again. Good boy, you're so obedient. The old lady went to look for something in the box again, while Ji Chung and Song Lia stood aside watching the commotion. Mom, could it be that both of us have it too? The old lady asked her in return. Why don't you two have any? Ji Chung and Song Lia laughed. They thought only the younger generation would receive gifts, but they didn't expect that someone as old as him would also receive a gift. The old lady took out a large clothing bag from her suitcase. Inside were 2 sets of clothes, which were even matching couple outfits. I know you two lack nothing, so giving you money wouldn't make much sense. I'm giving you these 2 sets of clothes as a token of my wish for your harmonious marriage and for our family to prosper. Ji Chung and Song Lia looked at each other after receiving the clothes. They were an old married couple, but they had never worn matching outfits before. When they were younger, it wasn't fashionable to wear them. Now we've caught up with the trend. Song Lia spoke first. Mom, thank you for preparing this. I'll take it upstairs now and try it on to see if it fits. As they were talking, the elevator dinged, the doors opened, and the nanny stepped out carrying the 2 babies. The old lady was stunned for a moment. She realized she really did have so many relatives in this world, and her great-grandchildren were already so grown up, it felt like a dream. Just as Ji Chung had said, the 2 children were indeed very well behaved and adorable, with pleasing appearances. Quick, let me hug you. The nanny carrying the baby walked over quickly. Madam, it might be a bit too much for you to carry them one by one, or even both at once. The old lady said anxiously. Yes, don't drop the child. She took one first, noticing that the child was wearing pink clothes. Is this full? Yes, it's full. The old lady's eyes were filled with joy. Baby, call Grandma. His round eyes stared at her, and he made babbling sounds. Ji Qing smiled. Mom, the child can't talk yet. How can he call her great-grandma? The old lady picked up Yuan again and played with him. She loved both children dearly. She took out the last gift from the suitcase. 2 gold necklaces engraved with auspicious sayings, carrying very good meanings. Grandma hopes that you two will be healthy, safe, and carefree throughout your lives. After the gifts were distributed, the old lady finally had time to go upstairs to see her room. Ji Chung and Song Lia helped her upstairs, one on each side, while Song Yuan, Gu Xiu, and Ji Qingxue followed behind. The old lady was satisfied with everything in her room. The room was decorated according to her habits, and there was a fairly large sunroom filled with her favorite flowers and plants. It wasn't as cold and dry as she had imagined. Everything was just right. Ji Chung, Lia, I really like the room. Thank you. Song Lia laughed. Mom, please let me know if you need anything else, and I'll arrange it. As your children, isn't this what we should do? Why are you being so polite with us? Ji Qingxue crawled in from behind and moved closer to the front. I hereby announce that I am moving back in today. Grandma, you can ask me for anything you need. You can also ask me for help if you're bored. I am the biggest parasite in the Ji family, and I'm available all day long. Ji Qing laughed out loud. Yes, if you're bored, you can go to Qingxue. That girl has a lot of clever ideas and will definitely make your life more colorful. The old lady smiled kindly, and her praise of everyone was always accompanied by a doting tone. Good children, all good children. Ji Qing's phone rang, and he answered it from inside the house. Mr. Ji, your mother has been admitted to the hospital. We tried to stop her at the gate, but we couldn't. Ji Chung frowned slightly, his voice clearly showing displeasure. Whose mother? The butler then realized he had said the wrong thing. President Ji, it's Wang Guiying. Wang Guiying barged in, and we couldn't stop her. Ji Qing's face darkened. You can't even stop an 80-year-old lady. I don't think you're suitable for this job. Pack your things and leave tomorrow. The housekeeper hurriedly explained on the phone. President Ji, I'm going to arrest them now. However, the housekeeper was too late. Wang Guiying was wearing a hospital gown with bandages on her arm. She ran away from the hospital. Since Ji Chung discovered that they were not biological mother and son, he withdrew all the bodyguards guarding outside Wang Guiying's ward. Now it's easy for her to sneak out. She just needs to send Ji Ming and the caregiver away. Wang Guiying entered the lobby of Ji Qing's villa first. She wandered around downstairs, but didn't see anyone. Then she heard voices coming from upstairs, as if the whole family was there. Just in time, she needed to find Ji Chung when there were many people around. Wang Guiying held onto the handrail as she went up the stairs. She had only gone up one floor when she looked up and saw Ji Chung coming down from above. The two walked towards each other. The old lady stopped in her tracks. Ji Chung, I've come to see you. Ji Chung looked at her coldly. I don't think there's any need for us to meet again. The old lady chuckled. Ji Chung, are you blatantly being unfilial to your adoptive mother? Although I didn't give birth to you, I raised you. Even if it goes to court, you have an obligation to support me. I'm moving back to my old building. It's been empty for months and must be dusty. Could you get someone to clean it up for me? I need to move in tomorrow. Ji Chung chuckled to himself. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? She even dared to come to him and make demands. Ji Chung called out to people downstairs. Please ask this old lady to leave. Don't let anyone into the house casually in the future. The old lady roared in anger. Ji Chung, I'm your mother. You dare treat me like this in front of your own children and daughter-in-law? Aren't you afraid your children will treat you like this in the future? Ji Chung told her. I was raised by my father. You never raised me. I have a mother, and you have your own son. You're quite old. Have some self-respect. The old lady's voice rose several decibels in anger. You have a mother? Your mother abandoned you a long time ago. You're a child without a mother. If you don't call me mom, who else can you call? As soon as she finished speaking, Song Lia helped Su Jiaying out of the house. Mom, this is Song Yuan's room, and the one on the left is Qingxue's. Let me show you around. Wang Guiying looked up and saw the elegant old lady upstairs being helped by Song Lia. Although she looked a bit old, she had an excellent temperament, and at her age, her figure was not hunched over at all. Wang Guiying stared wide-eyed at that profile. Ji Chung, who is that? Chapter 493 Boomerang. Ji Chung gave a cold snort. You've seen it yourself. I've already brought my mother back. Go find your son. Don't come looking for me. Wang Guiying stared intently at the elegant old lady upstairs. They were the same age, but the lady looked a little younger than her. She simply couldn't believe that Su Manhui was still alive. Ji Chung will find her again in this lifetime. Su Manhui. Wang Guiying shouted, and upstairs, old Mrs. Su was familiarizing herself with the villa with her daughter-in-law when she suddenly heard this. She stopped in her tracks, as it had been a long time since anyone had called her by that name. She looked down and saw Wang Guiying. Su Jiaying's eyes reddened. She would recognize the murderer who had interfered in her marriage and caused her to be separated from her son for so many years, even if he were burned to ashes. Wang Guiying, you still dare to come looking for my son? Wang Guiying puffed out her chest. Why can't I come? I'm his adoptive mother, and he has the same obligation to support me. As for you, you've been alive for so many years. What are you doing back in Beijing? Su Jiaying was a socialite in Hong Kong's elite circles when she was young, a daughter of a long-established wealthy family. She disdained to curse with someone of Wang Guiying's caliber here, and she would not use vulgar language. My son and daughter-in-law brought me back to enjoy my life. What? Now that nobody wants you, you're trying to cling to my son? Wang Guiying was caught off guard. Her face flushed red, and she was rendered speechless by the rebuke. Su Jiaying also said, this cheongsam I'm wearing was custom-made by a designer whom my son and daughter-in-law personally contacted and had taken my measurements at home. Oh, by the way, would you like to come up and see the room my son and daughter-in-law prepared for me? Wang Guiying held onto the stairs with one hand, her whole body numb. Half a lifetime has passed, and that woman is no longer as easily fooled or bullied as she was 60 years ago. Every word she utters is like stabbing into her heart. She couldn't argue with Su Jiaying, but she remembered the purpose of her visit, to have Ji Qing clean up the house she used to live in so she could move back. Ji Ming's house is only about 100 square meters in total, with poor sound insulation and no park nearby. If she lived in such a small house, she would become depressed. Wang Guiying held back and didn't argue with the person above her. Ji Qing, did you remember what I said? Have someone clean up my place today. I'm moving back tomorrow. Ji Qing chuckled. The house over there has been given to the servants. There is no room for you. Go back and find your son. Ji Qing immediately dialed Ji Ming's number. Come pick up your mom. Wang Guiying's chest heaved with anger. Ji Qing, I'm going to sue you. Then go ahead and sue me. Ji Qing was able to speak to her so calmly, which showed he had already made a great effort to control his temper. If it weren't for this wicked old woman, he wouldn't have been separated from his biological mother for so long. She even fabricated a vicious lie that he was dead to deceive his mother, causing her to spend her life in regret. The butler rushed in, panting, and Ji Qing gave them a look before going upstairs. The housekeeper and several bodyguards rushed over, grabbed the old lady, and dragged her outside. Wang Guiying struggled, but there were too many people, and she couldn't do anything about it. She was forced out of the villa. The family upstairs ignored the little incident and continued to accompany Su Jiaying as she strolled around the villa. Wang Guiying was carried to the outside of the villa's courtyard. The bodyguards placed a chair outside the door, put her on the chair, and closed the door. Wang Guiying looked back at the familiar scenery in the courtyard. Ji Qing bought this villa more than 10 years ago, and she moved in with Ji Qing's family. She had lived in this place for over a decade, and now the door was locked in front of her. She never imagined that she would leave in such an undignified way. She felt like a piece of trash, carried out and thrown outside. Who among those people used to dare to disrespect her? She couldn't accept this reality. How could she possibly live after going from luxury to frugality, moving from the most luxurious villa in the city to Ji Ming's small, dilapidated house? She was the one who kicked that woman out of the house before, and now this boomerang has come back, piercing her so much she can hardly breathe. The huge emotional gap made it impossible for her to remain calm. Wang Guiying sat outside the door and started crying. Ji Qing, you heartless bastard, are you really going to treat your own mother like this? This is unfilial, you'll be punished. Ji Ming rushed over and saw the old woman sitting outside cursing. He immediately ran over and covered her mouth. Mom, I'm begging you, please stop tormenting my brother. I can't even hold my head up in front of him anymore. How are we supposed to have any contact in the future? The old woman ignored her completely and continued to berate her. Seeing this, Ji Ming forcibly picked her up and moved her into the car, telling Ji Qing to drive quickly and leave this place first. Today is a work day, and both Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu have work to do. At noon, they had a family reunion meal with their grandmother at home, and then immediately returned to the company. On the way, Song Yuan's phone rang. President Song, our people just spotted Qin Zhengmin being entangled with a woman. That woman looks like the wife of the driver of the white car. Song Yuan snorted. After waiting for so long, he had finally found a weakness. Where are they? That woman came looking for Qin Zhengmin in the park where he usually exercises, and it's going to be hard for Qin Zhengmin to shake her off for now. The afternoon meeting will be postponed. After hanging up the phone, Song Yuan immediately instructed the driver. Let's go to Shilon Park. Gu Shiyu sat to the side, completely bewildered. Don't you have an urgent meeting this afternoon? Why are you going to the park? Song Yuan told her. Qin Zhengmin is at Shilon Park. Gu Shiyu understood from his eyes that he must have known something to postpone such an important meeting and go to the park to arrest Qin Zhengmin. Gu Shiyu instructed the driver. Uncle Zhao, drive faster. The car sped along the highway and stopped at the entrance of Shilon Park half an hour later. Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu got out of the car and quickly walked inside. At that time, Qin Zhengmin and the woman were entangled in a corner of the park. The people Song Yuan sent disguised themselves as passers-by and kept an eye on them from all directions. Their every move was being recorded. Qin Zhengmin was completely cornered and had no way to deal with it. Can't you give me a few more days? Give me another week, and I'll definitely transfer all the money I promised to you after a week. The woman cried until she was hoarse. You didn't say you would kill him back then. Do you still think 200,000 yuan can buy my husband's life? 200,000 yuan isn't even enough for my son's medical treatment. My husband is the only breadwinner in our family. You've ruined our family, and you think you can just let it go. Qin Zhengmin put his hands on his hips and let out a long sigh. Grandma, could you please keep your voice down? Your husband was eager to make this money. No one forced him. He was told to run over the old lady, but he didn't, and he ended up killing himself. I'm already being generous by paying you back 200,000. How much more do you want? Don't push your luck. Chapter 494, Sending His Own Father In. Just as Qin Zhengmin finished speaking, Gu Shiyu and Song Yuan approached. He didn't see anyone from across the bamboo grove. Gu Shiyu trembled with anger when she heard these words coming from Qin Zhengmin's mouth. She suspected that Qin Zhengmin had orchestrated this whole thing, and the impact of witnessing it firsthand was different. His own mother and son were sitting in the car, and he could still be so cruel. This man doesn't deserve to be called a human being. Gu Shiyu wanted to rush over and grab him to take him to the police, but Song Yuan held her back. Don't move. Wait until they finish speaking. He can't escape. Song Yuan pointed to the person hiding not far away who was taking pictures, and Gu Shiyu understood and held back for the time being. Qin Zhengmin had no idea that he had been followed for several days. The woman yelled at him. Qin Zhengmin, I want 1 million. If you don't transfer the money within 3 days, I'll call the police and have you arrested. You murderer. Qin Zhengmin became anxious. No, we can talk this over. I can't raise such a large sum of money so quickly. Please give me a few more days. You've already ruined our family. How dare you still be dancing with an old lady like this? If the money doesn't arrive in 3 days, just you wait. Qin Zhengmin was just playing along with her and had no intention of giving her money. When she said she was going to call the police, he suddenly had evil intentions, reached out and pulled the woman over and choked her. This is a blind spot for the surveillance cameras. Are you looking to get yourself killed? The woman struggled desperately, and in the struggle, they were surrounded by several men who rushed over. Qin Zhengmin quickly let go of the person. Who are you? What do you want? Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu walked over. Qin Zhengmin, your entire conversation has been recorded. Go tell the police. Qin Zhengmin's face turned deathly pale. You brat, you schemed against your own father? He raised his hand to hit Gu Shiyu, but the bodyguard slapped him hard across the face. You dare to insult our CEO's wife? You're asking for trouble. Behave yourself. Qin Zhengmin licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and didn't dare to say another word. Song Yuan had Qin Zhengmin and the woman taken to the police station for processing. He and Gu Shiyu got into the car and followed them to the police station to file a report. This time, Song Yuan presented all the evidence, including the evidence of Qin Zhengmin's prostitution a few days earlier, and submitted it to the police. The police took a statement. Mr. Song, Ms. Gu, thank you for providing the evidence. This is a heinous case of intentional homicide, and we will try it as soon as possible. At this moment, Qin Zhengmin had already been restrained. Even through the door, he was still screaming. Gu Xiu, you ungrateful wretch. How dare you harm your own father? I should have fed you to the dogs after you were born. I shouldn't have let you live. Gu Xiu felt no discomfort upon hearing these words. Instead, she felt pleasure. This is the ending she wanted. She said that if Qin Zhengmin really caused that car accident, she would personally send him to prison. Now, this moment has truly arrived. She had at least given her grandmother an explanation. After leaving the police station, Gu Xiu felt a major concern was resolved. Song Yuan, thank you. Song Yuan chuckled. There's no need to be so polite between husband and wife. Gu Xiu looked at him. But I still want to thank you. No other man in this world would care about my affairs so much, except for you. Qin Zhengmin is not getting out this time. The evidence is conclusive, and he has not tried to deny it. Song Yuan squeezed her fingertips. Can I go to work with peace of mind now? Gu Xiu smiled. That's fine. A week later, Gu Jiangying finally got her scheduled discharge date. Gu Xiu put aside his work and went to the hospital to pick her up personally. The old lady was as happy as a child. Her only complaint was that her hair was shaved off during the surgery, and now only a few stubble hairs have grown back. Gu Xiu had already thought of this and prepared a wig for her. Grandma, do you think this hairstyle suits you? The old lady's eyes lit up. Perfect, perfect. It's better than having a bald head. Gu Xiu helped her put on thick thermal clothing, and then put on a long down jacket over it. The doctor had explained that the old lady had just undergone a major surgery, and her body was severely weakened. Her resistance had not yet recovered to its previous level, so she needed to be especially careful to prevent catching a cold. The old lady was wrapped up like a silkworm. Gu Xiuan pushed the wheelchair over and let the old lady sit in it. Hua Ziming pushed the wheelchair, with everyone following behind, and the driver went to the front to press the elevator button. The old lady returned home, sat on her big bed, and felt better. She no longer felt uncomfortable. Qin Zhenglan brought her suitcase. She planned to stay here for a while to take care of the old lady. Gu Xiu is too busy with work, and Gu Xiuan is unreliable when it comes to taking care of people. She doesn't feel comfortable leaving the old lady with a nanny. After settling everything in, the old lady sent everyone else out, leaving Gu Xiu alone in the house. Xiu, there's something I have to tell you. That car accident might be related to your bastard father. He came to threaten me the day before the accident. I never imagined he could be so heartless. From now on, you must be careful of him and never be soft-hearted. Gu Xiu held her grandmother's hand. Grandma, I also have something to hide from you. Actually, I've been investigating this car accident and suspect that Qin Zhengmin orchestrated it. As you predicted, I found all the evidence and submitted it to the police a few days ago. I personally escorted Qin Zhengmin to the police station. You won't be angry with me, will you? The old lady remained silent for a long time, then sighed. I'm also responsible for not educating him well. Now his existence has become a social cancer. Sending him to jail is a good outcome. Let him reform himself in there. Gu Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't tell you about this a few days ago because I wanted you to focus on your recovery and didn't want to upset you. The old lady sighed helplessly. I've already come to terms with it. Gu Xiu hugged her grandmother. Grandma, this really scared me. Please don't go out anymore. I'm afraid. The old lady stroked her hair tenderly. Grandma will take care of herself. I heard that Song Yuan's grandma has returned to Beijing. Please give her my regards, and I'll visit her when I'm better. Gu Xiu nodded. She's not like that wicked old woman. You two actually get along really well. Once you're better, I'll arrange for you to meet. The old lady laughed. I haven't proposed to a Yuan yet. This was an unexpected situation. I'll have someone calculate a good date and settle this matter before the end of the year. Gu Xiu sniffed. No rush, you should rest first. Nothing is more important than your health right now. If you feel unwell anywhere, tell me immediately and we'll go see a doctor. The old lady laughed. You're not worried, but someone else is. If that kid can't find a wife, won't he blame me later? Chapter 495 Celebrating the New Year. As the year draws to a close, everyone is starting to prepare for the new year. This is Song Yuan's first new year after marrying Gu Xiu, and Song Yuan wants it to be lively. Many of the company's projects were completed by the end of the year, so he was finally able to relax a bit these past few days and leave work on time. Gu Xiu is in a similar situation, She's been able to free up more time to spend with her child lately. Today, Song Yuan arranged to go to the supermarket with Gu Shiyu after get off work. When it was time to leave work, Song Yuan had his driver pick her up downstairs at Gu Shiyu's company and drive to the huge shopping mall near Peninsula Villa. After the car stopped, the two pushed a small cart inside and headed straight for the underground supermarket. The family hasn't bought any New Year's goods yet. They could have left it to the housekeeper, but Song Yuan wanted to buy them with his wife, as it would make the New Year's atmosphere more festive. This was the first time in Gu Shiyu's life that she had participated in such a bustling shopping event. Song Yuan bought a lot of red Xian paper with gold flecks. He planned to write the couplets himself. The couplets for their wedding room courtyard, the courtyards of their parents on both sides, and the courtyard of Gu Shiyu's grandmother, a total of 4 families, would not be a small number. Gu Shiyu laughed at him. You can just buy a ready-made one. Do you have that much time to write it yourself? Song Yuan was in a very good mood. Writing it yourself makes it feel more festive. You don't know, when I was little, I often celebrated the New Year at my maternal grandparents' house. My maternal grandfather would write couplets with me, and the whole family would prepare for the New Year together in a lively atmosphere. Since my grandfather passed away, I haven't felt that kind of lively atmosphere for a long time. Gu Shiyu couldn't understand the kind of liveliness he was talking about. When she was a child, there was only her grandmother and her siblings at home during the New Year, and the New Year's Eve dinner was always quiet and lonely. For her family, the New Year is just an ordinary holiday, nothing too grand. Grandma gave out red envelopes containing New Year's money, and she and Gu Shiuan accepted the envelopes and went to bed early. Is this what the New Year's atmosphere is like? Song Yuan suddenly had a whimsical idea. Shiyu, how about we get everyone together to celebrate the New Year this year? It should be really lively. Gu Shiyu hummed in agreement. This person's suggestion sounds good. I can't bear to leave my grandma alone at home. Your parents found you and your grandma this year, so they probably want to get together. Your adoptive parents also need company. Why don't the 4 families live together? We'll bring them all to our new home and prepare a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner. Song Yuan was very happy and told both sets of parents about the suggestion when he got home that night. They both agreed. Gu Shiyu told her grandmother about the suggestion, and her grandmother happily agreed. As people get older, they like their homes to be more lively, especially after the addition of a great-grandchild. They want to see the child all the time and play with him. That's how it was settled. 3 days before the holiday, Song Yuan gave the company an early holiday. The employees happily went home for the new year with their generous year-end bonuses, and Song Yuan also had time to take a few years off. This year was his busiest year. When Gu Shiyu heard that the G Group had given its employees an early holiday, she followed suit and gave her own employees a holiday as well. As Gu Shiyu was about to leave work after finishing her last day of work, she received a call from the police. Miss Gu, the case of your father, Qin Jingmin, has been settled, and the verdict has been delivered. Qin Jingmin was found guilty of intentional homicide, and it was also discovered that he was involved in a major case of human organ trafficking. He was sentenced to life imprisonment and deprived of his political rights for life. Gu Shiyu felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing this. It turned out that what she had witnessed about Qin Jingmin's wickedness was only the tip of the iceberg. She had never understood how Qin Jingmin, who didn't have a proper job and spent his days playing with birds, walking dogs, and dancing with old ladies in the park, could afford to bribe people to sabotage her. It turns out it was all stolen money. Gu Shiyu felt disgusted, as if she had the blood of such people flowing through her veins. That evening, she went back to her grandmother's house. She planned to keep Qin Jingmin's matter a secret for now and tell her grandmother after she recovered. The old lady is recovering well recently, mainly because she is in a good mood, which helps her recover quickly. She is now completely self-sufficient, and Qin Zhonglan has been sent back to her own home. However, Gu Shiuan has moved back to the old house so that he can take care of her. The old lady was very happy to see Gu Shiyu return and chatted with her. Shiyu, the date I had someone calculate has been found. It's New Year's Eve. I'm taking a Yuan to the G family to propose marriage. I've already discussed this with my future in-laws beforehand, and we've made the arrangements. Gu Shiyu hadn't heard about this yet. That's perfect. After you've finished proposing, come to Song Yuan and me, and we'll celebrate the new year together. The old lady laughed. Okay, I'll follow your and Song Yuan's arrangements. I won't worry about anything else. Can you help me see if there's anything missing in the betrothal gifts? The old lady had prepared betrothal gifts, which were kept in the storage room on the first floor. Gu Shiyu pushed open the door and saw gift boxes scattered all over the floor, all in pairs. A scene as spectacular as when the Ji family brought Song Yuan to propose marriage. Gu Shiyu took stock of the items. Even the most basic cigarettes, alcohol, and tea were her grandmother's treasured collection, the kind that could be auctioned. There was also a car and a villa for Ji Qingxue. The car is a high-end series developed by Gu's group, a special custom model made for Ji Qingxue. Several sets of high-end jewelry. Gu Shiyu checked it over once. The product itself is fine, it's just the packaging that's a bit lacking. Let's get someone to redo it and make it more festive. The old lady laughed. I should have let you come and take a look first. People's aesthetic tastes should be similar among young people. It's all right, it's not too late. Gu Shiyu immediately called Su Li and asked her to bring people over the next morning to repackage all the gifts. On New Year's Eve, the old lady changed into her newly made clothes and got into the car with Gu Shiwan. This time the driver drove particularly slowly. They set off 10 minutes earlier towards the Peninsula Villas. Gu Shiwan was extremely excited. After dating for so long, it was finally time to formally ask for a formal title. With their marriage settled, he no longer had to worry about her running away. The Ji family had made preparations to entertain their distinguished guests. Song Lia got up early and directed the housekeepers to do their work. The butler was already waiting outside to pick them up. When he saw the Gu family's car in the distance, he opened the gate, and the old lady's car drove in. The butler then led her into the courtyard. This is the second time the Ji and Gu families have formed a marriage alliance, making their ties even stronger. Ji Chung and Song Lia invited her in, and Su Jiaying invited her to sit on the sofa. The two elderly ladies had met once before. They were from the same social class and were the same age, so they had a lot in common. The driver carried the betrothal gifts into the hall one trip after another, and the gifts covered a large area of the floor. Ji Chung hadn't stopped smiling since he woke up in the morning. This was the happiest new year he had ever had in all his years of life. Gu Shiwan is a kind and quick-witted boy. I like him. The old lady laughed. I can't praise this kid for anything else, but he's definitely a henpecked husband. I guarantee that if the two of them are together, he won't dare to mistreat Qingxue. If he dares to bully Qingxue, his sister will beat him up. Just as the old lady finished speaking, Gu Shiyu and Song Yuan came in from outside and overheard half of what she said. Gu Shiyu asked, Grandma, who should I beat up? Chapter 496, The End. Gu Shiyu's question made the whole family burst into laughter. The old woman asked her in return, Who else in this world can you beat up? Gu Shiyu looked at Gu Shiwan. What trouble have you gotten into this time? Gu Shiwan looked helpless. Can't I have a few good things to do? Do I have to cause trouble every day? The old lady chuckled softly. See, there are people who can deal with him, but he doesn't dare. If he ever misbehaves, Qingxue, go find your sister-in-law. She'll definitely be able to take good care of him. The family laughed, but Gu Shiwan sighed silently. Was he destined to never escape the clutches of these women? At noon, everyone ate lunch at Ji Cheng's place. In the afternoon, the family chatted casually when Song Yuan called and asked them to come over. All four families gathered at Song Yuan's wedding room. Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu spent the whole afternoon preparing for the New Year's Eve dinner. I made several pages of recipes to cater to the tastes of four families, and even borrowed the pastry chef from my mother's kitchen to help. Today is a day for the four families to reunite, and Song Yuan asked the kitchen to make a 4-tiered cake tower, with different blessings written on each tier. The family's large dining room was full for the first time. Gu Shiyu squeezed some juice, and Song Yuan took out some fine wine from his father's wine cabinet, and also made corn juice that even the elderly could drink. The family raises their glasses to welcome the new year. The happiest person was Su Jiaying, who thought her life was just like that, a lonely life until she grew old and died. Now she feels the warmth of home. The son she once thought was no longer alive gave her such an outstanding grandson and granddaughter. She can still hear people calling her grandma, and soon, after the two little ones can speak, they will call her great-grandma. Her life is complete. The old lady prepared red envelopes for the Lunar New Year a few days ago, and now she can take them out. The two thickest bags are for Yuan Yuan and Man Man. I wish my little darlings a healthy growth, and that they learn to speak soon so they can call me great-grandma." The family laughed. The old lady then distributed the other bags to Song Yuan, Gu Xiu, Ji Qingxue, and Gu Xiuan. "Wishing you young people a thriving career, peace and joy, and all the best." The four people accepted the red envelopes and wished the old lady a happy new year. The old lady hadn't finished emptying her red envelopes yet. She still had 4 left in her pocket, which she gave to Ji Cheng and his wife, and Song Heng and his wife. She handed them all out. "May you live as long as the pine and cypress, as bright as the sun and moon, and may happiness accompany you forever." The four people smiled as they accepted the red envelopes and wished the old lady good health and longevity. After this round of red envelopes was given to the younger generation, the last one was for Gu Jiangying. "Here you go, my dear sister. I'm not familiar with Beijing, but let's keep in touch and get together more often." Gu Jiangying smiled and took it, then took out her own bag from the side. "I prepared one for you too." Gu Jiangying took out a stack of red envelopes she had prepared beforehand and gave the first one to Su Jiaying. "There's a VIP massage card inside. I'm a regular at this place. Let's go together next time." Gu Jiangying handed out the remaining stack of red envelopes one by one, ensuring that everyone received one. Everyone received red envelopes today, and we raised our glasses again to celebrate the new year. Song Yuan prepared fireworks. After the meal, they moved to the courtyard, where the housekeeper organized the workers to set off fireworks. Song Yuan and Gu Xiu each held a baby and stood at the back, with Song Yuan holding Gu Xiu's hand with his other hand. Looking at his elders smiling happily, Song Yuan felt content. The end.